Perfect Superstar Chapter 248 to Chapter 312. Oh, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me to you. In the living room of the hotel's business suite, Zhang Juanji had just finished singing a song. It was Lu Chen's The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Chen Feier was the first to clap his hands. He gave a thumbs up and praised, Xiaoji, you sang really well. This handsome boy was 15 years old this year. He was just a step away from the puberty stage. His voice was not bad. This song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was obviously practiced. The pitch was very accurate, and the breath was quite on point. It was praiseworthy for a boy of his age to be able to do this. However, Zhang Juanji was far from a professional singer. If Lu Chen could hear it, so could Chen Feier. Even Sister Li herself was very clear about it. Feier, don't spoil Xiaoji. He just wants to be fresh and fun. His talent is really not good enough. Sister Li said frankly, he just wants a chance to try and see if he can do it. If it were an ordinary person, it would be very difficult for Zhang Juanji to walk the path of a singer. His voice lacked memorable characteristics, and it was nothing in the circle of Beijing. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. His parents were upper-class people in the circle. As long as they were willing to put in the effort to support, even people who were worse than him could be supported. Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, Xiaoji, have you really decided to develop your career in singing? Zhang Juanji nodded very seriously and said, yes, I want to be a big star in film, television, and singing. Being successful in film, television, and singing was probably the dream of countless artists. However, there were not many people who could really achieve this. Not everyone was qualified to be called a big star in all three fields. Well, your ambition is commendable, Lu Chen laughed and said, then you have to work harder than others. He did not criticize Zhang Juanji for being too ambitious. It was not a bad thing for a teenager to have lofty ideals and ambitions. Zhang Juanji also had the foundation and capital. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said to Sister Li, if you want my opinion is not to let Zhang Juanji go solo. Sister Li's eyes lit up. You mean to form a team? Lu Chen nodded. That's right. I suggest you sign two newcomers of Xiaoji's age and appearance to form a boy band together. I think it should have market appeal. At present, there were dozens of boy and girl bands in the domestic pop music industry. The boy bands were deeply influenced by Japan and South Korea, and many of the members of the boy bands were artists from South Korea or Japan. Therefore, the market for boy groups was still very big, especially among the young people. Most importantly, the formation of a boy group could make up for Zhang Juanji's shortcomings and highlight his strengths. Chen Feier seemed to have understood something. Just like MSN? At the mention of this name, the Heavenly Queen quietly glanced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen sensed it and smiled bitterly. Yes. Sister Li had doubts. If it's a boy group, isn't Xiaoji a little too young? Most of the members of a boy group in China were trainees. After a long period of singing and dancing training, they usually debuted at the age of 18 or 19. When they were mature, they would be in their early 20s. This age group was currently the most popular. Zhang Juanji was only 15 years old, which was too immature. How could young fans like him, Lu Chen said, it's a little small, but there is a market for the post-2000 generation. Those born after 2000 were all post-2000, and the oldest was just 15 years old. This market was usually classified as children's songs. No boy group would deliberately cater to this age group of fans. Lu Chen's idea was undoubtedly quite fresh. Sister Li furrowed her brows and pondered seriously. Chen Feier smiled and said, I think it's a good idea. Songs can be specially written for this. Xiaoji, what do you think? The key was Zhang Juanji's own decision. Zhang Juanji was very happy. I like to form a team, so I have companions. Mom, what do you think we should call it? He couldn't wait to come up with a resounding name for his team. Lu Chen's suggestion was really great. Sister Li sighed and said, your mom is old. I don't understand the thoughts of you young people. Zhang Juanji could only continue to ask Lu Chen, Brother Lu Chen, can you think of a name? Lu Chen smiled and said, then let's call it the Little Tiger Group. It will have 3 members, just like MSN. Your nickname will be Little Handsome Tiger, and the other two will be Little Flying Tiger and Little Cute Tiger. What do you think? Little Tiger Group? Zhang Juanji seemed to be struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded. Little Handsome Tiger, me? At his age, this was what he was most fascinated by. Adults might think it was childish, but for teenagers like them, it was an irresistible temptation. Little Tiger Group? Little Handsome Tiger, Little Flying Tiger, and Little Cute Tiger? Chen Feier and Sister Li looked at each other. After all, Chen Feier was a big shot in the circle. After thinking for a while, he understood Lu Chen's whimsical idea. It sounds good. Sister Li's reaction was a little slow. She clapped her hands and said, okay. Then let's form a boy group for Little Ji. Little Tiger Group. I will go back and register this brand first, and find someone to do the publicity plan. She was the CEO of a star agency. The more she thought about it, the more excited she got. The brand's logo will be 3 cartoon tigers. In the future, we can license it out. We can customize shoes and clothes, stationery, games, animations, we can do it. She couldn't help but stand up and walk back and forth twice. More and more ideas appeared in her head. In China and abroad, it was not uncommon for boy groups or girl groups to become big brands. Many star groups had launched their own clothing, cosmetics, and even food, making a lot of money. The Little Tiger Group mainly targeted the young market of 15-year-olds, and the spending power of this group was not low. Of course, Sister Li did not forget who came up with the idea. Lu Chen, this brand was thought up by you. Sister Li, I can't take it from you for free. I will exchange 30% of the shares with you. In the circle, Sister Li's forthrightness and magnanimity were well known. She was not inferior to men and was very particular in doing things. Lu Chen only provided a name, and she decisively gave up 30% of the shares to Lu Chen. It was really generous. Sister Li was not a simple-minded person. She was a little woman from the inland with no power, no background, and even no looks. She made a name for herself in Beijing. It was impossible for her not to be smart. But she still gave it to him happily. In fact, from another point of view, the existence of 30% of the shares could tie Lu Chen to the Little Tiger Group. And whether this brand could become popular or not, it was absolutely inseparable from the support of Lu Chen. Just like the currently popular MSN. If it weren't for the songs written by Lu Chen, could it have become popular so quickly? Absolutely impossible. Therefore, Sister Li was definitely not joking, or was temporarily hot-headed. For the development of her son, she could sacrifice all her interests, let alone a mere 30% of the shares. Chen Feier said with a smile, Sister Li, everyone who sees it has a share. What about me? Sister Li said with a smile, if you are willing to contribute, I will also give you 20%, so that you too can take half. Chen Feier said, what couple? I'm joking, Sister Li chuckled, I'm not joking. If Chen Feier really wanted it, she was really willing to give it. With the support of these two and herself, it would be hard for the Little Tiger Group not to become popular. For the 30% of the shares that fell into his hands, it would be a lie for Lu Chen to say that he was not tempted at all. Of course, he would not take it for free. In addition to this idea, Lu Chen could come up with more things. He got up and went to the study, and soon came back with the guitar. Because he was going to stay in Jinling for a long time, Lu Chen brought a lot of things, including this guitar. Chen Feier was shocked. You're not going to write a song for the Little Tiger Group now, are you? The so-called Little Tiger Group was just an idea, it had not even been formed yet. She knew that Lu Chen's talent in writing was unparalleled, but this was too unbelievable, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, you got it right, but there's no prize. There were not many scenes left for Zhang Juanji, and he would be going back in 2 days after filming. Sister Li would definitely follow him back to Beijing. Since the decision was made, they would definitely start forming the Little Tiger Group. But Lu Chen's filming had just started, so he did not have time to participate in it. Therefore, he simply came up with a song first. This way, whether it was recruiting members or preparing for the album, he would have the most basic things. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but it was normal for a song to make a singer or a team famous in the pop music industry. In order to save time and improve efficiency, Lu Chen did not care about shocking the world. Anyway, there were not many people present. He held the guitar in his arms for a moment, and then plucked the strings. Sisterly was very smart. She quickly took out her phone, turned on the recording function, and put it in front of Lu Chen. The white cloud crosses the hill, trying to find its home. The light rain awakens the sleeping lotus from its dream, and opens its smiling face. I make a kite of youth and climb to the sky. The shell climbs the beach to see how big the world is. The caterpillar looks forward to a pair of beautiful wings tomorrow. The river lies in the arms of the forest and sings a song written in spring. I slowly weave the years into a picture. Dreams are the butterfly's wings. Youth is the heaven of flying. Let go of the kite's long line. Paint love on the face of time. The heart is the power of growth. Just like the butterfly's wings, against the wind the sound becomes louder, the song becomes louder. In the clear and clean voice of Lu Chen, Sister Li and Chen Feier were completely stunned. They thought that what they heard would be a rough and primitive work of inspiration. Because the Little Tiger group came up with the idea on the spot, it was not strange for Lu Chen to have musical thoughts. But no one would have thought that what he played and sang was a complete piece of work. Whether it was the lyrics or the melody, it was simply tailor-made for the Little Tiger group. Chen Feier stared at Lu Chen absent-mindedly. She wanted to know how many more miracles were hidden in Lu Chen. Butterflies fly, just like children running in the wind, feel the rainbow of youth, farther than the sea, higher than the sky. Butterflies fly, fly to the castle of the future, open the skylight of dreams, let it grow faster and better. Butterflies fly. Lu Chen finished playing the last note, then asked the 3 audience members in front of him, "What do you think of this song?" Sister Li, Chen Feier, and Zhang Juanji all clapped their hands. Lu Chen smiled, raised his right hand to his chest, bowed and said, "Thank you." Sister Li couldn't help but ask, "Lu Chen, what's the name of this song?" Chen Feier said, "It should be called Butterflies Fly." Lu Chen gave her a thumbs up, smart. Chen Feier rolled her eyes at him, what smart or not, it was just a normal judgment. What surprised her was that the style of this song was very different from Lu Chen's previous works. It was not a folk song or a love song, but more like a youth nursery rhyme. There were a lot of works in this genre in the past, but they were classified in the category of theme songs. Basically, they were the products of national educational institutions. Now that it was fully marketed, there were very few new works. Chen Feier sang theme songs before, so she knew this very well. Private record companies or entertainment media companies aimed at a higher age group. Teenagers didn't even have the qualifications to buy concert tickets, so how could they attract the interest of these companies and specifically cater to their needs? And for the younger generation, a large number of domestic and foreign children's songs flooded the market, so they didn't need to create new works. Therefore, this age group market was intentionally or unintentionally ignored. In fact, in the past, several companies tried the water, but they all lost money and didn't produce any good works. Lu Chen's Butterflies Fly was undoubtedly refreshing. The song had a light melody and positive lyrics. While maintaining a popular style, it was also very suitable for teenage boys and girls. It was a perfect match for the Little Tigers proposed by Lu Chen. At this age, they should listen to and sing this kind of song. Because of this, Butterfly Flight was unlikely to be Lu Chen's reserved work, but if he created it on the spot, how could it be so perfect? If it weren't for Sister Li and Zhang Juanji, Chen Feier really wanted to crack open Lu Chen's head and see how many wonderful ideas were in it. It was admirable and shocking. Lu Chen said to Sister Li, "I will give you the score of this song tomorrow. It will be one of the songs of the Little Tigers in the future album. What do you think, Sister Li?" Sister Li smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied. This song can totally be the title song of the album. In the future, I'll have to trouble you to write 2 more songs for them. Only then can we guarantee the sales of the album." She had brought her son here tonight with the intention of building a good relationship between Zhang Juanji and Lu Chen. She hoped that the latter could give Zhang Juanji some pointers in music so that his future would be smoother and faster. After working in the entertainment industry for so many years, Sister Li deeply understood the importance of networking. In fact, Sister Li was not very willing for Zhang Juanji to pursue an acting career, but since her son liked it, she spared no effort to create various opportunities for Zhang Juanji. For example, she previously got a role in Autumn in My Heart through Chen Feier, which was to pave the way for Zhang Juanji. Eileen Chang once said that one should become famous as early as possible. Starting at 15 years old was not very early. But what Sister Lee never expected was that what she wanted was a glass of water, but Lu Chen gave her an ocean. The idea of the little tigers was really great. If it was someone else who started a young boy group like this, there was a high chance that it would not succeed. But with Lu Chen's support, the situation was completely different. The success of MSN was the best example, and with the formation of a team, Zhang Juanji would have companions and he would not be lonely. Sister Li's gratitude to Lu Chen was beyond words. Lu Chen nodded and said, "There's no need to worry about the album. The first thing is to form a team. Dancing, singing, and physique all need training. After I finish shooting this TV series, I'll come back and think about the album." To form a boy group or a girl group, it was not to say that you could casually find a few people to come over and immediately make a debut. It usually took a long time of training and learning, and only after reaching a certain level could they officially appear. A girl group like MSN was very rare. It was also because of their good foundation and hard work, coupled with the large investment and resources of Flying Stone Records, that they could stand out in a short time. Such an example was difficult to replicate. Zhang Juanji had just turned 15 years old, so there was no need to work so hard. He also had to take care of his daily studies. Sister Li understood the reason. "Well, then we will wait for you and Fei to come back in Beijing." She reached out and patted her son. "Hurry up and thank you, Brother Lu Chen." Zhang Juanji said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Lu Chen. I will rely on you and Sister Fei in the future." Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. Sister Li glared at her son, glib tongue. She stood up and said, "Then I won't disturb you too. I'll go back with Xiaoji first." A touch of shyness suddenly appeared on Chen Fei's pretty face. She quickly got up and said, "I have to go, too. Sister Li, let me send you down. Let's talk." Sister Li laughed, "That's so embarrassing. It's all my fault. I didn't choose a good time to come over." Her smile was very ambiguous. If it weren't for her son's presence, she would have teased the two of them. Lu Chen was a little depressed. He sent Sister Li, Chen Fei and Zhang Juanji out of the room. Tonight's opportunity was actually very rare. It was not easy to break through the boundary. Just as he was thinking of spending a warm and romantic night with Chen Fei it was ruined by Sister Li, who didn't know what was going on. Although Chen Fei was a mature woman, she was still very conservative and reserved in this aspect. She wouldn't let Lu Chen cross the boundary easily. After this incident, she definitely wouldn't return to Lu Chen's room. The long night passed quietly. The next day, Lu Chen got up early and called Li Fei to go for a morning jog. Peter Pan was a typical otaku. Other than his daily work, he wouldn't stand if he could sit, and he wouldn't sit if he could lie down. He spent all his spare time in front of the computer, so his physical fitness wasn't very good. However, if he wanted to be a qualified assistant, he couldn't do it without a good body. After working as an assistant for a period of time, he understood this principle, so he took the initiative to exercise with Lu Chen. As a result, after only running a kilometer, this guy was panting like a cow, and it was difficult to walk with his tongue out. Lu Chen laughed and said, "Your body is too weak. No wonder you haven't been able to chase Sister Xiaomei until now. You really have to practice hard." The story of Li Fei chasing Xiaomei could be written into a TV series. Although Xiaomei had long been a receptionist in Lu Chen's studio, Li Fei hadn't really gotten the moon yet. According to him, he was currently in the observation period, and there was still a long way to go before he could get on base. Li Fei said with a bitter face, take it slow, take it slow." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Then you run slowly. I'll go first." He sped up and ran along the river bank. Soon, he left Li Fei behind. Jinling was very beautiful in autumn. This 1,000-year-old ancient capital had a different charm from the capital. It had the same rich history, but the difference was the style of the people. Running on the long road, through the barrier of mist, Lu Chen could better feel the beauty of the city. After 2 hours of morning exercise, Lu Chen, who had breakfast, returned to the hotel. He and Chen Fei took the latter's car and rushed to the set of the film and television city to meet up with the crew again. The first 2 episodes of Autumn in My Heart had been shot, and the third episode was currently being shot in an orderly manner. If everything went well, the two real protagonists, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, would appear the day after tomorrow. Today, in addition to checking the progress of the shooting, the other two people had to take makeup photos. The so-called makeup photos, also known as styling photos, were photos taken after the actors were dressed for a certain role. According to the description of the character image in the script and the director's intention, the photographer, together with the art, makeup, costume, and lighting departments, explored and studied the character's style. The makeup photos might be completed in one shot, or they might be repeated many times. The final photos were also the basis and reference for the makeup crew to make up for the actors during the shooting period. As the male and female protagonists of this TV series, their makeup photos were naturally very important. In addition to the shooting, they would also be used for the upcoming promotion of the TV series. Under normal circumstances, the TV series could start broadcasting after shooting 6 to 8 episodes on the weekend. Although the premiere unit of Autumn in My Heart hadn't been finalized, the promotion and hype couldn't be delayed, because it was related to the most important ratings. Ratings were always the most important standard to measure the success of a TV series. Several costume and makeup artists surrounded Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er for an hour before they finished the required styling for the show. Lu Chen's outfit was relatively simple. He was handsome and had a good foundation, so the makeup on his face was more to decorate than to cover up. It was enough to fully highlight the contours of his face. He was wearing a custom-made black and blue suit, paired with a white shirt and well-ironed trousers. It was a perfect match with his well-trained body, and he had the temperament of an idol. Chen Fei-er, who had light makeup on, was wearing a cheap plain white dress. Her long hair fell to her shoulders, bringing an indescribable charm. There was a hint of purity in her beauty, making it impossible for people to feel that she was nearly 30 years old. When the two of them stood side by side and smiled at each other, the cameramen, makeup artists, and other crew members were all amazed. They were really a perfect match. Whether it was height, appearance, temperament, or the tacit understanding between the two of them, it was really difficult to find a more compatible couple in the entertainment industry. Note, Butterfly Fly lyricist/composer, Li Ziheng. Someone once said that taking a promotional photo was like taking a wedding photo. It looked beautiful, but it was actually a very painful thing. Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's promotional photos took 2 full days to finish. But neither of them felt any pain, and Chen Fei-er even enjoyed it. In the end, he picked out a batch of original photos that had not been edited, saying that he wanted to promote them on his blog. After taking the promotional photos, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er officially appeared in the 3rd episode of Autumn in My Heart. What greeted the two of them was a 2-month shooting period. What Lu Chen did not expect was that his sister, Lu Shi, came to Jinling that afternoon. Xianxia, the general manager of Qianda Brothers Pictures, and the program director of Hygiene Satellite TV were also with her. That night, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er hosted a banquet in the hotel where they stayed. In fact, strictly speaking, the real guests were only the representatives of Hygiene Satellite TV. Because Autumn in My Heart was jointly invested by Qianda Brothers Pictures, Chen Fei-er Studio, and Lu Chen Studio. The purpose of Hygiene Satellite TV's representatives to negotiate was for the premiere rights of this TV series. In this regard, both Qianda Brothers Pictures and Lu Chen Studio attached great importance to it. 2 general managers accompanied them to Jinling to meet with Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er. Xianxia, the general manager of Qianda Brothers Pictures, was in his 40s. He was short and stocky, with a square face and thin eyebrows. His face was full of shrewdness. He spoke more or less like a gangster, but whether it was to Chen Fei-er or Lu Chen, he was very polite and polite. When they met, Xianxia and Chen Fei-er just shook hands gently, and then withdrew their hands. But he shook hands with Lu Chen very firmly. He smiled heartily and said, "I have long heard of Mr. Lu Chen's name. Today is the first time we meet, and you really live up to your reputation. Thank you very much for giving our Qianda brothers a chance to cooperate." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Director Zhang, you're too polite." Xianxia said, "It's only right to be polite. The Golden Phoenix is here. Let me introduce her to you." He was introducing Zhongyu, the program director of Hygiene Satellite TV. Zhongyu was in his 30s, he had a burly figure like a northerner, a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. If he were to appear in a TV drama, he would definitely be the main character. To be able to sit in this position at the age of 30, Xianxia was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. He was also very polite to Lu Chen and praised him a few times. While Lu Chen was exchanging pleasantries with the two of them, Chen Feier was chatting with Lu Shi. Chen Feier had been to Lu Chen's studio before. Of course, she knew Lu Shi. Although they were not sisters, they had common topics to talk about when they met. It was just that this time, when she met Lu Shi again, Chen Feier, who had always been graceful, was a little nervous. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face, and she spoke more carefully. After the introductions, they sat down together and inevitably talked about business. There were 3,000 or 4,000 TV stations in China, but there were only more than 40 satellite TV stations. Haijin Satellite TV was one of them, and its scale and strength were definitely not bad. However, among the more than 40 satellite TV stations, Haijin Satellite TV's presence was very low. In other words, the average ratings were not high. Not to mention that compared with the popular fried chicken like Xianxia Satellite TV, even with many satellite TV stations in the southwest and northwest inland provinces, there is not much advantage. There has never been any trump card program that can be taken out. As one of the 4 major satellite TV stations in China, Haijin Satellite TV was really a little embarrassed. Some people once analyzed that the reason for this situation, in addition to the problems of Haijin Satellite TV itself, the main reason was that it was too close to Beijing. With the 2 big signboards of CCTV and Beijing TV, it was easy for excellent talents to be lost. Whether this statement was correct or not, Haijin Satellite TV's weakness was obvious. Without a fist variety show with high ratings, it was not their turn to premiere a popular TV series, and they could only eat leftovers. Of course, Haijin Satellite TV would not be willing to fall. Last year, they launched a talent show with great momentum. As a result, the ratings were low, and it ended hastily. The advertising income was not enough to cover the costs. Now the director of the program department of Haijin Satellite TV came to discuss in person for a TV series. It was unexpected, but not something incredible. At present, there were big stations such as Beijing TV Station and Zhejiang TV Station who were interested in the premiere rights of Autumn in My Heart, but the conditions offered by the two were not very high, at least not meeting the expectations of the 3 investors. This was normal. If it weren't for the golden signboard of Chen Fei or as a gimmick, even if Lu Chen and Shanda Pictures took the initiative to come to the door, the 2 TV stations might not pay attention, and they would only be willing to talk about a very harsh contract. The number of dramas shot in China every year was very considerable. Most of them could only be broadcast on small TV stations in 3rd and 4th tier cities. The fierce competition was not what ordinary people could imagine. The big TV stations with high-quality resources naturally had to carefully select and wait for the best price. Unless it was a popular work by a big star, a big director, or a big IP, they would rarely take the initiative to put down their pride and chase after it. Autumn in My Heart was currently a hot topic on Waves's blog. In addition to Lu Chen sparing no effort to promote it, the most important thing was that it was the first TV series in which Chen Feier played the leading female role. Now that the large-scale publicity had not yet begun, Haijin Satellite TV came to the door with the idea of picking up the leftovers. The ordered wine and dishes were quickly served. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. The Chinese people's habit was to talk about business at the wine table. After 3 glasses of wine, the original strangers also became friends. Many things that were not easy to say could be talked about openly with the help of alcohol, which was a unique business culture. While toasting, Lu Chen learned about the initial offer made by Haijin Satellite TV. Zhongyu, representing Haijin Satellite TV, proposed a buyout price of 300,000 yuan per episode for the exclusive premiere rights of Autumn in My Heart. The total price for all 20 episodes was 6 million. As an exclusive buyout, this price was undoubtedly not high, and even a little low. Because if nothing else, Chen Feier's salary alone was millions, plus Lu Chen and other actors, 6 million was barely enough to cover the actors' salary costs. Of course, this exclusive premiere rights were limited to TV stations, and the exclusive network broadcast rights could be sold again. In addition, if the premiere was successful, then the rebroadcast rights could be sold at a better price. Many TV series relied on the sale of rebroadcast rights to achieve profits. It was just that such an offer had no advantage compared to Beijing TV station and Zhejiang TV station. But since Zhong Yu came in person, he must have come with sincerity. In addition to the buyout price of 300,000 yuan per episode, Hygiene Satellite TV also gave a condition that neither Beijing TV station nor Zhejiang TV station could come up with. That was the VAM agreement to raise the price according to the ratings. Based on the national average ratings of 0.25% for every 0.10% increase, the buyout price for one episode would increase by 100,000 yuan. That is, if Autumn in My Heart premiered on Hygiene Satellite TV, if the national average ratings of 20 episodes were below 0.25%, then the buyout price paid by Hygiene Satellite TV would be 300,000 yuan per episode. But if it reached 0.35%, it would be 400,000 yuan per episode, with no upper limit. In addition, regardless of the ratings, Hygiene Satellite TV gave a minimum purchase price of 6 million yuan. It was precisely because Hygiene Satellite TV made such a sincere offer that Zhang De, the general manager of Qianda Brothers Pictures, and Lu Shi, accompanied Zhong Yu to Jinling. Because neither Beijing TV station nor Zhejiang TV station would give this kind of price increase agreement. Perhaps it was a little difficult for outsiders to understand. Such a VAM agreement was clearly a win-win agreement. The higher the ratings, the more the advertising would be sold. Why would Beijing TV station and Zhejiang TV station not agree? The reason was very simple. Whether it was Qianda Pictures, Lu Chen, or even Chen Feier, they were not qualified to make such a condition. The rules could not be broken. And how to put it, Hygiene Satellite TV's position in the circle was not high enough, so they were naturally willing to put down their pride. The minimum purchase price of 6 million yuan was already full of sincerity, and the VAM price increase was to take a gamble. For a weekend show, it was really not easy to reach the national average ratings of 0.25%. An increase of 0.1% was considered a great improvement, and the promotion of advertising was very obvious. After understanding the initial price offered by Hygiene Satellite TV, Lu Chen and Chen Feier looked at each other. Chen Feier told Lu Chen with his eyes that the price was completely negotiable. Lu Chen thought the same, but even though he was very satisfied in his heart, he still remained calm on the surface. He raised his glass to Zhong Yu and said, "Director Zhong, I would like to toast you. Thank you for your love for our TV series. It's just that I'm still very young, and I don't know much about these things. Why don't we talk about it after watching the sample tomorrow?" Business negotiations were not what Lu Chen was good at. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. If he was exposed, it would bring trouble to the subsequent negotiations and put his own side in a disadvantageous position. Whether it was the minimum price or the VAM agreement, they could still be discussed. That was Zhang De and Lu Shi's business. Zhong Yu's eyes flashed, and he raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Chen. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lu is too polite." "Of course, that's no problem." He did not have the slightest displeasure, and he even sighed in his heart. Not only Zhong Yu, but even Zhang De had a whole new level of respect for Lu Chen. He was worried that Lu Chen was young and impulsive, and that he would be blinded by the other party's offer and agree on the spot. Now it seemed that Lu Chen was much more experienced than he thought. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Besides, Sister Feier and I will be recording the theme song tomorrow. Director Zhong is also welcome to give us your guidance and valuable advice." Zhong Yu was moved. "Then I must listen to it. It's such a rare opportunity." Apart from coming to Jinling to negotiate, he also had to understand the filming situation. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere of the banquet became warmer and more harmonious. The banquet didn't end until 9 o'clock in the evening. Director Zhong Yu's alcohol tolerance was very high. He and his assistant worked together to resist the attacks of Zhang De, Lu Chen, and the others. They drank 4 to 5 bottles of red wine, and in the end they were only 70 to 80% drunk. Qianda had already booked a room in this hotel. Lu Shi followed Lu Chen to his business suite, together with Chen Feier. The two sisters drank a lot, their faces were red, sitting on the sofa with blurred eyes, whispering to each other. Although Lu Chen also drank a lot, his alcohol tolerance was trained, so he was very sober. He boiled some water for them to sober up. While he was busy, Lu Shi suddenly said, "Lu Chen, sit down first, I have something to ask you." Her expression was very serious. Lu Chen was surprised, but he still sat down. "What's wrong, sister?" "What's wrong?" A cold smile appeared on Lu Shi's face. She looked at the drunk Chen Fei-er and asked, "Tell me the truth, are you in a relationship with Sister Fei-er?" Ah. Chen Fei-er was not so drunk that he couldn't hear clearly. His face was so red that it was about to drip blood. Although there were a few friends who knew the real relationship between the two, but Lu Shi was Lu Chen's sister, the closest person. This was completely different. Lu Chen was silent for a moment. Suddenly he held Chen Fei-er's hand and answered seriously, "Yes." "So it's like this." Lu Shi suddenly felt discouraged. She had long suspected the relationship between the two, and now she finally got a confirmation. It felt a little weird. In Lu Shi's heart, Lu Chen was always a troublemaker who liked to follow her, and he needed the care of his family. This was the most important reason why she came all the way to the capital to help Lu Chen. But now, she suddenly found that her brother had really grown up. Not only did he have his own business, but he also found his life partner. Why did it have to be Chen Fei-er? Lu Shi felt very unreal. She was going to have a sister-in-law who was the heavenly queen. To be honest, she was Chen Fei-er's fan. Lu Shi was proud of Lu Chen because her brother was outstanding enough, but she also felt a little disappointed and sad. When Lu Chen held Chen Fei-er's hand and admitted their relationship to Lu Shi, the sweetness in Chen Fei-er's heart almost exploded, and her eyes were full of unspeakable tenderness and love. As the heavenly queen of pop music, she had never felt inferior, but after establishing a relationship with Lu Chen, she inevitably had some thoughts of gain and loss, for fear that there would be emotional twists and turns. Now, those unreliable thoughts were completely gone. Lu Chen felt Chen Fei-er's feelings at this moment and couldn't help holding her little hand tightly. Lu Shi saw it and said, "Sister Fei-er, you should pay more attention to Lu Chen in the future. He is very good at provoking girls. When we were in college, ahem." Lu Chen's throat was itchy. "Sister." Chen Fei-er covered her mouth and smiled, "Sister Lu Shi, I will." She glanced at Lu Chen proudly, as if saying, "Now I have something on you." Chen Fei-er was a few years older than Lu Shi, but because of her relationship with Lu Chen, in order to reflect closeness, she also followed Lu Chen and called her big sister, and didn't need to care about identity. She broke free from Lu Chen's hand, hugged Lu Shi's arm and said, "Sister Lu Shi, sleep with me tonight, and tell me about him, okay?" Lu Shi finally smiled, "Okay." Then, the two got up and left, leaving Lu Chen alone who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The next morning, they gathered in the hotel again and took the car provided by Qianda to the film city. Accompanied by many people, Zhongyu first visited the crew of Autumn in My Heart, and then carefully watched the first 3 episodes that had been filmed. Although the original videos provided by the crew had not been edited and dubbed, Zhongyu, as the director of the program department of Hygiene Satellite TV, had already reviewed countless episodes of the TV series and had long trained a pair of sharp eyes. Zhongyu had long read the script of Autumn in My Heart, including the chapters of the novel of the same name that Lu Chen updated on his blog every day. But the script and the novel were two different things. It was common for a good script and story to be ruined by a bad director and actor. Although Hygiene Satellite TV had decided to import this TV series, Zhongyu still came with a cautious eye. He had to be responsible for his own work. And the result of the review really surprised Zhongyu. This TV series had the potential to be popular. The story of the first 3 episodes was quite attractive. The opening scene of changing the wrong baby brought suspense, and the emotional story of exchanging lives made people have a strong desire to continue watching. Most importantly, Lu Chen's performance at the end of the 3rd episode was amazing. That's right, it was amazing. Ever since Lu Chen released Autumn in My Heart, wrote the script and played the lead role, the voices of doubt in and out of the circle had never disappeared. As a young singer who had just debuted, how could he act? Everyone generally thought that Lu Chen's TV series should be a show to sell his face, just like many so-called youth idol dramas. The lead and supporting roles were all young and fresh meats, not relying on acting skills, but relying on showing off their faces and bodies to attract fans. The only reason he was better than others was because he had a relationship with Chen Fei-er. Now Zhongyu found that this statement was simply ridiculous. Lu Chen's acting skills were not inferior to those famous actors who had professional training, and he was even one of the biggest highlights of this TV series. In contrast, Chen Feier's acting skills were a little worse, and he only made up for it with his appearance. In addition, the director Fang Hui's grasp of Autumn in My Heart was undoubtedly on point. The scenes had a delicate and pure beauty unique to female directors, and it reflected the atmosphere of the story very well. It was not that there were no shortcomings, but to be able to do this was enough to make Zhong Yu look at it in a new light. This also made him more determined to win the premiere rights. After watching the original film, everyone had lunch together at noon and went to a music production company in Jinling in the afternoon. According to the scheduled plan, Lu Chen and Chen Feier would collaborate to record the theme song of Autumn in My Heart. This theme song, together with the makeup photos and the advance trailer, would be used as promotional material for the TV series. This local music production company in Jinling has a high-standard recording studio. It was through the relationship of Flying Stone Records that they deliberately set aside half a day to record the song. The arrangement and accompaniment of the theme song were also completed by Lu Chen, who asked Lin Jijie to help him work overtime in Flying Stone Records. When Lu Chen and other large groups of people rushed over, the company's recording studio was already ready, waiting for the two to enter the studio to record. Although the studio was the largest and best equipped in Jinling, it had never received a big shot like Chen Feier. Chen Feier has been on the road for more than 10 years, and it was unknown how many recording studios she has been to. This kind of battle had no effect on her. Lu Chen has also been trained. The two entered the studio, put on the monitoring headphones, and began the first recording under the lens of the camera. The theme song of Autumn in My Heart was carefully selected by Lu Chen, taking into account the requirements of Chen Feier. This song will also be included in her new album. There are a lot of love songs sung by men and women in Lu Chen's memory, but it was not easy to find a work that matched this story. Although the final choice could not be said to be perfect, at least there was no problem in style and emotion. The name of this song was Your Eyes. Under the accompaniment of the music, Lu Chen first spoke, "I love you and forget to wake up, I'd rather close my eyes, even if I don't wake up in this lifetime you are my next life. Love is a hopeless situation, happy people don't travel far, breaking the bitter pursuit of spring and autumn, I'd rather drift with you. Don't let your eyes see the sadness of the world again, throw ourselves into the wind and rain and depend on each other, kiss your heart with my pain, looking into your eyes there are too many tears that don't stop, love you every step of the hardships of love, painful dreams are especially sincere." Lu Chen and Chen Feier sang together, and then they cooperated with great tacit understanding. Lu Chen's voice was as clear and clean as crystal, without any dust or dirt. Chen Feier's singing was like the sound of nature, gentle and affectionate, with a touch of sadness and melancholy, as well as the determination and firmness of love without complaint or regret. Although it was the first recording, and although they had only practiced a few times before, it was as if they had sung to each other for thousands of times. The feelings accumulated in their hearts suddenly burst out and completely integrated into the song. Naturally, it had the power to move people's hearts. This song Your Eyes did not have the sweet duet of ordinary love songs, nor did it have the pretentious struggle of those bitter love songs. There was only a little bit of love, full of feelings. The mood expressed in the song had the same soul as the story, that is, you see me, I find you, there is only you and me left in the world, all the scenery is in your eyes, and that is enough. Don't let your eyes see the sadness of the world again, throw ourselves into the wind and rain and depend on each other, rely on each other, the most sincere feelings, nothing could be more than this. In the monitoring room outside the recording studio, everyone held their breath. Zhang De, Zhong Yu, Lu Shi, Feng Hui, Sister Li Feiyu, and at least a dozen managers of the music production company, all listened to the song attentively, for fear of missing even a single note. In the recording studio, Lu Chen and Chen Feier stared at each other, both seeing the deep feelings hidden in each other's eyes. At this moment, the two of them were connected in their minds. There was no need for words, the song was enough to express everything. Perhaps their feelings were full of ups and downs like the story, but at least now it was happy, warm and sweet. Note, Your Eyes lyricist, Suchongda/composer, Xiong Tianping Beijing television station. At 7:55 in the morning, Zhu Xiaotai arrived at the Variety Channel's program department punctually as usual. "Director Zhu, good morning. There were already many colleagues in the office who had started working. They greeted Zhu Xiaotai when they saw him. Zhu Xiaotai nodded reservedly in response and strode into his independent workshop with his head held high. As the deputy director of the Beijing television station's variety channel, he had worked hard for 20 years to get his current position. Therefore, he knew how to cherish his position and never came late or left early. Even if he had nothing to do, he was happy to sit comfortably in his leather chair, drink fragrant tea, and leisurely read today's morning paper to understand the news that happened yesterday in China and abroad. The thermos beside the desk was filled with hot water, and the teacups on the desk had been washed clean. A stack of brand new newspapers that emitted the fragrance of ink was placed neatly. A beautiful day had begun. Zhu Xiaotai buried his burly body into the spacious and comfortable office chair and picked up a newspaper to read. There was not much work to be done today, so he could relax first. When Zhu Xiaotai finished reading the newspaper after drinking his tea, it was already 9 in the morning. He put down the teacup, stretched his arms, and turned on the computer. Currently, Beijing television station was promoting paperless work. Internal documents, announcements, work arrangements, etc., were all transmitted through computers and the internet, including the handling of work. After entering his personal password and entering the desktop, Zhu Xiaotai opened his work log. After approving 2 trivial applications, he suddenly thought of something. The deputy director of the program department frowned, picked up the phone on the desk, and dialed an internal number. The call quickly went through. "Director Zhu, hello." The voice on the other side of the phone was very respectful. Zhu Xiaotai's eyebrows relaxed, and his left index finger gently tapped on the table. He said calmly, "Little Zhang, come to my office now." "Yes, director." After a while, there was a light knock on the door. Zhu Xiaotai said in a deep voice, "Please come in." A man in his 30s walked in and asked, "Director Zhu, you were looking for me?" "Yes." Zhu Xiaotai pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down and pour yourself some tea." Mr. Zhang agreed, picked up the thermos and poured tea for Zhu Xiaotai, and then sat down. Zhu Xiaotai nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Little Zhang, I called you over to ask you, how is the discussion with Chanda Pictures going? Is the other party still insisting on their conditions?" "Chanda Pictures?" Mr. Zhang was stunned and asked, "Do you mean buying the TV series Autumn in My Heart?" Zhu Xiaotai was a little displeased, "Am I right?" The TV series Autumn in My Heart was jointly invested and filmed by Chanda Brothers Pictures, Qianfei Studio and Luchin Studio. Beijing TV station Variety Channel intends to introduce this urban romance drama, which is currently quite popular. When Luchin came to Beijing TV last time to participate in this star interview program, Zhu Xiaotai once had a face-to-face conversation with Luchin. Later, they have been negotiating about buying the premiere rights, but the object of the negotiation was changed to Chanda Pictures. Chanda Pictures was not a big company in the industry, and Autumn in My Heart was not a big IP production. Of course, Zhu Xiaotai could not personally come forward to bargain with the other party. The work was handed over to his subordinate, Little Zhang. Zhu Xiaotai still trusted Little Zhang's ability. It was just that today he seemed to be a little unclear about the situation, which made Director Zhu secretly annoyed. Little Zhang quickly explained, "Director Zhu, I sent the work report to you yesterday. Maybe there was something wrong with the computer. If you didn't receive it, I'll go back and send another one right away." "Huh?" Zhu Xiaotai was a little surprised and quickly clicked on the internal mailbox. Sure enough, he found the work email from Little Zhang. It was his own mistake and negligence. Director Zhu's old face turned red, he coughed and said, "Pay attention next time. Since you're here, tell me about the situation first." Little Zhang said, "Chanda Pictures has sold the premiere rights of Autumn in My Heart to Hygiene Satellite TV." Hygiene Satellite TV? Director Zhu suddenly felt a little toothache. How could it be Hygiene Satellite TV? He knew that there was more than one TV station that was interested in the new TV series Autumn in My Heart. The most powerful competitor was undoubtedly Zhidong TV station. The latter's film and TV channel was interested in introducing it. The reason why Zhidong TV station was interested in Autumn in My Heart was easy to understand. In addition to Qianfei the heavenly queen of the singing industry, as the female lead, Lu Chen was from Zhidong, and last time in Hangzhou, he also saved Tian Tian, the host of Zhidong Satellite TV, and was very well known in the province. His first TV series that he wrote and acted in could at least guarantee a part of the ratings in the province. But according to Zhu Xiaotai's understanding, the price offered by Zhidong TV station was not much higher than his own, and Chanda was not satisfied. What the hell was Hygiene Satellite TV? Did they suddenly appear out of nowhere? Zhu Xiaotai was really a little confused. They actually won the exclusive premiere rights. He couldn't help but ask, what price can they offer? There was a hint of contempt in Director Zhu's words. Although Beijing and Hygiene were both municipalities, the former's status had been far higher than the latter since ancient times. Hygiene was equivalent to a subordinate city of Beijing, and Beijing people had a sense of superiority over Hygiene people since ancient times. Putting aside the giant central TV, Beijing television had always been condescending to Hygiene Satellite TV, and basically didn't have the latter in their eyes. So now when Zhu Xiaotai first heard that Autumn in My Heart was intercepted by Hygiene Satellite TV, he first didn't believe it. When did the guys from Hygiene Satellite TV become so bold? Although Zhu Xiaotai didn't have the heart to get Autumn in My Heart, and there were not many episodes that were sent to Beijing TV, he still felt unhappy in his heart. Xiao Zhang said with a wry smile, Director Zhu, I don't know about that. How could Chanda Pictures reveal the price of the transaction to him? This was a trade secret. Confused, Zhu Xiaotai slapped his forehead and said, I'll call and ask. The relationship between Hygiene TV station and Beijing TV station was a bit like the relationship between Beijing TV and Central TV. The communication between the two sides was quite close. Several of the directors of Hygiene TV station were from Beijing TV station. Zhu Xiaotai had acquaintances and old colleagues over there, so it was really convenient to inquire about things. He made this phone call for almost 10 minutes. After the call, his face was gloomy. Xiao Zhang moved his butt uneasily when he saw this, feeling a little restless. When he first went to negotiate with Chanda Pictures as a representative of the variety channel, he more or less had some thoughts of disapproval and never thought of the possibility of failure. It was normal for the variety channel's offer not to be high, but Chanda Pictures' bargaining made Xiao Zhang feel very disdainful. This TV series was nothing more than using Chen Feier's brand. Otherwise, how could a production unit like Chanda Pictures enter the eyes of Beijing television, let alone take the initiative to contact them? Now that they had given Chanda Pictures a chance to cooperate, they actually wanted to make a big profit. They simply didn't know what they were talking about, so in the process of the negotiation, Xiao Zhang deliberately dragged it on, waiting for the opponent to give in. Even though he knew that Zhidong TV station was also involved in the competition. He never expected that in the end, Hygiene TV station would snatch away the premier broadcast rights. He could completely understand his boss's unhappiness. Hygiene Satellite TV actually dared to come to Beijing's territory to snatch food. They were too daring, he didn't know what price they offered. Xiao Zhang asked cautiously, Director Zhu, what did they say? Zhu Xiaotai glanced at him and sighed. They offered a minimum purchase price of 6 million and put it on the satellite channel 1's primetime premiere. Moreover, based on the national average rating of 0.25%, plus 0.1% and a reward of 100,000 yuan. There's no cap. Xiao Zhang was stunned. They really dared to offer it. Zhu Xiaotai deeply agreed. The minimum price of 6 million was also something that Beijing television station could afford. It was a very normal price. But the satellite channel 1's premiere, coupled with the uncapped ratings reward, was really too much. It was simply shameless. Why would the dignified Hygiene Satellite TV be so hungry? That was a new TV series, and the production unit was not a good person. Zhu Xiaotai was really a little speechless. In fact, Hygiene Satellite TV did not really give up much in this contract. The VAM agreement was profitable, and the main thing was that they were willing to put down their pride. Beijing television station would never do such a dishonorable thing and break the rules. Zhu Xiaotai said resentfully, the contract has already been signed. Forget it. They'll know after they've suffered a loss. Xiao Zhang nodded vigorously. That's right. They dare to think of a national average rating of 0.25%. I estimate that it would be very good for this show to have 0.1%. They'll be lucky if they can recover their costs. He was even indignant. Chanda Pictures was also a fool. They sold this TV series to Hygiene Satellite TV. They didn't think that if it could be broadcast on Beijing Television Variety Channel, it would be much easier to sell the rebroadcast rights. It was simply short-sighted. Like Altwang Pictures' weekend drama Urban Love, it could only be broadcast on the Urban Channel. The ratings of the Urban Channel could not be compared to the Variety Channel. As for Hygiene Satellite TV's ratings, they could only laugh. Did they have any good programs to show? Zhu Xiaotai waved his hand and said, well, it's not settled. You don't have to take this matter to heart. Go back and work hard. Xiao Zhang quickly got up and said, okay, Director Zhu, I'll go back first. After Xiao Zhang left, Zhu Xiaotai stuffed his body back into the chair. He felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment, opened the browser on his computer, and logged into the Waves blog. Waves blog. The novel version of Autumn in My Heart has been updated on Lu Chen's blog for 20 days in a row, with 3,000 words updated a day. Now it has reached 60,000 words, which is exactly the content of 4 episodes. There are many bloggers who update novels on Waves blog. Whether it is out of personal hobbies or to attract fans through blogs, blog novels have become a part of online literature. Domestic online literature began in 2000, and has now developed into a considerable industry. There are as many as dozens of large-scale literary websites. In particular, in recent years, the IP fever has created a large number of bubbles, further pushing up the popularity of online literature. The top online writers can earn tens of millions of yuan a year. But precisely because the value of IP is getting greater and greater, most literary websites are very tight on copyrights, and the contracts signed with authors often include all copyrights. Therefore, many authors who are unwilling to be restricted will move their platforms to more open and free blogs, forums, or QQ circles. Of course, without the support of a mature platform, it is also very difficult to make money by selling copyright. Lu Chen updated Autumn in My Heart on Waves blog, mainly to promote and build momentum for the TV series that is being filmed, and secondly to pave the way for the publication of physical novels. Domestic physical novels are a real big market. Compared with the rampant piracy on the internet, the situation of the publishing market is better. There is no shortage of physical authors with an annual income of hundreds of millions. Autumn in My Heart was updated and published on Waves blog, mainly attracting Lu Chen's fans, especially girls who like this kind of urban emotional theme. This group of fans is actually not many. So in the beginning, the number of clicks, forwards, and comments on Lu Chen's novel blog posts was not high, but gradually, the popularity became higher and higher. The main reason is that the novel has a strong story, especially for girls. The misplaced fate and entangled feelings between the protagonists deeply attracted them, and they read and comment on it every day. Many female fans have become free water armies. They spontaneously distributed the sorted-out chapters to major literary forums, and established the Autumn in My Heart novel bar. Without Lu Chen and Lu Chen Studios' deliberate attention, the number of members of the Autumn in My Heart novel bar has exceeded 50,000, and the number of posts has reached hundreds of thousands, which is no weaker than many popular online novels. In turn, the spread of the novel attracted a lot of fans, which pushed up the public's expectations for the TV version of Autumn in My Heart. On December 1st, Lu Chen, Chen Fei-er, Chanda Brothers Pictures and Hygiene Satellite TV simultaneously released news on their respective blogs, saying that Autumn in My Heart had officially signed with Hygiene TV station and would premiere on satellite TV at 8:30 p.m. on Saturday, December 12. This news, for many fans of Lu Chen and fans of the novel Autumn in My Heart, really meant that Autumn in My Heart had been called out thousands of times. As a result, Autumn in My Heart quickly appeared on the hot search list on the homepage of Inspire blog. On December 2nd, 2 big verified accounts and 2 official verified accounts released the trailer of Autumn in My Heart at the same time. In this 3-minute trailer, Your Eyes was officially played as the theme song. The TV series version of Autumn in My Heart was fully launched. The domestic film and television industry was unprecedentedly prosperous. A large amount of capital poured into the industry, and the competition was extremely fierce. A TV series, even if it was made by a big director, a big star, or a big IP, was unimaginable without publicity and hype. No party would do such a stupid thing. Good wine fears no dark alley. It was already a thing of the past. The days when a TV series could easily get hundreds of ratings had already become history. Now it was a new era of national marketing. Previously, Lu Chen updated the novel on his blog, as well as the news of Chen Feier joining the cast as the female lead in advance, were actually part of the TV series marketing. But these were just small skirmishes. If they wanted to compete for ratings, this level of publicity was far from enough. Therefore, the representatives of Lu Chen's studio, Chen Feier Studio, Chanda Brothers Pictures, and Hygiene TV sat down again and began to discuss the publicity matters. Although the publicity channels of the investors and broadcasters were different, it was very important to coordinate and unify, so that they could avoid misplacement or conflict of publicity, save money, and maximize the publicity effect. The exchange was still held in the hotel of Jinling Film and Television City. Lu Chen and Chen Feier, who were busy filming, took time out to attend. The focus of everyone's discussion, in addition to the publicity funds and scale of investment, was mainly on the publicity strategy. The publicity strategy was really very important. A good publicity plan could make an investment of 1 yuan produce 10 or even 100 yuan of publicity effect, and vice versa. Especially in today's internet era, the public had long been accustomed to all kinds of indiscriminate bombardment by the media, and they were not surprised by the endless means of publicity. It was getting harder and harder to make a job for an online promoter. Therefore, everyone needed to brainstorm and come up with new ideas. After all, the early publicity time was very short. Sister Zhang suggested, why don't we just hype up the scandal between Lu Chen and Feier? Sister Zhang's real name was Xianxia. She was Chen Feier's assistant, and had been by Chen Feier's side for more than 10 years. She was not Chen Feier's first assistant, but she was undoubtedly the most trusted person by his side. This middle-aged woman in her 40s had a plain appearance, and she spoke softly. She did not usually speak much, but her support and help for Chen Feier was unmatched by others, so Chen Feier attached great importance to her opinion. Sister Zhang also attended the meeting, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she dropped a bomb. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lu Chen and Chen Feier. Most of them agreed and looked forward to it. Whether it was the film and television industry or the entertainment industry, using scandals to hype up movies, TV series, or albums was a completely normal method, and it often worked every time, always attracting attention. Some celebrities even never got tired of it. Every time a new TV series was about to be released, they would create a scandal. Although the majority of netizens were already tired of watching, every time they saw this kind of gossip, they would always click on it out of habit, take a look, and then spit and ridicule. They did not care about being scolded, because the publicity effect was achieved, and the cost was very low. Many entertainment media were very willing to hype up scandals, even if it was free. The most important thing was that both Lu Chen and Chen Feier had the foundation to hype up. One was a talent, and the other was a heavenly queen, and they already had scandals in the past. Now that they were working together in a TV series, it was normal to create a new scandal. And it was the most economical. There was no need to give red packets to the reporters. As long as the news leaked out, there would definitely be a large number of paparazzi coming. If they were willing to spend some advertising fees, it would be a sure thing to make the headlines. In fact, there were a lot of paparazzi at the filming site of Autumn in My Heart. But the premise was that Chen Feier was willing. Among the people present, Chen Feier had the highest status. She had the natural right to speak, so everyone had to listen carefully, and no one could ignore her opinion. As someone close to Chen Feier, the reason why Sister Zhang made such a suggestion was that she knew very well that Chen Feier would not be disgusted by it. The target of the scandal was Lu Chen. In fact, her suggestion was also a leak, and smart people would naturally understand the meaning behind it. Most of the people present were smart people. Chen Feier hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Lu Chen. Just as Sister Zhang thought, Chen Feier was not disgusted by the scandal, and she wanted to listen to Lu Chen's opinion. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Don't hype up the scandal." Of course, Lu Chen understood the benefits of hyping up the scandal, but he did not like this kind of hype very much. Chen Feier's eyes flashed with a smile, and she asked, "Then do you have any good ideas?" She understood Lu Chen's thoughts. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's do a promotional activity on the blog." That's it. Everyone looked at each other, and they were very disappointed. Using the blog to promote was the most common practice. There were countless activities on the blog, especially the lucky draw. Doing a lucky draw should be attractive, but the effect was very ordinary. Most of the netizens were going for the prize. Lu Chen continued, "My idea is to do a couple cover show. The song to be covered is the theme song of Autumn in My Heart, Your Eyes. As long as you upload a cover video through your personal blog, you can participate. The prize can be a high bonus, a romantic European double trip, or even a cameo role in Autumn in My Heart." Couple cover show? Chen Feier's eyes suddenly lit up. This idea was really fresh. The bonus prize was secondary. The key was to closely follow the theme of the TV series, which had selling points and connotations. Such an event was neither vulgar nor vulgar, warm and romantic, and would definitely attract a lot of people to participate. Then the publicity effect would be there, and the cost was not high. Even a romantic European double trip would only cost tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Chen continued, "As for the judges, Sister Feier and I will be the judges. We can also invite Flying Stone Records to participate, which is also a publicity warm-up for Sister Feier's new record." Chen Feier pursed her lips and said with a smile, "I can ask Big Brother Lin to help and let him be a judge." Sister Zhang said with a smile, "Then it will soon become half of Singing China." The Big Brother Lin in Chen Feier's mouth was, of course, Lin Jijia, the music director of Flying Stone Records. She and Lin Jijia were both judges of Singing China, and Lu Chen was the winner of the singing competition. It was really not wrong to say that it was half of Singing China competition, Lu Chen proposed, and Chen Feier supported it, and the idea was really good, so it was immediately decided. Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages, Building C3, Female Dormitory. In Dormitory 305, Tong Tong was leaning against the headboard with a pink laptop on her lap. A music video was playing on the 13-inch HD screen. A beautiful voice came out of the hi-fi sound system and echoed in the room. "I don't want your eyes to see the sadness of the world again. Throw yourself into the wind and rain and depend on each other. Looking into your eyes, there are too many tears. My heart aches for you every step of love." After the song finished playing, Tong Tong subconsciously swiped her fingers and was ready to press the replay button. She wanted to listen to it again. Ah. Suddenly, a round head popped out from her upper bunk and said angrily, "Tong, how many more times do you want to listen to it before you're satisfied? My ears are getting calluses." Tong Tong subconsciously closed her laptop and giggled. Okay, I'm not listening to it anymore." The roommate sleeping on top was her classmate and also her best friend. She liked the duet love song called Your Eyes very much and also liked the new music video. Tong Tong was a fan of Chen Feier and Lu Chen. Last night, Chen Feier and Lu Chen forwarded the new blog post of Hygiene Wei's Inspector V at the same time. From December 4th to December 30th, Hygiene Satellite TV held a couple cover show competition on Wave's blog. Any blogger could participate and set up a generous prize. The so-called couple cover show was a cover of the love song Your Eyes by the blogger. As long as the video was uploaded to the designated blog link, the contestant would be able to participate. The grand prize was 50,000 yuan and a 7-day trip to Europe for a couple. The first prize was also 30,000 yuan and a pair of watches. The preliminary selection of the couple cover show was decided by bloggers. The judges for the final selection included Chen Feier, Lu Chen, and Lin Jijia. As long as they made it to the final selection, there would be a very attractive prize. In addition, Chen Feier and Lu Chen also released the edited version of the music video of Your Eyes on their respective blogs. The content of the music video was interspersed with the scenes of the two shooting Autumn in My Heart and the video of them singing to each other in the recording studio. Tong Tong had watched this music video 10 times, she really liked this song. In addition to Happy Song, Tong Tong also had a special feeling for this music video, which was not particularly exquisite. She had a feeling that Chen Feier and Lu Chen might really have an unusual relationship, just as many fans had said. When the two people sang to each other, their eye contact was so tacit and natural, especially the emotion contained in Chen Feier's eyes, which made Tong Tong unable to believe that it was a fake performance. If this was considered acting, then Chen Feier could really compete for an Oscar. This discovery made Tong Tong look forward to the premiere of Autumn in My Heart on Hygiene Satellite TV on the 12th. She had read the novel updated by Lu Chen's blog every day. Her best friend said, since you like it so much, why don't you also participate in this cover show competition? How about I record it for you? I guarantee the effect will be top-notch. Tong Tong couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is a couple duet. How can I do it alone? Her best friend laughed. Isn't Senior Chen from the International Trade Department wooing you? Wouldn't he be amused if you asked him for help? Senior brother Chen's singing is also quite good. Last year, his solo performance won the third prize. Tong Tong's face immediately turned red. Nonsense. Her best friend laughed. I knew you wouldn't admit it. In fact, Tong Tong, you really chose the wrong major. You can sing so well. It's a waste to study accounting. You should participate in singing competitions, just like Mu Xiaochu. She's a big star now. In Beijing Institute of Foreign Languages, Mu Xiaochu of the Department of English Education is a legend. Half a year ago, when she was a freshman, she participated in Beijing Television's first reality show, Singing China. With her pure and moving appearance and sweet and beautiful voice, she went all the way to the final competition, and finally won the top 5 places, and successfully signed a contract with Flying Stone Records. After signing the contract, Mu Xiaochu became a member of MSN Beautiful Girl Group, and released her debut album last month and sold well. MSN has become one of the most popular girl groups at present. Now, Mu Xiaochu has officially dropped out of school. It is said that she is busy going on shows every day, running announcements and shooting advertisements. She is famous and beneficial, which makes many girls outside Beijing envious and jealous. Tong Tong is also very envious of this student of the same age and school, and she also knows that Mu Xiaochu and Lu Chen have a very good relationship. The two are like brother and sister. Lu Chen has also written 3 songs for MSN that have been on the original music chart. Many people say that if it weren't for the good relationship between Lu Chen and Mu Xiaochu, he might not be so attentive. But Tong Tong is not jealous of Mu Xiaochu's luck, because she knows that her appearance and voice are not as good as the latter. Singing is just her hobby and can't be regarded as a career in life. However, at this moment, her best friend's suggestion inadvertently touched her feelings. Really want to give it a try? Tong Tong couldn't help but be moved. Then how should we shoot it? They can't just casually get together and sing blindly, take a picture of it on their mobile phone and take it to the competition, can they? Tong Tong is not vain, but she is also a little strong. Since she is singing, she must sing to her best friend said, let's go to the music classroom. It's fully equipped. I know the counselor in charge. Tong Tong hesitated, that's not good, is it? Her best friend sneered and said, what's not good about it? You listen to me. Even if we can't win the grand prize, we have to win the first prize. Ring ring ring, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang, which startled Tong Tong. Before she could react, her best friend on the upper bunk hung half of her body, grabbed the guardrail of the bed with her right hand, and picked up the microphone with her left hand at lightning speed. She answered and asked, hello, who are you looking for? Tong Tong has always admired her best friend's ability to grab the phone. Ah? Senior brother Chen, are you looking for Tong Tong? Her best friend chatted with the other party and laughed, what are you looking for her for? When Tong Tong heard it was senior brother Chen, she suddenly became a little anxious. She glared and said, give me the phone. Her best friend didn't give it to her. Want to invite Tong Tong to dinner? Is there a share for me? Is that so? Ha ha ha. She proudly held the phone. Since you are so polite, let me tell you one thing. Do you know? Tong Tong is going to participate in the couple cover show competition of Waves blog. She lacks a partner. What couple cover show? Go on the blog and have a look. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. After hanging up the phone, her best friend smiled sinisterly and said, hurry up and thank me. Tong Tong instantly became violent, and her hands reached for the other party's waist. Ah! Her best friend screamed in fear and quickly shrank back to her bed to avoid the attack from Tong Tong. In the dormitory, the laughter of the two girls echoed. Until the phone rang again. In the end, Tong Tong still accepted senior brother Chen's invitation and brought her best friend for lunch. In the afternoon, the three returned to the music classroom. Her best friend pestered the counselor to borrow the key, and then filmed a cover video in the music classroom. The filming process was not easy. Because she was not familiar with the equipment, it took a long time to play the accompaniment music downloaded from the internet. After the preparation was finished, senior brother Chen became nervous again and completely lost his normal level of singing. It was not until the evening, after repeated practice and running in, that the recording was finally successful. After treating the counselor to dinner, Tong Tong left her pitiful senior brother and pulled her best friend back to the dormitory. She could not wait to upload the copy of the cover video for review through the relevant page of Wave's blog. What surprised Tong Tong was that in just one day, there were 1,759 cover videos that had passed the review and were listed on the main page of the couple cover show for everyone to click, comment, and vote on. Out of curiosity, Tong Tong and her best friend sat together on the bed and watched other people's cover videos. Most of these videos were crudely shot with a mobile phone. Many people did not even have the standard of a KTV, but they still dared to sing loudly and bravely, singing a sad song Your Eyes and making it full of jokes. What made Tong Tong and her best friend laugh the most was that other than the most common male and female duet, there were also male and female groups singing. They did not know how they passed the review. Especially the male and female groups, who sang so affectionately that Tong Tong and her best friend felt like they were blind. Or could a male and female group also be considered a couple? But there were also a few couple singers who showed very high professional standards. Even if they could not be compared to the original version, they had their own highlights and characteristics, which was refreshing to watch. These contestants were undoubtedly recorded with professional equipment, and some were even filmed in a recording studio, showing a high degree of restoration compared to the original version. Today was also the first day of the cover show competition. In the foreseeable future, there would definitely be more and more high-quality works participating. This made Tong Tong and her best friend very depressed, feeling that today's hard work had been wasted. They probably had no hope of winning an award for the things they filmed. Her best friend comforted her, the most important thing is to participate. As long as we are happy, we don't have to fight with others for the ranking. Tong Tong nodded, she could only comfort herself like that. She decided not to pay attention to this matter anymore and focused on the TV series that was premiering next week. The couples cover show competition organized by Hygiene TV on the blog Waves had received unexpected enthusiastic feedback since the competition began on the 4th, forming a huge craze. The number of works participating in the competition was shocking. On the first day, they received nearly 2,000 works, and on the second day, it directly doubled. In just 3 days, it broke 10,000 works, and related search terms were very popular on the blog. The biggest beneficiary was the song Your Eyes itself. Its number of views on major music stations and video websites kept rising, and it quickly became a popular song on the internet. Many people called it the most outstanding and touching love song of the year. As for the singers, Xianxia and Lu Chen, there were rumors again. Click. Click, the sound of a shutter being pressed was heard in the restaurant, accompanied by a dazzling flash of light. A short and strong young man was standing behind the buffet table, holding a black SLR camera with both hands. He bent forward and pressed the shutter desperately with his fingers, completely ignoring the fact that his actions were disturbing the guests. Several waiters nearby were stunned at first, but then they reacted and surrounded him angrily. This Marriott hotel was an international 5-star hotel chain. Because it was adjacent to Jinling Film City, it had become the first choice for many celebrities to stay when they came to film. The hotel's security force was naturally very strong. For example, the suites above could not be sneaked in. However, the restaurant was open to the public, so it was common for paparazzi to sneak in and take photos. To ensure privacy, it was best to eat in a private room. However, the paparazzi's subject happened to not go to the private room tonight, so it caused a small disturbance. Before the waiters could stop him, the paparazzi turned around and ran away with the camera. He was agile enough to participate in a sports competition. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the door. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Now, he finally truly felt the troubles of being a star. Chen Fei, who was sitting across from Lu Chen, chuckled and said, "It's good that you're used to it. It's your fault for not going to the private room." It was very late when they came back from filming. Lu Chen and Chen Fei had dinner in the hotel restaurant. Considering that it was just to fill their stomachs, and there were only 4 people, they randomly found a seat in the hall. They did not expect paparazzi to follow them into the restaurant and brazenly take photos. The photos would probably appear on the entertainment section of a certain website in the evening, and then it would be accompanied by a sensational headline to hype up the scandal between him and Xianxia. These days, there was a sudden increase in the number of entertainment reporters around the filming site of Autumn in My Heart. The main reason was the popularity of the TV series, especially the couple cover show competition organized by Hygiene TV on the blog Waves, which set off a craze for selfies on the internet. It was said that there were already tens of thousands of entries in the competition. It was truly astounding. Lu Chen's idea was unanimously approved by everyone. Spending 100 yuan to get 1,000 yuan worth of publicity, and the number of fans of Hygiene Satellite TV's official V's blog increased significantly. However, this craze also brought him and Xianxia a lot of trouble. The public became very interested in the relationship between the two. Tracing back to the source, the last time the two of them had a meal together in Jinling, the paparazzi secretly took photos of them, which caused a huge uproar. Although the rumor was successfully quelled, the root was also buried. Now that the two of them were starring in a TV series together and had even sung the theme song of a love song, it would be strange if others did not suspect something. Sister Zhang, who was sitting at the same table, was very calm. She said, "Don't worry about them. Just make a statement when the time comes." It was a solid fact that Lu Chen and Xianxia were in a relationship, and it was impossible to hide it. However, it was not a wise choice to make it public now. It was best to let the big side take its course and wait for things to come to fruition in the future. As for the scandal, no matter what others said, the two of them said that they were good friends and friendly siblings. They did not completely deny it, nor did they openly admit it. It would be good to let everyone get used to it. In fact, many couples in the entertainment industry were like this. As long as they were not caught being intimate, using this vague strategy was the best way. This way, the media would have a topic to talk about, and it would not cause some fanatical fans to cause trouble. Moreover, if they broke up in the future, and others asked about it, they would just laugh and say, "We were good friends. We weren't in a relationship at all. How could we break up?" It was too common in the entertainment industry to break up. Those who knew how to protect themselves would wear a mask. Those who were not shrewd would not be able to survive in this industry. Even if there were such people, they were all pretending. Therefore, it was not a big deal for the paparazzi to take photos of Lu Chen and Xianxia having dinner together. The two assistants were there, and it was a simple explanation. However, what Lu Chen was really worried about was not himself, but his family. Although Lu Xi knew about the relationship between the two of them, she did not tell her mother. However, it could not stop the scandal from spreading. Many acquaintances in Binhai asked Fang Yun and even Lu Shui, "Is your family's Lu Chen really in a relationship with Xianxia?" Yesterday and today, Fang Yun and Lu Shui called him respectively, which made Lu Chen a little disturbed. If he told the truth to a big mouth like Lu Shui, it was guaranteed that it would be spread all over her WeChat moments. "My sister-in-law is Xianxia," Lu Chen could totally imagine his sister showing off proudly. It was not easy to be in a relationship as a star. After a hurried dinner, Lu Chen returned to the room where he lived. As soon as he made a cup of tea and sat down on the sofa, he heard the door beep, and then it was pushed open. Xianxia flashed in lightly. The business suite that Lu Chen booked was equipped with 2 access cards. He carried one with him, and the other was given to Xianxia, who lived next door. The reason was obvious. After closing the door, Xianxia walked to Lu Chen and sat down next to him. She asked softly, "Were you unhappy just now?" Lu Chen couldn't help laughing. "Why would I be?" He reached out and held the beauty in his arms. Smelling the familiar fragrance, he only felt happy and at peace in his heart. It felt so good to have someone by his side. Xianxia leaned softly in his arms and said, "Why don't we just make our relationship public?" Lu Chen lowered his head and kissed her on the cheek. He said, "Don't worry. Take your time." Lu Chen's attitude towards relationships had always been very serious, especially his and Xianxia's situation was relatively special, so he couldn't act willfully. If they hurt each other, it would be too late for regrets. In Lu Chen's heart, he hoped that one day, his achievements and honor would be enough to match Chen Feier's, so he could propose to her in front of everyone. Perhaps this idea was a little chauvinistic, but it came from his heart. Lu Chen also believes that this day will not be too far away. Chen Feier nodded. She understood the thoughts of the little man she was relying on now. She didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she was happy. A man without ambition, and ambition wasn't worthy of her true love. Chen Feier raised her head and took the initiative to give a kiss, enjoying the warm time that belonged to the two of them. Their breath was like the fragrance of orchids, and their tongues were entangled like glue. Chen Feier, who couldn't help but kiss passionately, grabbed Lu Chen's strange hand that reached into her dress. She rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, stood up and said, "Let's watch the video of the competition." Lu Chen reluctantly retracted his hand, reminiscing the infinitely wonderful feeling that remained on his fingertips. Looking at the resentment on his face, Chen Feier held back her laughter and comforted him by kissing him again. She stood up and said, "I'll go get the computer." She flew away like a butterfly with a fragrant wind, and then immediately returned. She brought back the laptop that was originally placed in the study. What the two of them watched together was, of course, the video of the couple's cover show competition. So far, the number of participants who uploaded cover videos on Waves's blog had exceeded 50,000. Considering that this was a love song duet, the actual number of participants had undoubtedly reached more than 100,000. This was quite an astonishing number. There were still 5 days before the submission deadline, and the total number would inevitably increase. Although there was the temptation of generous prizes, the enthusiasm of the general public couldn't be erased. With so many videos, Lu Chen and Chen Feier definitely couldn't watch all of them. The two of them were actually watching relatively outstanding and unique works selected by Hygiene Satellite TV. The number of these works accounted for less than 1%, although the preliminary selection was based on the blog voting system. The organizer also had the right to recommend works. And among these carefully selected works, many of them made Lu Chen and Chen Feier admire. The two sat on the sofa and snuggled up to each other, watching couples singing their love songs on the computer screen. This feeling was really wonderful and hard to describe in words. If it had to be described, it might be warm, beautiful, happy, sweet. It was warm, beautiful, blissful, sweet. Time always flew by so quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was December 12th. At 8:30 p.m., the urban romance drama Love in My Heart, created and starring Lu Chen and starring Chen Feier as the female lead, premiered on Hygiene Satellite TV. At the same time, the premiere was also on QQ Video Network. Domestic video websites emerged with the popularization of high-speed networks, and the speed of development was extremely rapid. Large-scale video websites such as Youshur Video, Tomato Video, QQ Video, and so on emerged. The registered members were often in the tens of millions, and the paid members had initially formed a scale. Unlike movies, the premiere of TV dramas basically included 2 parts, TV stations and the internet. In other words, the money that could be sold on both sides at the same time was nothing more than the price. The TV series Love in My Heart was approached by Youshur Video, Tomato Video, and QQ Video, but the first 2 were not very interested and offered a low price, so it was eventually won by the rich QQ Video. At present, among the domestic video websites, Youshur Video was the well-deserved leader, occupying the largest market share. However, QQ Video, with the advantage of its backstage, launched fierce competition with Youshur Video, and had a great tendency to catch up. The money paid to buy Love in My Heart was not much for them. Similarly, QQ Video did not focus on promoting the show. It only advertised the trailer on its homepage for 3 days, and vigorously promoted its own self-produced drama, Sweet President. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the first episode of the 2nd season of Urban Love, which once rejected Lu Chen, was broadcast on Beijing Film and Television Channel on the same day and at the same time. Binhai City, Jingxing District. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and a bright moon was hanging high in the night sky. The bright moonlight and the lights of thousands of families in the world reflected each other. A cool breeze was blowing, and the artificial lake in the district was sparkling. It was a quiet and serene scene. The door of the Lu's villa opened, and Fang Yun saw the 2 guests out. She said to a chubby middle-aged woman, "Sister Wang, take care. Be careful on the road." Okay, Yun, you don't have to see us off. We'll go back by ourselves. The middle-aged woman had a rich face, and her eyes narrowed into two slits with a smile. She quietly nudged the middle-aged man in a suit beside her with her elbow. The middle-aged man was in his 40s, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a square face. His obviously dyed hair was neatly combed, and there was some hair oil on it. Under the light, it seemed to be waxed. He stared at Fang Yun, and an imperceptible heat flashed in his eyes. Fang Yun was a well-known beauty when she was young. She gave birth to Lu Shi, Lu Shui, and Lu Chen with Father Lu. Each of them was more outstanding than the other, and their genes were naturally excellent. Although Fang Yun had aged a lot because of the family changes in the past 2 years, she no longer worked day and night since Lu Chen paid off the heavy debt of the family and redeemed the family villa. Her spirit and appearance had returned to their original level, and she had an outstanding temperament. Especially now, she was standing at the door and smiling, which had a special charm. The square-faced man was unconsciously attracted, and he only reacted after being reminded by Sister Wang. He quickly said, "Miss Fang, I'm really sorry to bother you tonight. I want to treat you to dinner tomorrow night, no need." Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Fang Yun. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have to supervise my daughter's homework at night, so I'm sorry." Although she said sorry, there was no apology on Fang Yun's face, and even a little cold and indifferent. The square-faced man was given the cold shoulder and couldn't help but look embarrassed. Big Sister Wang saw that the situation was not good and wanted to say a few words to smooth things over. However, Fang Yun didn't give her a chance to speak. At all. She turned around and walked back into the living room, closing the door on her way out. The two people outside the door could only leave resentfully. Fang Yun sat on the sofa and sighed faintly. She couldn't help but touch the space between her eyebrows. Sister Wang was a colleague from her unit. She usually liked to matchmake people. Square-faced was her distant cousin, the deputy mayor of a town under Binhai City. Sister Wang wanted to introduce her cousin, who was said to have divorced a few years ago, to Fang Yun. After being declined by Fang Yun, she came directly to the door, so that Fang Yun had to pretend to be polite. They were all colleagues in the same unit, and they saw each other all the time. Fang Yun couldn't not give him face. However, since the other party wanted to take the opportunity to get close to her, she had nothing to worry about and directly rejected him. Otherwise, if he were to be entangled by it, it would definitely be troublesome. Moreover, Sister Wang hadn't been so enthusiastic before. Now she was eagerly coming over. Who knew what she was thinking? Since Lu Qingxing's death, even in the most difficult times, she had never thought of looking for someone to rely on. It was enough for her to have 3 obedient and sensible children. Now life was getting better and better. Lu Chen and Lu Shi were both promising, so Fang Yun had no more ideas. She didn't want to get married again, not at all. In 2 years, Lu Shui would go to college. She had to think about Lu Shi and Lu Chen's marriage, and she had to take care of the children in the future. Fang Yun was very satisfied with such a life. It was just that Lu Chen was now a star. It was said that stars would get married very late, otherwise it would affect their careers. As for having children, she really didn't know when it would be, and Lu Shi was helping her brother manage the studio in the capital. She was so busy that she could only talk for a few minutes on the phone. How could she find a suitable boyfriend like this? The more Fang Yun thought about it, the more she felt that she had endless worries. "Mom." While Fang Yun was lost in thought, Lu Shui ran down the stairs. She stood on the stairs and looked into the living room. When she saw that only Fang Yun was there, she immediately breathed a big sigh of relief. "Have the 2 annoying guys left?" Fang Yun said, "Don't be impolite. Is your little butt itchy again?" Lu Shui ran down and sat next to her. She held her mother's arm with a mischievous smile and said, "It was very annoying, especially that man. He was so disgusting that I didn't even have enough to eat." She pretended to be innocent, which was really hard to criticize. Fang Yun shook her head helplessly. Sister Wang's cousin couldn't be said to be bad, but Fang Yun didn't like the look in his eyes. She didn't want to mention that person again. She said, "Don't you want to watch TV? Go and turn it on yourself." "Yes." Lu Shui jumped 3 feet high. "It's about to start." At 8:30 that evening, the TV series Autumn in My Heart, created and starred by Lu Chen, would premiere on Hygiene Satellite TV. She must watch it as soon as possible to support her brother. Ding dong. As soon as she finished speaking, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Lu Shui and Fang Yun couldn't help but look at each other. Could it be that the two people just now were back? That would be too disappointing. Xiaoxia, a clear call came from outside the door. It's Xiaoyu. Lu Shui recognized the visitor's voice. She was overjoyed and hurried to open the door. When the door opened, Lu Shui was immediately surrounded by three young girls. Xiaoyu. Xiaofeng. Wenwen. Why are you here? These three girls were all Lu Shui's friends. Three of them were her junior high school classmates, and one was her senior high school classmate. All three of them lived in the Jingsheng district and had a very close relationship in the past. Later, Lu Shui moved with Fang Yun to the local tax bureau's dormitory. They didn't have much contact with each other, but their friendship was still there. Now that they had moved back and lived in the same district, it was inevitable that they would often visit each other. A girl with a ponytail smiled and said, "We're here to accompany you to watch your brother's TV series. And your TV is so big, it's very comfortable to watch. By the way, is your brother still filming in Jinling?" When the original villa was redecorated, considering that Fang Yun loved to watch TV series, Lu Chen simply bought a new home theater set and placed it in the living room. The LCD TV was a 4K ultra-high-definition 70-inch LCD TV. Lu Shui said with a smile, "Ma Xiaofeng, to be honest, you care so much about my brother. Do you want to be my sister-in-law? Then you have to bribe me first." Among her friends, Ma Xiaofeng was the most concerned about Lu Chen's situation. She often pulled her aside and asked all sorts of questions. The girl with the ponytail was embarrassed. "Of course not." The other girl beside her smiled and said, "That must be it. She was the one who dragged us here." "You're still talking." The girl with the ponytail was so embarrassed that she tickled the other girl, and the girls immediately laughed. This added endless vitality to the big villa. Seeing that the girls were too crazy, Fang Yun couldn't help but say, "Xiaoxue, hurry up and let Xiaoyu and the others in." Lu Shui, who was grabbing Ma Xiaofeng, stuck out her tongue. "Come in quickly, it's about to start." Only then did the three girls realize that Fang Yun was sitting on the sofa. They were very embarrassed and blushed. They quickly said, "Hello, Auntie." "Hello," Fang Yun smiled and stood up. "Everyone, come and sit down. I'll get you some snacks." "No need to trouble Auntie." "Thank you, Auntie." "Mom, I'll do it," the girls chattered and sat down on the sofa one after another. Lu Shui went to turn on the power of the television. After the TV was turned on, she took the remote control and adjusted the channel to Hygiene Satellite TV station. A high-definition picture appeared in an instant, and an advertisement was playing. After the advertisement, the first episode of Autumn in My Heart was officially broadcast. Lu Shui hurriedly shouted, "Mom, you're coming. The TV is starting." Her three friends were already sitting side by side, with 6 eyes fixed firmly on the screen. It's starting. Sitting in front of the TV to watch the premiere episode of Autumn in My Heart were not only Lu Shui and her friends, but also thousands of fans of Lu Chen and Chen Fei, as well as the audience attracted by the advertising. Because of copyright issues, Autumn in My Heart could not be broadcast live on Whale TV, so a large number of Lu Jiejun fans flocked to QQ Video to watch the premiere of the TV series. QQ Video has the function of sending barrage, so fans can also interact and comment here. The number of online viewers of Autumn in My Heart continued to rise. But 30 minutes ago, at 8 o'clock, QQ Video Network's self-produced drama Sweetheart President premiered before Autumn in My Heart, and a competitive collision between the two sides was formed. Sweetheart President is a year-end drama of QQ Video Network, with a total investment of up to 50 million yuan. Many well-known domestic actors joined, and a large number of young idols starred. QQ Video Network has high hopes for this self-produced drama, and its publicity offensive was launched 2 months ago. Originally, the premiere of the two TV series should not be on the same day. Although Autumn in My Heart was a foreign drama, QQ Video also spent a lot of money to buy the premiere rights. However, the premiere day of Sweetheart President has long been determined, and Autumn in My Heart has signed a contract with Hygiene Satellite TV. The time cannot be changed, and the former can't give way to the latter, so it happened on the same day. Due to the vigorous publicity campaign, coupled with a strong cast, and Sweetheart President was adapted from a popular online novel, it showed a trend of popularity as soon as it was broadcasted. In contrast, Autumn in My Heart, which mainly relied on the power of fans, was undoubtedly dwarfed. Dongzhou Department Store, Huangpu District, Shanghai. Dongzhou Department Store was a very famous shopping mall in Shanghai. It was located in the prime area of the city center, only a few hundred meters away from the Huangpu River. It was one of the favorite places for many Shanghai citizens to visit. Especially on weekend nights, the mall was particularly lively. Men and women with big and small bags came and went between the stores, swiping their credit cards to contribute to GDP. Even at 7 or 8 o'clock, the entrances of the restaurants on the 4th and 5th floors were still full of customers waiting for seats. In the central atrium of the mall, the performance stage was crowded around, and dozens of mall security guards were sweating profusely to maintain order, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In the evening, the crew of Sweetheart President held a promotional event. The male and female protagonists, the director, and the original author of the novel all appeared and interacted intimately with enthusiastic fans. Sweetheart President was part of QQ Video's plan to create a big IP. This self-made drama started shooting 2 months ago and gathered many domestic film and television stars. Among them, Tao Xiqing, who played the male protagonist, and Jing Yao, the female protagonist, were both quasi-A-list artists. At present, they were popular and had many fans. Sweetheart President was filmed in Shanghai, and Dongzhou Department Store was one of the sponsors. Many of the scenes in the drama were shot here. The evening promotional event was also part of the sponsorship contract. Amidst the cheers and shouts of fans, Tao Xiqing and Jing Yao, who had just sung a love song together, walked off the stage and prepared to go to the temporary backstage to rest for a while. At this time, a reporter with a nameplate on his chest, together with a cameraman holding a camera, came over and blocked the way of the two, and extended the microphone at the same time. The logo plate fixed on the microphone showed that this was a reporter from EasyNet Entertainment. Immediately afterward, 2 other media reporters came over and took a ride to get some entertainment news. Seeing such a scene, the two stopped at the same time and showed professional smiles. Such a promotional event was bound to involve reporters, and the organizers also paid money and gave red packets. Regardless of whether they were tired or not, it was their obligation to cooperate with the interview. The reporter from EasyNet first asked a few irrelevant questions, and suddenly asked Tao Xiqing, "The TV series Sweetheart President premiered on QQ Video tonight. As the male protagonist, what expectations do you have for the number of views?" The TV series Sweetheart Big President belongs to a network drama, which is only broadcasted on QQ Video. The most important standard to measure the performance is the number of views, which is equivalent to the ratings of TV stations. Compared to the authoritative ratings survey, the integrity of video websites in terms of the number of views was really much worse, especially for this kind of self-produced drama. It was very easy to casually create a large number. However, the integrity of big video websites such as Youshare and QQ is higher than that of competitors of small and medium-sized websites. Of course, the number of views was not the only metric. In response to the reporter's question, Tao Xiqing casually replied, "I believe that this TV series will achieve very good results. I am very confident in its quality. I believe that the audience will definitely like it." This kind of routine Q&A obviously can't meet the reporter's needs. He asked again, "As far as I know, there is a TV series Autumn in My Heart that will premiere on QQ Video tonight. What do you think of this competitor?" This kind of question had a hidden trap. If he didn't answer well, it would be easy for the media to make a big deal out of it. If entertainment news wanted to attract people's attention, it had to be explosive. Reporters loved to bicker with each other, but Tao Xiqing was not a newcomer. How could he step into this kind of trap? He glanced at the reporter quietly and said, "Autumn in My Heart is a very good work. This TV series premieres on the same day as Sweetheart President, which is a spur and motivation for us. I also wish Autumn in My Heart a success here." Tao Xiqing's answer could be said to be watertight. In fact, He hadn't even seen the trailer of Autumn in My Heart. He only knew that there was such a drama, which was starred by the singer Heavenly Queen Xianxia, that was all. But this didn't prevent Tao Xiqing from pretending to know it very well. He didn't flatter or belittle it, which made him look very sophisticated. The EasyNet reporter saw that he couldn't get anything out of his mouth, so he turned to Jing Yao with the microphone in his hand. Then, Miss Jing Yao, what do you think of Autumn in My Heart? Jing Yao smiled. Her smile looked a little cold and said, I don't think Autumn in My Heart will be our opponent. There is no comparison between the two dramas. And, Tao Xiqing turned to look at Jing Yao in surprise. Did you take the wrong medicine, or are you deliberately hyping up the topic? Jing Yao was not a newcomer, so she had a sense of propriety in her words and actions. Her answer was obviously over the top. The reporter immediately became excited and quickly asked, what do you mean there is no comparison? Jing Yao ignored Tao Xiqing's hint and said bluntly, there is no comparison in all aspects. Whether it is the story, the investment, or the cast, Sweetheart President is much better. The reporter caught the problem. Autumn in My Heart is Xianxia's leading role. Jing Yao said lightly, she sings very well. After that, the female lead turned around and left, not giving the EasyNet reporter a chance to continue asking questions, but the EasyNet reporter was already satisfied and couldn't wait to go back to prepare the manuscript. This would definitely be an excellent topic to talk about. At 12 o'clock that night, the EasyNet Entertainment channel published relevant news content. The title was quite sensational. Jing Yao bombards Xianxia, she sings very well. The entertainment reporter vividly described the process of the interview with Jing Yao, and it was Jing Yao's last answer that stuck to the main theme. He pointed out that Jing Yao bombarded Xianxia only knew how to sing and didn't know how to act, so the latter's Autumn in My Heart could not be compared with Sweetheart President at all. Strictly speaking, the entertainment reporter did not mean to distort Jing Yao. Jing Yao's attitude in the interview was very obvious. In addition to EasyNet Entertainment, 2 other media also released news later, focusing on the competition between the 2 TV series, describing the 2 as mortal enemies, and irresponsibly speculating. So the storm was suddenly set off. In terms of status in the circle, Jing Yao was a bit far away from Xianxia. But in the film and television industry, the situation was a bit different. Jing Yao was a professional actress and had appeared in many films and TV series. And Xianxia had only made a cameo appearance in a few movies, which belonged to a playful nature. Jing Yao used her acting skills to ridicule Xianxia, but it really couldn't be said that she was talking irresponsibly. She was a professional. The key was that last night, Sweetheart President and Autumn in My Heart premiered on QQ Video at the same time. The former had more than 7 million views, while the latter only had 1.4 million. The gap was really a bit big. Jing Yao, as the heroine, appeared in the first episode, while Xianxia had to wait until next Saturday to appear in the play, which happened to be a time difference. Lu Chen didn't see the news until noon the next day. At this time, on the Waves blog, the gossip about Jing Yao bombarding Xianxia has been spread widely. In Jing Yao's blog, countless Xianxia fans scolded her to pieces, and many Jing Yao fans went to Xianxia's blog to ridicule her. The 2 sides were in full swing. How could this be? Lu Chen was very puzzled. He couldn't help but ask Xianxia, who was sitting opposite him, do you have a grudge against her? Both of them were on the set. It was now the lunch break time. It was only when Li Feiyu brought him his mobile phone to show him the entertainment news that he found out, so he was full of questions and puzzlement. It should be known that unless they wanted to deliberately hype up, if there was no hatred, any star artist with a little bit of status would not easily quarrel with each other, and let others see a joke for no reason. Of course, Xianxia knew about this a long time ago, but he didn't tell Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen asked, she smiled faintly and said, it was probably once before. Someone originally asked her to play a role, but then they found me. I didn't know at the time. I couldn't save face, so I acted. I didn't know that there was such a thing until later. It turned out to be like this. Lu Chen suddenly understood. He couldn't help but ask, what if you had known at the time? Xianxia said proudly, I was giving face to my friend, and it had nothing to do with her. She likes to think too much of herself, but that's her own business. Lu Chen smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Sister Fei is awesome. Chen Feier patted Lu Chen's hand and said coquettishly, "You're so annoying." Lu Chen chuckled and asked, "Then should I write a blog post to fight back against her?" He was very disgusted with this kind of person who made trouble out of nothing. He wanted to slap her back. Chen Feier shook her head and said, "There's no need. I asked Sister Zhang to temporarily refuse all interviews. Let the truth speak for itself. It's useless to say anything without results." Lu Chen nodded. He knew that Chen Feier didn't want to argue with Jing Yao. The two of them were in different positions. If they took it seriously, it would only make the other party proud. As long as the results of Autumn in My Heart were outstanding, Jing Yao's bombardment would naturally become a joke. And Chen Feier was the same as him. They both had to appear in the second half of the third episode, which would be aired next Saturday night. Therefore, it would only make them look lowly if they were to be noisy now. De Chen. At this time, Li Feiyu rushed over. He said excitedly, "The national ratings of Autumn in My Heart are out." Lu Chen suddenly became spirited and asked, "How much?" Chen Feier was also very concerned. Li Feiyu smiled and said, 0. 22%. 22%. The ratings were quite high. It was a perfect start for a TV series. Lu Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The previous depression was instantly gone. After entering the new century, the domestic film and television industry has developed extremely rapidly, forming a large-scale industry. By 2014, the output of domestic TV series, including co-produced ones, had exceeded 20,000 episodes, ranking first in the world. The fierce competition in the market was unimaginable to ordinary people. Whether it was self-produced or purchased TV series, TV stations recovered their costs and realized profits through advertisements at the beginning and end and in the middle. Ratings were the most important standard to reflect the value of advertising, and ratings survey naturally became an indispensable process. In the past, when the efficiency of TV advertising doubled, there were as many as a dozen domestic TV program ratings survey agencies. Because there was no fixed standard, coupled with the endless emergence of black box operations and insider trading, it presented a chaotic and disorderly situation. Some agencies didn't even have any qualifications, but they dared to make ratings rankings. The chaos in the market forced the state to intervene. The State Administration of Radio, Film and Television took the lead in joining hands with relevant departments to establish New Video Distance Company, which relied on its own powerful platform advantage to be responsible for the ratings survey of TV programs. At present, New Video Distance Company was the only state-owned third-party survey agency. Its survey data was the guiding indicator of the domestic TV media industry, and its authority and authenticity were beyond doubt. Autumn in My Heart premiered on Hygiene Satellite TV and QQ Video Network at the same time. The number of views of the first episode on QQ Video was 1.4 million plus, which was far behind the 7 million plus of QQ's self-produced drama, Sweetheart President. But compared with such data, its influence in the industry was actually very small. The reason was very simple. This platform was QQ Video's own. As long as it was willing, not to mention 7 million, even 70 million views could be easily done. Even if the big platform's integrity was relatively high, it was normal to add some data to itself. If a low-cost imported drama overran a high-investment self-produced drama, it would really become a joke. Therefore, the data of the number of views could be seen, but it couldn't be completely taken seriously. Whether it was Chen Feier or Lu Chen, including Chanda Brothers Pictures, they wouldn't take it seriously. The webcast copyright had been sold, and the number of views had nothing to do with the income of the three parties. QQ Video and Chanda Pictures did not sign a VAM agreement. Even if it broke 100 million on the first day, it wouldn't earn more money. If it had to be said, the level of the results had an impact on the next new series. But the ratings rankings released by New Video Distance Company were completely different. The level of the ratings had a great impact on the interests of everyone. 22%. Ever since Lu Chen decided to step into the film and television industry and used Autumn in My Heart as the cornerstone, he had a deep understanding of the significance of the TV ratings and had looked up a lot of information. Generally speaking, for a new drama without a big star joining or a huge amount of money to hype it up, It would be considered a success if the premiere episode's viewership ratings could reach 0.1%, and it would have the capital to continue to survive. Xianxia was the only big star in the TV series Autumn in My Heart. She really saved a lot of money for Autumn in My Heart. However, Xianxia was, after all, a heavenly queen of the music industry, not a best actress. She was extremely popular on the internet, and her appeal on traditional television screens was undoubtedly inferior. Therefore, whether it was Beijing television station or Shandong television station, the price offered for Autumn in My Heart was not high. It was lucky for a newcomer's new drama to be able to be broadcast on a big station. How much more did they want? Even Hygiene TV, which was later negotiated, gave a low price for the single collection, but they added a VAM agreement. And in this agreement, the starting point of the reward was an average domestic viewership rating of 0.25%. To put it bluntly, Hygiene TV also did not think that Autumn in My Heart could meet such a requirement. Not only Hygiene TV, but Xianxia Pictures also had an internal estimate of the viewership ratings of Autumn in My Heart. The premiere episode was 0.15% minus 0.18%, and the average domestic total viewership ratings of all 20 episodes were 0.18% minus 0.20%. The viewership ratings of the first episode that had just been released were really beyond most people's expectations. According to the latest data released by New Video Company, Autumn in My Heart relied on a 0.22% viewership rating to rank 6th among the same type of TV series, and 11th among all the domestic TV series that were broadcast on the same day. It was quite eye-catching. Lu Chen was naturally very happy and felt a little overjoyed. To be honest, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. Lu Chen had put a lot of effort into the birth of this TV series, and it was also an important support for him to enter the film and television industry. If he got off to a bad start, then the blow would undoubtedly be very heavy. Lu Chen was not afraid of setbacks. He was young enough and had the capital, but he did not want to be seen as a joke. Unfortunately, this was the viewership ratings of the first episode, and Xianxia had to appear in the third episode. Otherwise, it could be used to slap Jing Yao in the face. What was the number of views? Compare the viewership ratings before you show off. In the industry's criteria for judging the status of artists, the movie box office and TV ratings were important indicators. What the hell was the number of views? When Xianxia saw him beaming with joy, he couldn't help but pour cold water on him. Don't be happy too early. Let's talk about it next week. The early publicity cost of Autumn in My Heart was not very much, and the effect was still very good. In particular, Hygiene Satellite TV's Brother Love cover show event on the blog was vigorous and attracted a lot of attention. Therefore, it was not surprising that the first and second episodes had good ratings. The audience's curiosity had been aroused. Whether the show was wonderful or not, they would definitely have the idea of watching it. After these two episodes, the third and fourth episodes would continue to be broadcast next week to reflect the real ratings. Lu Chen understood this and nodded. The next day, on the evening of December 13th, the second episode of Autumn in My Heart was broadcast on Hygiene Satellite TV. It was broadcast simultaneously on QQ Video Network. At noon on the 14th, the ranking on the home page of New Video Company's official website was refreshed again. Autumn in My Heart suddenly jumped to third place in the same type of TV series, with a rating of 0.26%. As of 12 o'clock that day, the total number of views on QQ Video Network was more than 8 million. Although it was still big behind the 20 million plus views of Sweetheart President, in fact, the gap between the two has shortened a lot. This result also made many people surprised, shocked, jealous, and even unbelievable. Beijing, New Era Art Park. In an office in the film and television production department of Baolong Pictures, deputy manager Zhu Mingyi looked at the computer screen. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Autumn in My Heart, 0.26%/0.24%/003/009. A row of red data stung his eyes. This was the ratings data of Autumn in My Heart in New Video Network. The first place was the latest ratings, the second was the average ratings, the third was the ranking of the same type, and the fourth was the ranking of domestic dramas. In layman's terms, the ratings of this TV series were very good, but Zhu Mingyi's mood was terrible. Zhu Mingyi still remembered clearly how Lu Chen came to him with the script at that time and how he refused. Refusing a script was normal work for Zhu Mingyi. Lu Chen's requirements were too high, and he refused righteously. No one could say that he did something wrong. Lu Chen provided the script, asked to participate in the investment and play the leading actor, and also designated the leading actress and director. No one could agree to this, but Zhu Mingyi didn't expect that the leading actress designated by Lu Chen was actually Chen Fei. This inevitably made him a little passive. At that time, he refused Lu Chen without leaving any leeway. Otherwise, as long as he communicated more, the situation might be different. Maybe this TV series would be taken over by Baolong Pictures. What Zhu Mingyi could comfort himself was that even if the leading actress was Chen Fei, this kind of urban sadomasochistic film would not have much market. The ratings could not be guaranteed, and there was a huge risk in investment. That's what he said to his colleagues. This matter was quickly left behind by Zhu Mingyi. However, Autumn in My Heart stubbornly jumped into his sight, one of the hot topics on Wave's blog, the theme song of the recently popular Your Eyes, and the cover show competition. Zhu Mingyi couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to, so, in a trace of suffering, he began to pay attention to the ratings of the TV series. The first episode was 0.22%, and the second episode was 0.26%. Such results made Zhu Mingyi very speechless, and he felt that his face was a little hot. Although he didn't want to admit it, his professional experience told him that Autumn in My Heart was very likely to be popular. The mystery lay in the 0.4% increase in the second episode compared to the first episode. Don't underestimate the increase of 4%. The significance it represented was that the TV series had successfully retained a large part of the audience and made them willing to continue to watch it. This was a precursor to a hit. Otherwise, as a pure news show, it was a common phenomenon for the ratings of the second episode to fall. What made Zhu Mingyi's heart palpitate the most was that in the first and second episodes of Autumn in My Heart, the real male and female protagonists have not yet appeared. As the biggest selling point of the show, the singing queen Chen Fei will appear in the third episode. He knew very well that if there were no accidents, the ratings of the third episode of Autumn in My Heart would increase. Maybe it would directly break 0.3%. Thinking of this, Zhu Mingyi couldn't help feeling irritated. He pulled the tie around his neck and controlled the mouse to close the page of the new video range. Out of sight, out of mind, but only a few minutes later, Zhu Mingyi reopened the browser. This time, he didn't log on to the official website of the new video range, but entered the URL of QQ Video. Zhu Mingyi knew that Autumn in My Heart was also broadcast on QQ Video, so he wanted to see what the audience's evaluation of Autumn in My Heart was, and then predict the future ratings trend of the TV series. At this moment, Zhu Mingyi forgot one thing. That was, from the moment he refused Lu Chen, the TV series had nothing to do with him. He didn't really need to care so much. It could only be said that he was possessed. In December, there were no popular TV series premieres in the country. But next month and during the Spring Festival, the situation would be completely different. Several major productions that were in the midst of pre-promotion would participate in the fierce competition for viewership ratings, and the market would become extremely cruel. Therefore, for many small and medium-sized TV series, December was a rare free period. There were many new TV series premiering at the same time, including some weekend TV series. Autumn in My Heart was a new drama with a lower-than-average investment. The first and second episodes had achieved 0.22% and 0.26% of the domestic ratings respectively. This was undoubtedly a dark horse. As for whether it could withstand the attack of the popular TV series that would be broadcast in January, that was still unknown. In terms of online demand, Autumn in My Heart faces an even stronger opponent. QQ Video's homemade drama, Sweetheart President, has crushed the former in the number of views. However, those who paid attention would find that, apart from the number of views, Autumn in My Heart might not lose to Honey CEO. That was the audience's comments for the two dramas. As of the 15th, Sweetheart Big President had more than 27 million views on QQ Video, with a rating of 6.4 and more than 120,000 comments. And Autumn in My Heart had more than 11 million views, a rating of 8.9, and more than 110,000 comments. In other words, the number of views of Autumn in My Heart was less than half of that of Sweetheart CEO. The difference in the number of comments was very small, and the rating of Autumn in My Heart exceeded the latter by 2.5 points. Although the ratings were not directly proportional to the number of views, many popular dramas did not have high ratings, and on the contrary, some of the high-rated dramas failed miserably. Combined with the number of comments and content, one could see the mystery behind it. In the comment area of Sweetheart President, the content of ridicule accounted for the majority. Another boring IP drama. The scriptwriter doesn't care about plot logic at all. The story is a complete mess. Tao Xiqing's acting is not bad. He's really handsome. Jingyao looks a little too old. Did Jingyao's face get an injection? Why are you putting on a fake smile? My girlfriend forced me to watch this movie. I'm really sick of watching it. I can't even stand one episode. Please let me go. I haven't read the novel, but the plot is too familiar. It's the domineering CEO Mary Sue again. To be reasonable, these handsome men and beautiful women are still very pleasing to the eye, okay? This is an urban fashion drama. It's enough to just watch the beauties change their clothes. Nothing else matters, ha ha ha. I like Tao Xiqing too. In comparison, the audience comments for Autumn in My Heart had very little negative content. Some of them weren't complaining about the storyline. It's very beautiful. It's a very interesting TV series. The first episode managed to attract me. Xianxia is so pitiful. If she hadn't been wrongly chosen, her fate might have been different. If I were Xianxia, I might commit suicide. I heard this is a sadistic drama? Ah. I don't want to see tragedies. I don't like tragedies. Little Xianxia is really handsome. Cui Xinai is a scheming B*TCH. She looks very heartless. Actually, she's also very pitiful. Living in a family like that has a huge psychological impact. May I ask, when will Lu Chen show up? Lu Chen and Chen Feier should appear in the third episode. I've seen Lu Chen's updated novel on his blog. Looking forward to the third episode. In terms of investment and cast, Sweetheart CEO could definitely beat Autumn in My Heart. The former was estimated to shoot 40 episodes, gathered many famous domestic actors, and the script was adapted from a popular online novel. However, a large investment and a large number of stars did not necessarily mean that it would be successful. The best example was a domestic blockbuster. Many big productions with strong cast and large investment ended up going nowhere. They couldn't even recover the cost even after selling all the advertisements. The same situation existed in TV series. It was very difficult to accurately grasp the taste of the audience. Sweetheart CEO took a purely commercial route and tried to please the young audience in all aspects. Unlike the popular youth idol dramas, Autumn in My Heart was not so beautiful at the beginning, and it hinted at the tragedy that would follow. But it still received the recognition and love of many audiences. On December 19th, under the expectations of many fans, the third episode of Autumn in My Heart was broadcast on time. On December 20th, the fourth episode was broadcast. Cui Xinai was jealous of Eunhee, so she decreed that Eunhee would live a miserable life. Eunhee knew that she had to go back to her biological mother, so she had to bear the pain and watch her favorite adoptive parents and brother immigrate to the United States. As time passed, Eunhee and Cui Xinai returned to their birthplace after finishing their studies. At this time, Eunhee was working as a receptionist in a hotel. Because Eunhee was going to get engaged, he wanted to find his sister, Eunhee, who had always made him worry. However, he always returned disappointed. On the other hand, because he was an illegitimate child, Han Tae-suk, a good friend of Eunhee's, was arranged by his father to live in a hotel under his name. During this period, he met Eunhee, and because of this, Eunhee also had the opportunity to meet Eunhee again. The third and fourth episodes of Autumn in My Heart were two episodes that connected the previous and the following. The hero and heroine and the most important supporting roles in the drama all appeared, and the plot really began to be exciting. 31% and 35% were the domestic ratings of these two episodes. Therefore, Autumn in My Heart jumped to the top of the ratings of the same type of TV series at the same time, showing its dark horse temperament. This inevitably caused a considerable sensation in the industry, causing many film and television production companies and entertainment economic companies to focus their attention on this TV series. If the 22% and 26% ratings of the first and second episodes of Autumn in My Heart were a little surprising, then these two episodes really made people's jaws drop. Many people didn't understand, and some were reflecting. Whether it was the novel of the same name updated by Lucien on his blog, or the trailer and theme song released previously, it was clear that this TV series was not a happy youth idol drama. Then why did so many audiences like to watch it? This kind of ratings was still a distance away from being a big hit, but the speed of the increase was so fast that it completely reached the standard of being a big hit. Did the audience's taste suddenly change? After watching the contents of the 4 episodes, some people in the industry posted a discussion blog post on the blog, analyzing from many aspects, focusing on the advantages of the current Autumn in My Heart. First of all, the story was very novel and special, and it didn't follow the trend, which made it unique in the same genre. Secondly, the director and screenwriter were serious and attentive. There were no obvious loopholes in the plot, and the characters were not exaggerated or pretentious. The whole story was told slowly, and it slowly reached the climax, which was very attractive. The family, friendship, and love reflected in the show were implicit and full of tension, showing the director's profound skills. Moreover, the performances of the main actors were remarkable. The biggest highlight belonged to Lucien, who was acting in a TV series for the first time. His role as Xianxia was not only handsome, but also perfectly played that kind of melancholy and calm temperament. It was hard to believe that Lucien had never acted in a real movie or TV series before, and he wasn't an acting major. In addition, Xianxia, who was also acting in a TV series for the first time, played the pure and gentle Eunhee. Although his acting skills were still a little lacking, he still left a very deep impression. Therefore, combining all the advantages, this industry person asserted that the ratings of Autumn in My Heart would further increase, and the real test would be next month. The last month of 2015 was destined to belong to Autumn in My Heart. The popularity of Autumn in My Heart was also reflected in QQ Video. With the appearance of Lucien and Xianxia, the number of views of the 3rd and 4th episodes increased significantly, infinitely approaching Sweetheart President. In particular, the number of views of the 4th episode reached more than 10 million, only a few 100,000 less than Sweetheart President. The rating of Autumn in My Heart did not fall because of the increase in the number of viewers, but increased to 9.1 points, and the number of comments exceeded 500,000. The rating of Sweetheart President dropped again, and the number of comments was left behind by Autumn in My Heart. This made QQ Video very embarrassed. The self-produced drama they pushed was actually going to lose to a low-cost imported drama in their own territory. Although there was not much difference between the traffic and advertising benefits, it was still embarrassing. They couldn't hang their face, so, on the second day after the latest episode of Sweetheart President was broadcast, careful netizens found that the total number of views of the online drama soared, widening the distance between it and Autumn in My Heart again. And QQ Video promoted Sweetheart President more extensively on its homepage. It was just that these actions could not stop the upward momentum of Autumn in My Heart. On December 26th and 27th, the 5th and 6th episodes continued to be broadcast, and the ratings seemed to soar like a rocket, directly breaking through the 50% mark, reaching 51% and 55% respectively. Compared with the premiere episode, it was more than double. 5% was an important sign to measure whether a TV series was popular or not. More than that, it was a popular series. Now, there were not many people who doubted the dark horse of Autumn in My Heart. Some people even began to worry about another large-scale urban drama, My Heart is Soaring, which premiered on January 1st. At the same time as Autumn in My Heart began to become popular, another TV series that aired at the same time had to be mentioned, that is, the second season of Urban Love. This TV series, which was broadcast on Beijing TV station Film and Television Channel, also rejected Lucien. Its first episode ratings were 17%, the second episode dropped to 15%, and then it fell all the way and never rose again. The following episodes all hovered around 1%, and even fell to 8%. According to the 0.1% safety line for weekend dramas, the ending of the second season of Urban Love was big not good. It's just that not many people care about its fate at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Autumn in My Heart, which was creating a miracle. The sudden vibration woke Zhang Liwei up from her sleep. She groggily reached out from under the covers, grabbed her cell phone on the bedside table, pressed the power button, and turned off the preset power alarm. The room was dark with the curtains closed, and only a faint light came through the gaps in the curtains. Zhang Liwei lay quietly on the bed for a few minutes, until her brain and body were fully adapted to the state of being awake. She slowly got up and put on her clothes. She was already in her 20s. Although she was young and beautiful, she was still old. If she didn't start taking good care of her skin now, she would have to wait until she was 30. Zhang Liwei cherished herself very much. She had learned how to take good care of herself early, and always faced her work with the best mental and physical state. And it was precisely this that made her stand out from many competitors, giving her a precious opportunity. The TV series she was filming was called Autumn in My Heart, and she played the role of Cui Xinai. He was a character that people hated dearly. After washing up in the bathroom, Zhang Liwei spent a full hour to finish her morning care. She applied a facial mask, nourished her eyes, and deeply cleaned the oil in her pores. As a professional actress, makeup was essential before filming, and all kinds of cosmetics accelerated the aging of the skin. If she didn't take care of her skin in advance, it would be irresponsible. But few people were like Zhang Liwei, who got up an hour earlier to do her maintenance. After the maintenance, she changed into sportswear, left the room, and ran downstairs to the gym to work out. When Zhang Liwei appeared in the restaurant, it was already 7:30 in the morning. Most of the cast and staff of the crew were already having breakfast in the restaurant. They would set off for the set before 8 o'clock to start the day's filming. And in the restaurant, there were not only the crew of Autumn in My Heart, but also other teams, so it was very lively. This was Jinling Film City's village, an apartment-style hotel for the various crew members to stay in. Although it was not as luxurious as a real hotel, it had a superior location and complete facilities. Since the official opening of Jinling Film City, there had never been less than 3 crews stationed in the village, even during the new year. "Good morning, Miss Zhang." "Good morning, Sister Li Wei." "Good morning, Sister Li Wei." Seeing Zhang Liwei, many people greeted her. Some of them were not from Autumn in My Heart. But they all knew her, and some of them even wanted to help her get breakfast. From these people's eyes, Zhang Liwei saw envy and jealousy. She had never received such treatment before. Zhang Liwei was 25 years old this year and graduated from Shanghai Film Academy. She had been filming since she was 19 years old and had also taken on a few small commercials. However, she had always been unknown and had not played any important roles. After graduation, she came to Beijing with her friends to work hard and signed a contract with a second- or third-rate agency. After a few years, the best role she got was only a supporting actor. Not many people could recognize her on the street. Some of her friends who came to the capital couldn't hold on any longer and changed careers. Some even got married. Only she silently clenched her teeth and persisted, working and studying hard. Then, the dawn of life suddenly appeared. Even now, Zhang Liwei still had a surreal feeling. She was red. It was like a summer storm, coming too fast and catching people off guard. Strictly speaking, it was Autumn in My Heart that became popular. The ratings of the latest episode actually reached 0.55%, showing disdain for all the similar TV series in the country and becoming a hot topic on the internet. Before filming this TV series, Zhang Liwei's V fans on Wave's blog were more than 500,000. On the surface, this number of fans seemed okay and could barely be counted as a small V, but Zhang Liwei knew very well that most of the fans were bought by the agency, which was the so-called zombie fans. Usually, her blog post would only have a few dozen comments, at most a few hundred. But now, the number of her blog fans had soared to 1.2 million, and they were all real fans. Yesterday afternoon, Zhang Liwei posted a behind-the-scenes photo during the break of filming. Last night, there were tens of thousands of likes, more than 10,000 shares and more than 10,000 comments. It was completely different from before. To be honest, before Zhang Liwei took on the role, she really didn't dream that she would start to become popular and her status in the industry would soar before the TV series finished filming. The only thing that was a little depressing was that there were a lot of people scolding her in the blog comment section. Of course, it wasn't that Zhang Liwei's character was bad or that she had done something bad, but the character she played was too hateful. Everyone was scolding Zhang Liwei's character, Cui Xinai. Even Zhang Liwei herself was speechless about her character after reading the entire script. But as an actress, Zhang Liwei not only had to show the characteristics of the character, but she also had to dig out the character's inner heart. Although Cui Xinai was bad, she was also a girl who lacked love and longed for love. Most of her actions were due to psychological imbalance, but she wasn't bad. To the core. Her spirit of fighting hard in a lonely situation was also worthy of praise. It was not easy to grasp the propriety, and it required high acting skills. Zhang Liwei held the script and read it over 10 times. Fortunately, she could often discuss with the author and understand the character's thoughts. Then, she could play the character with real life instead of being a programmed acting robot. It was this hard work and perseverance that allowed her to win the recognition of the director, her colleagues, and many fans. After choosing 2 eggs, a glass of milk, and a few pieces of bread from the buffet table, Zhang Liwei found an empty seat and sat down. Halfway through the meal, a middle-aged woman hurried over to them. She hurriedly greeted, Liwei. Zhang Liwei raised her head and saw the woman. She smiled, Sister Dai, have you had breakfast? The makeup artist sitting next to Zhang Liwei was almost done with her meal, so she voluntarily gave up her seat. The middle-aged woman thanked her profusely and sat down to talk to Zhang Liwei in a low voice. Sister Dai was Zhang Liwei's agent. Zhang Liwei had changed agents twice, and Sister Dai was the third one assigned to her by the management company. Zhang Liwei actually didn't like Sister Dai very much. Sister Dai was an old official in the management company that Zhang Liwei had signed with. She was shrewd and snobbish. She had 4 artists under her management, but she rarely asked about Zhang Liwei. Not only was Zhang Liwei the least famous among the 4, but she also didn't deliberately flatter her. Zhang Liwei got the role of Cui Xinai because of her own hard work and luck. It had nothing to do with Sister Dai. Zhang Liwei even knew that when Xianxia came to choose, Sister Dai really wanted to recommend someone else. But in the end, she won. It was said that Sister Dai was angry because of this and said some unpleasant things in the company. When Zhang Liwei first came to Jinling, Sister Dai didn't follow her. She didn't even have an assistant with her. Everything changed after the premiere of Autumn in My Heart. When the ratings of Autumn in My Heart exceeded 0.3%, Sister Dai personally came to Jinling and brought a personal assistant with her. Most importantly, Sister Dai's attitude changed a lot. She was no longer high and mighty, especially after the ratings exceeded 0.5%. It was like she was a completely different person. She was kind and flattering. Zhang Liwei secretly felt that it was funny and a little sad. But she didn't get carried away because of this. She didn't order Sister Dai around to take revenge for the cold treatment she had received in the past. In the entertainment industry, it was normal for a good person to take the lead. Sister Dai's performance was understandable. At least when she got the role, Sister Dai fought for a good contract for her. Even if the other party could get a commission from the contract. Zhang Liwei knew that Sister Dai must be worried that she would change her agent after she became popular. At least for now, she didn't want to change her agent. Of course, Zhang Liwei wouldn't tell Sister Dai what she thought. She felt that she really had some of Cui Xinai's temperament. Sister Dai ran over in the morning to tell Zhang Liwei a piece of good news. A very famous clothing brand was interested in signing an endorsement contract with her. The brand liked her potential and appearance, and was interested in signing a 2-year contract. The conditions were quite good. Zhang Liwei quietly listened to Sister Dai while eating breakfast. Then she said, Sister Dai, let's put this aside for now. I think the ratings of Autumn in My Heart can still increase. If it was half a month ago, even if the price was only half or lower, she couldn't wait to sign it. But now, the other party was picking up. Sister Dai was speechless. She didn't expect Zhang Liwei to be so calm. She originally wanted to give the latter a surprise. Sister Dai found that she knew too little about Zhang Liwei. Zhang Liwei was far more mature and rational than she thought. She had her own opinions and wouldn't be manipulated by others. She suddenly had a feeling that she was about to lose the treasure. Zhang Liwei didn't care about what Sister Dai thought. After she ate her breakfast slowly, she called her assistant and took the bus rented by the crew to the set. Today's shooting task was very heavy. They had to rush to many places in a row. After getting off the bus, Zhang Liwei quickly found two familiar figures. Her face suddenly bloomed with a charming smile, and she rushed over to say hello. Sister Fei, Teacher Liu, hello. In the crew of Autumn in My Heart, apart from the director, Zhang Liwei respected the two people in front of her the most, Lu Chen and Chen Fei. Especially for Lu Chen, her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. When Lu Chen was negotiating with Chanda Pictures, he put forward the requirements for the director and the leading actor and actress. According to the rules of the film and television circle, what he wanted to cut away was the biggest cake in a drama. Therefore, in the previous negotiations with Baolong Pictures, Zhu Mingyi thought that Lu Chen's appetite was too big and he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so he didn't hesitate to refuse Autumn in My Heart, which was really not a big mistake. Zhu Mingyi just lacked a little patience. He didn't expect that the choice of the leading actress was Chen Fei. The situation of Chanda Pictures was different. It was Lu Yi, its business manager, who took the initiative to find Lu Chen. In addition, he understood the specific situation, and his own strength was not strong enough, so he was naturally in a weak position. So although Lu Chen didn't make any requests, Chanda Pictures still fully respected Lu Chen's opinion in the selection of several important supporting roles. Cui Xinai in the play was the first supporting actress. Her role was very heavy and she had a lot of scenes with the leading actor. Therefore, when Chanda Pictures was selecting, they specially gave the VCR of the 7 actors selected in the preliminary selection to Lu Chen. Lu Chen selected Zhang Liwei from the 7. Of course, he didn't know Zhang Liwei, but he felt that the other party's appearance and temperament were very suitable, and he was satisfied with the interview. After Zhang Liwei officially signed the contract, she learned about the situation through the company and was naturally very grateful to Lu Chen. The film and television circle was a very complicated place. Here, it didn't mean that you would be able to get ahead if you had talent and strength. It was unknown how many talents were buried, and there were countless rules in the open and in the dark. It was not easy to select actors for a TV series, even if it was a new one with no reputation. It was really rare for her to be selected as the first supporting actress purely based on her own conditions. Zhang Liwei was not famous, had no real works to show, and did not dedicate herself to art. And after the official start of shooting, her cooperation with Lu Chen was very pleasant. Lu Chen didn't put on the slightest airs. He always patiently and carefully explained the role to her and helped her integrate smoothly into the crew. What surprised Zhang Liwei was that Lu Chen was very young. He had only acted in commercials and music videos before, but his acting skills and theoretical knowledge were very solid. He had the aura of a veteran actor. She was a professional and had acted in many TV dramas, but they were all inferior. Most importantly, Lu Chen had no ambitions towards her. Zhang Liwei had been in the entertainment industry for several years, so she understood the importance of opportunities. If Lu Chen, who had a very high status in the crew, wanted something from her, she wouldn't mind sacrificing herself. At least Lu Chen was handsome, wasn't he? However, Lu Chen had no intention of doing that at all. He had always been polite. Teacher Lu was her sincere way of addressing him. Even though Lu Chen was a few years younger than her. Helpless, Lu Chen said, Sister Li Wei, you call me Teacher Lu and call her Sister Fei. Are you trying to disgust me? He had already corrected the other party several times, but he had never changed his ways. Zhang Liwei and Chen Fei both laughed. Zhang Liwei smiled and said, well, I'll call you Chen from now on. The crew of Autumn in My Heart had the best atmosphere that Zhang Liwei had ever been in. There was no intrigue or quarrel here. Chen Fei had the highest status, but he had never put on airs. He was even polite to the most ordinary staff. Lu Chen was the screenwriter, the author, the leading actor, and the investor. His position in the crew was also very important. He was kind and talented, and worked very well with Chen Fei. They even called each other brother and sister. Lu Chen and Chen Feier were also very supportive of the director, Feng Hui. Chanda Pictures, which managed the crew, was not very powerful, so there was no internal strife in the crew. The other actors cherished the opportunity and worked together, so the shooting went very smoothly. There was a good hope that all 20 episodes could be shot in advance. Now the ratings of Autumn in My Heart were rising, and it became a dark horse in the TV market at the end of the year. Everyone benefited from it, and the atmosphere of the crew was even better. Zhang Liwei knew that even if she made some harmless jokes with Lu Chen, the latter would not mind. She even liked the big boy in front of her a little. Lu Chen did not think too much about it. He called the other actors and began to shoot for the day. From morning to evening, it was not until it was dark that the director, Feng Hui, announced the end of the shooting. In the temporary lounge, Chen Feier was so tired that she had no strength to speak. She had the most scenes today. There were several scenes that had been shot many times, and it was not easy for her to pass. The more Feng Hui shot, the more she felt, and the higher her expectations for the actors were. She always wanted to do the best in the scenes that others thought were completely qualified. Chen Feier was under a lot of pressure. There was no one around. She leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder and said, "I want to have a good rest for a few days after shooting this movie." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's going to be the new year after shooting. It's a good New Year holiday." Chen Feier adjusted her posture and leaned directly into his arms. She half closed her eyes and said, "When I was a child, I looked forward to the new year the most. I could wear new clothes and eat a lot of delicious food. But now I don't feel much about the new year. I spend New Year's Eve at the TV station." As the heavenly queen of the music industry, Chen Feier really had too many invitations during the new year, and some invitations could not be refused. For example, there was a solo performance by Chen Feier on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala this year, which others could not ask for. But she would not participate in the Spring Festival Gala next February. Lu Chen held her hand and asked, "Why don't you come to my house for the new year this year?" "Ah?" Chen Feier's delicate body suddenly tightened, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. "Your house?" Of course, she knew what Lu Chen's invitation meant. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes, my mother and little sister will definitely welcome you." Chen Feier relaxed again and said with a red face, "It's too soon. I'm not ready yet." According to the traditional concept, when she went to Lu Chen's house to see Lu Chen's mother during the new year, it was basically like seeing her mother-in-law. Lu Chen was more or less disappointed, but he could understand. Chen Feier felt guilty. She reached out and put her arms around Lu Chen's neck and took the initiative to give him a hot kiss. Ring ring ring. As a result, their lips had just touched each other when Lu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Chen wanted to ignore it, but the phone kept ringing. He had to reluctantly let go of the beauty in his arms. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that it was Qin Hanyang who opened the phone for him. "Brother Qin?" Qin Hanyang's familiar voice came from the phone. "Lu Chen, are you busy?" Lu Chen made a gesture to Chen Feier and said with a smile, "I just finished filming." "What's the matter, Brother Qin?" Qin Hanyang said, "I'm in Jinling. Long time no see. Let's have dinner together tonight." Lu Chen was surprised. "Brother Qin, you also came to Jinling? Where are you now?" "I'll send someone to pick you up." Qin Hanyang smiled, "No need to trouble yourself. I booked a table at Qinhuai Restaurant with CEO Dong and manager Su. Why don't you come directly? We'll wait for you." "No problem." Lu Chen readily agreed, "I'll be there in an hour." After chatting with Qin Hanyang for a while, he ended the call and said to Chen Feier, "I can't accompany you for dinner tonight. Qin Hanyang is coming with people from Light Rain Media." If it was only Qin Hanyang, Lu Chen could bring Chen Feier with him. But it would be inconvenient for people from Light Rain Media. Chen Feier understood. "Well, remember not to drink too much. Come back early and rest." It was like a gentle wife reminding her husband who was going out to socialize. Lu Chen felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her, but Chen Feier blocked his kiss with a smile. "You stink. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Lu Chen grabbed her hand and kissed it. Then he laughed and got up to leave. He called Li Feiyu and went back to the hotel first. After taking a hot shower and changing into a set of clean clothes, the two took a taxi to Qinhuai Restaurant. Qinhuai Restaurant was by the Qinhuai River. When Lu Chen and Li Feiyu arrived, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. They found the private room that Qin Hanyang mentioned. There were 6 people inside. In addition to Qin Hanyang, Dong Yu, and Su Qingmei, there were 2 other men and a woman, but Lu Chen didn't know them. Brother Qin, Dong Yu, Manager Su. After entering the door, he apologized with embarrassment, "I'm really sorry to be late. Everyone has been waiting for a long time." There were 6 plates of cold dishes and drinks on the table. None of them had been touched. It was obvious that they were waiting for his arrival. Everyone in the private room, including Dong Yu, stood up. Dong Yu said with a smile, "We are the ones who are embarrassed. We came at the last minute to disturb you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Dong Yu is too polite." The general manager of Light Rain Media was delicate and beautiful. She had a mature and charming temperament. She was a first-class beauty. Lu Chen had dealt with her before, but they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Qingmei, who was standing next to Dong Yu, was still as charming as he remembered. She was wearing a Chanel suit that showed off her perfect figure. Her eyes were full of ripples. She smiled and said, "Teacher Lu, since you are late, you have to drink 3 cups of wine as punishment." Hearing her call him Teacher Lu, Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over his body, it was so mushy. Lu Chen twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "It's what I should do." He quickly turned to Qin Hanyang and opened his arms to give him a solid hug. "Brother Qin, long time no see." The current Lu Chen didn't need to give face to Su Qingmei or even Dong Yu, but that didn't include Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang was stunned at first, then he smiled and patted Lu Chen's back. "Long time no see." Everyone was very busy, so the chances of them meeting each other were very few. But the friendship between the two didn't change. Lu Chen let go and asked, "The bionics didn't come? Where is Sister Na?" Qin Hanyang explained, "They are somewhere else. They came to Jinling today for an event. Sister Na is pregnant." "Ah." Lu Chen was stunned. "Sister Na is pregnant?" Qin Hanyang nodded. "Yes, I just found out. She is staying at home to take care of the baby." This was really unexpected news. Sister Na went to the hospital yesterday and was diagnosed with pregnancy. This news was a great surprise to her and Chen Jianhao. It was something that they had not expected at all. After all, both of them were not young, and it was not easy to get pregnant. Under such circumstances, it was naturally impossible for Sister Na to continue to cooperate with the bionics. Except for the signed contracts, activities such as announcements and performances must end. For an elderly woman like her, raising the fetus was the most important thing. After learning the news, Lu Chen immediately called her. As a result, it was Chen Jianhao who answered the phone. Anyway, it was the same. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Brother Kenho, congratulations on becoming a father." Chen Jianhao responded quickly, "You saw the great Qin?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Yes, what about Sister Na?" Chen Jianhao said, "It's the same if you have something to say to me. Don't let her use the phone." Lu Chen was speechless. Was there a need to be so careful? Of course, he could understand the other party's mood. He chatted with Chen Jianhao for a while and said that he would see Sister Na after returning to the capital. When the call was about to end, Chen Jianhao hesitated and said, "Dong Yu and Su Qingmei are also there? It's not easy for them. They came with the great Qin to ask you for help. If it's not difficult, help them if you can. There will be a time when they will repay you in the future." Lu Chen said, "Brother Kenho, I understand. You can rest assured and accompany Sister Na well." Chen Jianhao laughed and hung up the phone. After chatting with Chen Jianhao, Lu Chen and Dong Yu chatted for a while. For the general manager of Light Rain Media, Lu Chen had a good impression. She was beautiful, generous, and had an outstanding temperament. She didn't have that kind of girl's temperament. She was an elite who could get things done. Dong Yu took the opportunity to introduce him to the 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them were very young. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Their height and appearance were very idol style. They were all newly signed artists under Light Rain Media and had just debuted. As they spoke, the dishes were served one by one. At this point in time, everyone's stomachs were already rumbling with hunger. Without further ado, they immediately started eating and filling their stomachs. After eating half of the shrimp dumplings, Dongyu wiped the oil stains on the corner of her mouth with a napkin. She raised her glass to Lu Chen and said, "Lu Chen, I propose a toast to you." Lu Chen put down his chopsticks and picked up his wine glass. He smiled and said, "CEO Dong, you don't have to be so polite. We all know each other. I'll drink this glass of wine. If you have something to say, just say it. I'll definitely help if I can." Dongyu sighed in his heart. Half a year ago, Lu Chen was just a singer and waiter in Forget Grass Bar. Half a year later, he was already a very famous singer and composer in the circle. He opened his own studio and his album sales skyrocketed. He also had the ability to help others create stars. Now, he wrote and acted in his own TV series and began to develop in an all-round way. Lu Chen's talent in music has already made people very envious and jealous. Who would have thought that he could also write screenplays? Since the first TV series he starred in, the ratings have been rising steadily. It really makes people speechless. If they had known that he had such great ability, Light Rain Media would have signed him at all costs. Unfortunately, no one had the ability to predict the future. If she missed it, then she missed it. Now that Lu Chen has gradually grown up, it's her turn to ask for help. Life was really hard to predict. Dongyu also knew that Qin Jianhao must have said something to Lu Chen for the latter to be so straightforward. Otherwise, her own face might not be enough. Lu Chen had no need to ask anything of her. "If you want to help, it's very simple." Before Dongyu could speak, Su Qingmei rushed to say, "Arrange a role for Little Yang and the others." The three newcomers were shocked when they heard this. They all stared at Lu Chen at the same time. Their eyes showed excitement, anticipation, and nervousness, as if they were waiting for the judgment of fate. Lu Chen's Autumn in My Heart had already become popular. The topic of this TV series had exploded on Waves's blog. Apart from himself and the female lead, Chen Fei-er, several supporting roles in the TV series had emerged and won a lot of popularity. In the entertainment industry, compared to music and variety shows, the road to fame in film and television was the fastest. A popular TV series or movie could make an actor famous overnight, and in the blink of an eye, enter the ranks of the top. The TV series Autumn in My Heart was not looked upon favorably at the beginning. Now it had become a dark horse in the ratings. It was famous and beneficial. Who wouldn't be jealous? If the few of them could get some light, even if they played a small role in it, it would be a topic of great hype. For this, Dongyu and Su Qingmei did not hesitate to personally take action and even pulled Qin Hanyang over. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Manager Su, if you are talking about Autumn in My Heart, then I'm sorry, I can't help you. One carrot, one pit." Before Autumn in My Heart started filming, the main roles had already been determined. Now that more than 10 episodes had been filmed, there weren't many episodes left. How could there be free roles for the three of them unless they were extras? But how could they use side characters? It was better not to give them. In fact, Light Rain Media wasn't the first to come knocking. Ever since the ratings of Autumn in My Heart kept going up, the Chanda brothers had been harassed quite a bit. In the later stages, even the side characters with only 1 or 2 lines were filled up. There were no empty spots at all. This was also a feature of weekend dramas that were filmed and broadcast at the same time. Other than the main characters, the side characters could be freely adjusted or even increased or decreased. In extreme cases, even the main characters could be changed, they just had to change the script. Regular dramas were all broadcast after filming, so there wouldn't be such a possibility. Su Qingmei frowned. "There aren't any small supporting roles?" She didn't expect to get any important roles because it wasn't realistic at all. She just wanted to let the newcomers under her banner gain some experience and gain some popularity and qualifications. Autumn in My Heart was very popular. If the artists who had acted in it went to other dramas, others would definitely look up to them. Dongyu glared at her. "Mei Mei. Even if you don't need to be humble, you can't be arrogant and bossy." Su Qingmei's temper had always been a headache for Dongyu. Su Qingmei curled her lips. Lu Chen smiled faintly. There are only 20 episodes of Autumn in My Heart. It's really too late to ask for a role now. But next year, I'm going to invest in a new drama. Dong Yu's eyes lit up. What new drama? If Lu Chen had told her before filming Autumn in My Heart that he wanted to invest in a drama, she would have taken it as a joke. Can you make a drama? The film and television industry was very big and the water was very deep. Without enough strength and ability, it was impossible to play around. Many outsiders who didn't understand the rules saw the market was hot and rushed in with their pockets full of money. They wanted to make a fortune and play some unspoken rules, but they often lost everything. Even among the people in the industry, there were too many examples of failure. But an unfinished Autumn in My Heart allowed Lu Chen to firmly plant a flag in this industry. With the current ratings of Autumn in My Heart, it might not become a phenomenal drama, but there was no doubt that it would become popular. With this strong experience, his next new drama would definitely be the focus of attention. It was a pity to miss Autumn in My Heart, but it was also a great gain to get a role in the new drama. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's a secret for now. I've already started to prepare the script. Let them audition when the time comes. They will be given priority if they have the same conditions." Dong Yu beamed with joy. "Thank you so much." Since Lu Chen had said it like this, it would be wrong if she was still dissatisfied. Opportunities were given by others, but face had to be earned by oneself. If Lu Chen really patted his chest and said, "Come on, all of you, pick any role you want," then he would be a fool. Under Dong Yu's signal, the three newcomers toasted Lu Chen one after another to express their gratitude. Putting aside the opportunity they got, just getting to know a person like Lu Chen was also of great benefit to them. There was a saying in the circle that Lu Chen had the ability to turn stone into gold, and whoever he pointed at would become popular. The Bionics, MSN, were the best examples. If these examples were from the pop music industry, then Zhang Liwei and Hu Yang, who were now very popular, were the two rising stars in the film and television industry. Zhang Liwei played the first female supporting role in Autumn in My Heart, while Hu Yang played Han Taishi. In particular, the latter's popularity in the drama was second only to Chen Fei-er and Lu Chen. It was also said that Lu Chen first took the script to Baolong Pictures, but was rejected. Baolong Pictures was now regretting it so much that their intestines turned green. All of this showed the powerful energy possessed by Lu Chen. He could make himself popular, and he could also make others popular. Such a character was undoubtedly the most popular in the circle. Lu Chen accepted their thanks with a smile. He was willing to give Light Rain Media an opportunity and give Dong Yu face. In addition to his relationship with Qin Jianhao and Qin Hanyang, it was also the need to expand his own network. Since stepping into the entertainment industry, Lu Chen has implemented a strategy of independence and win-win development. Independence meant not signing with any entertainment agency and being able to control his own destiny. Win-win means that on the way forward, he will continue to strengthen himself by choosing reliable partners. Lu Chen Studio does not sign artists, nor does it operate agency media or film and television production companies. Even the promising online crowdfunding was withdrawn, only retaining a minority of shares, and has been sharing the benefits with partners. Lu Chen was able to develop so smoothly now, which was inseparable from such a strategy. For example, Flying Stone Records, Chanda Pictures, Rainbow Agency, and now Light Rain Media. Giving up the benefits brought more and more partners, more and more friends, and more connections. His foundation in the entertainment industry was getting deeper and deeper, and without a strong foundation, all the glory was like a castle on the beach, which could collapse with a gust of wind and waves. This was Lu Chen's idea. This dinner, the guests and the host were happy. Dong Yu and Su Qingmei not only got what they wanted, but also restored a good cooperative relationship with Lu Chen. The three newcomers of Light Rain Media were even more happy, because they were almost booked roles in Lu Chen's new TV series. Even if it was an ordinary supporting role, it was a precious opportunity. Qin Hanyang completed the task and had a lot of face. And Lu Chen did not suffer a loss, letting the two beauties owe him a big favor. If it was an ordinary beauty, this favor was not worth much. Although Dong Yu and Su Qingmei had just begun to gain a foothold in the circle, their backgrounds were not ordinary. Just like the Li family represented by Li Mubai and Li Mushi, Lu Chen gave up most of the shares of the crowdfunding website, and got the friendship and support of the former. With this relationship, the ordinary people inside and outside the circle dare not easily bully Lu Chen. If you want to mix well in the entertainment industry, you will only become a stepping stone for others without a little background. But Lu Chen can't always rely on the Li family. The favor will always be used up. The friendship between him and Li Mubai is not a chip that can be squandered at will. Continuing to accumulate more and wider contacts is the right choice. Therefore, Lu Chen was happy to let Dong Yu and Su Qingmei owe him a favor, and he did not pay much. Win-win. After dinner, it was already 10 p.m. When Qin Hanyang, whose face was red, walked out of the restaurant, he reached out and patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and said, "Lu Chen, I'll take you to a very interesting place. Are you free tonight?" He drank a lot of wine in the evening, and was obviously a little drunk. Lu Chen said with a smile, "It's okay. Brother Qin, if you say it's interesting, it must be very interesting." Qin Hanyang laughed and waved, "Let's go." Lu Chen said goodbye to the people of Light Rain Media, and then left with Li Feiyu with Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang took Lu Chen to a place called 1912 Street, which was the bar street of Jinling. This place was only separated from the presidential palace by a wall, and the surrounding buildings had a very historical charm. At night, the lights were bright, and walking inside was like walking into the years, giving people a feeling like they were in a dream. It was obviously not the first time for Qin Hanyang to come to 1912. He was very familiar with the streets here. After getting off the taxi, he took Lu Chen and Lu Chen to continue walking for 100 meters, and then turned into a rather quiet alley. The alley was very short, only a few dozen meters long, and it was a dead end. At the end of the alley was an LED light box. The design of the signboard was very unique. The 4 hollow English letters Crow were very eye-catching and could be seen from far away. Along the way, Qin Hanyang sobered up a lot. He pointed to the sign and said, "This is the Black Raven Bar. The Black Ravens used to sing here, and it was they who changed the name after they came here. My buddies are all in there. There are many like-minded friends who sing rock and roll." Lu Chen suddenly understood. This Black Raven Bar was undoubtedly one of the gathering points for musicians in Jinling. There were similar bars in Beijing. This kind of bar was hidden deep, and usually did not welcome ordinary guests. People who often came were industry insiders or veteran music fans. Relatively speaking, the commercial atmosphere was very light, and the artistic atmosphere was very strong, similar to a literary salon. He remembered something and asked, "Jinling School?" Qin Hanyang nodded, "Yes." Lu Chen suddenly understood. The so-called Jinling School was one of the 3 major schools in the domestic rock and roll circle. The other 2 schools were the Cantonese School and the Beijing School. They were all national rock, but had different creative styles. The formation of the style of the 3 major schools was inseparable from the local environment. The rock and roll of the Beijing School often involved a lot of political and social content, full of depression and anger. The Cantonese School was most deeply influenced by European and American rock and roll. It liked to explore human nature under the great changes of society, decadent and degenerate. As for the Jinling School, it had a strong artistic atmosphere, not so extreme and crazy, leaning towards light rock and roll. Since the beginning of the new century, the national rock and roll rapidly declined. The older generation of rock and roll stars either died or changed careers. The 3 major schools gradually declined, and now they basically did not have much influence on the pop music scene. Many young people did not even know about these things. Because of the style, compared to the Cantonese School and the Beijing School, the Jinling School had a slightly stronger presence. There were several local bands that were still active in the music scene. The Black Raven Bar was obviously the nest of the Jinling School, which was why Qin Hanyang said it was very interesting. Lu Chen was also interested. The Black Raven Bar was located in an old house that looked like it had hundreds of years of history. If there was no light signage, it would not be easy to tell that it was a music bar, but more like an ordinary rich family's home. There were no waiters or security guards at the door. When he opened the door and entered, the unique smell of a bar suddenly hit his face, accompanied by the sound of music. The inside of the bar was bigger than Lu Chen had imagined. There were a lot of customers. Men and women surrounded the uniquely designed tables, chatting, drinking, laughing, and listening to music. It was noisier than the bars in Hohai, but not as chaotic as Sanlitun. On the stage, a 5-member rock band was performing, singing Ancient Clock Tower by the Black Raven. The lead singer holding the bass was disheveled, and he was screaming into the microphone, as if he wanted to roar with all the strength in his body. There was a kind of hysterical madness. In fact, Ancient Clock Tower was a rare nostalgic song by the Black Raven Band. The melody was not intense and high-spirited, with a bit of a folk song. The band had obviously rearranged the classic and performed it in their own style. As for the effect, it was up to the person to decide. Their performance probably attracted the attention of most of the guests, so not many people noticed the arrival of Qin Hanyang and Lu Chen. Qin Hanyang took Lu Chen to a seat in the corner. The 4 members of the Bionics were there, as well as a man and a woman that Lu Chen did not recognize. They sat behind 2 long tables that were put together. There were all kinds of food and beer bottles on the table, which looked very messy. Brother Qin. Brother Chen. The people of the Bionics were drinking happily. As soon as they saw Qin Hanyang and Lu Chen, they quickly stood up and greeted them. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Long time no see." He hadn't seen the Bionics for several months. Everyone was busy, so they were not on the same page. Qin Hanyang introduced to Lu Chen, "This is Big Jiang, the boss of the Black Raven, Jiangzi is Jiang." Big Jiang was a dark and thin middle-aged man. He wore jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, and his face had a weathered look. He didn't look like a bar owner at all, but more like a migrant worker on a construction site, rough and real. Lu Chen smiled, "Hello, brother Big Jiang. It's nice to meet you." Qin Hanyang introduced Lu Chen, "This is Lu Chen. I don't need to introduce him, right? Nice to meet you." Big Jiang took the initiative to extend his hand to Lu Chen. His eyes were filled with joy. "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. I missed it the last time I went to Beijing. Today, my wish has finally come true." Qin Hanyang said, "Big Jiang used to sing rock and roll. His singing skills are much better than running a bar." Lu Chen smiled and shook hands with him. "Nice to meet you. Sit, sit, sit." Big Jiang invited everyone to sit down, while the woman beside him quickly cleaned up the empty bottles and plates. Big Jiang asked the waiter to help, and they quickly cleaned up and sent new beers. Lu Chen took a beer and took a sip, but he didn't drink much. He had already drunk quite a lot that night. Big Jiang was quite excited. He first chatted with everyone and drank some beer. After the live band finished singing, he rushed to the stage excitedly and asked for the microphone. "Good evening, friends," the bar owner said with a smile. "I'm very happy to tell everyone something. That is the famous The Bionics and Qin Hanyang, our Big Qin, have come to Black Crow Bar. Everyone, welcome." Applause and whistles sounded. The customers looked left and right, looking for Qin Hanyang. Qin Hanyang hurriedly stood up and waved to everyone to express his gratitude. The applause became even louder. Big Jiang continued, "Also, there's a friend who came with Big Qin. Everyone definitely didn't expect. He's the original creator of In the Spring, Blue Lotus, and Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, Lu Chen." Lu Chen, there was an uproar at the scene. The applause was much weaker, but there were sounds of discussion, mixed with a few screams. The screams belonged to girls. Lu Chen also stood up and waved. Many people saw him, and the chatter became louder. Most of them were, "Is this Lu Chen? Why did he come to Black Crow Bar? Hee hee," and so on. Black Crow Bar was a niche music bar. Its customer base was very narrow. Basically, it was people in the industry and rock music fans. There were also a small number of ordinary music fans, or people who were brought in by friends to see something new. In this small circle, the reputation of Qin Hanyang and the Bionics was undoubtedly louder than that of Lu Chen. The customers of Black Crow Bar had a higher sense of recognition for him. But there was no one who didn't know the name Lu Chen. Even those who disdained his youth or writing style had heard of In the Spring, Blue Lotus, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, Fly Higher. In fact, these songs were often performed on stage. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chen wouldn't have much interaction with a circle like Black Crow Bar. No one expected him to appear here. Some were surprised, some were curious, and some were disdainful. It was very complicated. Not everyone welcomed him. Lu Chen felt the strange atmosphere in the bar and quietly sat down again. He felt a little out of place here. Qin Hanyang frowned and suddenly realized that it seemed to be a mistake to bring Lu Chen to Black Crow Bar to play. There weren't many fans of Lu Chen here, even if he wrote a work like in the spring. It was drizzling outside. Many guests came to the Black Crow Bar. The seats were almost full, and it was getting more and more lively. The boss, De Jiang, returned to the place where the Bionics was and gave the stage to the band and singer. Someone was shouting Qin Hanyang's name, hoping that he would perform on stage. Although it wasn't a pure rock band, the Bionics led by Qin Hanyang had a high reputation in this circle. It was also because he was friends with De Jiang that he was invited. De Jiang unscrewed a bottle of beer and handed it to Qin Hanyang. He smiled and said, "Do you want to go up and play?" He had known Qin Hanyang for many years and knew the latter's temperament, so he didn't say anything polite. It didn't matter if Qin Hanyang didn't want to sing, he was just here to play. A little later, Qin Hanyang took the bottle, touched his belly and said, "My stomach is still full, I need to digest it first." Everyone laughed. De Jiang looked for Lu Chen to talk, and didn't forget to greet Li Feiyu, even if the latter was only Lu Chen's assistant. Lu Chen felt that the boss of the Black Crow Bar was quite interesting, so he chatted with him. De Jiang was a Jinling local, and he had opened a bar for many years. It was easy for him to talk about interesting things, so the atmosphere was very harmonious. Even the members of the Bionics joined in the conversation. "Brother Lu Chen," while they were chatting happily, a timid voice suddenly came from the side, "Can I have an autograph?" Lu Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look, only to see two 18- or 19-year-old girls appear beside him, holding their mobile phones tightly in their hands, looking at him with eyes full of expectation, their faces with a shy and uneasy expression. These two were obviously not rock singers or fans. They were most likely brought by their friends to watch the fun. The Black Crow Bar was actually very similar to some music bars in Hohai. Most of the customers were people in the circle, and a group of underground singers gathered here. The expenses weren't high, the atmosphere was unique, and it was quite mysterious in the eyes of ordinary people. Bringing a girl here to experience it was actually a very new thing, and it added to the coolness. The people in this small circle did not like Lu Chen very much, but the guests who came to watch the fun were different. For example, the two girls in front of them were not true fans of Lu Chen, but they were also fans of his idols. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Sure, where should I sign?" Whether they were real fans or passers-by, he had always been friendly and kind to his fans. He never put on airs or put on airs. For example, Lu Chen would try his best to satisfy his fans' requests for autographs. The two girls were a little surprised, but more than that, they were pleasantly surprised. They quickly borrowed a pen and paper from the waiter. After successfully getting the autograph, one of the girls became bolder and said, "Brother Lu Chen, I like watching Autumn in My Heart the most. You played Yuanxi really well." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you." The girl took the opportunity to ask, "Brother Lu Chen, can I take a picture with you?" Lu Chen nodded and stood up. The girl was instantly overjoyed. She quickly passed the phone to her friend and held his arm. She even tilted her head and leaned on Lu Chen's shoulder. After taking the picture, her friend was very envious and also wanted to take a picture. Lu Chen could only be a prop and took a picture with the two girls, which made them extremely satisfied. A passerby was definitely going to become a true fan. When Lu Chen sat down again, Qin Hanyang shook his head and sighed at De Jiang. "De Jiang, we're really old now. We can't even lie to young girls anymore." If it was in the past, sigh. The two girls only cared about talking and taking pictures with Lu Chen and completely ignored the Bionics who were sitting next to them. Qin Hanyang's self-deprecation made everyone burst out laughing. Lu Chen could not help but laugh. When the country was popular, being a rock singer was a very cool thing to do. Wearing a t-shirt and tattered jeans with long hair, he could easily charm ignorant girls, especially the kind of artistic young women. Nowadays, people who wore similar outfits were basically classified as hip-hop style and had to wear all kinds of shiny jewelry. The era of rock had long passed. Only places like the Black Crow Bar still stuck to a small circle, huddling together to recall the glory days of the past. People like Qin Hanyang belonged to the category of people who had walked out and could no longer be considered as part of this circle. It was probably because the two girls had played a good role in setting a good example. Next, several girls ran over to ask for autographs and pictures, making their table the focus of attention at the scene. There were more whispers and discussions, most of which were directed at Lu Chen. In the Black Crow Bar, young and pure girls were scarce resources. They all rushed to get close to Lu Chen. How could the other singers be happy when they heard that? The atmosphere naturally began to become strange. Qin Hanyang noticed the strange gazes from around him. He thought for a moment and immediately said to the members of the Bionics, "Let's go up and play a few songs." In fact, at this time, Lu Chen planned to leave. There was no need to let himself be pointed at. However, Qin Hanyang had to sing on stage. He couldn't run away now, so he had to stay. With the Bionics on stage, everyone's attention was diverted. Whether it was in Hohai in Beijing or 1912 in Jinling, the Bionics were legendary. From obscurity to fame overnight, the story of this band was widely circulated in the circle. Everyone had heard of the Bionics songs, but not many had actually heard them live. Therefore, as soon as they appeared, they received warm applause, cheers, and screams. Qin Hanyang sat down on a stool with his electric guitar in his arms. He first tested the sound, then reached out to adjust the height of the microphone. He cleared his throat and said, "I'm very happy to return to the Black Crow Bar today. I walked from here to Beijing. It's been more than 10 years. Some friends are still here, and some have gone far away. But no matter what, it's our fate to be able to meet here tonight. I just want to sing a few songs, and everyone will like it." As soon as his voice fell, cheers and applause exploded. Many people even stood up and applauded. Qin Hanyang raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued, "Thank you, Big Jiang, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you, Lu Chen, for creating such a good work. In the spring, for everyone." The atmosphere in the bar was ignited in an instant, and it was extremely enthusiastic. I still remember the spring many years ago, when I hadn't cut my long hair yet, but I was so happy at that time, although I only had a broken wooden guitar, on the street, under the bridge, in the field, singing the song that no one cared about. Qin Hanyang had sung in the spring countless times. He was absolutely skilled, and his understanding of this work had reached a very profound level. Some people didn't know, and even thought that in the spring was Qin Hanyang's life experience, and he created it. Many singers had covered this classic, but very few people could sing the vicissitudes of life in the song. This was a work of extreme vicissitudes. Back to Jinling, back to the Black Crow Bar, back to the place where his dream began, the emotions that Qin Hanyang integrated into the song became stronger, as if it was a jar of old wine. Many people present were humming or singing in silence, as if they were on a pilgrimage. When Qin Hanyang finished singing, almost everyone stood up, applauded and cheered, including Lu Chen. It was undoubtedly the right choice for him to give this song to the Bionics. After In the Spring, Qin Hanyang sang Fly Higher. This song was first sung by Lu Chen in Singing China. Later, he licensed the cover rights to the Bionics, which released a single and became one of the signature works of the Bionics. It was also loved by everyone. And Qin Hanyang also used these two works to tell everyone what excellent talent Lu Chen has. When the applause in the bar subsided, Qin Hanyang said, "Thank you again for Lu Chen's creation of this song, Fly Higher. He is a great singer-songwriter. Let's invite him to sing this song for us." This time, the applause was much more sincere and warm. No matter what prejudice they have, no one can deny Lu Chen's talent. No matter how much they don't like folk singers, they can't ignore Lu Chen's influence in the pop music world today. Even in the rock circle, Lu Chen's name is still loud, but some people selectively ignore it. They even think that In the Spring is not really rock. At this moment, in the Black Crow Bar, there are also such conceited and proud people, watching Lu Chen on the stage with complicated eyes, wanting to hear what song he will sing. "You who sat next to me? The brightest star in the night sky, they're all jokes. At most, Chasing Dream with a Childlike Heart is barely qualified." Even Qin Hanyang thought that Lu Chen would sing Chasing Dream with a Childlike Heart. He said in a low voice, "We've practiced chasing dream with a childlike heart. There's no problem with the accompaniment." Returning to this once familiar and proud circle, Qin Hanyang suddenly found that he was a little out of place in this circle. Those old rock singers are still immersed in the glory of the past and don't want to make progress, while young rock singers can't find a way out and are generally impetuous and anxious. Some people say that rock has long been dead. Qin Hanyang doesn't completely deny this, but he always believes that there will be a time for national rock to be reborn, as long as there are a few more excellent writers like Lu Chen. What's funny is that this small circle actually faintly rejects Lu Chen. Out of his love for rock and roll and his once firm belief, Qin Hanyang stands here to support Lu Chen. He wants to let these people understand how ridiculous their stubborn pride is. If they don't seek novelty, don't seek change, don't follow the pulse of the times, then national rock will really die. The so-called Jinling school is nothing more than struggling at death's door. Qin Hanyang wasn't a simple person. He couldn't be simple either. He had been in the circle for so many years and had already tasted the bitterness of the world. But there was still hot blood in his heart, and that was the love of rock and roll. It was just that in the face of the helpless reality before, he could only bury this love deep in his heart and work hard for a living. Today's Qin Hanyang had enough ability to do what he wanted to do. He supported Lu Chen unreservedly, not only because he owed Lu Chen a favor, but also because he saw the hope of the country in Lu Chen. Even if in the eyes of most people, Lu Chen was a singer who was good at folk songs. His youth and his handsomeness often made it easy for people to ignore the amazing talent Lu Chen had. Qin Hanyang would shout for Lu Chen even if he didn't say it himself. He just hoped that Lu Chen could create more and better rock and roll works. It didn't matter who he sang it for, as long as rock and roll music could return to the public's attention. In Qin Hanyang's eyes, Lu Chen saw his sincerity and saw through his mind. He also understood the real purpose of bringing him to the Black Crow Bar. Qin Hanyang wanted Lu Chen to set up his own flag in this circle. To be honest, Lu Chen didn't care, but he was moved by Qin Hanyang's sincerity and love of rock and roll. After thinking about it, he said, "I'd better sing a new song." Qin Hanyang's eyes lit up and he stuffed the electric guitar in his hand into Lu Chen's arms without hesitation. This was Qin Hanyang's most cherished electric guitar, which cost more than 100,000 yuan to customize from abroad. He had never lent it to anyone, except Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the guitar and stood in front of the microphone. Qin Hanyang helped him adjust the height of the microphone and then stepped back to the middle of his teammates. He gave the stage completely to Lu Chen. He used his own actions to express his respect for Lu Chen. The Black Crow Bar was quiet, and even the ignorant guests closed their mouths and even held their breath. Several girls excitedly held their phones with both hands and took pictures of Lu Chen. The Black Raven Bar was different from Forget Grass Bar. Recording and photography were not prohibited here as long as the flash was turned off. Lu Chen took a deep breath and smiled at the microphone. "Thank you, Brother Qin, and thank you, Big Boss Jiang, for your hospitality. I can't repay you, so let's sing a song." Soft laughter rang out in the crowd, but it soon disappeared. Lu Chen continued, "I'm going to sing a new song called Youth. I'm going to give it to myself, to the bionics behind me, and to everyone here. I hope everyone likes it." The applause was warm and long. Even those who didn't like Lu Chen clapped their hands. Lu Chen lowered his head and gently plucked the strings, feeling the friction between his fingers and the steel wire. His heart was moved. "I intend to start at dusk. Hitching a ride to a faraway place. There will be a feast for my friends tonight." I hurriedly put on my clothes and pushed the door open. What greeted me was the sultry desire on the street. I leaped lightly, jumped into the river of people. It was drizzling outside. The raindrops were as light as my youth. My face was covered with rain. Just like happiness. There was nothing in my heart. Just like there was no pain. There was everything in this world. Just like everyone had it. At the beginning, the electric guitar accompaniment was so weak that it was almost non-existent. It could basically be considered a cappella. Lu Chen was telling his story. It was not pretentious or angry. It was like a chant inadvertently recalling the past, calm and unhurried. This style was very rare. The lyrics and melody were simple and unadorned, with obvious folk characteristics. But towards the end, whether it was the singing, the accompaniment, or the emotion, they were all strengthened. The foreshadowing and emotions were slowly accumulating, making all the listeners' hearts rise, as if something was about to come out, until Lu Chen sang. Keep walking, keep losing while I didn't realize, youth, keep walking, keep losing while I didn't realize, youth. The rhythm of the climax came so suddenly, but it was so logical. It was like the lightning and torrential rain after the muffled thunder. It was inevitable and hit everyone's heart hard. Keep walking, keep losing, while I didn't realize, youth. There was no hoarse roar, but it was a cry of passion and power. Accompanied by the heavy guitar sound, it impacted and echoed in the Black Crow Bar, shaking the eardrums. Many people's faces changed. Some people involuntarily clenched their fists, some people could not help but tremble, some people gritted their teeth, and some people were stunned as if they could not believe the song they had just heard. If the first part of Lu Chen's song Youth was still like a folk song, then the chorus and the climax were the real blood of rock and roll. It was passionate and hot-blooded, making people feel that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats and move with the strong rhythm. Such a song, such a work, who else could doubt it? No one, no matter how arrogant and conceited they were, they had to bow their heads. It sang about the people who had lost or were in their youth, the kind of complex that had nowhere to put it. Lu Chen sang it twice. When he finished playing the last note, the Black Crow Bar was still quiet. After a while, Big Jiang was the first to stand up and clap his hands hard, one after another. Then everyone stood up and saluted Lu Chen with applause. Salute to an extraordinary singer. Qin Hanyang strode forward and put his arm around Lu Chen's shoulder. He was honored. As mentioned before, the rock singers of Jinling School had a strong artistic atmosphere. They were not so extreme and crazy. Their singing and creative style were light rock. Youth and life were one of the themes of their creation. This song Youth was not poetic and romantic. It told everyone that youth had no beginning, no end, no loneliness, and no half of youth. Similarly, just like everyone has youth, you and I will inevitably be reluctant, you and I will inevitably be lonely, you and I will inevitably stop halfway, and it will inevitably be sad. But no matter what, we must move forward, we must continue to lose, continue to forget. As the song sang, wasn't it a portrayal of the life of many rock singers? This song had conquered them. Someone rushed over quickly, rushed down the stage, and tried to tiptoe to extend his arm to Lu Chen. In his hand was an unopened bottle of beer. Thank you. Lu Chen returned the electric guitar to Qin Hanyang, walked over, and leaned over to take the beer that the other person handed over. He straightened up, unscrewed the cap, raised it high, and said, to everyone, and music. Cheers. Many people raised their wine bottles or glasses, including a few girls. They had seen the elegant and affectionate side of Lu Chen on TV or on the internet, but they had never seen him so flamboyant and hot-blooded. They were also infected. Lu Chen drank a bottle of beer. Applause and screams sounded again, full of recognition. After drinking, Lu Chen and Qin Hanyang stepped off the stage together and returned to their original positions. But people kept coming over to toast the two. If it weren't for the help of the bionics, Lu Chen would have had a hard time resisting. With great difficulty, Lu Chen drank at least 7 bottles of beer. Fortunately, they were all small bottles. Big Jiang drank more, and his tongue was a little loose. This song, it's really good, really good. He gave Lu Chen a thumbs up and praised him sincerely. Qin Hanyang was even more curious. When did you write this song? He felt that Lu Chen seemed to have written it specifically for tonight's trip to the Black Crow Bar. It was incredible. Lu Chen explained, I wrote it before. I felt it was suitable, so I took it out and sang it. It's fine as long as I'm happy. Qin Hanyang was speechless. He could casually take out one of his accumulated works, and it would become a much-told story. For decades, had there been such a figure in the domestic pop music world? Qin Hanyang couldn't think of it. He could only admire Lu Chen's strength. The latter's inspiration and musical ideas were endless, as if they would never dry up. This was the luck of domestic pop music, everyone continued to chat and drink. It wasn't until 12 o'clock in the evening that Lu Chen and Qin Hanyang were almost drunk. Qin Hanyang stayed in the dormitory in the Black Crow Bar, and then Li Feiyu accompanied Lu Chen back to the Marriott Hotel. Li Feiyu supported Lu Chen with one hand and opened the door with Lu Chen's room card in the other. In the end, he was shocked. The lights in the living room of the suite were on, and Chen Feier was in the room. Seeing Lu Chen, who was drunk, she quickly greeted him and said angrily, "Why are you drunk like this?" Li Feiyu was very guilty in front of the Heavenly Queen. De Chen had a good chat with Brother Qin, so, Chen Feier didn't really blame Li Feiyu for not fulfilling his duties as an assistant. She took Lu Chen and said softly, "Leave it to me. Have an early rest." Li Feiyu felt like he had been pardoned. "Thank you, Sister Fei." He quickly closed the door and slipped away, secretly envious of Lu Chen's luck with women. Although Chen Feier was a woman, she often exercised and had some strength. In addition, Lu Chen wasn't drunk to the point of being unconscious, so she helped him lie down on the bed in the bedroom. Chen Feier helped Lu Chen take off his shoes and brought a hot towel to wipe his face. When she was about to cover Lu Chen with the blanket, Lu Chen suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Chen Feier fell on top of Lu Chen and was hugged tightly by Lu Chen. Chen Feier struggled for a while, but to no avail. She relaxed and pressed her face against his chest. Lu Chen chuckled and adjusted his position to make it more comfortable. Chen Feier let him be. After a long time, Chen Feier said softly, "Don't drink too much. It's bad for your body." But she didn't get a response from Lu Chen. Only then did she realize that Lu Chen had fallen asleep. He was like a child hugging a big toy. Note, lyric/composer for youth, Wang Feng. That night, Lu Chen slept soundly, deeply, and comfortably. In the dream, he seemed to have the whole world, extremely satisfied and comfortable, and only wanted to sleep for a long time and not wake up. However, the biological clock formed by long-term fixed habits stubbornly urged him to wake up. When Lu Chen opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Chen Feier lying in his arms. This beauty was still asleep. Her eyes were closed, her long eyelashes were curled up, and her breath was long and even, very light on his chin and neck, a little ticklish. The faint morning light shone through the thin gauze curtains and shone on her almost flawless face. It was an intoxicating beauty. What made Lu Chen's heart beat faster was that Chen Feier's graceful body was close to him. Although separated by a long skirt, he still completely felt the amazing taste of coexistence of elasticity and softness. It was a beautiful feeling that could not be described with words. How could this be? Lu Chen tried hard to recall with his slightly hungover and dizzy head, and finally remembered that he drank a lot of wine with Qin Hanyang and the others in the Black Crow bar last night, and it was Li Feiyu who sent him back. Then he returned to the hotel, opened the door, and it seemed that Chen Feier was in his room, until now. Lu Chen, who was completely sober, curled his lips slightly, and like a thief, he secretly leaned over and kissed her fragrant lips, twice, 3 times. Chen Feier woke up, and in a daze, she was pressed under Lu Chen's body and wantonly molested. She struggled and resisted a few times, but helplessly gave up resistance, until her passion was aroused, and she responded enthusiastically, enjoying the private intimacy of the two of them. However, when Lu Chen put his big hand into the skirt and tried to go further, he was firmly defended. Chen Feier bit Lu Chen's lips and coquettishly said, "Don't go too far." Her eyes were so charming that water was about to drip out, her face was flushed, and her black hair was scattered. In fact, she did not have much strength to resist. But Lu Chen could feel her determination, so he had to resist and stop. Chen Feier smiled gently, kissed him hard, and said, "That's a good boy." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Chen Feier suddenly frowned, sniffed, and said with disgust, "Ah, you smell too strong, go take a bath, I have to go back." Speaking of this, she became even more shy, pushed Lu Chen's chest, and said angrily, "It's all your fault." Last night, the reason why Chen Feier stayed to accompany Lu Chen was that the latter was very drunk, and she was worried that something might happen. A drunk person's ability to protect themselves was very weak. Even if they were lying on the bed, they would still be in danger. For example, it was not uncommon for people to vomit and suffocate, which led to tragedies. They needed to be taken care of. Chen Feier knew this, so how could she go back by herself? Lu Chen was touched, and he smiled and hugged her, saying, "Let's go take a bath together." Ah. The soft flesh on his waist was pinched hard, reminding him to pay attention to harmony, and not go too far, they continued to entangle on the bed for a while, and then Lu Chen reluctantly let go of Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er secretly ran back to her room. Fortunately, their rooms were adjacent. Lu Chen went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot shower, washing away the smell of alcohol and hangover. After changing into sportswear, he went to morning exercise in high spirits. A new day had begun, and today's shooting was more important. Everyone was working hard. In the busy time, everyone said goodbye to 2015, and the clock pointed to 2016. A new year had begun. The crew of Autumn in My Heart didn't even celebrate the New Year's Day, and nervously shot the remaining episodes. Because this urban romance TV series was really popular, not only on the internet, but also in the TV series market, making countless people inside and outside the industry surprised and exclaimed in disbelief, Hygiene TV was even preparing to broadcast 3 episodes from 2 to 3 on weekends. Weekend dramas were broadcast on weekends, usually with 2 episodes, and a few had 1 or 3 episodes. 3 episodes were broadcast on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or the ratings were too bad, speeding up the broadcast of the purchased episodes, making valuable time to replace the new episodes, and often adjusting the broadcast time. Another situation was that the ratings were too good, and the audience and advertisers were extremely demanding. 2 episodes were not enough. Under such circumstances, 3 episodes in a row could not only satisfy the audience, but also bring in rolling profits for the TV station. After Autumn in My Heart became popular, the most direct beneficiary was undoubtedly Hygiene TV, a satellite TV station that originally had a very weak presence. The advertising price at the beginning and end. Originally, Hygiene TV's weekend primetime slot between 8:30 and 9:30 was quoted at 3,000 renminbi per second, and a 15-second advertisement cost 45,000 renminbi. But this was only the public quotation. The actual price that the agent could get was at least 50% off, basically between 1,200 to 1,500 renminbi per second. If it was a long-term custom-made package, the price was even lower. Such a price, not to mention compared with the giant Central TV, would be nothing compared with Beijing satellite TV. To put it bluntly, Beijing Television's several non-satellite programs also had higher advertising fees than Hygiene TV. Of course, Hygiene TV did not want to keep eating the leftovers of others. Unfortunately, they could not come up with a good program, and they could not compete with others for popular TV series, so they could only watch their peers eat the meat. Autumn in My Heart was undoubtedly a loophole that Hygiene TV picked up. It was originally thought to be a small loophole, but it turned out to be a big loophole, and they made a lot of money. On December 26th and 27th, the 5th and 6th episodes of Autumn in My Heart were broadcast, and the ratings directly broke through the 0.50% mark, reaching 0.51% and 0.55% respectively. The relevant people of Hygiene TV and others were directly smitten. The fastest to react was the advertising department. In the face of the swarms of advertisers, they raised the bloody butcher's knife without hesitation and doubled the price of next week's opening and ending advertisements, especially the opening advertisement, which was directly put up as a sold-out sign. In fact, they had already raised the price once before, but everyone underestimated the power of Autumn in My Heart. On January 2, 2016, the 7th episode of Autumn in My Heart was broadcast. The day before, the annual drama My Heart is Soaring on Shonan TV, the leader of the local satellite TV stations in China, premiered. This TV series was jointly shot by Shonan TV and Xianxia Satellite TV in the mainland, bringing together many stars and artists from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and South Korea. The total investment of the first 35 episodes was more than 100 million renminbi, and all of them had been completed. Shonan TV was once the double hegemon of the variety and TV series market among the local satellite TV stations. Its self-produced and imported TV series were widely popular in the country, creating a large number of idols and stars, and the ratings were so high that even Central TV was surprised. However, in recent years, Shonan TV encountered fierce competition that had never been seen in the industry. Variety and TV series were facing serious market pressure, and had already lost the wireless glory of dominating the TV screen in the past. Of course, Shonan TV would not be willing to be beaten down. My Heart is Soaring was their ambitious work, and they were ready to open their doors and become popular in 2016, with strong strength and strong marketing channels. The premiere of My Heart is Soaring, which was filled with stars and was well produced, was very successful. The first episode's ratings reached 0.52%, and it was unparalleled among its peers. Its producer even said that My Heart is Soaring would not have a problem breaking the 1% rating mark, and that Shonan TV's target for this TV series was 1.5% to 2%. In the current market structure, any TV station, including Central TV's TV series. A TV series with an average rating of more than 0.5% would be considered a popular TV series, 1% would be considered a huge hit, 2% would be considered a phenomenon, and any higher than that would be considered a national TV series. Shonan TV's ambition was to make My Heart is Soaring a huge hit, and it would be a phenomenon, and on the same day and at the same time on the 2nd of January, My Heart is Soaring and Autumn in My Heart is Soaring collided. Mars collided with Earth. On the morning of the 3rd of January, the traffic on New Channel's official website increased greatly. Many people, including a large number of netizens, were anxiously waiting for the latest ratings rankings to be released. They wanted to see the results of the head-on battle between My Heart is Soaring and Autumn in My Heart is Soaring. Before this, the industry generally believed that Autumn in My Heart is Soaring was a well-deserved dark horse, but its momentum would definitely be restrained and suppressed when it collided with Shonan TV's annual drama. Shonan TV had already spent tens of millions on the promotion of My Heart is Soaring, and all sorts of marketing activities were carried out vigorously. Moreover, the investors of this TV series were all big shots in the industry, and with so many celebrities joining the cast, how could a low-budget sadomasochistic TV series like Autumn in My Heart is Soaring be a match for them? Some people were even gloating. If Autumn in My Heart is Soaring could be aired a month earlier and avoid My Heart is Soaring, its final results would definitely be much higher, and it might even have the chance to become a huge hit. Now that Autumn in My Heart is Soaring was ruthlessly suppressed, it would definitely affect the ratings. At 12 o'clock, the number of visits to New Channel's official website reached its peak. The latest episode's ratings were updated on time. My Heart is Soaring, 0.57%/0. 52%/002/003 Autumn in My Heart is Soaring, 1.01%/0. 55%/001/001. Autumn in My Heart is Soaring, 0.57% and Autumn in My Heart is Soaring, 1% and Autumn in My Heart is Soaring, 1% and Autumn in My Heart is Soaring. How was this possible? There was an uproar in the industry. Many people were in disbelief and even suspected that there was something wrong with New Channel's official website. It was normal for Autumn in My Heart is Soaring to increase from 0.52% in the first episode to 0.57% in the second episode, and an increase of 0.5% could be considered a small success. It might not be able to satisfy Shonan TV's expectations, but there was still a lot of potential to be dug out. But what the hell was the jump from 0.55% to 1% for Autumn in My Heart is Soaring? It directly broke through 1%, it was definitely a huge hit. Many people in the industry who predicted that Autumn in My Heart is Soaring would encounter a strong resistance were slapped in the face. And it was too ruthless, too ruthless. Shonan TV was at the top of all the satellite TV stations, and its success was not due to luck. It was also the TV station that paid the most attention to marketing and promotion. Before any major program or TV series was broadcast, they would spend a lot of money to hype and promote it, firmly attracting the attention of the public. And the investment in marketing in exchange for a high viewership rating that surpassed its peers, and a shocking amount of advertising revenue. This formed a virtuous cycle, which made Shonan TV's position in the industry difficult to be shaken. This set of marketing methods was also played to perfection by them, and could be called a model in the industry. As the opening drama of 2016, Shonan TV invested a lot of money into My Heart Soar, and it was hyped up on the internet half a month before it was broadcast. Especially on Wave's blog, many internet promoters and verified accounts were adding fuel to the fire for My Heart Soar, and Autumn in My Heart Soar was a dark horse, which inevitably aroused the vigilance of some people. Therefore, in the blog, there were blog posts that were openly praising My Heart Soar while secretly criticizing Autumn in My Heart Soar. There were also so-called market analysts who thought that the rise of Autumn in My Heart Soar was only taking advantage of the lack of big dramas in the domestic TV market at the end of 2015. When Autumn in My Heart Soar met Autumn in My Heart Soar, it was bound to show its true colors. This kind of argument was very popular, and even caused a debate among the fans. But when the new viewership ranking came out, those who were criticizing Autumn in My Heart Soar became a joke, and those who swore that the viewership of this TV series would fall were slapped in the face. On the night of January 3, 2016, Autumn in My Heart Soar aired its 8th episode. The next day, the ranking was updated, and Autumn in My Heart Soar was at 1.21%, firmly occupying the throne of the viewership ratings. This time, the doubting comments on the internet all disappeared. No one could deny that Autumn in My Heart Soar had become a hot new drama, and it was not impossible for it to reach the phenomenal level. On the same day, the 3rd episode of My Heart Soar had a viewership rating of 0.54%, which actually dropped by 0.3% compared to the previous episode, be it the internet promoters, the so-called market analysts, or even Shonan TV themselves, were all silent. The film and TV market was always cruel. It didn't mean that you could make a hit movie or TV series by spending hundreds of millions of dollars to invite big stars. It wasn't unbelievable for a small-budget TV series to beat a big production. Of course, in most cases, big productions would crush smaller ones. Autumn in My Heart Soar, which only had a tenth of the investment and promotion of Autumn in My Heart Soar, was undoubtedly a miracle. When the viewership ratings for this episode came out, idealism began to spread in the blogs. Lu Chen was Shonan TV's nemesis. The relationship between the two sides dates back to when Lu Chen first made his debut. Shonan TV's Super Singer excluded Lu Chen. As a result, Lu Chen joined Singing China, which also made Shonan TV lose face. At that time, the ratings of Singing China surpassed Super Singer. Now Shonan TV's annual drama hit Lu Chen's self-written and self-acted Autumn in My Heart Soar. Not only did it not knock down the latter, but it was also beaten up by the latter, which really lost face. Although the appearance of this statement has a hint of ulterior motives, it does not deviate from the facts. In another battlefield also related to TV ratings, Autumn in My Heart Soar also won a big victory. That was QQ Video. Autumn in My Heart Soar was broadcast simultaneously on Hygiene Satellite TV and QQ Video Online. Simultaneous broadcasting on TV and the internet is the usual mode of operation for many TV series at present. Although the latter has greatly reduced the ratings of the former, it is an inevitable result. With the rise of the internet era, more and more young people have abandoned TV sets and are accustomed to obtaining information and entertainment through computers and the internet. This huge market can't be ignored by any capital. Autumn in My Heart Soar sold the online broadcasting rights to QQ Video. On the one hand, it was to quickly recover funds, on the other hand, it was also to seize this market and expand its influence. Otherwise, if it was only limited to TV broadcasting, it would never be as popular as it is now. Moreover, the phenomenon of piracy of online films and TV series has been repeatedly banned. Movies are better, and there are few piracy during the release period. TV dramas are simply a disaster area, so now more and more TV dramas will be broadcast simultaneously, in order to reduce losses and expand the impact. The competitor of Autumn in My Heart Soar in QQ Video is the latter's self-made drama, Sweetheart President. The investment of Sweetheart President is also big than Autumn in My Heart Soar, and as the own son of QQ Video, it is definitely more favored than Autumn in My Heart Soar, which was bought. The strength of resources tilted is completely different. At the beginning, the number of views of Sweetheart President steadily surpassed Autumn in My Heart Soar. However, with the popularity of Autumn in My Heart Soar on the TV screen, the situation changed quickly. The number of views of Autumn in My Heart Soar rose steadily, and soon caught up with Sweetheart President, which showed a declining trend. This made QQ Video very embarrassed, and it had to use technical means to control the competition between the two sides. But netizens are not fools, and the audience who watch online dramas are not idiots. Sweetheart President has been criticized to pieces, and the rating of QQ Video has fallen below 5 points, while the rating of Autumn in My Heart Soar has been hovering around 9 points. Compared with TV stations, the biggest advantage of video websites is interaction. Netizens are very active in commenting on online dramas, especially what they like, which will often be discussed in full swing on the internet, and then form a strong fan group. The fan circle of Autumn in My Heart Sore has expanded like a snowball. They will not simply use boring data to judge the quality of a TV series. It is enough to rely on their feelings. Therefore, when they saw that Autumn in My Heart Sore, which was highly praised, was suppressed by Sweetheart President, which was half dead, countless people were indignant and scolded the shamelessness of QQ Video in the comment area. QQ Video is so funny. It's obviously only 10 million views, but when I wake up, it's over 100 million. Sweetheart President is trash, QQ Video is shameless. Sisters, let's push Autumn in My Heart Sore together, and victory belongs to us. Hehe, why don't I feel surprised at all? Because it's normal. I just want to say one thing, I hope Lu Chen doesn't put his next work on QQ Video. Yes, let QQ play by itself and get 10 billion views. In addition to cursing QQ Video, fans also said their feelings after watching. Many fans said that they all scolded and cried while watching. Many times, they were stimulated by the plot, but they wanted to continue watching as if they were possessed, and were completely reluctant to give up. Especially female fans, who accounted for a large proportion. They put themselves in the shoes of Eunhui, deeply liked Xianxia, and were moved by Tai Shi's infatuation and sincerity. Then they hated Eunhui so much that their teeth itched, and their emotions were controlled by the story in the play. In many people's view, the story of the emotional entanglement of the four corners was very melodramatic, and they couldn't figure out why it had such a high ratings, but the audience's preference was like this. Once they were moved, they would be fascinated, and there was no reason to explain it. Another most important point was that the actors of the main characters were all excellent. Chen Fei's performance of Eunhui has attracted a large number of male and female fans. Her acting skills may not be the best, but her appearance and temperament were perfect. Lu Chen's performance of Eunhui's appearance and acting skills were impeccable. How popular he is now can be seen from the increase in the number of fans on Wave's blog. And Zhang Liwei, Hu Yang, Zhang Juanji, Yi Mingmei, all became famous overnight. Under such circumstances, QQ Video couldn't withstand the pressure, and was scolded half to death by the fans of Autumn in My Heart Sore, so they had to give up continuing to suppress it. Otherwise, if they were too biased and annoyed Lu Chen and Chen Fei, how could they cooperate next time? It was said that Yushur Video regretted missing the drama so much that its intestines turned green, and it was eager for QQ to kill itself. In fact, the popularity of Autumn in My Heart Sore was also a good thing for QQ Video. It was nothing more than losing face. And now, as strong as QQ, it also had to bow its head in front of Autumn in My Heart Sore. Without the cheating of the website, the momentum of Autumn in My Heart Sore was unstoppable. Because the online drama could be played repeatedly during the contract period, the number of views of Autumn in My Heart Sore quickly surpassed Sweetheart President. By January 4, the total number of views of Autumn in My Heart Sore exceeded 500 million, surpassing Sweetheart President by nearly 100 million. This data was taken by Chen Fei's fans to ridicule in Jing Yao's blog. Jing Yao was the heroine of Sweetheart President. In an interview with reporters, she insinuated that Chen Fei didn't know how to act and thought that Sweetheart President could beat Autumn in My Heart Sore. As a result, now her face was slapped loudly, and she no longer dared to say a word. Faced with the cynicism of countless fans, she simply closed the comment and pretended to be a dead dog. As a result, her personal tiaba was immediately blown up. In fact, it was not only Jing Yao who was slapped in the face, but also Altuang Pictures and Baolong Pictures, which had rejected Lu Chen. The two were reduced to laughingstocks in the circle and were regarded as examples of people who had eyes but failed to recognize the golden inlaid jade. With the high ratings on the screen and the popularity on demand on the internet, Autumn in My Heart Sore could be said to have soared to the sky. Many people could no longer sit still and took action. Beijing TV station and Zhejiang TV station came to the door again, as well as many domestic satellite TV stations, to compete for the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart Sore. The variety channel of Beijing TV station also belonged to the ranks of regretful people. Originally, they were the most likely to win the TV series, but in the end, they just missed it. At the same time, there were also investors, advertisers, brokerage companies. Most of the TV series produced by film and television companies were sold directly to TV stations. Although the terms of the contract were different, the main thing was the first broadcast rights and rebroadcast rights. Big stars, big productions, and popular dramas, the first broadcast rights would often be inflated to sky-high prices, often starting from tens of millions. Sometimes a single TV station couldn't buy it, so they would buy the shared rights with multiple TV stations. For this type of drama, the price of the rebroadcast rights was unlikely to be higher than the first broadcast rights, even if the ratings were very high. But there was another type of drama, the first broadcast rights were sold very cheaply, and they couldn't earn back the cost at all. But after the broadcast, the ratings soared, and the price of the rebroadcast rights would inevitably rise, and even far exceed the first broadcast. Autumn in My Heart was undoubtedly such a TV series with infinite potential. Putting aside the VAM agreement, the cost of hygiene satellite TV to buy the first broadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart was not high. The price of $6 million for 20 episodes could only allow the three investors to recover less than half of the total cost. Whether it was Lu Chen, Xianxia, or Chanda Pictures, they didn't particularly care about this, because there were still rebroadcast rights. However, no one thought that Autumn in My Heart would become so popular that it made people stunned. The breakthrough of the domestic ratings of 1% made this urban romance drama quickly become a hot topic, blowing up blogs and WeChat moments, and the actors in the drama became famous overnight. As for many television stations, they saw a golden cash cow. Autumn in My Heart was a weekend drama that was filmed and broadcast at the same time. The frequency of 2 episodes a week was actually not conducive to the increase of ratings. Under the same circumstances, it often couldn't compete with conventional series. Now that it had achieved such a high ratings, its potential was great to be dug out. If it was rebroadcast continuously, it wouldn't be incredible for the ratings to surpass the premiere. Because a TV series' reputation needed to be brewed, especially for mainstream TV audiences. If they missed the previous episodes, they would pay special attention to the rebroadcast. If others said it was good, then it must be good. Under such circumstances, the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart, which had not yet been fully filmed, immediately became popular. As many as a dozen TV stations rushed to contact and negotiate. Among them, the most urgent and powerful were undoubtedly Beijing Television Station and Zhejiang Television Station. On January 7, representatives sent by Beijing Television Station came to Jinling to discuss the purchase of the rebroadcast rights with the three parties. One of the representatives was Gu Ruwei. Gu Ruwei is a music producer for Beijing Television and once served as the music director of Singing China. He is very familiar with Lu Chen and Xianxia and has a good friendship. Originally, buying a TV series like this had nothing to do with Gu Ruwei. That was the job of the program department. However, Autumn in My Heart was too popular and in high demand. Beijing Television Station was afraid that the rebroadcast rights would be snatched away by their competitors, so they sent Gu Ruwei to play the favor card. Gu Ruwei's status in Beijing Television Station was neither high nor low, so it was appropriate for him to represent Lu Chen in the negotiations. There was another person that Lu Chen knew. He was the deputy director of the variety channel, Zhu Xiaotai. For two of the top management of Beijing Television Station to come to Jinling together, it was really a show of sincerity. Otherwise, other small and medium-sized film production companies would not be able to find Beijing Television Station even if they carried a pig's head. Under normal circumstances, the latter would not take the initiative to lower their posture to negotiate with the former. As the saying goes, business cannot be done, benevolence and righteousness exist. Although the last cooperation was not successful, this time, whether it was Lu Chen, Xianxia or Chanda Pictures, they were still warmly welcomed. That evening, Zhang De, the general manager of Chanda Pictures, hosted a banquet at the Marriott Hotel to entertain the representatives of Beijing Television. Lu Chen, Xianxia, and their agents were all present. Autumn in My Heart was very popular, and the most direct beneficiary was Hygiene Satellite TV, followed by Chanda Pictures. Chanda Brothers Pictures could barely be regarded as a small fish in the Beijing film and television circle, where there were many big shots. They had invested in many TV series, but had very few results, and basically did not have much say in the circle. This time, with the help of Autumn in My Heart, Chanda Pictures has made a name for itself in the industry. During this period of time, many people have come to seek cooperation or support, and they have gained a lot of limelight. However, the Chanda brothers did not let this go to their heads. They were very clear about who they had to hold on to. During the filming of Autumn in My Heart, Xianxia had been stationed in Jinling. According to his words, he was a housekeeper, responsible for solving the worries of the crew. It was also because of Xianxia's coordination that the filming of Autumn in My Heart was very smooth, and it was not affected by any accidents. It was very likely that all the filming work would be completed in advance. At the wine table, Xianxia, who had a great capacity for liquor, was the undeniable attacker. He frequently raised his cup to the point where even old Jiang and Zhu Xiaotai couldn't resist, causing the atmosphere in the banquet to be very warm and harmonious. After drinking a bottle of red wine, Zhu Xiaotai smiled bitterly and said, "Director Zhang, Teacher Liu, Teacher Chen, secondly, this time I am here to atone for my mistake. Because of what happened last time, I was scolded to death by the leaders. This time, no matter what, you guys have to take care of me first, otherwise, I can't go back and explain myself." Zhu Xiaotai was using the alcohol as an excuse to joke, but what he said was basically the truth. When he was negotiating the premiere rights of Autumn in My Heart, he didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, he missed this promising TV series, which was discussed a lot in the station. In fact, Zhu Xiaotai was also quite wronged. If it weren't for Hygiene Satellite TV's sudden appearance, Autumn in My Heart would have fallen into the hands of Beijing Television Station. Lu Chen and Chen Fei had a good relationship with Beijing Television, and the Chanda brothers were in Beijing. Under the same conditions, Beijing Television Station was naturally full of confidence. But they never expected that Hygiene Satellite TV, a guy with little sense of existence, would actually make a fool out of them. It was fine if it was intercepted. Beijing Television Station had a lot of resources, but they never dreamed that Autumn in My Heart would become popular all over the country. How could they keep their face if they lost to Central TV, Shonan TV, or even Zhejiang Satellite TV? It wouldn't be a big deal. It was really unbearable to let Hygiene Satellite TV, which was a little brother, gain such a big limelight. In particular, Beijing Television Station had been vigorously reforming in recent years to fight for ratings. They were very tight on high-quality program content and invested a lot of money for this. Losing Autumn in My Heart was simply an unforgivable mistake. The leader above slammed the table, and the board below hit Zhu Xiaotai, who asked him to be the main person in charge. Zhu Xiaotai really couldn't speak of his bitterness, because even if he took it seriously, it was impossible to come up with the same conditions as Hygiene Satellite TV, and the result would be no different. But he couldn't argue, so he could only take this opportunity to come over to discuss in person, and even pulled Gurue with him. Gurue said with a smile, "It's not easy for Director Zhu." Although the music director was a little straightforward and didn't know much about the ways of the world, he understood what he was here for. He naturally had to speak up for Zhu Xiaotai. And Zhu Xiaotai's half-true and half-false complaints made Lu Chen and Chen Fei look at each other. The dignified deputy director of Beijing Television Station's Variety Channel Program Department had said this, so they had to give him some face. Otherwise, they would really offend him. Xianxia, who was experienced, said with a smile, "Director Zhu, you are too serious. There have been a lot of units that have come to negotiate recently. As long as the conditions are similar, we will definitely give it to Beijing Television Station first. We are all from Beijing." Xianxia was actually not a real Beijing person, but he had moved his household registration to Beijing long ago. His answer was watertight, taking care of Zhu Xiaotai's face and keeping the bottom line of his own side. It turned out that Xianxia's defense was very reasonable. The next day, January 8, the negotiator of Zhejiang TV station came to Jinling. Interestingly, it was also an acquaintance, Tian Tian. Tian Tian was originally a program host of Zhejiang Satellite TV. Because of the incident of being attacked by fanatical fans, she was now working behind the scenes in the satellite TV station and rarely appeared in public. Tian Tian and Chen Fei were originally friends, and Lu Chen was her savior. Zhejiang TV station sent her over, playing the favor card, and the weight was not much less than that of the opponent. Because of the special relationship between the two sides, after the banquet in the evening, Chen Fei took Tian Tian to his room for a private chat and asked Lu Chen to accompany him. Tian drank a lot of wine in the evening, and her face was very red and gorgeous. Probably because she was a little tipsy, she spoke boldly. She took Chen Fei-er's hand and asked directly, Sister Fei-er, are you and Lu Chen doing that? Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you mean by that? Chen Fei-er said. Tian, I think you drank too much. Tian smiled and hugged her and said, I'm very sober. Just tell me if it's true. Chen Fei-er pretended to be ignorant. What are you talking about? Tian hooked her finger and said, dating. Are you in a secret relationship? Chen Fei-er knew that she couldn't hide it, so she nodded. Really? Tian couldn't help but widen her eyes and straighten up with a strange expression. That's big news. Chen Fei-er gave her a blank look. We don't intend to make it public. Tian rolled her eyes and said, then you have to pay hush money. Give the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart to our station, otherwise, hee. Chen Fei-er was completely defeated by her rascality. I can't make the decision on this matter. Even if their relationship was very good, it was impossible for her to agree to something that involved multiple interests. This was a matter of principle. The most important thing was that Beijing TV station was also in discussion about the purchase. It wasn't good to be too popular. Sister Fei-er, I beg you. Tian hugged Chen Fei-er's arm tightly and placed her arm between her towering breasts. The drooping neckline inadvertently exposed enough to make people have a nosebleed. Coupled with her soft and pleading voice, it was really difficult to refuse. If she had begged Lu Chen might have surrendered. Chen Fei-er reached out and pinched Tian's straight nose. She smiled and said, it's useless for you to beg me. Why don't you beg him? She pointed to Lu Chen and smiled like a fox that had just stolen a hen. Her eyes were full of slyness. As long as he agrees, this matter will basically be fine. Tian said with a bitter face, I can't beg Lu Chen. I still owe him for saving my life. That's simple. Chen Fei-er smiled and said, if you can't pay it back, you can devote yourself to him. Then all the favors can be paid off. Devote myself to him? Tian glanced at Lu Chen softly and said with a smile, I have no problem with that. Sister Fei-er, what about you? I can't steal my sister's man, can I? The former host of Zhejiang satellite TV station was also a first-class beauty. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her skin was as white as snow. There was a hint of drunkenness on her pretty face. Under the illumination of the indoor lights, she had a different kind of charm, which made people's hearts palpitate. And the words she said were so ambiguous. Lu Chen couldn't help coughing twice. You two pay attention to your image. Chen Fei-er also drank a lot in the evening. She didn't care about Lu Chen's hint. She reached out and pinched Tian's chin and said, you want to steal my sister's man with your little appearance? Well, at most, I'll let you be a concubine. Concubine, Lu Chen was speechless. It turned out that she had drunk too much and was talking nonsense. Tian tilted her head and leaned on Chen Fei-er's shoulder. Concubine? It's not impossible. Lu Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, Host Tian, Autumn in My Heart has many investors. At present, there are many units that want to buy the rebroadcast rights, and many of them are asking for favors. There are some inextricable relationships. Fei-er and I are also in a difficult position. He had to be the bad guy. When it came to serious matters, Tian stopped joking and became serious. Is it Beijing television station? In this matter, the main opponent of Zhejiang TV station that she represented was undoubtedly Beijing TV station. Other than their own strength, Beijing television station's greatest advantage was that they were a local television station in Beijing. They were a typical local tyrant, and anyone in Beijing would have to give them some face. Tian was not the kind of woman with big breasts and no brains. She had carefully investigated before coming to Jinling. That was why she was able to hit the nail on the head. Lu Chen nodded. Fei-er and I have a good relationship with Beijing television. Tian said with a bitter face, I knew it would be like this. There's really no other way this time. Tian moved from the front of the stage to behind the scenes at Zhejiang TV station, and her work was not very smooth. First of all, it was a professional relationship. She studied broadcasting and hosting. She was handy as a host, but she had to start learning from the beginning to work behind the scenes. Naturally, it would be very hard and tiring. Tian Tian was not afraid of hard work. The problem was that the intrigue within the TV station was very strong. There were many people who coveted her current position, and there were a lot of people who gossiped behind her back. This time, she was appointed to negotiate the purchase of the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart. It would be good if she succeeded, but if she failed, it would be hard for the people who supported her in the station to speak, and it would be inevitable that she would fall into a passive state. Speaking of this, Tian Tian's eyes turned red. She entered Zhidong TV station by her own efforts and qualifications. She did not have much background. Although there were people who appreciated her in the station, the strength of their support would not be too great. Unless she could make dazzling results, or find a real big tree. And the latter was never Tian Tian's choice. Chen Feier glared at Lu Chen, as if all the fault was his. Lu Chen knew that he couldn't reason with women, especially women who had drunk. He thought for a moment and said, "In fact, this matter is simple to solve. You two can buy it together. There's no need to fight to the death." In addition, after a pause, Lu Chen continued, "If this cooperation is successful, then the premiere rights of my next TV series will be given to both of you under the same conditions. The premiere rights could be bought out exclusively, or they could be authorized by multiple parties, and the same was true for the rebroadcast rights. It was just that big stations like Beijing Television and Zhidong Satellite TV preferred exclusive buyouts, but it was not absolute." Lu Chen's proposal was undoubtedly a good way to solve the problem. Without harming his own interests, it fully took into account the faces and feelings of the two satellite TV stations. Before the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart, his promise was not worth a penny, but now it was of great significance. Tian Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Her IQ was not low, but she was not familiar with this kind of negotiation. After being pointed out by Lu Chen, she understood, and her heart was suddenly enlightened. Chen Feier said with a smile, "Of course it's true. As soon as you said to devote yourself to him, of course he agreed. Who told our Tian Tian to be so charming?" "Sister Feier." Tian Tian couldn't help blushing, and tickled Chen Feier to cover up her embarrassment. She was now a lot sober. Thinking of the crazy words she had just said, she was really embarrassed. The two women laughed and played on the sofa, completely forgetting that Lu Chen was still sitting next to them and watching. Lu Chen really didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he coughed a few times. He felt that he was about to get a sore throat. Tian Tian was the first to react and said embarrassedly, "Lu Chen, thank you. Let's talk about this in detail tomorrow. I'll go back first." Chen Feier took her hand and wouldn't let go. "You don't have to go back. Stay here with me tonight." Tian Tian's eyes widened. How can three people sleep together? Chen Feier was stunned at first, and then immediately understood. Her pretty face blushed and she pinched her. "You perverted girl," Tian Tian hurriedly begged for mercy. "Sister Feier, I know I was wrong. I'll go first." Lu Chen really couldn't sit still anymore. He quickly got up and left. If he stayed any longer, he was worried that his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Only now did he realize that this beautiful hostess was a crazy girl by nature. When he closed the door, Lu Chen also heard Tian Tian's weak voice behind him, "Sister Feier, why don't I sleep here alone, and you go over?" Lu Chen was completely speechless. That night, Lu Chen had a dream. In the dream, he and a beautiful woman went to Mount Wu together. When they were entangled, he tried to see the other party's face clearly. The result was that sometimes it looked like Chen Feier, and sometimes it looked like Tian Tian. When he woke up from the absurd dream the next morning, Lu Chen found himself shamelessly racing. The depression in his heart really couldn't be described in words. Although he was depressed, Lu Chen would still do what he promised others. He asked his sister, Lu Shi, to pull some strings. Together with Chen Feier's agent and the people of Chanda Pictures, he invited the representatives of the two TV stations to sit down and discuss. The three parties decided to sell the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart to Beijing Television and Zhidong Satellite TV at the same time, and the specific terms of the contract would be discussed in detail. At the same time, Lu Chen Studio promised to sell the premiere rights of the second new drama to the two satellite TV stations first in the future. There was no need to say anything about Tian Tian. Such a result was the best for her. Although Zhu Xiaotai felt a little regretful, he also knew that his side didn't have too many chips. If he made Lu Chen dissatisfied, he would lose everything, and the position under his boat would be unstable. The most important thing was that there were also benefits to sharing equally with Zhedong's satellite TV, at least sharing the high cost. In another month, it would be the Chinese New Year. If the TV series could be rebroadcast in the Chinese New Year, especially on Valentine's Day, the ratings would not be bad, and it would be easy to realize profits. Not to mention the promise of the next new drama. Unless Zhu Xiaotai ate a brain-dead pill, he would never push the money tree of Lu Chen to his opponent. So after only a few minutes of thinking, he agreed to the proposal of cooperation between the two sides. As for Chanda Pictures, they were bent on getting a share of the next new drama. How could they object to the idea put forward by Lu Chen and supported by Chen Fei? What they insisted on was nothing more than the price. After preliminary negotiations, the price offered by the two TV stations was as high as 1 million per episode. In this way, the total price of all 20 episodes was 20 million. This price was absolutely first class, but for a TV series like Autumn in My Heart, which was a hit in the ratings, even if the rebroadcast rights were sold, it would not be too high. Lu Chen Studio, Chen Fei Studio and Chanda Pictures would naturally not be completely satisfied, and the two sides still had to wrangle. On January 9th and 10th, the 9th and 10th episodes of Autumn in My Heart continued to be broadcast on Hygiene Satellite TV. The domestic ratings were 1.47% and 1.59%, respectively. The 1.50% barrier was easily broken through, and it was possible to hit the 2% phenomenal standard. At the same time, the number of views of Autumn in My Heart on QQ Video officially exceeded the 1 billion mark. Compared with all the films and TV series in 2015, it was also ranked in the top 5. And Autumn in My Heart was only half broadcast, and there were still 10 episodes to go. The ratings and number of views were bound to have new breakthroughs, and it was not impossible to create a new record. With the popularity of the TV series, more and more media reporters appeared in Jinling Film and Television City, especially at the shooting site of Autumn in My Heart. As long as it was not completely closed, those figures with long and short guns could always be seen. Related reports constantly appeared in the entertainment film and television section. Although there was free advertising, the consequence of this was that Lu Chen and Chen Fei had to be careful in places outside the hotel. They even had to bring their respective assistants to eat, and they couldn't even date secretly. On January 17th, when the 12th episode of Autumn in My Heart was broadcast, after 2 months of intense shooting, the shooting of this urban romance drama came to an end. Jinling Studio, Azure Coast. Azure Coast was a very unique scenic spot in Jinling Studio. Its main body was a huge artificial lake with an area of tens of thousands of acres. On the south bank, a beach of more than 500 meters long was paved. Plants were planted and reefs were arranged to form a realistic coastal scenery. It was said that all the sand was collected from the seaside. After being washed, it became fine and beautiful. There were also many shell fragments mixed in the sand. When the sun shone on it, it would sparkle. It became one of the most popular attractions in Jinling Film City. In addition, Azure Coast was also one of the shooting sites of major film crews. After shooting here, as long as it was processed in post-production, it could be completely fake and save a lot of costs. The last set of scenes of Autumn in My Heart was shot at Azure Coast. It was already dusk, and there was only a single wheelchair parked on the empty beach. A series of footprints started from the wheelchair and extended into the distance. Lu Chen carried Chen Fei on his back and walked forward step by step. Every step was so difficult. Chen Fei, who was wearing a hospital gown, closed her eyes and leaned her face on Lu Chen's shoulder. Her black hair was messy and her face was as pale as paper. She was no longer breathing. Lu Chen didn't seem to notice. He faced the setting sun. His handsome and resolute face was filled with sorrow that couldn't be dispersed. His dark eyes contained a pain that went deep into the bone. That kind of helplessness, heart and soul, slowly slid down with tears and dripped on the beach. And do you know? I love you. I love you. I love you very, very much. It was a lost murmur. It was a confession to the most beloved person behind her. Unfortunately, she would never hear it again. This kind of sorrow could not be described in words. The pain was deep and unforgettable. She would never be able to let it go. The staff of the crew were infected by the atmosphere of the scene. They did their work in silence and did not show the excitement and joy of the upcoming completion. Director Feng Hui stared at the monitor and was silent for a long time. It was not her first time filming a TV series. She had seen all kinds of actors, but she had never seen a newcomer more outstanding than Lu Chen. The latter seemed to be born to be an actor, self-taught and natural. From the first episode, Lu Chen's performance was so stable that it made people's hair stand on end. His interpretation of the character's personality could be said to be perfect, and his grasp of the character's emotions was impeccable. He was not inferior to any veteran actor. Feng Hui had never been able to figure out how an artist like Lu Chen, who had never learned to act or acted before, could do this. Could it really be the legendary talent? It was said that some people were born to act. They could get into character within a few seconds. They could cry if they wanted to, laugh if they wanted to, and memorize the lines after watching it a few times. The number of NGs was very few. Feng Hui had never worked with such a strong actor, but she believed that Lu Chen was such an actor. As a director, she felt really comfortable. When she decided to take on Autumn in My Heart, Feng Hui was mainly moved by the story of the script. She did not expect to rely on this sadomasochistic TV series to improve her reputation. If she did not lose money, she would be worthy of the remuneration she received. But Feng Hui never dreamed that Autumn in My Heart would become popular, a big hit. In just 1 month, she became a hot new TV series director in the film and television industry. Dozens of units invited her to direct the show through her agent or directly called her. Feng Hui's family did not agree. Because she knew very well that the reason why Autumn in My Heart could be so successful was not because of her as a director. Without a good script and actors, she could not cook without rice. And under normal circumstances, a good script and good actors would not be in her hands. It was Lu Chen who gave her a chance to stand out. Therefore, Feng Hui wanted to continue to cooperate with Lu Chen. She knew that Lu Chen was going to shoot a new TV series next year. Feng Hui hoped that she would still be the director of the new TV series. At that time, the situation would be completely different. Not to mention other things, there would be a lot of people who wanted to invest in it. With sufficient funds, the shooting and production would undoubtedly be more sophisticated. In fact, she still had a lot of regrets about this Autumn in My Heart. She felt that many places were not perfect. Director, the call in her ear made Feng Hui wake up as if from a dream. The picture displayed on the monitor made her realize that she was actually distracted at this time. Lu Chen had almost reached the end of the beach with Chen Fei on his back. But it did not matter. Ka. Feng Hui said loudly, approved. She stood up with a happy smile on her face. I announce that Autumn in My Heart is officially finished. It was finished, the crew members on the scene all cheered, and some even hugged each other. It was over, they could finally completely relax. On the beach not far away, Lu Chen first put Chen Fei down, then gave a thumbs up to the cameraman who had been following him and the assistant who was carrying the light pad. Well done, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight. The cameraman and the assistants all laughed, and one of the assistants said, thank you, Brother Lu. During the 2 months of shooting, the atmosphere in the crew of Autumn in My Heart had always been very good. There was no melodramatic fight. Everyone worked together towards the same goal to ensure the smooth completion of the shooting. Apart from the other actors, Chen Fei was the diva of the music industry, and Lu Chen was a musical genius. He was also the creator, the male lead and the investor of this TV series. His status in the crew was higher than that of the director. But whether it was Lu Chen or Chen Fei, the two had always treated the crew members very well. They never put on any airs of stars and treated people politely. Everyone had a balance in their hearts, and they could tell whether it was good or bad. For the male and female leads in front of them, everyone had a good impression of them and respected them very much. The cameraman and the crew members finished moving the equipment, but Lu Chen and Chen Fei did not rush back. They walked side by side on the beach, following the deep footprints left before. Autumn in My Heart was finished, and the two were also very emotional. Originally, Chen Fei's assistant had run over, but seeing this scene, they tacitly retreated. As they walked, Xianxia brushed the messy hair on her face and suddenly asked, "Do I look very ugly now?" She had a pale and sickly makeup on her face, and her lips were pale, making her look very haggard. Lu Chen laughed and said, "You look good no matter what you look like. You only know how to make me happy." Xianxia rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her lips were slightly raised, revealing the sweetness in her heart. However, as soon as the smile appeared, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. She bit her lips and said, "Just now, when I heard your lines just now, I felt as if I was really going to leave you forever." Lu Chen felt the change in Xianxia's heart, and understood that she had not completely gotten rid of the state of the character. He couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. "As long as you are willing, I will always be by your side." Lu Chen was not the kind of playboy who was good at using sweet words to coax women, but his words of love instantly hit Xianxia's heart, making her uneasiness and confusion disappear. If there were not so many people nearby, she would immediately throw herself into Lu Chen's arms and give him a passionate kiss. A sweet and warm atmosphere passed between the two. Xianxia asked, "What's your plan after shooting this film?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "It's almost the new year. I'll take a good rest for a few days." Xianxia said, "In your dreams. There are the most jobs before the new year. You can't not attend any of them, can you?" Lu Chen was speechless. As a star artist, he really had no choice. Even if he opened his own studio and was the master of the company, he couldn't be willful and reckless, unless he didn't want to have a future. For example, Lu Chen basically didn't accept messy announcements, but he had 2 endorsements, and he had the obligation to cooperate with the investors to do publicity. Besides, if a big media like Beijing Television invited him to be on the program, he had to give face. Xianxia said, "After the new year, I'm going to release a new album. You have to spare time to help me." Her new album was supposed to be released before the new year, but because of the shooting of Autumn in My Heart, it had to be delayed, which made many fans very dissatisfied. For this TV series, Xianxia sacrificed a lot. She originally had a plan to hold a single concert in the capital, but it had to be arranged next year. As for other jobs that were delayed, there were even more. Of course, Xianxia didn't care about the loss of profits. Autumn in My Heart was enough for her to make money, but she had to appease the fans. She couldn't continue to delay. Lu Chen said with a smile, "What's in it for me?" Xianxia sensed that he was up to no good. She became vigilant and asked, "What do you want?" Lu Chen smiled and scratched her palm with his fingers. He said softly, "Stay with me tonight." Last time when he was drunk, Xianxia slept with him in the same bed. It was a pity that she didn't enjoy the real taste of tenderness. Now thinking of it, she couldn't help but be tempted. A faint blush suddenly appeared on Xianxia's pretty face. Even the makeup couldn't cover it. She broke free from Lu Chen's hand and rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. "Do you men only think about this?" Lu Chen felt wronged. "I mean, accompany me to a movie tonight." "What are you thinking about?" Xianxia realized that she had been fooled. She couldn't help but be angry and pinched Lu Chen fiercely. She pinched the soft flesh on his waist accurately. Faced with this kind of woman's talent, Lu Chen could only raise his hands to surrender and express his deep remorse. The two of them frolicked around, leaving a trail of footprints on the white sand. The sun was setting, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be on fire. It was extraordinarily magnificent, everything was so beautiful. Ding ding ding, the delicate silver spoon tapped against the glass, producing a clear and melodious sound. The originally noisy banquet hall quickly quieted down. Zhang Dezhi stood up with satisfaction. He put down the small spoon, raised the glass in his hand high, and said in high spirits, "Here, please allow me to say a few words. Thank you for your hard work over the past 2 months, which has made the shooting of our TV series a complete success. On behalf of Xianxia Brothers Pictures, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to all my colleagues here. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in response to the boss. Looking around, the banquet hall was full of smiling faces. Today, Autumn in My Heart was officially finished. Xianxia Brothers Pictures booked the entire Jinlan Hall of the Marriott Hotel and invited all the crew members and the actors who didn't leave to express their condolences and gratitude. At the beginning of the banquet, Zhang De asked his secretary to carry the bag and gave a red envelope to everyone who attended the banquet. Even Lu Chen and Chen Feier had one. For the two of them, this little money was nothing at all. It was nothing more than a festive and auspicious event. But for those bitter crew members, it was undoubtedly a big benefit. Zhang De was also very happy to give money. After a few days of negotiations, the rebroadcast rights of Autumn in My Heart have been officially sold to Beijing Television and Zhejiang Satellite TV. The price of the copyright deal was as high as 23 million, which was shared equally by the two TV stations. As the ratings of Autumn in My Heart continued to climb, the TV series could fully recover all the costs and make profits in advance by relying on the VAM contract with Hygiene Satellite TV. Therefore, this money was a net profit, and it was expected that the three investors could earn tens of millions of profits in the end. Zhang De's mood could be imagined. The two brothers set up a film and television production company in Beijing and worked hard in this circle. They made some profits and some losses, and they were basically even. They had never made so much money on a project. Most importantly, the benefits brought about by the success of Autumn in My Heart were not just that. Zhang De was originally a bit of a gangster, so he was naturally very relaxed at night. After downing this glass of wine, he poured another glass and toasted Lu Chen. Teacher Lu, old Zhang, am a crude man and don't know much about art. I only know that you're a great talent. Without you, there wouldn't be this TV series. Here's to you. Lu Chen smiled and said, Director Zhang, you're too polite. Thank you. He followed Zhang De. Zhang De's face reddened, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. He poured another cup of wine and toasted Chen Feier. Chen Feier gave him face and drank a small glass of red wine. Zhang De felt very proud. Then, he asked Feng Hui for a toast. Feng Hui was forthright. She drank a full glass of red wine, which drew cheers from her table. The atmosphere of the banquet became more and more lively. Zhang De's table was cleared before he sat down and winked at his subordinates. Immediately, someone stood up to greet Lu Chen, calling him Brother Lu and Brother Lu in a particularly affectionate manner. Lu Chen had no choice but to drink several glasses in a row. Sitting next to him, Chen Feier felt sorry for him, but he was too embarrassed to stop him. It was Feng Hui who understood. She smiled and said, Don't get Lu Chen drunk. Someone will feel sorry for him. Everyone laughed at once. Basically, everyone in the crew knew about the affair between Chen Feier and Lu Chen. But even though they knew, no one would talk about it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to survive in this circle. No crew would want people who liked to gossip, especially those who secretly sold information to the paparazzi. The only one who had the right to ridicule them was Feng Hui, the director. Of course, with Chen Feier's protection, no one dared to get Lu Chen drunk again, so he finally escaped. Even so, by the end of the banquet, Lu Chen had drunk almost 2 bottles of red wine. When he returned to his room, it was already past 10 p.m. He was not drunk, but when he came out of the shower, he saw Chen Feier sitting on the sofa in the living room. She really came to accompany him. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. He hurriedly ran over and skillfully held the beauty in his arms. Chen Feier let him hold her and said, Don't think too much. I'll go back later. Ah? Lu Chen's face suddenly fell. No way. Chen Feier held back her laughter, reached out and touched his face. She said softly with a trace of shyness, I know what you want, but I'm not ready yet. Can you give me a little more time? Although she was very mature, she was very conservative in her bones. Even if her heart was soft, she didn't want to be sloppy. Lu Chen nodded. If two people loved each other for a long time, they wouldn't be together all the time. He was not an animal who only thought with the lower half of his body. Of course, he would respect Chen Feier's thoughts. Even if he had the impulse, he could control himself very well. She was his. Sooner or later, she would be his. Chen Feier felt it. She was happy. She reached out and put her arms around Lu Chen's neck and took the initiative to give him a kiss. The kiss lasted for several minutes, and both of them were flushed. While she was still rational, Chen Feier broke away from Lu Chen's arms and said, I have to go back. I'll go back to the capital tomorrow morning. There are a lot of things to do in the studio. There are a lot of backlog of work. Lu Chen was very regretful, but he also understood. I'll go back in a few days. I'll contact you when I arrive. Although Autumn in My Heart was finished, there was still post-production editing and soundtrack dubbing. Therefore, he would continue to stay in Jinling for a while. He would not return to the capital until everything was finished. Chen Feier leaned into his arms again and said, "These 2 months have been the happiest for me." Celebrities really didn't have much time to fall in love. If they were both in the entertainment industry, they usually didn't have many opportunities to meet each other. Even if they got married, it was difficult for them to stay together for a long time. The two of them were filming the same TV series in Jinling. They were together day and night, and their feelings really deepened. Unfortunately, such days were always short. In the blink of an eye, they would be separated again. Chen Feier really couldn't bear to leave. Wasn't Lu Chen the same? The two continued to be intimate for a while, and Lu Chen reluctantly sent Chen Feier back to her room. However, a few minutes later, just as he was about to go to bed early, someone knocked on the door of the room. Lu Chen thought that Chen Feier had changed her mind. He opened the door in surprise, only to find that it was Zhang De and his secretary. Zhang De stood at the door and asked with a smile, "Teacher Liu, I have something to talk to you about. Is it convenient now?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Please come in." He invited Zhang De to sit down in the living room, and the latter's secretary went to make tea for the two of them. Zhang De said, "Teacher Liu, here's the thing. I have a friend who has invested in a movie, and it happens to be filmed here. He wants to invite you to make a guest role. Do you have time?" Guest role in a movie? Lu Chen was stunned. He originally thought that Zhang Dexin came to visit him to talk about continuing cooperation in the future, such as the next TV series. After filming Autumn in My Heart, it was no secret that Lu Chen was going to start a new TV series next year. Even if he didn't know, he could guess. The ratings of Autumn in My Heart broke the record, and his flag in the film and television industry was raised. Entertainment agencies and advertisers seeking investment and cooperation were bound to flock to him. Not to mention other things, just the product placement in the TV series could make a lot of money. Autumn in My Heart was not very optimistic before it was broadcasted. After the ratings soared and the filming was almost done, there was no product placement. The new TV series was completely different. Everyone in the world came for benefits. In this way, Chanda Pictures, which originally didn't have much fame in the industry, and its strength and background were ordinary, would inevitably face huge competitive pressure from its peers. Chanda Pictures, who had tasted the sweetness, of course wanted to continue to cooperate with Lu Chen. However, the friendship between the two parties wasn't deep enough for Lu Chen to recognize Chanda Pictures. Lu Chen quickly realized that this was Zhang De taking the initiative to express goodwill to him, and he was painstakingly looking for an opportunity. In the entertainment industry, the grade of a movie was always higher than that of a TV series. If one hadn't made a movie, he would be embarrassed to say that he was a real actor. The real big stars were the best actor and best actress. Going to the big screen was also one of Lu Chen's plans. He couldn't help but be a little interested and asked, "What movie is it?" Zhang De explained, "It's a historical costume film called Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. Currently, more than half of the filming has been completed. There's a supporting actor in it that needs to be replaced. It just so happens that my friend knows you, so he wants you to make a guest appearance. There aren't many scenes." He smiled and said, "My friend admires you very much and thinks you are very suitable for the role, so he recommended you to the director." Lu Chen smiled and said, "In that case, I'll give it a try." This time, he was shooting Autumn in My Heart with Chanda Pictures. The cooperation between the two parties was very pleasant. The latter was very upright and fully cooperated with the two protagonists and the director. As the general manager, Zhang De had been involved in the filming in Jinling, taking care of all aspects. He had contributed to the completion of Autumn in My Heart ahead of schedule. Therefore, when shooting the new TV series next year, Lu Chen would still give priority to Chanda Pictures, or at least let the latter participate in it. As for how many shares it would take, that was another matter. Now that Zhang De was eagerly coming to his door, Lu Chen of course had to give him face. Moreover, the temptation of making a movie was not small. even if it was just a guest appearance. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. That's great. I'll contact my friend when I go back and arrange an audition for you as soon as possible. Although it was a small role, according to the rules, he had to pass the audition first, unless Lu Chen was a big star in the circle. At present, he was still a newcomer who had just debuted, so he had to abide by the rules. Lu Chen knew the rules. Okay, then thank you, Director Zhang. Xianxia smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. It's also his luck to be able to invite you to make a guest appearance in this movie. His words were not all compliments. It was really rare to see an artist like Lu Chen who rose up so quickly. The morning after Autumn in My Heart was finished, Chen Fei left Jinling and returned to Beijing. She left quietly with her assistant and didn't say goodbye to Lu Chen. It was normal for couples to meet and part in the entertainment industry. Even if they hadn't been in love for long, they were used to being apart and being busy, not knowing when they would meet again. Lu Chen woke up early to exercise as usual. After breakfast, he met up with Zhang De and drove to the filming location of the great emperor of Han Dynasty, Qianyan Pass. The Jinling Film City was one of the 3 major film cities in the country. It covered a large area, and after more than 10 years of construction, it had large-scale buildings such as Shangjiang Road, Minghua Street, Mingqing Palace, along the river during the Qingming Festival, Buddhist temples and Taoist temples, as well as natural landscapes such as the Azure Coast, the Gobi Desert, and the Celestial Mountains. Big investments in these artificial scenes allowed film and television crews from all over the country to find a suitable location, thus saving a lot of money. 20 or 30 years ago, this would have been unimaginable. At that time, the Central Television needed several years to film a large-scale TV series. They had to travel all over the country and spend a lot of manpower and resources. Big movies were shot much faster now. For example, the 20 episodes of The Great Emperor of Han Dynasty were all shot in the Jinling Film City. The crew didn't have to travel all over the country, so they could finish filming in just 2 months. However, compared to before, the actors' salaries were many times higher, and the post-production was even more expensive. Big productions could easily cost hundreds of millions. Especially the actors' salaries. Nowadays, A-list stars could get at least a few $100,000 per episode, and a series could cost a few million. The movie's salary was also amazing. Lu Chen guest starred in The Great Emperor of Han, and the other party offered him 200,000 yuan. Near an ancient city, Lu Chen met the director of The Great Emperor of Han Dynasty, Lu Zhiyong. Lu Zhiyong was in his 30s and was the so-called 7th-generation director in the country. He was quite famous in the film industry and was good at shooting historical films. The Great Emperor of Han Dynasty was the 6th movie he directed, and it was also the one with the largest investment. The movie had invited many A-list actors and actresses from the country, and it could be considered a star-studded cast. Lu Chen's character was called Xianxia, and he was a deputy general under the command of General Hu Tubing. Lu Chen had read the script on the way here. There were only a few scenes and 2 lines. The 200,000 yuan was actually very easy to earn. If it weren't for the recent popularity of Autumn in My Heart, which gave him the qualification to hang his name on the poster, such a good thing wouldn't have fallen into his hands. Of course, if he wanted to make money by showing his face in the movie, Lu Chen had to get Lu Zhiyong's approval first. The director was tall and thin. He wore black-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly air about him. However, his personality was quite tough and stubborn. Zhang De knew Lu Zhiyong, so he greeted him submissively, "Hello, Director Lu." Lu Zhiyong nodded and his eyes fell on Lu Chen. "Is this the actor you recommended?" Zhang De smiled and said, "Yes, his name is Lu Chen. He just finished filming a TV series." Lu Chen said politely, "Hello, Director Lu. It's an honor to meet you." There were rules in every circle, and the entertainment and film circles were no exception. He was a newcomer who had just debuted. Even if he was already very popular, he still had to be polite to his seniors. Otherwise, it would be easy to be ostracized. An arrogant person, no matter how strong his background was, would sooner or later get beaten up. Lu Zhiyong didn't have much of a good attitude towards Lu Chen. He asked bluntly, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Lu Chen replied calmly, "Yes." He had ridden a horse when he traveled to the prairie with his parents. Moreover, Emo Ran in the dream world had specialized in horsemanship, so he definitely had no problem riding a horse that had been trained by the crew. Lu Jiong was dubious. He turned to a young man next to him and said, "Xiao Wang, go get a horse and let him try." "Okay, director." The young man agreed without hesitation and quickly led a large horse over. Lu Jiong frowned at the sight of the black steed. Xiao Wang, who was supposed to be the assistant, handed the reins to Lu Chen and said, "Can you do it? If you can't, don't try to be brave. If you fall and break your bones, our crew won't be responsible." When he spoke, there was a smile on his face, and there was a hint of malice in it. Lu Chen's heart was as clear as snow. When he saw the horse, he knew that the other party was playing a trick. He must want to see him make a fool of himself. There were special horse farms in the film and television city, where horses were rented out for the crew to use for filming. The choice of horse varied from person to person. Some actors didn't know how to ride a horse or were timid, so the horses chosen for them were the most docile and weak ones. They just needed to sit on it and put on a pose. However, some of the more demanding ones needed to be shot well, so the horses chosen were not ordinary. People who didn't know anything about horsemanship wouldn't be able to control them and would be lucky to fall with a black nose and a swollen face. The horse that this guy brought over was a good horse, not for a rookie to ride. The other party undoubtedly wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Inexperienced actors would most likely be timid when they saw such a big horse. Lu Chen glanced at the other party calmly and took the reins without hesitation. Did he want to see him make a fool of himself? That would be a real joke. At this time, Lu Jiong said, "Get another one." Of course, he could see that Xiao Wang was deliberately making things difficult for Lu Chen. The reason was actually very simple. Xiao Wang was a little unhappy with Lu Chen, and his previous complaints were heard by the assistant. And Lu Jiong was disgusted with Lu Chen because the investors intervened in the casting and forced Lu Chen to come over. Even if it was just a small role, it made the director feel that his authority had been damaged. Originally, he could tolerate it, but recently the shooting of the film hadn't been very smooth, and he had a little conflict with the investors. In fact, Lu Chen had been shot even though he was not doing anything. But being unhappy was one thing. Lu Jiong was not a young man in his 20s, and he would not act recklessly. If Lu Chen really relied on his strength to show off and something happened to this horse, it was impossible for the crew not to have any responsibility. Therefore, Lu Jiong thought about it and asked someone to get another one. "Director Lu, this one is very suitable." However, to everyone's surprise, after Lu Chen took the reins, he immediately stepped on the stirrup and flipped over the horse, sitting firmly on the saddle. His movements were extremely skillful. "Go!" he shouted, squeezed the horse's abdomen with his legs, and jerked the reins. Neigh the steed under his crotch immediately let out a loud neigh. Under Lu Chen's control, it turned its head, spread its 4 hooves, and ran towards the grassland outside the city like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed tens of meters away. Everyone on the set, including Lu Jiong and Xiao Wang, was dumbfounded. This kind of starting speed could only be done by a real veteran. Was Lu Chen looking for death? Many people, including the trainers on the set, hurriedly chased after him. Falling from the back of a galloping horse was life-threatening. In the past, there had been jockeys and extras who had broken their necks and died on the spot. As for broken bones or being trampled by horses, it was even more common. Lu Chen's movements looked cool, but in fact, the risk factor was very high. However, these people could only eat the dust. When he first got on the horse, Lu Chen's body was still a little stiff, which was due to his instinctive excitement. But when the horse began to sprint, a strong wind blew in his face, and a familiar feeling enveloped his whole body. The little bit of fear in his heart suddenly disappeared. Outside Xianxia Pass was a vast grassland, and there were dozens of yurts scattered not far away. This was not only the filming site of the crew, but also the tourist attraction of Jinling Film City. There were also several tourist buses parked nearby. Due to the filming needs, the grassland had been cleared, so Lu Chen didn't need to worry about anything. He drove the horse forward for a few miles and rushed to the grassy slope before turning back. On the way back, Lu Chen took a detour and happened to pass by the few tourist buses. Many tourists were watching and filming there. When they saw him riding over, they shouted loudly as if they had discovered a new continent. Lu Chen smiled and waved at them, and the horse galloped all the way back to the city gate. Lu Jiong and Zhang De both ran out of Guan City. Lu Chen pulled the reins and slowed down, stopping in front of them unhurriedly. He turned over and landed steadily on the ground. He pulled the reins and led the horse over. "Director Lu, I'm really sorry," Lu Chen said apologetically. "I haven't ridden a horse for a long time, so my skills are limited. I didn't manage to control it just now. I'm sorry for making you worry." Lu Jiong and the others were speechless. If this was considered limited, then what was considered good? Anyone could easily see that Lu Chen not only knew how to ride a horse, but his horsemanship was also quite exquisite. At least he had no problem with the role he was interviewing for. After the shock, Lu Jiong didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes were shining with excitement. He praised, "This is very good. Can you play tricks on the horse?" The so-called tricks were moves in the jargon. If there was a routine, it had to be done beautifully. Playing tricks on the back of a horse required some real skills. Those who hadn't practiced before wouldn't know how to do it. At this time, a stunt double was needed to solve the problem by using dislocation shooting and post-processing. Of course, it was best if the actor didn't need a stunt double. The problem was that not many star artists were willing to work hard to practice this. It was hard and dangerous. But Lu Jiong's intuition told him that Lu Chen's ability was probably not limited to riding a horse. There might be an unexpected surprise. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I think I can give it a try." He could really do it? The film crew members looked at each other in disbelief. Lu Jiong smiled and ordered, "Little Wang, get someone to bring the props and costumes over for him to change into." Under Director Lu's command, the props team immediately sent the costumes and props over. Lu Chen was wearing a set of silver-black armor. The style was typical for commercial films. It was exquisite and cool, but it didn't follow historical facts. It only sought effects and was unreasonable. The people in the props team were very attentive, and the matching armor was quite in line with Lu Chen's height and size. With their help, Lu Chen put on the armor, and a majestic silver-armored soldier suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Lu Jiong was very satisfied. Not bad. Lu Chen was more than 180 meters tall. His body was very stylish after training for a long time. Wearing the armor, he showed a sharp and capable temperament. Just his appearance alone was impeccable. The prop team gave him another courage of the dragon spear. This spear was very exquisitely made. Its entire body was cast and polished with alloy materials. Although it was not very heavy, it was still very heavy in the hand and had a very good texture. A set of armor, a spear, and a sword. The total weight was more than 40 kilograms. People without a strong physique wouldn't be able to handle it. But for Lu Chen, this kind of weight was completely within the range of endurance. After dressing up, Lu Chen got on the horse again. Just as he sat down, he held the spear with one hand and stabbed forward. With a twist of his wrist, a beautiful spear flower appeared. Nice. Among the crew members, there was a martial arts instructor in charge of directing the movements. When they saw Lu Chen's move, they couldn't help but praise him with their eyes wide open. As the saying goes, an expert can tell with one's hand. Whether someone was capable or not, one only needed to use a few tricks to know. Lu Chen's skill of shaking the spear with ease was incomparably proficient. If it was said that he didn't practice for a long time, the martial arts instructor would definitely not believe it. He had never seen any star artist who could play better than Lu Chen before. And in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Chen's movements were very elegant. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he was extremely handsome. This time, everyone was convinced. Lu Jiong felt like he had picked up a treasure. A smile appeared on his serious face. However, Lu Chen's performance had only just begun. He held the spear in his right hand and held the reins in his left as he rode his mount into the grassland once more. He was like a real general launching an attack on the enemy. After running one lap, Lu Chen demonstrated a few simple moves on horseback. Everyone was convinced. "All right, come back." Lu Jiong said loudly, "This role is yours." He was so satisfied that he even found Zhang De more pleasing to the eye. "Mr. Zhang, this Lu Chen is assigned artist of your company? You're really lucky." Lu Jiong didn't listen to pop songs or read entertainment gossip. He had been filming outside for the past 6 months, so he didn't know Lu Chen's real identity. He thought that Lu Chen was a new artist under Chanda. Otherwise, why would this general manager recommend him? Zhang De smiled bitterly and said, "Director Lu, if only I had such luck." Lu Jiong was surprised. "He's not one of your people?" Zhang De explained, "Lu Chen has his own studio. He debuted half a year ago. He was originally a singer." Singer, Lu Jiong was speechless. Are all young singers so good now, and he even has his own studio? He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's really amazing." Lu Jiong knew that Lu Chen had just finished filming a TV series and was playing the male lead. He didn't expect him to be proficient in both literature and martial arts. Among the older generation of actors, there were many people who were proficient in literature and martial arts and had unique skills. But now, most of these old actors had retired or withered. Most of them had retired from the film and television industry. The new generation of actors paid attention to different things: appearance, temperament, acting skills, and even without acting skills. Lu Jiong didn't despise those young actors who relied on their appearance to make a living, because he was taking the market-oriented business route. He would never go against what the audience liked. The most important thing was the box office. But this didn't affect Lu Jiong's good impression of Lu Chen. He decided on the latter to play the role of Chen Jia on the spot. Not only that, he hoped to shoot Lu Chen's scenes the next day. The progress of the film had been delayed a lot because of various reasons. There wasn't much time to waste. Lu Chen had no objection to this. It was just a matter of contacting his sister to sign a contract with the other party. Even if it was a cameo, he had to sign a contract to protect his rights and interests. The two sides hit it off. In the afternoon, Lu Shi came to sign the contract. The next day, Lu Chen came to the Guan City film set again. Today's situation was very different from yesterday's interview. There were hundreds of extras on the set, armed with spears and armor, just like a small-scale army. Although it couldn't be said that they were well-trained, they still had a bit of an imposing manner. The scenes that Lu Chen participated in were only a small part of the great emperor of Han dynasty. This period drama was mainly about the story of Emperor Wu of Han, and the focus of the plot was the power struggle inside and outside the palace, which involved many famous historical figures. Therefore, in the film set in Guan City, Hu Xubing was the central character. The plot of the script was about the great general of white cavalry leaving Longxi for the Battle of Heshi. It was a grand scene, but in reality, it only lasted about 10 minutes in the movie. Attention all departments. Camera okay. Props okay. Recording okay. After everything was ready, the script supervisor hit the clappers. Action. The next moment, the war drums sounded, one after another, thrilling to the heart. They saw Lu Chen riding his warhorse and suddenly rushing forward from the army formation. 2 cameras placed on the tracks followed and filmed from different directions, completely recording his every move. Lu Chen, who had dark skin after makeup, pursed his lips, and his face was as calm as water. His eyes looked straight ahead, and his eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. He suddenly raised the bright silver spear in his hand. The tip of the spear was pointed at the Xiongnu army on the plains. Charging forward alone, Lu Jiong, who was sitting in front of the monitor, couldn't help but slap his thigh and praise, "Good." Lu Jiong was very satisfied with Lu Chen's performance during the interview yesterday. Today, when filming officially started, Lu Chen gave him another big surprise. Lu Chen's role was a fictional character. As a small supporting character with only 2 lines, his main role was to charge into the enemy's ranks alone. He needed to show the character's bravery and pride as a general of the great Han dynasty. The original actor who played this character was injured during an announcement, so he couldn't come to Jinling for filming. He had to find someone else to replace him. He didn't expect the replacement to be so outstanding. Lu Jiong even felt that Lu Chen was a little too famous. He was completely qualified to play Hu Xubing, and the real Hu Xubing was watching from afar. This actor was called Wen Bing. He was about the same age as Lu Chen, and he had debuted much earlier than Lu Chen. He had acted in a few movies and TV series, but they were all supporting roles. The role of Huaxubing in The Great Han Emperor was the most important role Wen Bing had ever played. As an idol, Wen Bing was very confident in his acting skills. But now that he saw Lu Chen's performance, he suddenly wasn't so confident anymore. Who is this? Wen Bing knew that the role of Xianxia was going to be replaced. He had even thought of recommending one of his friends to play the role, but the latter didn't have any free time. He didn't expect someone else to replace him today. A replacement is a replacement. Wen Bing didn't take a small role to heart. However, Lu Chen's appearance was really dazzling, which made him, the protagonist, instinctively feel threatened. His assistant knew more. Lu Chen, the male lead of Autumn in My Heart. Wen Bing came to a realization. Oh, it's him. Autumn in My Heart was really popular now. Wen Bing knew that even if he hadn't watched it, but he didn't expect the male lead to make a guest appearance in The Great Han Emperor. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. For the role of Huaxubing, he had paid a high price and defeated many powerful opponents. He thought that he was standing at a considerable height, but he was instantly dwarfed by Huaxubing. The only consolation he could feel was that his role was much more important than Lu Chen's. That's all there is to it, Wen Bing was secretly disdainful. Even so, he had to admit that Lu Chen's imposing manner was not something he could act out. At that moment, Lu Chen didn't know that his performance had caused the jealousy of someone in the industry. He was waving his spear and fighting with the Xiongnu general, successfully completing the predetermined movements. The morning passed quickly, and by noon, Lu Chen had finished all his scenes. During this period, there were only 2 NGs because of him. Before leaving, director Lu Jiong personally gave a business card to Lu Chen, hoping that they would have a chance to work together in the future. He wasn't completely being polite. Because Lu Chen was qualified to work with him and was worthy of his attention. For Lu Chen, this guest appearance was a small interlude in his personal acting career. Although there weren't many scenes, it was enough to satisfy his craving for a movie. In addition, he earned 200,000 yuan, so there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. In the next few days, Lu Chen was in the film and television production company in Jinling, supervising the post-production of Autumn in My Heart. At the same time, he settled his dubbing and soundtrack work. On the 21st, Lu Chen's studio received an invitation from Xianxia. The invitation was sent to Lu Chen by Shonan TV, who invited him to attend the Chinese Music Chart Awards Gala that would be held in Xianxia on the night of February 2 ND. This was because Lu Chen had been nominated for Best Newcomer and Best Composer in the Chinese Music Chart Awards Gala. When Lu Chen received the news from the studio, he thought there was a mistake. The organizer of the Chinese Music Chart Awards was Shonan TV. Shonan TV invited Lu Chen to participate in the Chinese Music Chart, organized by it. When he first learned of the news, Lu Chen thought that his studio had made a mistake, or that someone was joking with him, but both may have been quickly ruled out. After confirming the news, Lu Chen instantly came up with a proverb in his mind: the weasel pays a New Year's greeting to the chicken. His debut time is very short, but his entanglement with Shonan TV is not shallow. The faraway one is the talent show storm, and the recent one is the ratings war between Autumn in My Heart Soaring and My Heart Soaring. Earlier, Shonan TV was forced to apologize to Lu Chen because of the leak of the talent show video. Super Singer lost to Lu Chen's Singing China, which was the first slap in the face. Now Autumn in My Heart Soaring is beating My Heart Soaring to the ground. The former's ratings are about to break through the 2% mark, while the latter has been hovering around 0.5%, and even has a downward trend. Shonan TV's so-called annual drama has almost become a joke, and the investment of My Heart Soaring is almost 10 times that of Autumn in My Heart Soaring. How can it not be disgraced? Autumn in My Heart Soaring was written, starred and invested by Lu Chen, which was another slap in the face. This time, it was much heavier than the previous time, involving huge interests. Under such circumstances, Shonan TV even invited him to participate in the Chinese Music Chart, and gave him 2 important nominations for Best Newcomer and Best Composer, which is a strange taste. Is Shonan TV's breadth of mind really so broad? Lu Chen scoffed at this. It should be known that Shonan TV's reputation in the circle has never been very good. And under normal circumstances, this invitation letter should be delivered a month in advance. It's only 10 days apart. Does he have no other work arrangements? In the domestic pop music industry, there were many annual awards, and the most influential ones were the three. The first is the China Original Music Chart, jointly created by the Chinese Musicians Association, QQ Music, NetEase Music, Pop Radio, and dozens of other media, which is the well-known Original Music Chart. The celebration of the China Original Music Chart will be held in mid-March every year, and this year will be the 14th session. The second was the Asian Chinese Top Songs Chart, which was created by CCTV and CCTV in collaboration with major TV stations and radio stations in the country. The awards ceremony was fixed to be held on the evening of February 18. It had been held for 15 times so far. These two major music awards ceremonies had the longest history and were the most authoritative. They were the most anticipated grand ceremonies for the music industry. Ranked third was the Chinese Music Chart, which was founded in 2006 by Shonan TV, Hong Kong Satellite TV, and more than a dozen large record companies and entertainment companies. In terms of authority, the Chinese Music Chart was definitely not as good as the first two, but Shonan TV was very good at creating hype and was rich. Every year, the Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony was very popular and invited a lot of stars and artists to participate, so it was very famous. In addition, there were also several other award ceremonies such as the Pop Music Chart, the Pepsi Original Music Chart, etc., but their influence was not very big and the scale was small. Even if they were not authoritative and had higher entertainment value, for most of the people in the pop music industry, it was undoubtedly a very prestigious and boastful thing to get the invitation letter of the Chinese Music Chart. However, Lu Chen was not one of them. He felt strange, so he called Chen Feier. Chen Feier has been in the music industry for more than 10 years. She has won all kinds of music awards, so she must be familiar with them. And even if she didn't know, she could find someone who knew the inside story to inquire. Sure enough, after listening to Lu Chen's words, the singing queen said with a smile, "You don't have to ask others. I can guess what's going on. You'd better not go. Neither of these two awards will fall into your hands." She told Lu Chen that the reason why the invitation letter came so late should be that Shonan TV did not include him in the award nomination at all. Later, they should be worried that the public opinion would be too controversial, so they threw out two pieces of bait. In 2015, no one could ignore the rise of Lu Chen in the domestic pop music industry. He insisted on the original route and wrote more than 20 excellent works. His debut albums sold well and all of them were on the Original Music Chart. The results were extremely dazzling. Under such circumstances, if the Chinese Music Chart excludes Lu Chen, an excellent singer and songwriter, then its self-proclaimed authority will be a joke. But it was the limit to nominate him for two awards. Lu Chen definitely could not get it if he wanted to. Shonan TV's moral integrity had never been counted on. Moreover, they were thick-skinned and not afraid of being scolded. They also hired a large number of internet water army pushers. They were very good at controlling public opinion. The nomination was given to you. If you can't get it, it's your own problem. Shonan TV had done such a thing before. Lu Chen was not the first to be cheated, nor would he be the last. Understanding the inside story, Lu Chen said resolutely, "Then I will ignore it." What a joke. Would he send his face to be slapped by others? The water in the entertainment circle was really too deep. Chen Feier said, "Don't ignore it completely. Otherwise, you'll be unreasonable. Let your sister go." Lu Chen could not go. If he went, he would definitely be slapped in the face. But if he ignored it, he would become a laughingstock. People with ulterior motives would accuse him of acting like a big shot. The relationship in the entertainment circle was like this. Even if they fought to the death behind the scenes, they still had to abide by the rules and etiquette on the surface. Otherwise, they would be unreasonable even if they were reasonable. Letting Lucy go was undoubtedly the most suitable. No matter whether she could get the award in the end, no one could say anything. Even if Shonan TV wanted to slap her face, they would not be able to do so. How could they slap her if she was not there? Moreover, Lu Chen also has a suitable reason, that is, the invitation letter of Xianxia Satellite TV was sent too late, but the schedule was wrong. This reason was given by the latter herself. Chen Feier said, "Remember to post on your blog that you just got the invitation letter today. You're very happy. You're very grateful to Shonan TV. Say that you're very sorry that you can't go in person because of work arrangements. Lu Chen was stunned. Then he immediately understood. He was completely convinced by this heavenly queen sister. In this way, he was firmly in the right. No matter what Shonan TV did later, it did not matter. I'll write it now. Chen Feier smiled and said, don't be too anxious. By the way, someone secretly took a photo of us at the Azure Coast. It has just been posted on the blog. My studio will issue a statement. You should also follow up on it. Photo of the Azure Coast. Lu Chen hurriedly said goodbye to Chen Feier and hurriedly logged into the Waves blog. Since it involved the Azure Coast, it must have been secretly taken when they were filming. However, he remembered that the scene was cleared at that time. He did not expect the paparazzi to be so resourceful. In just half a minute, Lu Chen saw a photo of him and Chen Feier on the official V of an entertainment website. There were stills of him carrying Chen Feier while filming, and pictures of the two holding hands after it was over. The person who secretly took the photo should have used a high-power telephoto lens to secretly take the photo. The photo was not very clear, but it was still easy to distinguish the intimate state between the two. The related blog posts were accompanied with sensational titles and content, such as Chen Feier's love and so on. The words were so convincing that it made Lu Chen feel ashamed. His own blog also exploded. Many fans left comments. Brother Lu Chen, are you and Chen Feier really dating? My heart is broken. How can this be? I already knew that Lu Chen and Chen Feier are not simple. It's not the first time there has been a scandal. Bless them. Haha, Big Lu Chen is mighty. Don't say any more. If this is true, then I'll kill myself. I really don't know what you guys are doing. Isn't it normal for Juanqi and Eunhee to be together? Please tell me the truth. Lu Chen's latest blog post was published yesterday. As a result, there were more than 100,000 comments now. Obviously, it was affected by the scandal photos. Some fans cheered and congratulated him, while some were sad and doubtful. There were also some extreme comments, which should be from a small number of crazy female fans. Although Lu Chen walked the path of strength, and no one doubted his talent, it was undeniable that Lu Chen's handsome appearance also helped him attract a large number of female fans. With more fans, it was inevitable that some would go to extremes. They would regard Lu Chen as their dream lover and spiritual pillar. Once they knew that their idol was in love or married, the consequences were often very serious. There was no lack of such examples in the past. Some idols committed suicide because of their love or marriage, which caused a great wave of public opinion. Therefore, many idols were very careful in this aspect and kept their feelings strictly confidential. It didn't matter if there was a scandal, but admitting a relationship was taboo. Many entertainment agencies even prohibited their contracted artists from dating, which was also to prevent similar incidents from happening, so as to avoid a bad impact on the public. Although Lu Chen and Chen Feier both opened their own studios, the number of fans of the two added up is an astonishing number, so they also need to take into account this issue, so they have never made their relationship public. Not only that, they had to deny the rumors. Lu Chen quickly wrote a blog post and posted it, explaining to everyone that this was a stills from the shooting of Autumn in My Heart, and that his relationship with Chen Feier had always been very good. The two of them were like siblings, so there was no need for everyone to misunderstand. In addition, he also talked about the invitation he received from Shonan TV's Chinese music chart, which quickly attracted the attention of the fans. In fact, it wasn't the first time that Lu Chen and Chen Feier had a scandal. Entertainment gossip often talked about the two of them, so everyone was a little used to it, so it was easy to dissipate the impact. Now the fans were concerned about whether Lu Chen could win the Best Newcomer and Best Composer awards. They didn't know that the truth was so cruel. On February 23 and 24, Hygiene Satellite TV broadcast the 13th and 14th episodes of Autumn in My Heart during primetime. Under the expectations of countless Blue fans, the ratings broke through 2%. This was a remarkable result, and it was also the first urban drama since 2012 to break 2%, therefore, it caused another sensation both inside and outside the circle. Although many people had accurate predictions in advance, when this miracle of ratings really happened, countless people were still shocked and incredulous. Heated discussions about Autumn in My Heart became a common phenomenon. The total investment of Autumn in My Heart was just over 10 million, and including the publicity costs, it would not exceed 15 million. For a medium-length drama of 20 episodes, the production cost was very low. Most of the actors in the drama were unknown newcomers, and the two main characters were not professional actors. Lu Chen and Xianxia were both singers without much acting experience. As for the drama itself, the story belonged to Lu Chen's original, and had nothing to do with popular IP. What made people most speechless was that the plot of the drama was very cruel, completely different from the popular happy reunion of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, or a Cinderella and a domineering CEO. Although the ending had not been released, it was very likely to be a big tragedy. But such a drama was popular, and it was a complete mess. This is a pure love drama full of tears, someone wrote on a blog. Watching this drama, I have never considered the logic of love in it, because I can't understand why the two, who were brother and sister since childhood, could develop into lovers. But the music, the pictures, and the acting skills of the actors are enough to make everyone's heart melt. The story starts softly, but the accumulated sadness hits us at the climax. It is very tense, and I won't get tired of listening to it. The picture, the childhood village, and the farm after growing up, is very much like the world in a fairy tale. Whether the actors were young or grown up, they are so cute, beautiful, and handsome. In short, they are very pleasing to the eye, whether it is the lead or the supporting role. Their acting skills are excellent, and their emotional expression is very good. In today's strange and dazzling society, it is full of fast food feelings, and even the screen is full of temptation and competition, which makes people more and more confused and at a loss. Now I don't have the patience to watch a TV series from beginning to end, and I've begun to laugh at myself for watching too many brainless and superficial idle dramas. But in the process of watching Autumn in My Heart, I feel calm and sorrowful as if it had just rained, and the air is so fresh. I like this drama, and that's it. I don't expect a perfect ending, but I will definitely follow it to the end. The blogger who wrote this long blog post, Bing, has no fame. He is just a very ordinary member of Inspire blog. He is not even AV number, and has only a few dozen fans. But when her blog post was reposted, the number of fans increased by 100-fold. Many Blue fans left comments, expressing the same opinion as her. The popularity of Autumn in My Heart was evident. On the Waves blog, the number of fans of Autumn in My Heart had exceeded 1 million, so much so that the officials had specially opened a separate discussion section for the drama, which attracted a lot of popularity. In the face of the craze caused by Autumn in My Heart, the urban romance or idol dramas that were broadcast at the same time were greatly suppressed. Even Shonan TV's My Heart Soars suffered a crushing defeat in the collision with Autumn in My Heart, and the ratings fell to 0.35%. This made Shonan TV's hype for My Heart Soars a month ago all a joke, and the happiest and most depressed was Hygiene TV, which was broadcasting the premiere of Autumn in My Heart Soars. The ratings of Autumn in My Heart Soars had exceeded 2%, and with 6 episodes to go, the momentum would continue to rise. It was a foregone conclusion that the domestic average ratings of the entire drama would exceed 1%, and it would not be strange for it to reach 1.5% or even more. The betting agreement between the two parties was based on the average domestic ratings of 0.25%. For every 0.10% increase, the buyout price for one episode would be increased by 100,000. Calculating at 1.5%, Hygiene TV would pay 1.2 million for one episode, and 20 episodes would be a whole 24 million. On the one hand, Hygiene TV had earned a lot of advertising fees because of the popularity of Autumn in My Heart Soars, and on the other hand, they felt the pain of having to pay the extra fees. If they had known it would be like this, they would have made a profit by buying 1 million for one episode. Hygiene TV was in pain and happy at the same time, and other people or units related to Autumn in My Heart Soars, including investors, directors, actors, and so on, all enjoyed a generous meal. Xianxia and Lu Chen's fan circle had expanded a lot, and the number of advertisers and performers who came to their door was like a school of carps crossing the river. In particular, Lu Chen's value had risen to a level that he could not have imagined before. Before the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart Soars, $1 million was enough to hire Lu Chen to be a spokesperson for the brand for a year. Now, Lu Shi's offer to the public was at least $5 million, and if it was less than that, there was no need to speak. As for people looking for Lu Chen to cooperate, to act in movies and TV series, and even to publish books, there was an endless stream of people. As for these bustling troubles, Lu Chen let Lu Shi deal with them all, and he stayed in Jinling to complete all the dubbing and music for the last few episodes of Autumn in My Heart Soars. On January 30th, the day that the 15th episode of Autumn in My Heart Soars was broadcasted, the famous ID Stray Cats posted a post on the entertainment section of the Sky Forum, one of the largest BBS forums in China, which received the attention of a large number of netizens. The title of this post was very interesting. It was called Crazy, Domineering, and Super Handsome. There was not a single word in the post, and Stray Cats only posted a carefully edited high-definition GIF video. In this short 30-second video, the main character was Lu Chen. He was wearing a black armor, riding a fine horse, holding a bright silver spear, and charging towards the Han New army. He was like a tiger, and his horse was like a dragon, showing everyone a character that was completely different from the image in Autumn in My Heart Soars. This video was very well shot, and the close-up and angle shift were used perfectly showing the momentum and bravery of a valiant general. It made people's blood boil uncontrollably, and it was very much like a scene from a blockbuster movie. The ID Stray Cats was very famous in the entertainment section of the Sky Forum. His identity was quite mysterious, and no one knew whether he was a man or a woman, or what his occupation was. In the entertainment section, he would expose big and small news in the entertainment industry. For example, a certain celebrity had cheated, a certain idol scolded his fans, a certain big shot was gay. In fact, many people knew that Stray Cats should be a pushing force on the internet, but his posts have a common feature, that is, they have substance, and the information is often genuine, and there are very few groundless or fictitious facts. Therefore, they are regarded as the guiding light of the entertainment section by forum netizens, and the number of clicks and comments is often very high. At the beginning, Stray Cats once pushed Lu Chen, and also slapped several judges of Shonan TV and Singing China in the face, which caused a sensation on the internet and caused a considerable impact. This video post was also related to Lu Chen, and attracted a large number of replies in just a few minutes. What the, it's really awesome. Is this a stunt? It feels like he didn't use a stunt double. He's very handsome. This one looks a little familiar, haha, you don't even know Lu Chen? The original talent of the Prince of Folk Songs, the male lead of Autumn in My Heart Soars. Professionals said that he didn't use a stunt double or add a stunt double in these scenes. It's a real skill. I just said 3 words, too handsome. Hype, it should be hype, but who can tell me what Lu Chen is shooting? Yeah, it's almost the new year, and I haven't heard of him starting a new play. It should be an advertisement, right? Or a music video? Of the people who commented on the post, 9 out of 10 were praising and amazed. Everyone has seen historical dramas, and there are many famous actors who have played generals, but the young general played by Lu Chen gave everyone the feeling as the title of Stray Cats' post, Crazy, Domineering, Strong and Handsome. The video was quickly moved to a blog, and Stray Cats also posted the same blog post on his personal blog. As a result, the video spread on the internet like a virus, and even appeared in many QQ groups, attracting the curiosity of countless netizens, making cool, domineering, strong handsome explode the sky quickly appear on the hot list of the blog homepage. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is marketing hype, but more people who don't know the truth are looking for answers. What kind of film is Lu Chen shooting? What kind of film are you shooting? When he received a call from Chen Fei, Lu Chen had just seen the short video that was being forwarded everywhere on the blog. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's the Great Han Wu Di that I guest starred in." The movie that you guest starred in? Chen Fei knew that Lu Chen guest starred in a movie in Jinling, and suddenly realized, then it's official leak, why are all your scenes? Official leak of a film that is being filmed is a common means of hype. Lu Chen touched his nose, I want to know too. Most of the footage he shot was in this half-a-minute-long video. Chen Fei smiled, it should be because you are popular now, that 200,000 yuan is so worth it. Lu Chen smiled, yeah. He had a guest role in The Great Han Wu Di and used half a day to satisfy his craving for acting, and at the same time, made a fortune. He thought he had taken advantage of it, but he didn't expect others to be so smart. The scene that Lu Chen shot had nothing to do with the whole movie, because the main character was Emperor Han Wu, and even the cavalry general Hu Xubing was only a supporting character. However, the crew of the great Han Wu Di was very creative, and they actually created this short video to hype up the movie, which was very clever. Of course, Lu Chen would not say that he felt he had taken advantage of it, because it was also a positive promotion for himself. Because of this video, the comment section of Lu Chen's blog was once again flooded with comments. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was February 2016. Because February 7th was New Year's Eve, the atmosphere of the new year was getting stronger and stronger. Schools had already started their winter vacation, and enterprises, institutions, and companies had also entered the rhythm of the new year. All kinds of photos showing the year-end bonus flooded the circle of friends. On February 1st, Lu Chen returned to Beijing. The first big thing after returning to Beijing was that he invited all his colleagues in the studio to have a New Year's Eve dinner. Lu Chen discussed with Lu Shi that February 2nd was an official holiday. Because the employees of the studio were not locals in Beijing, they basically had to go home for the new year. They wanted to have an early holiday to avoid being too crowded on the way back. Therefore, the New Year's Eve dinner was on the evening of the 1st, and the location was the Regent Hotel in Beijing. It has only been half a year since Lu Chen's studio was established. Because it mainly revolves around Lu Chen's service and does not involve other business, the number of employees has not increased much, and has always maintained the original few people. Li Feiyu, Chen Xian, Chen Xiang, Chen Xiaomei. It was just 2 or 3 small kittens. In addition, there was Chen Jianhao, who had been holding the title of honorary consultant of the studio. Although Lu Chen wanted Sister Na to come and join in the fun, unfortunately, because Sister Na was pregnant and had some health problems, she was currently recuperating at home, so he could only let Chen Jianhao represent her. All 7 of them sat down in a small private room. The small studio did not hold an annual party or a lucky draw, but before the meal, Lu Chen sent the big red envelope of the year-end bonus to everyone, even his sister Lu Shi. Although Lu Chen's studio was small and established for a short time, its ability to attract money was quite strong. It was estimated that the investment in shooting Autumn in My Heart could eventually bring more than 15 million in profit. Therefore, the red envelope prepared by Lu Chen was very thick, which made everyone smile. After the red envelope was given, they started to eat. The small number of people did not affect the lively atmosphere. Chen Jianhao sat next to Lu Chen. After they had a toast, he asked, "Are you going to Shaoqing tomorrow to attend the Shonan TV Music Chart Award ceremony?" Chen Jianhao didn't use his blog, so he didn't know what Lu Chen was planning. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm not going. I'll let my sister join in the fun." Chen Jianhao was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "I was worried that you would be scammed. Shonan TV isn't a good company." He was originally in the industry, so he knew this trick very well. Ding-ling-ling. While they were talking and laughing, Lu Chen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and glanced at it. He was a little surprised. Lu Shi, who was sitting on the other side, noticed his expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Nothing. I'll take a call." It was a little noisy in the box, so he went out to the corridor outside and answered the phone. "Hello, Sister Wang Jing." It was Wang Jing from Nirvana Studios who called Lu Chen. Lu Chen's earliest You Who Sat Next to Me album was in cooperation with Nirvana Studios. The arrangement and soundtrack were completed by this Jingyin graduate, and the standard was quite high. Later, Lu Chen also cooperated with Nirvana Studios several times, but the equipment and staffing of Nirvana Studios were still a little poor, so he gradually transferred his business to Flying Stone Records. Compared with Nirvana Studios, Flying Stone Records was completely crushed, and Lu Chen was not short of that production fee. Therefore, he and Wang Jing haven't been in touch for a while. However, Lu Chen has always appreciated Wang Jing's professionalism and work attitude. He felt that it was a pity that she was holed up in her own Nirvana Studios, which limited her ability to play and improve. But he didn't know why she suddenly called him. Wang Jing's voice on the phone sounded a little anxious. "Lu Chen, I'm really sorry to bother you. I've encountered something here. Can you lend me some money?" I'll find a way to return it to you as soon as possible. Lu Chen replied without hesitation, no problem. How much do you need? Lu Chen didn't know Wang Jing for a day or two. When they made the album You Who Sat Next to Me, the two worked together in Nirvana Studios for a long time. Lu Chen learned a lot of music arrangement knowledge from her. Therefore, Lu Chen has a good understanding of Wang Jing's character. The other party is a very self-respecting girl. If she wasn't at the end of her rope, she would never ask him to borrow money. Just like himself. Therefore, Lu Chen agreed without hesitation. His straightforwardness was obviously beyond Wang Jing's expectation. After a while, the latter said, "Thank you. I want to ask you to borrow 100,000, no, 50,000 is fine." Lu Chen said with a smile, 100,000 is fine. Give me your Yifubao account number, and I'll transfer it to you now. Wang Jing said, thank you, thank you. Her voice was a little choked up. Lu Chen said, you're welcome. We're friends. Manager Wang is also a good person. If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I will definitely help if I can. Who hasn't encountered trouble? Lu Chen knew that the operation of Nirvana Studios was not very good. At the beginning, Wang Chongqing took out all his savings and borrowed a lot of money to buy a full set of equipment to support his son and daughter's career. But because of the fierce competition in the industry, it had been barely maintained. In order to attract business, he ran to other people's companies and waited for rabbits. Lu Chen was the rabbit that he ran into. The album You Who Sat Next to Me was a big seller, which brought some business to Nirvana Studios. But now Wang Jing was in a hurry to borrow money from Lu Chen. She must have encountered some trouble. Cash flow problems, creditors pressing for repayment. These were all possible, but Lu Chen wouldn't ask. If Wang Jing wanted to say it, she would say it. If she didn't want to say it, why ask? After ending the call with Wang Jing, Lu Chen returned to the box and sent a text message. Lu Chen looked at it and confirmed that it was Wang Jing's account name. He forwarded it to Lu Shi, sister, transfer 100,000 yuan to this Yifubao account now. The studio's funds were in the hands of Lu Shi, and Lu Chen's account only had some pocket money. Okay. Lu Shi agreed, but when she saw the account number, she couldn't help but look a little strange. Wang Jing, the girl from Nirvana Studios? Lu Shi had been to Nirvana Studios once and knew Wang Chongqing's family. Of course, she had also seen Wang Jing. Lu Chen nodded, yes. Lu Shi asked, what happened? Why did you transfer money to her? Originally, Lu Shi didn't intend to ask, because the current Lu Chen was not the troublesome person he used to be. But when she saw that the person who transferred the money was Wang Jing, her sister couldn't help but have some other thoughts, so she asked a few more questions. Lu Chen explained, she borrowed money from me. Maybe she encountered some trouble. Lu Shi rolled her eyes, I remember that Wang Jing is very beautiful. The implication was that Lu Chen borrowed money because he saw that other people were beautiful. Was his old problem acting up again? Lu Chen used to be very popular with girls. Although he didn't do anything like stepping on end boats, when he was in college, others criticized him a lot, which led to Lucy at that time to dislike him very much. In fact, most of those criticisms were slander from jealous people. Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, Lu Shi said with a smile, well, you don't need to explain. I'm joking with you. She unlocked her Yifu account with her fingerprint and transferred 100,000 yuan to Wang Jing's account quickly. After a few minutes, Wang Jing replied to Lu Chen, the money has been received. Thank you. Lu Chen didn't reply. He quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. The second day after the New Year's Eve dinner, that is, February 2nd, Lu Shi flew to Xianxia with Xianxia. She was going to attend the Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony held by Shonan TV at the Xiongjiang Grand Theater that night as a guest of Lu Chen. The award ceremony began at 18 o'clock, with a red carpet ceremony, which was broadcast live by Shonan TV. Since the end of the 1990s, the reform in China had been intensified. In the spirit of letting 100 flowers bloom, the state administration of radio, film and television had relaxed the policy constraints on local satellite TV stations. Without the band-tightening curse on their heads, local satellite TV stations began to show their magic power and began to run on the road of marketization and commercialization. Therefore, Shonan TV suddenly rose to prominence. Up to now, relying on the two magic weapons of variety shows and self-made dramas, Xiaonan Satellite TV has been firmly occupying the throne of local satellite TV stations, and the annual advertising income has made its peers envious and jealous. It can really be described as rich and imposing. This year's Chinese Music Chart Award ceremony was extraordinarily grand. A red carpet as long as 100 meters was spread from the entrance of the Xianxia Grand Theater to the intersection of the square. High-power lighting poles were erected around it, illuminating the whole scene. The barriers were all covered with colorful advertisements. A large number of media reporters rushed to the scene. As for the people who came to see the fun, there was a sea of people. The armed police officers were maintaining order, and there were even helicopters flying in the sky. At the entrance of the Xianxia Grand Theater stood a golden Roman-style arch, and the signature wall was extended. Dozens of young girls were standing there with flowers in their hands, welcoming the guests from all over the country. With such a big battle, Shonan TV naturally invited a very luxurious lineup of stars, including hundreds of stars from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and 3 places. There were as many as 4 or 5 big names in China. Shonan TV was using this method to prove to the world that it was still the leader of the local satellite TV stations, the overlord of the variety world, and an indispensable existence in the entertainment industry. A brand new Mercedes-Benz drove over from the road that had been blocked and steadily stopped at the beginning of the red carpet. One after another, stars appeared on the stage, attracting countless flashes of light and screams from fans. Li Xing, Tan Hong, Lu Zhonghan, Chen Fei-er, Liao Jia. One by one, the fluorescent signs were raised high, and familiar names were called out one after another. It was really a dazzling scene. The Chinese Music Chart was founded by Shonan TV and Xianxia Satellite TV in 2006. As one of the 3 grand ceremonies of the pop music world, the Chinese Music Chart had 27 awards in total, including the Best Album of the Year, the Best Male Singer, the Best Female Singer, the Most Popular Male Singer, the Most Popular Female Singer, the Best Single, the Best Newcomer, the Best Composer, the Best Lyricist, and the Best Producer. The award party was held in the Xianxia Grand Theater and was broadcast live by Shonan TV and Xianxia Satellite TV. The Xianxia Grand Theater was one of the largest opera houses in China, which could accommodate 2,000 spectators. It mainly staged operas, dances, and large-scale cultural performances. It was a representative building of Xiachen culture and art. Under the careful arrangement of Shonan TV, the Grand Theater showed a very modern atmosphere. The large screen wall behind the stage was matched with excellent sound and light effects, creating a magnificent scene of a bustling ceremony. The 4 hosts who hosted the award party were Shonan TV and Xianxia Satellite TV. Xiaoyu and Feng Chen from Shonan TV were famous variety hosts in China. The party opened with a grand song and dance, and the famous singer Shang Fengfeng sang "The Most Beautiful Song." After the song was finished, the audience burst into thunderous applause, and the award ceremony officially began. The Chinese Music Charts award method was very interesting. The award winners were jointly selected by the expert jury and the audience jury. The former had 12 members, and the latter had 100 so-called audience representatives. And these 100 audience representatives were chosen from thousands of ordinary audience members. Since the traditional way of audience voting was abandoned, Shonan TV strongly advocated the fairness and impartiality of the Chinese Music Chart, claiming that it was inspired by the U.S. presidential election and eliminated the possibility of vote rigging. People in the industry scoffed at Shonan TV's boasting. However, the former was willing to spend money and could invite a large number of stars and artists, so the Chinese Music Chart's ratings had always been high. The money that Shonan TV spent was doubled through the sky-high title sponsorship and advertising. As for the fairness and impartiality, it was actually just for ordinary people. According to the usual practice, the first to be announced were the small awards, such as the Media Recommendation Award, the Annual Contribution Award, the Best Music Video, and so on. Soon, one award after another was announced, pushing the atmosphere of the award ceremony to a climax. Among the 27 awards, Lu Chen was nominated for Best Newcomer and Best Composer. In terms of the weight of the award, the Best Composition Award was much higher than the Best Newcomer Award and was on par with the Most Popular Male/Female Singer Award. Therefore, the first award related to Lu Chen was the Best Newcomer of the Year award. Next, we will announce the Best Newcomer Award on the Chinese music chart. Shonan TV host Xiayu said into the microphone, "Let's take a look at the list of nominees first." They are, on the big screen behind her. The list of 4 candidates instantly appeared. Lu Chen, Cui Jingji, Zhou Bei, and Wang Guangming, all 4 of them are newcomers who have debuted in the last 2 years. Cui Jingji was the runner-up of Shonan TV's Super Male Voice in 2014. He signed with the company Qingtian Entertainment and published his debut album Provocation in 2015. The criterion for the Best Newcomer Award is to debut within 3 years and to have released an album. Zhou Bei was the winner of the 2015 Deep Sea Satellite TV's Ace variety show National Idol. After signing with Starlight Media, she released her debut album Blooming Flower. Interestingly, in addition to Wang Guangming, Lu Chen, Cui Jingji, and Zhou Bei released their debut albums only a few days apart. At that time, they battled fiercely on QQ Music, and in the end, Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me won. The 4 newcomers were all quite eye-catching in the pop music world in 2015. Now, let's invite Mr. Lu Zhonghan to reveal the winner of the Best Newcomer and award the award at the same time. Lu Zhonghan, dressed in a well-ironed suit, walked onto the stage amidst applause. Lu Zhonghan is a famous singer in Hong Kong, but in recent years, he has been developing in China and has released many albums. He faced the microphone, took out the envelope with the winner's name from his pocket and opened it. The Best Newcomer of the Year on the Chinese music chart was about to be announced. At this moment, the audience sitting in front of the TV and computer watching the award ceremony was in high spirits. In Lu Chen's live broadcast room on Whale TV, countless Lu Chen fans were also waiting for the answer to be revealed. Most of them firmly believe that the best newcomer is Lu Chen. The reason is very simple. In the pop music world in 2015, there is no better newcomer than Lu Chen. He won the championship of Singing China, published his first platinum album You Who Sat Next to Me, wrote songs for the Bionics, produced albums for MSN, and wrote for Chen Fei-er, who could match up to all of his deeds and achievements. Cui Jingji. The next moment, Lu Zhonghan said the winner of the Best Newcomer Award, "Congratulations, Cui Jingji." Cui Jingji, who was sitting on the right side of the third row of the auditorium, immediately stood up and hugged the people around him with a smile on his face. A beam of spotlight fell on him and followed his footsteps to the stage. However, when the 2,000 audience and guests at the scene heard the name, they did not applaud warmly as they did when the winner was announced. Instead, there was an uproar and discussion, mixed with a small number of sporadic applause. The news that Lu Chen was nominated for the Best Newcomer and Best Composer in the Chinese music chart has long been spread in the circle, and people who know naturally know it. Many people in the industry believe that Lu Chen will probably win the Best Newcomer and miss the Best Composer, because the latter has a lot of weight and is very particular about qualifications. It is not a big prize that can be easily won by a newcomer. Lu Chen is too young. He has achievements, but not enough qualifications. However, no one expected that the Best Newcomer Award, which he is most likely to win, will fall on Cui Jingji. Compared with Lu Chen's dazzling achievements in 2015, Cui Jingji is really too poor. His debut album was defeated by Lu Chen, and there are not many works on the domestic heavyweight list. It is nothing more than a lot of hype and frequent announcements. It is a little incredible that Lu Chen will lose to Cui Jingji. Only those who know the inside story know that this is the usual habit of Shonan TV. They nominated Lu Chen for these 2 awards, nothing more than to slap him in the face. Lu Chen has offended Shonan TV a lot. As the saying goes, everyone has a scale in their heart. Shonan TV's obvious award manipulation inevitably makes people feel disgusted. Even if it is impossible for people to raise objections, how can they applaud Cui Jingji enthusiastically? There are also people who applaud. In addition to the staff of Shonan TV and the audience support, there are some other people. Chen Fei-er is one of them. The Heavenly Queen is sitting in the middle of the second row of the auditorium, with a faint smile on her face and gently clapping. She is very reserved. One after another, as if she is slapping someone's face. The winner of the 2015 Chinese Music Chart's Best Newcomer of the Year award is Cui Jingji. Congratulations Cui Jingji. When Lu Zhonghan revealed the answer to the riddle, Whale TV, Lu Chen's live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Countless fans watching the live broadcast in front of the computer couldn't believe what had just happened. It felt as if they had been hit hard in the head with a stick. Many people were stunned. What the? How could it be Cui Jingji? Is there a mistake? It's too dark. It's a joke. Who can be big and stronger than Lu Chen as the best? Newcomer? Who can tell me who Cui Jingji is? I've never heard of him. What songs did he sing? Oh, Shonan TV is like this. I've expected it. I won't watch Shonan TV in the future. It's too annoying. Let's go. It's boring. Not only in the live broadcast room, but also in blogs, forums, and QQ groups, Lu Chen's fans are complaining. Previously, it was widely believed that the Best Newcomer of the Year award was the first music award that Lu Chen was most likely to win. They optimistically believed that he could complete a double win and win the Best Composition award. There are even many fans who expressed dissatisfaction with Lu Chen's only 2 nominations. As a result, he didn't even win the Most Confident award. How can he not be angry? At this moment, in the Xianxia Grand Theater, Cui Jingji took the Crystal Award from Lu Zhonghan on stage. It's just that the annual Newcomer King's expression was more or less embarrassed, because the reaction of the audience was a bit face-slapping, which made this gilded honor lose a lot of luster. He held the award and said into the microphone, "Thank you Shonan TV, thank you Xianxia Satellite TV." The thank you speech was dry, without much passion and excitement. The reaction of the audience at the scene was finally a little enthusiastic. After Cui Jingji finished speaking, they also gave him a lot of applause, so that he would not be embarrassed to the point of being unable to get off the stage. After all, everyone was disgusted with Shonan TV's actions, and they didn't have much of an opinion about Cui Jingji. But in fact, Cui Jingji knew that he would win this award. The agency he signed with had a close relationship with Shonan TV. It would be a joke to say that he was kept in the dark beforehand. Cui Jingji hurried off the stage. Fang Chen, the host of Shonan TV, immediately began to announce the nominees for the next award. It was better to quickly get over this awkward moment. Then, Lu Chen also lost the Best Composition award, which was won by the famous musician Tan Hu. Tan Hu is a first-class songwriter in the domestic pop music industry. He has created hundreds of songs, including emotional, folk, blues, and even theme songs. There is no lack of classics that have been sung all over the country. He enjoys a high reputation in the circle. If Tan Hu and Lu Chen were compared separately, Lu Chen was definitely not as good as Tan Hu in terms of the number of works, qualifications, and status in the circle. But when Tan Hu received the Best Composition award from the hands of the guest presenter Tan Hong, he said, "I'm very happy to win this award here tonight. I'm deeply honored and frightened by the Chinese music chart's love. But I'm also very ashamed because I didn't create a commendable work in 2015. Compared with the other candidates, I really failed to live up to their love." The Xianxia Grand Theater, which could accommodate 2,000 audiences, became very quiet. Everyone was quietly listening to the sincere voice of the middle-aged man with a lot of white hair. "I've been engaged in music creation for more than 20 years. I've won all the awards and honors that I deserve, so I hope that the seniors in our industry can use more strength to support and encourage the newcomers, because they are the hope of Chinese original music. That's all I have to say. Thank you again. Thank you, Shonan TV and Hong Kong Satellite TV." After that, Tan Hu bowed deeply to everyone. As soon as his voice fell, the audience burst into thunderous applause, and many people even stood up to applaud. Among them was Lu Shi. Lu Shi attended the award party as Lu Chen's representative. She was not surprised by the result at all, because she had expected it. She had no illusions about the moral integrity of Shonan TV. However, Lu Shi did not expect that there were so many people in this circle who were willing to support Lu Chen. Although their support was very implicit, it should be known that Lu Chen had only been in the industry for more than half a year, and his contacts in the circle were still in the initial stage. Many people did not even know him. For example, Tan Hu. Anyone could tell that Tan Hu was implicitly expressing his dissatisfaction with Shonan TV. He was dissatisfied with the latter's deliberate suppression of newcomers like Lu Chen. His criticism was not fierce, nor was it a storm-like attack, but it was also powerful. Lu Chen's work that was selected for the best composition was You Who Sat Next to Me, but in the circle, it was generally believed that Lu Chen's best work was In the Spring or I Love You China. These two works were very popular and could be called classics. Even if it was You Who Sat Next to Me, Tan Hu's award-winning work Pencil Roll paled in comparison. Tan Hu himself did not deny this, and he was not really happy about winning the award. Strictly speaking, Shonan TV was suspected of using him as a weapon. Tan Hu really didn't care about the Best Composition award. He had never met Lu Chen, but he appreciated the latter very much. After the Best Composition award, it was the heavyweight Best Album, Most Popular Male and Female Singer, Best Male and Female Singer, and so on. However, as the awards were announced, it gave people the feeling that it was the end after the climax. Even if the four hosts tried their best to adjust the atmosphere, it was still tepid. That night, Chen Feier won the Most Popular Female Singer award. She went on stage and said a few words. On the second day after the end of the 2015 Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony, many entertainment media published the winners' list and comments. Among them, Lu Chen's failure to be selected as the best newcomer was the loudest voice of doubt. On the internet, such voices were magnified at least 10 times. Many Lu Chen's fans went to Shonan TV's official blog and Tieba forum to mock and criticize the latter. As a result, it triggered a war of words with the internet water army of Shonan TV. On Inspur blog, some people ridiculed Shonan Satellite TV for lifting a stone and smashing its own foot, and its table manners were too ugly. As the center of public opinion, Lu Chen remained calm. He expressed regret that he had lost 2 awards and did not comment on the practice of Shonan Satellite TV, which disappointed many guys who wanted to watch the fun. TN, Shonan Satellite TV, because Lu Chen didn't need to care about the Chinese Music Chart Awards. He had already received the invitation of the Asian Chinese Music Chart and was nominated for 4 awards. The Asian Chinese Music Chart was created by CCTV and CCTV in conjunction with major TV stations and radio stations. The award ceremony was fixed to be held on the evening of February 18. It had been held for the 15th time so far. It was one of the oldest and most authoritative music awards in China. It had a certain influence in Asia and was regarded as the annual music festival by domestic musicians. The award was more valuable than the Chinese Music Chart. The panel of judges for the Asian Chinese Music Chart was made up of professionals, including members of the Music Association, well-known seniors in the circle, professors of music academies, famous music critics, etc. The judging criteria also referred to the on-demand data and network data of major domestic radio stations. Similarly, there was no audience voting for the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart. That was because in the early years, there was audience voting. In the end, there were all kinds of vote rigging and cheating every year, which made people dumbfounded. That made the grand award ceremony almost become a place for vote rigging. So later, the organizers simply cancelled it and replaced it with a strong panel of judges. As early as January, Lu Chen received an invitation letter from the organizing committee of the Asian Chinese Music Chart award ceremony. He was nominated for Best Newcomer, Best Composition, Best Lyrics, and Best Album. Although the Asian Chinese Music Chart covered a wider range, there were only 21 awards. There were no categories like Most Popular Male and Female Singers, which were more like pork, which increased the value of the award. The Asian Chinese Music Chart had been held for the 15th time, and no singer had won the title of Best Singer. It was said that this year's Asian Chinese Top Songs chart was likely to be the last one. The Asian Chinese Top Songs chart would be merged with the Chinese Original Music Chart and upgraded to the Global Chinese Original Songs Chart, which would be held on December 31st every year. The source of this news was very reliable. The Chinese Original Music Chart was stopped for the first time this year. It was undoubtedly paving the way for the merger of the two awards. At that time, the Global Chinese Original Songs Chart would become the most authoritative music award in China, sweeping away all the bad actors. Because of this, the Chinese Music Chart was quickly forgotten. The industry's expectation for the Asian Chinese Music Chart increased big, and it became the hot topic of the domestic pop music industry at the end of the year. But for most people, the Chinese music chart had nothing to do with them. What they cared about was the Spring Festival. They wanted to use all means of transportation to return home and have a reunion with their families. Countless people were leaving the capital. This super metropolis with a population of 30 million was about to become an empty city. Lu Qin drove the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz SUV all the way to the New Era Art Park. His original Xianxia X7 was given to Lu Shi. Originally, Lu Qin wanted to buy a new car for his sister, but his sister took the X7 and bought him this million-yuan G900. She said that now that his identity is different, driving the X7 is too degrading and will make others look down on him. In fact, Lu Qin is not vain. Although the Xianxia X7 is a domestic car, it is still very comfortable to drive. However, he couldn't resist his sister's insistence and finally had a luxury. It was normal for young people to want to maintain their reputation. If it was the Lu Qin of the past, he would definitely buy a sports car and drive his girlfriend here to satisfy his cravings after making so much money. But after experiencing 3 periods of life in his dream, his mentality is far more mature and wise than his peers. While pursuing personal career success, his admiration for vanity has faded a lot. Therefore, Lu Qin can calmly look at the defeat of the Chinese music chart. No one can take away what belongs to him. Why should he insist on what doesn't belong to him? What's more, he already has the wealth of a world. After parking the car in the parking lot, Lu Qin walked to Star Fate Art Training Hall. Star Fate Art Training Hall was very famous in Beijing's entertainment industry. It was first established by a joint venture of several entertainment agencies. It was specifically used to train new artists, also known as trainees. The domestic trainee system originated from South Korea. Many large entertainment agencies have their own independent trainee training system, which provides a large number of talents for the entire industry. But this system can't be established casually. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Small and medium-sized companies or studios can't afford it at all, so special training institutions have emerged. Star Fate Art Training Hall is one of them, and it is one of the strongest institutions in the industry. It doesn't sign any new trainee artists. It only accepts commissioned training or image customization. The Star Fate Art Gallery, which was built in the New Era Art Park, was the best in the country, both in terms of facilities and teachers. Many of the music and dance teachers were hired from abroad. After years of development, an extremely perfect training system had been formed. Star Fate Art Training Hall has a completely independent structure, separated from the relationship with the founding company. Therefore, many entertainment agencies, record companies, and film companies in the capital put their signed newcomers here for training. Although many people in the industry criticize that the artists trained by institutions like Star Fate Art Training Hall are like the products of the fashion line, lacking individuality and characteristics. But even the critics can't deny that the new artists trained by such a centralized and professional training system have quite solid basic skills. Moreover, trainee training is also divided into high and low levels. You get what you pay for. The most important thing is that for most entertainment agencies, outsourcing training undoubtedly reduces the cost and saves a lot of time. As for the style and characteristics, they can package it again after they have a foundation. Sisterly. When Lu Qin appeared in front of Star Fate Art Training Hall, he immediately saw Li Jinjin standing at the door. He quickly took off his sunglasses and waved to greet her. Xiao Lu. Sister Li immediately revealed a surprised expression. She grinned and greeted him, "Thank you for your hard work." She walked so fast that even the little assistant beside her couldn't keep up with her. Lu Qin smiled and said, "It's nothing. I come here often." The first time he came to Star Fate Art Training Hall was at Li Jinjin's invitation to see the training of the newly formed Little Tiger Group. According to Sister Li, he was here to give some guidance. After filming Autumn in My Heart, Sister Li had already made up her mind to let her beloved son walk on the path of an artist. She regarded the plan of the youth group proposed by Lu Qin as a treasure. After returning to the capital, Sister Li quickly formed a team for the Little Tiger Group. With little handsome tiger Zhang Juanji as the core, they were sent to Star Fate Art Training Hall for singing and dancing training. According to the plan, the Little Tiger Group will be trained here for half a year before making their debut and releasing their first album. Star Fate Art Gallery had many training rooms. The rooms were separated by translucent tempered glass. Walking along the long corridor, one could see that all the training rooms were filled with people practicing dance or body movements. One could even faintly hear the accompaniment of music. It was almost Chinese New Year. Many people were about to leave Beijing and return to their hometown. However, the trainees were not among them. They had to seize the time to train and strive for a chance to debut. They could not afford to slack off. The competition in the entertainment industry was always fierce. In today's era, the replacement of new talents was very fast. If one did not make a name for himself after 2 or 3 years, he or she would basically face elimination. Among the hundreds of trainees in Star Fate Art Gallery today, only a few would become famous in the future. Ordinary people saw the glamorous celebrities, but they did not know how many competitors they were stepping on. Fate was always unfair. Although they were all trainees, some had a higher starting point than others. For example, the newly formed Little Tiger Group not long ago. Xianxia and his 2 friends not only had their own luxurious training rooms, but they also had 2 dance teachers. When Lu Chen and Sister Li came in, the 3 teenagers had just finished a dance. Their foreheads were covered in sweat and they were panting, looking very tired. However, one of the dance teachers was very dissatisfied. He scolded them in an unusually strict tone, pointing out the problems and shortcomings of their movements. He even used a bamboo ruler to whip the arms and legs of the 3, including Zhang Juanji. From the stiff Mandarin of this dance teacher, it was obvious that he was a foreign teacher hired by Star Fate Art Gallery. Star Fate Art Gallery hired more than 10 foreign teachers. It was said that they were all professional teachers from Japan and Korea with rich training experience. This person was undoubtedly one of them. Lu Chen and Sister Li did not rashly go in and disturb him. Sister Li must be very worried about her son. However, she did not interfere at this time. She stood at the door motionlessly, not saying a word even though her eyes were red. This was because Sister Li deeply understood the principle that only those who experienced hardship could rise to the top. Although she had the ability to shield Zhang Juanji from wind and rain, since Zhang Juanji had stepped into this circle, he still had to walk his own path. Just like a young eagle leaving its nest, how could it spread its wings and soar above the blue sky without the baptism of wind and rain? So what if he was scolded and beaten? Which trainee didn't go through this? Being serious was spoiling, but it was the greatest harm. After being reprimanded by the teacher, the 3 youths regained their spirits. Dragging their exhausted bodies, they redid the dance with the accompaniment music. This time, the 2 teachers were finally satisfied. After a few words of encouragement, they allowed them to rest for a few minutes. The 3 youths slumped to the ground. Only then did Sister Li push open the door and enter. She greeted the 2 teachers first. "Hello, Teacher Jean." "Hello, Teacher Min." Sister Li had been in the entertainment industry for many years. She had built her career from scratch. Her status in the industry was far above that of the 2 dance teachers. Even so, they were still polite and courteous to her. Of course, the 2 teachers were not arrogant people. They hurriedly bowed in return. "Hello, Ms. Li," Sister Li smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Lu Chen." She introduced them to each other. "Lu Chen, this is Teacher Kim Angua from Korea's Can Management Company." The other teacher, Teacher Min, was from Hong Kong. Kim Angua was in his 40s. He was tall and thin, and his expression was cold. His eyes were long and narrow, giving people a very strict feeling. However, when Sister Li introduced Lu Chen, he was shocked. He stepped forward and bowed to Lu Chen. He stretched out his hands and said, "Mr. Lu Chen, I've heard a lot about you." Although his accent was a little awkward, the words "I've heard a lot about you" were spoken clearly and with a good accent. Lu Chen shook hands with him with both hands and said with a smile, "Mr. Kim, you're too polite." He thought that Kim Angua was just being polite and thought that Kim Angua knew how to socialize. However, he didn't expect Kim Angua to say very seriously, "You're welcome. I've heard all of your works, Mr. Lu Chen. I've also watched the TV series you starred in, Romance in My Heart. You're a very talented singer, composer, and actor." After a pause, Kim Angua continued, "If you were in South Korea, you would definitely become a great artist, just like Han Haomin and Kim Song-hyun." Han Haomin and Kim Song-hyun were both famous artists in South Korea. They were regarded as national idols and had a high influence throughout Asia. They were also stars in film, television, and music. Kim Ongwa compared Lu Chen to Han Haomin and Kim Song-hyun, which was undoubtedly a very high praise. Lu Chen was a little surprised and said modestly, "Mr. Kim, you flatter me." Kim Ongwa said, "Mr. Lu Chen, you're here to see the training of the little tigers, right? I'll ask them to perform the song you wrote for you now." He turned to the three teenagers and said in a deep voice, "Please show your best." Although Zhang Juanji and the other two were exhausted, they all stood up obediently when they saw Lu Chen and Sister Li. They didn't dare to interrupt. Hearing Kim Ongwa's order, the three of them gritted their teeth and stepped back to put some distance between them. They quickly got into formation. Lu Chen wanted to ask them to take a break first, but he swallowed his words. It wouldn't hurt to let a young man like Zhang Juanji suffer a little more. Teacher Min ran to the sound equipment and played the accompaniment that the little tigers needed. A smooth and light melody instantly sounded in the training room. It was Butterfly Flight. This song was written by Lu Chen specifically for the Little Tigers, and it would also be the title song of the Little Tigers' first album. The style of the Little Tiger group was based on this song, Butterflies Fly. Therefore, after Lu Chen gave the music score to Sister Li invited a famous composer in Beijing to arrange the music, and then sent it to Star Fate Art Museum to choreograph the dance. Zhang Juanji and the other two had practiced it many times. They walked to the music. Although the movements weren't difficult, they were full of the youthful energy of teenagers. As they danced, the three of them sang at the same time. They looked very good. What made Lu Chen happy was that the performance of the three teenagers gradually overlapped with the original version of the Little Tigers in his memory from the dream world. At this time, no one noticed that many trainees had appeared at the entrance of the training room. Both men and women peered inside, most of them with envy or curiosity. After the performance of Butterfly Flight, the three teenagers were so tired that they were about to collapse. However, they still stood straight. Even though their bodies were shaking uncontrollably, they tried very hard to straighten their backs, as if they were soldiers waiting to be inspected. Their eyes were all focused on Lu Chen's face. Without hard and strict training, it was undoubtedly impossible to achieve this. Jin Ongwa and the other teacher, Min, also looked at Lu Chen, waiting for his evaluation. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen nodded and said, "Very good." It was not easy to train to this level in just 2 months. The choreography of Butterfly Flight was quite good. It fully considered the characteristics of the Little Tiger Troupe's age. The choreography was not exaggerated, and the rhythm and sense of movement were very strong. The three teenagers sang and danced at the same time. Even in such a tired situation, they could still move orderly, cooperate well, and sing without going out of tune. It was really commendable. Therefore, Lu Chen's very good was not fake politeness, but praise from the bottom of his heart. Jin Ongwa's slender face revealed a smile. Seeing that the three teenagers did not react, he could not help but frown and scold them. "What are you standing there for?" Zhang Juanji and the others came to their senses and bowed to Lu Chen together. "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You're welcome." "I know Zhang Juanji." "The other two, please introduce yourselves." The two teenagers looked at each other, and the one standing on Zhang Juanji's left introduced himself first. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Little Flying Tiger, Hui Ran. Please take care of me." After saying that, he bowed deeply to Lu Chen. His bow was obviously trained, and it was very standard. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I'm Little Obedient Tiger, Yu Yang. Please take care of me." The two members of the Little Tiger Troupe were undoubtedly carefully selected. They were similar in height, size, and age to Zhang Juanji. Little Flying Tiger, Hui Ran, had a slightly masculine appearance, and the contours of his face were clear. Zhang Juanji's facial lines were more gentle, giving people the impression that he was very obedient. Little Handsome Tiger, Little Flying Tiger, and Little Obedient Tiger. Although the three-man Little Tiger group was a group, the members had to have their own personalities and characteristics. That way, they would be able to have their own fan circles. Even if they were to fight each other, it would be a good thing. The three teenagers were handsome in their own way, and the Little Tiger troupe was very pleasing to the eye. They believed that once they debuted, they would be able to attract a large number of young fans, especially female fans. In fact, Zhang Juanji was currently very popular on the internet because he had acted in Autumn. His Waves blog had reached more than 500,000 fans, which would undoubtedly pave the way for his official debut next year. Lu Chen nodded. The main reason he came to Star Fate Art Gallery this time was to check on the training of the Little Tiger troupe. According to Sister Lee, if the children met the requirements, it was not impossible for them to debut early. If they could not satisfy Lu Chen, it was reasonable for them to continue training for another year and a half. Of course, Lu Chen wasn't helping for free. Even though Sister Lee had a good relationship with Chen Fei, he still had shares in the company. The establishment of the Little Tiger troupe came from Lu Chen's suggestion, and Sister Lee intended to make it into an entertainment brand. Sending the members to Star Fate Art Gallery for training was one of the reasons. In addition, she registered the names Little Tiger Troupe, Little Handsome Tiger, Little Flying Tiger, Little Obedient Tiger, and so on. She also commissioned a professional design company to design a cartoon logo. According to Sister Lee's plan, the Little Tiger Troupe brand would be licensed to other areas such as clothing, sports equipment, stationery, toys, electronic products, etc. At that time, Sister Lee would set up an independent company to be responsible for the management and operation of the brand. As the saying goes, think of the source of drinking water. The company that Sister Lee is going to register has reserved a lot of shares for Lu Chen. He didn't need to pay a penny, and he didn't need to participate in the management. He just needed to sit back and wait for the money. After reading Sister Lee's plan some time ago, Lu Chen couldn't help but admire this big sister's business mind. Her success wasn't by luck. Of course, there was no free lunch in the world. Just an idea and creativity wasn't enough to get such rich shares. Lu Chen needed to be responsible for composing songs for the Little Tiger troupe and providing guidance. In fact, the road that Lu Chen was taking now was not only leading to the peak of an artist, but also to the godfather of music. For example, MSN, the Little Tiger troupe, and more in the future. Since the Little Tiger troupe was in good condition, Lu Chen didn't want to continue to disturb these teenagers who were training hard. After chatting with Jean Angua and the others for a while, he planned to leave. "What are you all doing here?" At this time, a tall woman in her 20s appeared at the door of the training room and scolded the surrounding boys and girls, "Go back to your rooms. You can't run around during rest time." A group of teenagers suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. After scolding them, she smiled and greeted Sister Lee. "Sister Lee, are you here to see Juanji?" Sister Lee said with a smile, "Yes, Jennifer, let me introduce you. This is Teacher Lu Chen. In Juanji." When the woman named Jennifer saw Lu Chen, her eyes suddenly lit up and she said with a smile, "It's really you." She was wearing a set of tight bodybuilding clothes. Her curvaceous figure was perfect, especially her pair of long legs, which were eye-catching. Her appearance was not extremely beautiful, but her high nose and deep eyes showed that she was obviously of foreign descent. She should be a mixed race. Sister Lee introduced the beautiful woman to Lu Chen. "This is Jennifer, the art director of Star Fate Art Museum. Her Chinese name is Yuan Jun, and she comes from Australia." Lu Chen shook hands with her and said, "Hello, Director He." Jennifer stared at Lu Chen with hot eyes and said with a smile, "Just call me Jennifer. I like the movie you starred in, Autumn in My Heart. You acted so well. Can I take a picture with you?" Since becoming famous, Lu Chen had received a lot of autograph and photo requests. He didn't expect that this woman was also his fan. He smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Jennifer immediately hugged Lu Chen's arm and put his arm between her plump breasts. She turned to Sister Lee and said with a very happy smile, "Sister Lee, please." Sister Lee giggled as she took a few photos of the two of them with her phone. After taking the photos, Jennifer reluctantly let go of Lu Chen's hand and said, "Sister Lee, are you going to leave now? Then let me see you out." She was very straightforward. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Lu Chen and the others left the training room and came to the corridor, a figure suddenly rushed over and blocked their way. Lu Chen reacted quickly. He stopped and steadied himself in an instant, so he didn't bump into the person who suddenly appeared to block his way. The person realized how inappropriate her behavior was. She took a step back with a red face and bowed. Mr. Lu Chen, I'm a loyal fan of yours and a trainee here. Can you give me some advice? The person who blocked Lu Chen's way was a girl of 15 or 16 years old. She was short and pretty. She had short bangs, big eyes, and long eyelashes. She looked a bit like an oversized doll. Maybe it was because of excitement or shyness, the girl's face was red, and even her ears were red. When she bowed, she twisted her fingers together, revealing the anxiety in her heart. She didn't stand up after bending down, waiting for Lu Chen's answer. Everyone was shocked to see such a scene. Jennifer, who was next to Lu Chen, frowned and said unhappily, "Zhou Xiaojia, who told you to be so rude? Go back to the practice room immediately." The doors of several rooms on both sides of the corridor were open. Many trainees craned their necks to look around. When they saw Zhou Xiaojia being scolded by Jennifer, most of them had gloating looks on their faces. For most artists, their competition started when they were trainees. Zhou Xiaojia's eyes turned red after being scolded by Jennifer. She held back her tears and said with her head down, "I'm sorry, Director He, Mr. Lu Chen, I'm sorry." She was about to turn around and leave while apologizing. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Which agency are you from?" The girl was quite adorable, which reminded him of his precious sister at home. Lu Shui was only a few years older than Zhou Xiaojia. She was supposed to be at the age where she enjoyed the love of her parents, but because she had embarked on the path of an artist, she had to train hard here even during the new year. Zhou Xiaojia suddenly showed a look of surprise and quickly replied, "Mr. Lu Chen, I'm signed with Wancher Media." Wancher Media? Lu Chen didn't have any impression of it. It was definitely not a big company in the industry. The number of entertainment agencies and film companies in Beijing, as well as all kinds of studios, could be said to be as many as the hairs on a cow. The competition was too fierce, so many small and medium-sized companies were quite miserable, and even the artists they signed were suffering. Many artists signed by small companies did not have a chance to make a name for themselves. Even if they officially debuted, they could only take on a few shows. They could only sing and dance for others or play small roles, struggling at the bottom of the entertainment industry. There were countless of such Beijing drifters. Zhou Xiaojia's appearance was not bad, but without strong support, her chances of success were similar to winning the lottery. There was a 99% chance that she would quietly disappear in the tide of the entertainment industry. Perhaps the little girl realized this, so she mustered all her courage to block Lu Chen's path. Asking for guidance, asking for attention, asking for packages, the current Lu Chen really had the qualifications to be crowned with the title of teacher. He asked, "What kind of career do you take? Singing? Dance? Acting or variety shows?" Today's artists could take many more paths than their predecessors. If they couldn't do one, they could play another. If they couldn't do anything, they could sell their face. If they didn't even have a face, they could only sell their moral integrity. Zhou Xiaojia replied, "I want to be a singer like Mr. Chen Fei-er." Chen Fei-er, Lu Chen couldn't help laughing and said, "Then I'll give you a chance. Sing me a song." He turned to Jennifer and asked, "Director He, can I?" "Call me Jennifer." Jennifer smiled and said, "It's our honor that you can guide our students. I'll arrange it." She looked at Zhou Xiaojia, who was surprised, and said sincerely, "Zhou Xiaojia, you're very lucky." Star Fate Art Gallery was very famous in the circle. Many trainees were entrusted with training, and stars and idols often came to guide and encourage their new artists. There were even big shots who came. Lu Chen was not the first famous artist who had been stopped by trainees to ask for guidance, but they basically didn't succeed. The reason was actually very simple. Those big shots were used to being harassed. If they casually agreed to help, it would be really troublesome in the future. In addition, the object of guidance might be one's own competitor. Who would do such a stupid thing? Therefore, Jennifer said that Zhou Xiaojia was very lucky to meet Lu Chen. The trainees who were peeking at them were all stunned. No one thought that Zhou Xiaojia could really persuade Lu Chen to guide her. It was really enviable. Who was Lu Chen? He was an outstanding singer who had recently risen in the pop music world. Not only did he become famous, but he also made two groups famous with his works. Now he was building the Little Tiger Troupe. The background and connections of the Little Tiger Troupe were beyond their reach. They could only be envious, but not jealous. But what about Zhou Xiaojia? She was just an ordinary person among a group of trainees. She actually had the opportunity to get Lu Chen's favor, which really made everyone jealous. Some people began to wonder if they should also learn. There was a recording studio in Star Fate Art Gallery. Although the scale and equipment were not comparable to that of a professional recording studio, it was far better than the level of karaoke. It was completely enough for testing. In this recording studio, Zhou Xiaojia sang a song "Love is a Bubble Heart" to Lu Chen and others. The original singer of this song was Xianxia. It was a sad love song that was rare for the queen of sweet songs, and it was popular for a time. Lu Chen didn't know why Zhou Xiaojia chose this song. Obviously, she couldn't sing the feelings and artistic conception of the song. Although there was no problem with the tone and atmosphere, it couldn't give the audience the unique charm of the original song. After singing, Zhou Xiaojia realized her problem and bowed to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Liu, I didn't." Lu Chen waved his hand and interrupted Zhou Xiaojia's apology, motioning for her to come out. "Ask your agency to contact my studio after the new year. We'll talk then," he said to Zhou Xiaojia. "You work hard." Zhou Xiaojia, who thought she had no chance, was stunned. Then crystal tears fell. She bowed to Lu Chen again and again. "Thank you, Mr. Liu." "Thank you." Lu Chen smiled. "You can go now." After Zhou Xiaojia thanked him profusely and left, Jennifer looked at Lu Chen with a strange look. Lu Chen knew that she misunderstood, but he didn't explain. Lu Chen gave Zhou Xiaojia a chance because Zhou Xiaojia had some special conditions that moved him, nothing else. Jennifer must have misunderstood. When leaving Star Fate Art Gallery, Jennifer sent Lu Chen out and suddenly said to him seriously, "Lu Chen, I know you are a good person." These words were a bit inexplicable, but Lu Chen understood. He couldn't help laughing. After leaving the Star Fate Art Gallery, Sister Li personally sent Lu Chen to the parking lot. Lu Chen said, "Sister Li, you don't have to see me off anymore. My car is parked in front. See you after the new year." Coming to the Star Fate Art Gallery to see the training of the little tigers was the last thing he would do in the capital. After that, he would drive back to Binhai with Lu Shi to spend the new year with his family. Sister Li smiled and said, "Sorry to trouble you. Jun Jining is really lucky to have you as his teacher." She hesitated for a moment and said, "Lu Chen, Jennifer grew up abroad. Her personality is a bit. How do I put it? I think she can be an ordinary friend. As for other things, don't blame Sister Li for being too talkative." Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Sister Li, you think too much. I don't have any feelings for Director He. He is now at a time when his career is booming. He is so busy that he doesn't even have time to fall in love with Chen Feier. How can he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Moreover, Lu Chen himself is not that kind of playboy. In the entertainment circle where beautiful women are as common as clouds, there are too many temptations of all kinds. Without the rich experience brought about by his life memories in the dream world, the young Lu Chen may be lost in it. But now, he was able to calmly look at the beauties that kept appearing around him, and he was able to guard his heart. As for Jennifer, she was warm and beautiful, but she was not the type that Lu Chen liked. The reason why Sister Li reminded him was that she had a good relationship with Chen Feier, and she was the one who invited Lu Chen to the Star Fate Art Gallery. If Lu Chen was seduced by someone else, she would not be able to absolve herself from the blame. Now that she saw that Lu Chen was really not tempted, Sister Li was also relieved. She smiled and said, "Jennifer is a good person, but her background is a bit complicated." "Well, I wish you a pleasant journey." Lu Chen smiled. Whether Jennifer's background was simple or complicated, it had nothing to do with him. Star Fate Art Gallery might not even come back. After waving goodbye to Sister Li, Lu Chen drove to the studio. The studio was on holiday. Li Feiyu and Chen Xian had left the capital yesterday. Lu Shi was already waiting for him there. There were also big and small bags of luggage. Basically, they were all New Year gifts for family and friends. They were not very expensive, but they were meant to be festive and auspicious. With his luggage and sister, Lu Chen drove towards the coastal highway. The highway was more than 1,000 kilometers long and could go from the capital to Binhai. Lu Chen and Lu Shi flew all the way and returned to Binhai at 9 p.m. He returned to his home in Jingsheng district. Brother. Lu Shui was watching TV in the living room. When she saw her brother and sister come in, she immediately jumped up from the sofa and screamed, "Mom, brother and sister are back." As soon as her voice fell, she jumped off the sofa and rushed to Lu Chen without even wearing slippers. She threw herself directly into Lu Chen's arms and almost pushed him down. Lu Chen hugged his sister and couldn't help shaking his head. She was a grown-up girl, but she was still like a child. But his heart was still full of happiness and the joy of going home. Lu Shi put down the bags in her hands and glared at him. "You'll be 18 after the new year. You're still so careless. Get off me quickly. Don't be like this." Compared with Lu Chen's doting, Lu Shi was stricter to her sister. Lu Shui curled her lips and obediently got off Lu Chen and took the paper bag in his hand. "Brother, what gift did you buy for me?" "Brother, do you know that you're a big celebrity in our school now? Many people ask me for autographs. Haha, I can make a fortune selling autographs. Give me 500 autographs. I'll save them. Hee, I'll show you the love letters that others asked me to send to you later." Even girls from other schools came here. Lu Shui kept talking to Lu Chen, as if she wanted to say all the words that she had been holding back for a long time. The unfinished Autumn in My Heart had made Lu Chen a household name in Binhai. His reputation was different from the last time he came back. Even Lu Shui had become the focus of the school. Lu Chen's sister, she said that she was worried, but in fact, she was proud, like a child who got a big toy and wanted to show off. Lu Chen had a headache. Fortunately, his mother came down and saved his life. "Lu Shui, don't bother your brother," Fang Yin said with concern. "You must be very hungry, right? I'll go to the kitchen and cook some supper for you." Lu Shi said, "Mom, I'll help you." The mother and daughter went into the kitchen. They could still hear the voices coming from inside through the glass door. "I heard a car just now. Did you drive back?" "Yes. It's so tiring and unsafe to drive. Take the high-speed train next time. It's fast and safe. Do you understand? The main reason is that the time is not easy to arrange. We can't book tickets in advance. When we want to buy tickets, there are no tickets, and we have to bring things. In fact, we don't need to buy things. Whatever we have in the capital can be found here." Lu Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, enjoying Lu Shui's massage. Listening to the conversation coming from the kitchen, he felt happy and at peace. He felt that all the hard work was worth it for this moment. It was a pity that such a beautiful mood was broken by Lu Shui in the blink of an eye. "Brother, my classmates and I all watched the Autumn in My Heart with Chen Feier. They all said it was so beautiful. They wanted to ask what the final outcome was. Did Eunhee recover from her illness? Have you two been together?" Even the teachers in the school were watching it. "Teacher Zhang also asked you. If my sisters know that you are back, they will definitely." All right. Lu Chen was really defeated by her. He surrendered and said, "I'll write you an autograph." 100. Lu Shui smiled and said, 100 is not enough. At least 300. "By the way, brother, is it true that you and Chen Fei are in a relationship?" Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean?" Lu Shui was curious. "Are you really in a relationship? They all said that the two of you are acting for real." Lu Chen sighed. "Children shouldn't meddle in the affairs of adults. Don't talk nonsense. I'll sign 200 for you." Lu Shui was angry. "I'm almost 18 years old. I'm already an adult. At least 300. The brother and sister were bickering. On the other side, Fang Yun and Lu Shi brought out the supper. It was a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Lu Chen was really hungry. He finished a big bowl of noodles. It was very fragrant. He had eaten a lot of delicacies, but this taste of home was something that no hotel could make. The feeling of going home for the new year was really good. February 7th, New Year's Eve. On the last day of the Year of the Goat, which was also the most important day for the people of China, a light snow inadvertently fell on Binhai, giving everyone an unexpected surprise. This was the first snow in Binhai since the beginning of winter. Although the snowflakes were very small, many children treated it like a treasure. They laughed and jumped outside, setting off fireworks in the falling snow. The crackling sound was everywhere in Jingxing district, making people feel the arrival of the new year. In the dining room of the Lu family's villa, Fang Yun, Lu Chen, Lu Shi, and Lu Shui were sitting around the dining table and eating New Year's Eve dinner. Originally, Lu Chen wanted to order the New Year's Eve dinner in a hotel. Now that the family's situation was better than before, it would be no problem to eat in any five-star hotel in Binhai. However, Fang Yun insisted on making it herself. She thought that the taste of the New Year's Eve dinner at home was the most authentic. The villa was brightly lit, and the living room with the heater on was as warm as spring. The family was happy and harmonious. Jingle. While he was eating, the crisp ringtone of his cell phone suddenly rang. Fang Yun glanced at it, and Lu Shui stuck out her tongue. She quickly took out her cell phone from her small bag and answered the call. Hello. After listening for a while, she looked a little strange. She handed the cell phone to Lu Chen. Brother, it's yours. Lu Chen was stunned. Mine? He took Lu Shui's cell phone and said in confusion, Hello? Big Star, I'm Huang Shan. A strong voice came from the phone. Happy New Year. Hello, class monitor. Lu Chen suddenly smiled and said, Why are you calling me at this time? Where are you? Huang Shan was his high school classmate and also the class monitor. When he was in school, Lu Chen had a good relationship with him. However, after he went to Hangzhou to study at the university, they gradually contacted each other less and less. Huang Shan said, I haven't been able to contact you, and there was no reply from QQ. I just asked someone for your sister's phone number. You should be in Binhai now. I'm having New Year's Eve dinner in the hotel. Lu Chen was embarrassed. Sorry, the original phone number is useless. He changed his number when he went to the capital the year before last, and only informed a few relatives and friends. Huang Shan didn't know. As for QQ Fein, Lu Chen even let the studio manage his blog, so he didn't have time to read it at all. Actually, he had turned down a few commercial performances this new year. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to return home. Several female students said that if they can't invite you, they won't come. Fein of the New Year, and family. Fein Fef Lunar. Huang of the Year. Several female students said that if they Donzi's year, they won. Fef Fian of Year. Lu Chen said with a smile, What kind of big star am I? I'm just trying to make a living. Since you said so, I'm sorry if I don't come. Which hall of Jinhao Hotel is it? Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm not a big star. I'm just trying to make a living. Since you said so, I'm sorry if I don't come. Which hall of Jinhao Hotel is it? It had been more than 4 years since he graduated from high school. Because of the changes in his family, he only attended a high school reunion in the second year of graduation. When Lu Chen was in high school, he was a popular person in the school and had many friends. Huang Shan was overjoyed. Rose Hall, 5:30 p.m. Our class teacher, Mr. Yi, will also come, and my girlfriend. I told her that I was your classmate, but she didn't believe me. Later, I showed her the photo, and she insisted on coming to see you in person. Lu Chen smiled. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. See you then. Huang Shan was excited. Okay, then I'll inform everyone. See you the day after tomorrow. Lu Chen hung up the phone and returned it to Lu Shui. Lu Shui asked curiously, Brother, are you going to attend the high school reunion? Lu Chen nodded. Lu Shui said seriously, There must be a lot of female classmates who admire you, right? Remember not to get drunk, or you'll be eaten by others. Ouch. Her head was hit by Lu Shi with chopsticks. Her sister looked angry. What are you talking about? Lu Shui covered her head and felt wronged. Mom, my sister hit me again. It hurts. Fang Yun didn't take sides. You deserve to be hit. Kids should pay attention to what they say. Don't always learn from those things on TV and the internet. Lu Chen, don't spoil your sister. Lu Shui withered like a frosted eggplant. Lu Chen touched her head with a smile and said, Hurry up and eat. We'll set off fireworks after dinner. They had bought fireworks a long time ago. After the reunion dinner, he took his sister to the small lake in the front yard of the villa. According to the tradition, they would first set off 3 16-shot cannons, indicating the prosperity of the new year. Then, they would set off colorful bombs, which represented happiness and auspiciousness. One after another, beautiful fireworks bloomed in the night sky, and the fireworks in the surroundings complemented each other. Together, they painted a magnificent scene of fireworks that never slept. The bright firelight illuminated the villa from time to time, and also illuminated the faces of the Liu family who were enjoying the fireworks. Fang Yin stood at the door, quietly wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Those were tears of joy. Ever since the accident at home, she had never thought that such a happy scene would appear in front of her again. After setting off the fireworks, Lu Chen took the time to give a red envelope to Lu Shui and said secretly, "Brother gave it to you. Don't tell Mom. Keep the flowers for yourself, but don't spend them recklessly." Lu Shui held the thick red envelope and was so happy that her eyebrows and eyes were not her eyebrows. She hugged Lu Chen and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, brother. You're the best." Lu Chen smiled and returned to his room. After closing the door, he lay on the bed and called Chen Feier. After a while, Chen Feier's voice came through the phone. "Happy New Year." "Lu Chen, Happy New Year. Have you had your New Year's Eve dinner?" Chen Feier, "Yes, I just finished. I'm a little full, so I'm drinking tea to help digest the food. It feels good to be home. I haven't celebrated the New Year at home for several years. This time, I'm going to rest for a few days." A superstar like Chen Feier basically didn't have many holidays, especially during important festivals, which were the busiest times. She had appeared on CCTV's Spring Festival Gala last year. Although she didn't appear on the show this year, there were all kinds of invitations. Many of the invitations were difficult to refuse. Therefore, it was rare for Chen Feier to be able to return to her home for the new year. The call from Lu Chen gave her a chance to talk. Lu Chen didn't intend to listen to her. He quietly listened to her, and the warmth in his heart rippled. He couldn't help but completely relax, hoping that time would pass slowly. In the end, he didn't even know how he fell asleep. Outside the window, the fireworks were still there. The Qingyan River, which originated from the mountains in the western part of Zhejiang province, stretched for hundreds of kilometers all the way to the east, passing through Binhai City and dividing the fourth-tier county-level city in the southeast coast into two parts, the Old City in the north and the New District in the south. The Jinhao Hotel was located by the river in the New District in the south. This 37-story building was the first five-star hotel in Binhai City. After 2 renovations, it was still the representative of high-end consumer places in Binhai City. Lu Chen was no stranger to the Jinhao Hotel. He was even very familiar with it. When his father's business was at its peak, he had to entertain important guests at the Jinhao Hotel 5 or 6 times a month. He also rented long-term suites. Lu Chen often went there to eat and drink. Among the 3 sisters, Lu Chen was the only one who had such treatment. Because Lu Qingxing intended to train him to be the successor of the business, he let him come into contact with the business field early. Unfortunately, who could have thought that fate was so unpredictable? Once again coming to the Jinhao Hotel, looking at the magnificent building by the Qingyan River, Lu Chen's heart was disappointed. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor and was led to the Rose Hall by the waiter. When he opened the door, a wave of hot air accompanied by a wave of sound suddenly hit him in the face. The Rose Hall was one of the best banquet halls in the Jinhao Hotel. There were 4 self-rotating tables in it, which could accommodate up to 60 guests at the same time. When Lu Chen came in, the 4 big tables were almost full. The big screen TV hanging on the east wall was playing a music video. A banner with the words Binhai Second High School Grade 08 Class 1, 5, Class Reunion was hanging on it, which was particularly eye-catching. So lively, Lu Chen was really surprised. There were a total of 58 students in his class, and all of them were here. But even if there was a class reunion during the Spring Festival, it was impossible to gather all of them. Because of the traffic jam, it was already past 6 o'clock when Lu Chen arrived. The banquet hadn't started yet. There were cold dishes and drinks on the table. Male and female students were chatting in full swing. The atmosphere was warm and noisy. When he walked into the Rose Hall, a few students noticed him, and they all revealed curious or puzzled expressions. Who is this? The current Lu Chen was almost 10 centimeters taller than when he was in high school. After more than half a year of persistent martial arts training, his physique was far more well-proportioned and sturdy than before. Coupled with the sunglasses he was wearing, his classmates really couldn't recognize him at first. Lu Chen took 2 steps, took off his sunglasses, and smiled at the classmate who was sizing him up. It was not that he was pretending to be cool, but it was not good to go out without sunglasses. It was easy to be recognized and watched. Lu Chen. At this time, a powerful roar sounded, immediately suppressing all the noise in the Rose Hall. The banquet hall instantly quietened down, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Chen in unison. They were pleasantly surprised and astonished. A burly man jumped up and rushed in front of him. He grabbed his shoulder and laughed, "Big star, you're finally here. Everyone has been waiting for you." Lu Chen sweated, "I'm really sorry. There was a traffic jam on the way." This tall and burly man was the class monitor, Xianxia. He had a carefree and straightforward personality, and he was very popular among his classmates. Therefore, even though he wasn't very good at studying, he was still elected as the class monitor and sports committee member. Xianxia smiled and said, "Binhai is getting more and more congested now, especially at this time. There are the most cars." He exchanged greetings with Lu Chen. Many boys and girls surrounded him and said, "Lu Chen, long time no see." "Hello. Zhang Xiaoqiang. Lin Qiao. Wang Feng." Lu Chen greeted them one by one with a smile. After 4 years, it was the first time for most of his classmates here. The familiar faces made countless memories emerge in his heart. Some students didn't come over to take pictures of Lu Chen, who was like a moon surrounded by stars. There were also 4 or 5 waitresses in the Rose Hall. When they recognized Lu Chen, their eyes were all sparkling. If it weren't for their identities, they would have already surrounded him and asked for his autograph and photos. There were also waitresses who ran out of the door and used the walkie-talkie to inform the reception desk that Lu Chen, the big star, was here. It was not easy for Lu Chen to sit down in his seat. There was a nameplate on the table with his name written on it. He was sitting next to Xianxia, but the girl in the yellow dress next to Xianxia was very strange. It seemed that she didn't exist in his memory. He couldn't help but ask, "This is?" Xianxia grinned and said, "Lu Chen, this is my girlfriend, Chen Jingjing." Lu Chen said, "Hello." Chen Jingjing was petite and delicate, so she didn't look good sitting next to the burly Xianxia. She was delicate and pretty, so she asked with a red face, "Hello, Lu Chen. I like your songs very much, and I also like Autumn in My Life. Can I have your autograph?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "Of course, no problem. I'll sign it for you after dinner." Xianxia quickly added, "And a photo." Lu Chen smiled and said, "No problem." Chen Jingjing was obviously very happy. She held Xianxia's thick arm and said, "Thank you." Xianxia sighed and said, "You're a big star." Today, 40 of our classmates and 20 family members came. They all came because they knew that you were coming. Lu Chen suddenly understood. No wonder there were so many people here, and some of them looked unfamiliar. They were all his family members. He looked around and asked in confusion, "Where's Mizhi?" Mizhi was the class teacher. Xianxia had said that she would come, but he didn't see her now. Xianxia explained, "Mizhi was going to come, but her old stomach disease came back and she was hospitalized yesterday." Lu Chen looked serious. Her stomach disease must be very serious. I'll go and see her tomorrow. As the two of them chatted, steaming hot dishes were quickly served. The atmosphere in the banquet hall became lively again. The students who hadn't seen each other for a long time were eating, drinking, talking and laughing. There were more than a dozen students at the same table as Lu Chen, and everyone's topic was basically their own situation. Some students returned to Binhai after graduating from college, or went to work in enterprises, or prepared to take the civil servant exam. Some opened their own shops and businesses, some stayed in the place where they graduated to seek development, and some continued to take the postgraduate exam. After graduating from high school, Xianxia didn't go to college, but followed his father to do business. After 4 years, although he wasn't very successful, at least he was living a good life. He was very satisfied with his current life. According to him, no matter how much money he made, the most important thing was to be happy. He planned to get married and have children next year. Lu Chen, if you have time, you must come to my wedding with Jingjing. Chen Jingjing's eyes were shining. Obviously, she was also looking forward to it. Lu Chen said with a smile, I will come if I have time, but I'm too busy with work, so I really can't guarantee it. In the 6 months since last year, his main achievements were an album and a TV series. He didn't do many jobs and endorsements, so he wasn't very busy. But this year's situation was different. There were new albums, new TV series, and even movies, as well as Chen Fei-er's new album, MSN, Little Tigers, and so on. With the promotion of his status, all kinds of endorsements and invitations would inevitably come, and he would definitely be busier and busier. But the red envelope will definitely be delivered. Huang Shan laughed. That's good. By the way, do you have a girlfriend now? This question was actually a little sensitive. After all, Lu Chen was now different from ordinary people. Huang Shan was a little careless and couldn't hide things in his heart, so he asked directly, everyone says that you and Chen Fei are a couple? All the students present pricked up their ears and looked very curious. Lu Chen coughed twice and explained, the entertainment industry is very complicated. Some entertainment reporters like to write nonsense in order to grab the news, and some deliberately hype themselves up, so you can't take it seriously. He picked up some interesting anecdotes in the circle to tell everyone, cleverly avoiding Huang Shan's question. As a star artist, it would be stupid to talk about his feelings in public, unless he was hyped up. Even if it was a class reunion. And the students at the other table saw that they were chatting happily here, and they all came over to toast. Lu Chen got up and said with a smile, thank you, everyone, but I can't drink when I drive here at night. Besides, as a singer, I have to protect my voice, so I'm really sorry. I'll use a drink instead. With so many people coming to toast him, a glass of wine from each person could make him drunk, and he really rarely drinks now. The students could understand, but they asked for a group photo alone. Last year, when Lu Chen rose rapidly in the pop music world and won the championship of Singing China, he became a celebrity in his hometown. Now, with the hit of Autumn in My Heart on Hygiene Satellite TV, his face has been fiercely brushed, and he has become a household name in Benhai. Many of Lu Chen's classmates are proud of him, and often mention him when they chat with others. Are you watching Autumn in My Heart? The hero is my classmate. Have you heard of You Who Sat Next to Me? That's my classmate. I used to play basketball with him. Do you know Lu Chen? Binhai is a small coastal city in eastern Zhejiang. It has a developed economy, a large population, and a large number of private enterprises. The place is very rich, but there is no deep cultural and historical heritage, and there are few celebrities. A star like Lu Chen, who is popular all over the country, is really the only one in his hometown. Huang Shan shouted, I can take a group photo. Everyone line up, and I'll charge 5 yuan per person. I'll collect the money. Thank you. Lu Chen immediately became angry, 5 yuan? How can that be? At least 6 yuan, and 1 more yuan is a rebate for you. Everyone was amused by the jokes of the two, and the atmosphere at the banquet became more and more harmonious. Their classmates are teenagers, and they have graduated from high school for 4 years. For most people, they have not yet been contaminated with the philistinism of society, and still have the spirit and sincerity of young people. Whether it was a toast or a group photo, Lu Chen didn't refuse anyone. They were all classmates he had known for many years, or their relatives and friends. Whether they were real fans or not, Lu Chen didn't need to keep a distance, because they basically didn't have much utilitarian heart. The situation might be different in a few years, but at least Lu Chen didn't need to think too much. Among the classmates, the male students were more reserved, and the female students were much bolder. Some took Lu Chen's arm, and some hugged his waist. They took photos left and right, and Lu Chen's face was almost stiff from smiling. When the group photo was almost over, a middle-aged woman in a hotel uniform came to the Rose Hall under the guidance of a waiter. She walked to Lu Chen and said with a smile, Hello, Mr. Lu Chen. It's a great honor for you to visit our Jinhao Hotel. I'm the customer service manager of Jinhao Hotel. Lu Chen nodded. Hello. The middle-aged woman said respectfully, we have a presumptuous request. Can you please sign and take a photo to hang on the wall of fame? If you agree, all the expenses in the Rose Hall will be free of charge. Lu Chen suddenly smiled. Large or well-known consumer places often set up a wall of fame to enhance the atmosphere. The photos of visiting celebrities were made into photo frames and hung on the wall. Of course, the use of commercial portrait rights must be approved. There were 4 tables at the high school reunion tonight. According to the consumption level of Jinhao Hotel, it was about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. It was not a very large amount, but it was not very small either. Of course, for the current Lu Chen, this amount of money was nothing. He wouldn't deliberately take advantage of this, not to mention that the expenses of the reunion were all in a Dutch system. But it was precisely because of the relationship between the reunion and the fact that he had been to the hotel many times before that Lu Chen thought about it and agreed, yes, but only the photos can be hung. It can't be used for other aspects of publicity. The middle-aged woman was immediately overjoyed. Of course, no problem. Thank you so much. Binhai's economy was developed, the place was rich, and the scale of the consumer market was very large. In recent years, many 5-star hotels had been opened. Jinhao Hotel was facing fierce competition and was trying to attract customers. Even if it was not a real advertising endorsement, it was still a pleasant surprise for the Jinhao Hotel to be able to get Lu Chen, a local star. Compared with the free bill, it was really a good deal. And Lu Chen's classmates witnessed this incident with their own eyes, and they really felt the power of a star. It was just an autograph and a photo, and tens of thousands of yuan was free of charge. Of course, the students were very happy, they were saving money, this was the effect that Lu Chen wanted. Everyone's happiness was the most important thing. Someone laughed and said, Lu Chen, you have to give me a few more autographs. It will definitely increase in value. Everyone laughed heartily. The classmate party didn't end until 9 o'clock, and there was a KTV singing program later, but Lu Chen didn't go. Although they were all familiar classmates, the distance between them could not be erased. Lu Chen's position was already at a height that everyone needed to look up to. With him present, it was difficult for everyone to really let go. Lu Chen understood that he also cherished the friendship of his classmates, so he chose to go home early. Before leaving, everyone stood together on the small stage in the Rose Hall and asked the waiter to take a group photo. In the end, a female classmate said reluctantly, Lu Chen, sing a song for everyone. Everyone jeered, yes, sing a song before you go. Even the waiters present showed a look of expectation. This was a real original singer, Lu Chen said with a smile. Well, what song do you want to listen to? The female classmate bit her lip and said loudly, Those Flowers. Lu Chen first sang this song on the night of his college graduation, and later sang it in Singing China. It had a great influence among students and was known as the Divine Graduation Song. Lu Chen readily accepted, then sing this song. There were audiovisual equipment for performances in the Rose Hall, and Those Flowers was in the karaoke music library. Lu Chen didn't care that the simple music video made by pirated merchants was played on the projection screen. He held the microphone, listened to the familiar accompaniment, and sang the song again. That laughter reminds me of my flowers, quietly blooming for me in every corner of my life. I once thought I would stay by her side forever, but today we have left, in the vast sea of people. All the classmates stood in front of the small stage, quietly listening to him sing. Many female classmates snuggled up to each other, holding hands, and humming softly to the song. La. I miss her, La. Is she still there? La. Go. They have been blown away by the wind and scattered to the ends of the earth. While humming, tears welled up. The second day after the end of the class reunion, the third day of the first lunar month. In the morning, Lu Chen drove to the Municipal People's Hospital to visit the teacher in charge of his class in the ward. The teacher in charge of Lu Chen's high school is called Xianxia. She is almost at the age of retirement. Although she is not a famous teacher, her decades of education career can be regarded as having students all over the world. When Lu Chen was in high school in Binhai No. 2 Middle School, he was not a person who could let the teacher worry, but Teacher Yi has always been patient and meticulous in his education. Without the careful teaching of this teacher, he would not have been able to be admitted to Xianxia University. Teacher's kindness cannot be forgotten. Knowing that Teacher Yi was hospitalized due to illness, Lu Chen came to visit her. From Huangshan, Lu Chen already knew the ward number of Teacher Yi, so he took the elevator directly and found the room smoothly. Teacher Yi lived in an ordinary ward, with 3 beds, all of which were occupied by patients. Lu Chen did not know the patients lying in the 2 beds near the door and in the middle. The innermost bed was surrounded by 5 or 6 people, both men and women, who were arguing fiercely about something. Although their voices were deliberately lowered, all of them looked emotional, which attracted the attention of the nurses present, with a vigilant and disgusted look. Through the gap of the crowd, Lu Chen saw Teacher Ye's familiar face. She was obviously a lot older, her face was full of tired wrinkles, her hair was white, and her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. But the sadness on her face showed that her heart was not calm at this moment. Lu Chen did not immediately go over, but stood at the door and listened for a moment. From the mouths of those who surrounded the bed, he heard words such as expenses, care, share, judgment and so on. Lu Chen could not help but think of some rumors about Teacher Ye's family that he had heard before, and his heart understood a little. An inexplicable anger surged in his heart. "Who are you looking for?" The nurse, who had just finished changing the patient's medicine in the ward, saw Lu Chen standing at the door and asked curiously. This handsome guy was very stylish, he was tall and straight like a model, and the sunglasses on his face couldn't hide his handsomeness. The sight of him holding flowers made the little nurse's heart palpitate, and some scenes from idol dramas appeared in her mind. Lu Chen smiled at her and said, "I'm here to see Teacher Yi." His voice was neither soft nor loud, but everyone in the ward heard it clearly. The men and women who were fighting around the bed couldn't help but turn their heads and look. Finally, they stopped making noise. Even Teacher Yi Xiaolian, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Lu Chen took off his sunglasses and walked straight over. He was 180 meters tall and very handsome. Coupled with his strong aura, the 2 middle-aged men in front of him couldn't help but move away. The little nurse holding the medical record suddenly widened her eyes. The person in front of her was different from the one in her memory. Lu Chen walked to the front of the bed and put the flowers on the bedside table. He smiled and asked Teacher Yi, who looked surprised, "Teacher Yi, are you feeling better?" Yi Xiaolian fumbled for her glasses under the pillow and put them on. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Chen. After a while, she showed a surprised look. "Lu Chen, you are Lu Chen." After 4 or 5 years, Lu Chen's appearance had changed a lot, but she still quickly recognized him. "It's me," Lu Chen smiled and said, "Last night at the class reunion, it was Huangshan who told me that you were sick. Today, I came to see you on behalf of all the students, and they will also come." Yi Xiaolian struggled to sit up, and Lu Chen quickly supported her and helped her sit more comfortably with a pillow. Teacher Yi grabbed Lu Chen's hand and said with emotion, "It's really you. I almost couldn't recognize you. Now you are more handsome than before, and you have grown up and matured." Lu Chen nodded and gently held his teacher's rough and cold hand. He had grown up and matured, but Teacher Yi was even older and thinner. The years were too merciless. Recalling his teacher's care and concern for him in the past, Lu Chen's heart was extremely sour. He felt as if he had done something wrong, as he hadn't greeted his teacher for several years. The middle-aged men and women around the bed looked at each other. An uncontrollable scream suddenly rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The young nurse was covering her mouth with a red face. When she saw everyone looking at her, she awkwardly pushed the door open and left the ward. As she ran, she didn't forget to look back at Lu Chen again. Yi Xiaolian smiled and said, "I heard that you are a star now. I even saw your news on the internet. You are really promising." Teacher is very happy. Perhaps it was because she was in a good mood, her face regained some color and showed some spirit. "Have you settled everything at home?" Lu Chen couldn't help but feel warm when he heard this. He knew that Teacher Yi had been concerned about him since he graduated from high school. "It's all settled. All the debts at home have been paid off, and the house has been redeemed." Yi Xiaolian was gratified. "That's good. You can make money now. You have to be more filial to your mother. It's really not easy for her." Lu Chen's nose turned sour and he said, "She is very well now. You also have to take good care of yourself. If there is anything, call us. We are all children raised by you. We are not ungrateful people." The middle-aged man and women around him looked embarrassed. They felt that Lu Chen's words were like a slap in their faces. Yi Xiaolian had a total of 3 sons and 1 daughter. All of them were present today, including her 2 daughters-in-law. They were just arguing about the sharing of medical expenses and hiring a nanny to take care of her, which was the matter of money. In fact, a teacher like Yi Xiaolian had medical insurance and a high salary. However, the medical expenses were very high now. If she got seriously ill, she would have to deduct the part that could be reimbursed. The burden on her was not light. Hiring a nurse was also not cheap. It was normal to pay thousands or tens of thousands of yuan. It was really difficult for ordinary people to bear. But then again, if the 4 children shared the cost together, it was not a big number. Yi Xiaolian would not let them pay all the money, but they still argued with each other. Lu Chen heard it clearly just now and he was extremely disgusted. His mother, Fang Yun, knew Yi Xiaolian. She had once told Lu Chen that the latter's children had no conscience. Yi Xiaolian had been engaged in education for decades and had never accepted gifts from students' parents. Her husband died very early, and it was not easy for her to raise 4 children alone. However, after these children got married and established a career, they had no filial piety. Now he saw that it was true. A middle-aged man couldn't keep his face. He glared and scolded, "Boy, what are you talking about?" Lu Chen's face darkened. He suddenly stood up and stared at the man with extremely sharp eyes. The middle-aged man's wife's complexion changed. She pulled her husband's sleeve and whispered a few words. She had heard of Lu Chen and knew Lu Chen's identity, so she was subconsciously timid. Cough, cough. Yi Xiaolian coughed twice and waved her hand, saying, "I'm talking to my students. All of you leave, leave." Her children looked at each other and hesitated to move. Lu Chen sat down again and apologized. "Teacher Yi, I'm sorry," Yi Xiaolian resolutely said, "all of you leave. You don't need to pay for the medical expenses, and I don't need a nanny." Then, "Mom, we'll see you later." Her children and daughters-in-law left in a hurry and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one really wanted to stay and take care of them. Yi Xiaolian forced a smile at Lu Chen and said, "I've let you see a joke. I've taught so many students, but I didn't educate my children well. But they also have their difficulties." Lu Chen shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. You still have us. I'll ask the doctor to transfer you to the intensive care unit." He reached out to press the call bell. Yi Xiaolian stopped him, "Don't bother. I'm fine living here. It's an old problem. I know you want to help me, but I haven't reached this point yet. My medical insurance and salary are enough. If you have more money, go help more people who need help." She held Lu Chen's hand again and showed a faint smile on her face. "I know everything about you raising money to help the girl with leukemia. I'm really proud of you. What I'm most happy about is not that you have become a star or a celebrity, but that you have a kind heart. Don't forget your original intention, then you can go further on the road of life." Lu Chen nodded vigorously. After talking so much with Lu Chen, coupled with the ups and downs of her mood, Yi Xiaolian showed a little fatigue. Lu Chen quickly said, "Teacher, you should rest." Yi Xiaolian nodded and said, "Well, you should go back too. You don't have to accompany me here. Remember to go home when you have time." With that, she closed her eyes. Lu Chen silently helped the teacher remove the pillow, helped her lie down and covered her with the quilt, and watched her fall asleep. After making sure that Teacher Yi had fallen asleep, Lu Chen got up and left the ward. As soon as he walked out of the room, he felt many hot eyes focused on him. These eyes all came from the angels in white who worked at the nurse's station. They obviously already knew about Lu Chen. If it weren't for their work duties, they would have surrounded him. Lu Chen quickly put on his sunglasses again and walked to the information desk at the nurse's station. He asked the nurse sitting inside, "Hello, I want to change the patient in ward 1870 to the intensive care unit. How do I go through the procedures? Is Teacher Yi Xiaolian in ward 1870? The nurse blushed and whispered, "I'll help you check if there are any vacancies in the intensive care unit." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Yes, sorry to trouble you. The intensive care unit was a ward with special care. There was a single room and a nurse to monitor it 24 hours a day. Therefore, there was no need for family members to accompany them. It saved effort and money, medical insurance would not reimburse them. But for Lu Chen, there was no pressure to pay for it. He was lucky. Probably because it was the new year, the wards in the People's Hospital were not so tight. There were still empty intensive care units, but according to the regulations, the patient or his family could transfer to another ward. Fortunately, Lu Chen's star aura played a role. After the deputy director on duty at the People's Hospital got the news, he rushed over in person. After learning about Lu Chen's request, he gave special treatment without hesitation. Respecting teachers was a good thing to promote virtue, not to mention that Lu Chen was a famous person in Binhai. At the same time, Lu Chen learned that teacher Ye's illness was mainly serious gastric bleeding, which was a precursor to stomach cancer. Moreover, she had been overworked for many years and her liver and kidney functions were not good, so she needed a long time to recuperate and treat. He deposited a sum of money in his teacher's medical account and left his phone number at the hospital. In case the treatment fee was not enough, he could inform him in time. Of course, Lu Chen also left his signature and a group photo. When he left the hospital, it was almost noon. Driving out of the parking lot, Lu Chen was ready to go home for lunch. He did not expect that after a few steps, his cell phone rang. He answered the phone with the car speaker. "Hello, Lu Chen." There was a familiar voice on the other side. "Where are you?" It was Chen Feier. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm in Binhai. I just went to the hospital to visit my teacher. Now I'm going home." Chen Feier asked, "Can you pick me up at the high-speed railway station first?" "I'll be there soon." "What?" Lu Chen was shocked. "You came to Binhai?" Chen Feier smiled and said, "Yes, it's my first time in Binhai. Do you welcome me?" Lu Chen was speechless, this was too much of a surprise. Lu Chen didn't expect that Chen Feier would come to Binhai to meet him. This spring festival, the heavenly queen of the music industry turned down all invitations and went back to her hometown for the new year. For a big shot like her, unless she was determined to retire like Tan Hong, she wouldn't have much time to rest throughout the year. The new year was considered a long holiday for her, so time was extremely precious. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited. He hurriedly drove to the high-speed railway station to pick her up. When Lu Chen arrived at the station, Chen Feier's high-speed railway had just arrived. After waiting for a few minutes at the exit, he saw Chen Feier wearing a mask and sunglasses, as well as the latter's personal female bodyguard. The female bodyguard was called Xian. It was said that she was a special female guard who had retired from the military. She had been with Chen Feier for several years. She looked ordinary and quiet, but her performance was very professional. She was also Chen Feier's daily driver and part-time assistant. She was one of Chen Feier's most trusted people. Out of the gate, Chen Feier also saw Lu Chen standing in the crowd. She quickly walked over to him. Lu Chen opened his arms and hugged Chen Feier in his arms, smelling the familiar fragrance. Lu Chen resisted the urge to take off his mask and kiss her. He whispered, "Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chen Feier said in a muffled voice through the mask, "I missed you, so I wanted to give you a surprise." Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go." There were many people here. If they were recognized by others, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Lu Chen drove the two to the Jinhao Hotel first. They booked a room with the bodyguard's ID card, and checked into a large luxury business suite. After settling down, Xian hid in the attaché room, leaving space for the two of them. Chen Feier wore an ordinary down jacket today and didn't make up much, but she was still so beautiful without her glasses and mask. Lu Chen could no longer resist the inner impulse and held her for a long, deep kiss. Chen Feier responded enthusiastically and struggled a few times until she was almost out of breath. Lu Chen reluctantly let go of her and said, "You must be hungry. Let's go down and eat first." Chen Feier nodded softly and said with a smile, "You are the host, so you make the decision." Lu Chen smiled, put his arm around her waist and said, "Let's settle it here at noon. Come to my house tonight. My mother will be very happy to see you." Chen Feier's pretty face turned red. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is that not good?" What's wrong with that? Lu Chen said domineeringly, sooner or later, it's decided. I'll call her first. Chen Feier took the initiative to come to Binhai to find him. If he continued to hide it from his family, what kind of man would he be? After that, Lu Chen took out his mobile phone and called Fang Yun. He told his mother that first of all, he wouldn't go home for lunch at noon, and that a friend would come to visit in the evening. Lu Chen didn't say that it was his girlfriend, so Fang Yun naturally agreed. While Lu Chen was talking to Fang Yun, Chen Feier hid behind him and hugged his waist with a sweet look on her face. They hadn't known each other for a long time. She didn't expect that they would come to this step so quickly. But feelings were like this. Once they fell in love, they couldn't wait to let the whole world know. Because of their special identities, it was not appropriate to make their relationship public for the time being. However, Lu Chen took Chen Feier to see his parents, which was undoubtedly a serious and responsible attitude towards their relationship. She didn't waste her efforts. They had lunch in the hotel restaurant. Chen Feier was tired after taking the high-speed train for 4 hours to Binhai, so she didn't go out in the afternoon. She slept in her room and didn't get up until 3 o'clock. It was the first time that she met Lu Chen's parents. Of course, she wouldn't be careless. She spent more than an hour dressing up carefully. It wasn't until 5 o'clock that they arrived at the Lu family's house. Mom. I'm back. After entering the door with big and small bags, Lu Chen shouted at the top of his voice. Fang Yun and Lu Shi were busy in the kitchen. Hearing the sound, she hurriedly poked her head out and said, I see. Ask your friend to sit down and have tea first. The food will be ready soon. Chen Feier hurriedly greeted, Hello, Auntie. Sorry to disturb you. Fang Yun was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would bring a girl home, and the girl looked very familiar. Ah. At this moment, Lu Shui, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, screamed and jumped up. She stared at Chen Feier, her eyes wide open, and there was a piece of popcorn stuck to the corner of her mouth. Chen Feier? Chen Feier smiled and said, Hello, you must be Lu Shui, right? Lu Shui's face was full of disbelief, as if she had found something incredible. The next moment, she directly rushed over and hugged Chen Feier tightly, screaming, Ah! I'm not dreaming, am I? It's really Chen Feier, it's really me. Lu Shui has always been a fan of Chen Feier, especially after watching Autumn in My Heart, she became a crazy fan. She even begged Lu Chen, hoping that Lu Chen could take her to see Chen Feier. Now that she actually saw Chen Feier in her own home, the little girl felt like it was a dream. It was very unreal. Chen Feier was a little surprised, but she had seen too many fans, so she quickly adapted to it. She smiled and patted the girl's shoulder, It's me, you're not dreaming. At this time, Lu Shi ran out of the kitchen and was also surprised to see Chen Feier. She was the first to know about the relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Feier, and she also knew that the two of them didn't want to make their relationship public. Therefore, Chen Feier's sudden visit really shocked Lu Shi. Did the two of them think it through? Lu Shui. Fang Yan took off her apron and stuffed it into Lu Shi's hand. She walked out of the kitchen and scolded the little girl who was entangled like an octopus around Chen Feier's little girl, Let go of the guest, what are you doing? She turned to Chen Feier and smiled, Sit down, don't pay attention to this crazy girl. Chen Feier's pretty face blushed, Thank you, Auntie. Fang Yan looked at Chen Feier, and she was very satisfied with her. Chen Feier's figure and appearance were impeccable. When she was with Lu Chen, they were definitely a match made in heaven. If there were any shortcomings, it would be that Chen Feier was a few years older than Lu Chen. But in Fang Yan's opinion, this was not a problem at all. Older women could love men more, and they were more understanding. Lu Shui finally let go of Chen Feier, but she still held her hand, looking distracted. Sister Feier, can I call you sister-in-law in the future? Chen Feier's face turned even redder. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, the Lu family was particularly happy. Chen Feier's sudden visit added a lot of joy to the family, especially when Lu Shui was always by her idol's side. No matter how Fang Yan scolded her, she still clung to him shamelessly. The dinner was joyous and harmonious. Fang Yan kept putting food into Chen Feier's bowl and took good care of him. Lu Chen and the other two were almost jealous. Chen Feier was very embarrassed, but he couldn't refuse. He watched the dishes piling up in his bowl. Lu Chen brazenly protected the beauty and secretly helped to eliminate a lot of them. As a result, he was scolded by Fang Yun. Lu Chen was helpless. Chen Feier pursed her lips and smiled. After dinner, she wanted to help clean up the dishes, but Fang Yun firmly stopped her. Lu Shui pestered Chen Feier with countless questions. Chen Feier loved her very much. She also took out a gift for her. Lu Shui opened the beautifully wrapped box with surprise and found that there was a diamond-studded princess crown in it. It was very beautiful. She was so happy that she almost fainted. "Thank you, Sister Feier." Of course. Chen Feier didn't just bring one gift. She also gave Lu Xi a set of branded cosmetics and a mink coat for Fang Yun. Fang Yun complained, "I'm very happy that you can come. Why did you buy such expensive gifts?" She knew that the mink coat was at least tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Feier said obediently, "It's just a little token of my appreciation. It's not very expensive." The more Fang Yun looked at Chen Feier, the more she liked him. Not only was he handsome and beautiful, but he also had a good temperament. Moreover, he was a well-mannered lady. Fang Yun began to worry that her son was not worthy of Chen Feier. After thinking for a while, Fang Yun went back to her room upstairs. She quickly returned and pulled Chen Feier's hand. She put on a green jade bracelet for Chen Feier. Fang Yun said, "Feier, it's our first time meeting. I don't have anything good to give you. This bracelet was left to me by Grandma Lu Chen. Now I'm giving it to you. I hope you like it." Although this jade bracelet wasn't a top-notch item worth millions or even tens of millions, it was still an antique from the Qing dynasty. It was a family heirloom of the Lu clan that was passed down through the generations. It was meant for Lu Chen's wife. Therefore, when the Lu family was at its most difficult time, Fang Yun had never thought of selling the bracelet. She gave the jade bracelet to Chen Feier, which meant that she officially recognized the latter. How could Chen Feier not understand Fang Yun's intention? She blushed and said softly, "Thank you, Auntie." With her wealth, she could afford jade worth tens of millions, but she couldn't find anything more precious than the one in her hand. Seeing that Chen Feier accepted the jade bracelet, Fang Yun was even happier. She held Chen Feier's hand and began to inquire about Chen Feier's family. Chen Feier's hometown was Xia Island. When she was very young, her parents divorced and formed new families. Her mother emigrated to Canada early in her life. Her father was currently teaching at a university in the capital. She was raised by her grandmother. Her parents had 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, but they didn't have much contact with each other. Fang Yun sighed. It was really not easy for Chen Feier to achieve what she had today with such a family situation. The two chatted as if they were the most intimate mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. As a result, Lu Chen, Lu Shui, and others were left aside. Chen Feier was a little worried when she came over. She didn't know whether Lu Chen's mother was easy to get along with. For Chinese people, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was always the most complicated. Now, it seems that her worries are completely superfluous. Fang Yun's character is strong, generous, and gentle. Her love for her is completely from the heart. The two get along surprisingly well, and even have a kind of regret for not meeting each other earlier. Time flew, and it was almost 10 o'clock in the blink of an eye. Fang Yun reluctantly ended the conversation with Chen Feier and told Lu Xi, "Xiaoxi, tidy up the guest room upstairs." She then said to Chen Feier, "It's late. You can stay here and have an early rest." In fact, Chen Feier didn't intend to stay in the Lu family's house, but now that it had come to this, she couldn't refuse Fang Yun's kindness, so she shyly agreed. Chen Feier followed Lu Xi to the guest room, and Lu Shui naturally followed them. Lu Chen also wanted to follow, but Fang Yun stopped him. Fang Yun complained, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that your girlfriend was coming? I didn't even prepare." Lu Chen rubbed his nose and said with a wry smile, "I didn't know before." "Let's not talk about this," Fang Yun said. "Feier is really a good person. You should cherish her. The most important thing for two people to get along is tolerance and understanding. As a man, you should take more responsibility and not be as willful as before." Lu Chen nodded and said seriously, "I know." Fan Yin said, when you were young, your grandmother told your fortune in the Baiyun Taoist temple. She said that you would be surrounded by love when you grew up. I don't believe in fortune telling, but now that you have a girlfriend and are developing in the entertainment industry, you will definitely come into contact with a lot of girls. Remember to control yourself. Don't let Fei down because of your love. Lu Chen scratched his head and said, I know. Fan Yin rolled her eyes at him and said, don't make the girls who like you cry. Lu Chen was speechless. He felt that his mother was like a top NPC in the game, and then she gave him a legendary mission, which he had to complete. Fan Yin drove him away. Go and rest early. But Lu Chen didn't feel sleepy at all. After sitting in his room for more than half an hour, he couldn't help but secretly run to the guest room. He knocked on the door gently. After a while, the door opened quietly, and the beautiful woman smiled sweetly. Obviously, she had expected it. Lu Chen's heart warmed up. He went into the room, held Chen Fei in his arms, and closed the door. Chen Fei had just taken a bath and was wearing a set of long-sleeved pajamas. The air conditioner in the room was warm, and she was so fragrant that Lu Chen had the urge to turn into a beast, and his eyes were red. He lowered his head and kissed her lips fiercely. Chen Fei let Lu Chen touch her gently, but when his big hand reached into her pajamas, she blushed and stopped him from going further into the forbidden area. In this regard, Chen Fei was very conservative. Lu Chen resisted the urge, let go of her reluctantly, and pulled her to sit on the bed. This is a gift for you. Chen Fei took out a small silver box from under the pillow and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surprised. I have one too. He opened the box happily and found that Chen Fei gave him a silver metal pendant. It was unique in shape and well made, but it was definitely not a valuable item. Chen Fei explained, this is a lucky charm. It is said that wearing it will bring you good luck. Lu Chen smiled. My luck is already very good. He was telling the truth. He thanked fate for giving him an incredible miracle when he was at his lowest. He also thanked fate for letting him meet this beautiful woman in front of him and fall in love with her. Even so, he still wore the lucky charm on himself. Watching Lu Chen put on the charm, Chen Fei tilted his head and asked him, do you know what day it will be in a few days? A few days, Lu Chen was stunned, but he quickly reacted. Valentine's Day? Chen Fei smiled. Yes, I have an endorsement event that day, so I came to meet you in advance. So that's how it is. Lu Chen suddenly realized that today was February 10th, and it would be Valentine's Day in a few days. Chen Fei obviously had important work arrangements, so he specially came to Binhai to celebrate the festival with him in advance. This lucky charm is a Valentine's Day gift. Lu Chen was annoyed. You didn't remind me. I haven't prepared a gift for you. Chen Fei smiled. You can make it up to me when the time comes. It's not too late. Lu Chen's eyes turned, and he suddenly threw her on the bed. He leaned close to her jade-like ear and chuckled, why don't I give myself to you as a gift now? How about I devote myself to you? Chen Fei's pretty face showed shyness again. Her eyes were full of charm. She was really beautiful. Lu Chen couldn't bear it. He hugged her and kissed her again. This time, Chen Fei was also very emotional. She finally released her upper body to Lu Chen, letting him enjoy the amazing warm and smooth feeling that couldn't be grasped with one hand. Unfortunately, even when she was at the most confused, she still held the bottom line and didn't let Lu Chen complete the final breakthrough. The two lingered for a long time. The next morning, Chen Fei, who was almost the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, said goodbye to Lu Chen and the Lu family and returned to the capital. On February 12th, the 5th day of the first month of the lunar calendar, Lu Chen and Lu Shi also returned to the capital. When leaving, Lu Chen left his Mercedes-Benz to his mother, so that it would be convenient for her to go to and from work. Fang Yun didn't want it. She thought that the Mercedes-Benz SUV was too ostentatious. However, she couldn't resist the persuasion of Lu Chen and Lu Shi, so she reluctantly kept it. In fact, in Binhai, there were all kinds of luxury cars. Supercars were common on the street. A Mercedes-Benz SUV was nothing at all. The most important thing was that its safety factor was high enough to make them feel at ease. In the end, Lu Shi didn't forget to remind Lu Xuan not to tell others about Chen Fei. The love between the two couldn't be exposed for the time being. Lu Shui finally became sensible for once. She swore to keep her mouth shut and never reveal the secret. Lu Chen was deeply doubtful about this. However, he couldn't care about other things for the time being. After returning to the capital, he was busy with work. It was a coincidence that Lu Chen also had an important endorsement event on Valentine's Day. Then, as soon as he returned to the capital, people from all walks of life came to his door. There were peers in the circle, entertainment agencies, record and film companies, and reporters from TV stations and newspapers and magazines. In addition, Lu Chen also received an invitation. 72H Grass Music Festival. With the formation of the entertainment industry, there were currently many pop music festivals in the country. 72H was undoubtedly one of the most famous music festivals, and it had the longest history, dating back to the 90s. In the early 90s, many domestic record companies and 7 famous musicians in the circle jointly advocated the first Mystic Open Music Festival in Beijing's Chaoyang Park. At that time, 32 singers and 11 bands were invited to participate, and the audience that came to participate in the music festival exceeded 10,000 people. Rock and roll representatives such as the famous Black Crow Band, Sky Band, and so on all participated in this music feast. At that time, the Mystic Open Music Festival caused a great sensation in the domestic music industry, and it was the predecessor of the 72H Grass Music Festival. Later, it was renamed and moved to Yesham Park in the New Era Art Park. So far, the 72H Grass Music Festival had been held 19 times. Although it had been interrupted a few times in the middle, its influence in the pop music industry had always been great, and it was especially loved by true pop music lovers. The 72H Grass Music Festival mainly invited singers and bands with unique characteristics. Regardless of whether the other party was a big shot in the circle or a street performer, as long as they had a unique singing style or work, they would have the opportunity to stand on its stage and show their strength to tens of thousands of audience members. In the previous 72H Grass Music Festival, there had been many bands that were originally unknown, and many musicians who mingled at the bottom of the circle became famous with one song. They were signed by entertainment agencies on the spot and embarked on the road to fame. According to the past practice, the 72H Grass Music Festival would start at noon on the first Friday of March every year and end at noon on the next Monday, lasting exactly 72 hours. At that time, the singers, bands, and live audience members would come from all over the country. The music festival's organizing committee would only be responsible for the traveling expenses and accommodation of the singers and bands that came to participate in the performance, and would not pay any additional compensation. The performance site was a temporary outdoor stage. The audience could set up tents and camp on the grass around the stage, drink beer, eat barbecue, and listen to music for 3 consecutive days and 2 nights. It was precisely because of the special atmosphere that the commercial atmosphere of 72H was very light, leaning towards purity and niche. The songs that were popular here would not be fast songs or divine songs. Even if Chen Feier went on stage, she would not get much applause. This was because she sang sweet songs, and the 72H audience liked rock, jazz, R&B, rap, and so on. The audience of 72H was very harsh. It was not easy to get their approval. If they liked someone, they would shout, clap, and shout. If they didn't like someone, they would just boo them off the stage. There were often famous singers or bands that were booed at the 72H live venue until they were in a sorry state and lost all face. Therefore, when people in the industry received this invitation, they would seriously consider it. Those who were strong were naturally not afraid, and they would gladly accept the challenge. But those who were not strong enough. Lu Shi asked, "Do you want to participate?" After she received this invitation, she specially went online to learn about the 72H Music Festival. She felt that the taste inside was not very right, because Lu Chen was obviously not the kind of singer that the 72H Grass Music Festival loved. One of the purposes of the 72H Grass Music Festival was to give opportunities to those powerful singers at the bottom and underground levels. Of course, they also welcomed companies like the Bionics. Lu Chen faintly smiled and said, "Why not?" He had heard of the Mystic Music Festival when he was in junior high, and he had been looking forward to it. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, he could fulfill his childhood dream. As for the problems that others were worried about, Lucien really didn't have to worry. Lucy wasn't very worried. Since Lucien wanted to go, she wouldn't dissuade him. Okay, then I'll reply to them. The matter of participating in the 72H Grass Music Festival was settled. Lucy handed Lucien another piece of paper. On the thin A4 printing paper, the latest ratings data of Autumn in My Heart were listed. On February 5th and 6th, Hygiene Satellite TV continued to broadcast the 17th and 18th episodes of this popular drama, winning the terrifying ratings of 23% and 47% respectively, continuing the previous miracle. It should be known that these 2 days were the eve of New Year's Eve. Under normal circumstances, the ratings of TV dramas would generally decline. Not only was Autumn in My Heart not affected by the new year, but it rose against the market, which was really incredible. As for QQ Video, the total number of views of Autumn in My Heart has exceeded 2 billion, crushing all competitors, and the last 2 episodes of Autumn in My Heart, the finale, will be broadcast on the 13th and 14th. It coincided with Valentine's Day. Lucien wanted to laugh. Is this really okay? Lucy knew the ending of the story. She thought about it very seriously and smiled. You'll be scolded to death. Lucien said, maybe, but I think a lot of people will remember this Valentine's Day. A smile appeared on his face. It was more or less a little evil. By the way, Lucy said, Shanghai Publishing House, Group News Publishing House, and Beijing Publishing House have all contacted us, hoping to publish the novel version of Autumn in My Heart. The conditions given by the 3 are not bad. In addition, there is Color Impression Comic Book Society, which wants to get the comic adaptation rights of Autumn in My Heart, and the ratings of Autumn in My Heart have broken through the phenomenal level, and the number of audience fans has been increasing. A popular IP has quickly taken shape, and naturally, various units and institutions want to obtain the IP expansion copyright from Lucien Publishing House. Novels and comics are only a part of it, and they also represent huge profits. Lucien thought about it and said, these 2 copyrights are up to you. Whoever gives more will get it. We can put the novel together with the publishing house on the internet for crowdfunding, and produce a few more set versions. The novel version of Autumn in My Heart, serialized on his blog, ended after 2/3 of the content was published, leaving room for physical publishing in advance. The use of crowdfunding would undoubtedly improve sales results. Originally, Lucy estimated that Autumn in My Heart could bring Lucien's studio a profit of about 15 million yuan, but now it seemed that it was still a big underestimation. The market's enthusiasm for IP meant more benefits. Well, I got it. Lucy wrote it down and said, don't forget to prepare for the event on the 14th. On February 14th, that is, Valentine's Day, Lucien will attend the opening ceremony of Xianxia's flagship store in Beijing. He has signed a 1-year endorsement contract with this clothing brand, and he must attend such an important event. Xianxia Clothing will also launch their new couple sportswear on that day, and Lucien will be a model. As a singer, Lucien must sing live. Because of the special day, choosing a song is very important. Lucien said with a smile, I won't forget. He has already thought about what song to sing that day, but he needs to prepare in advance. It was still early. Lucien took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, and called Wang Jing of Nirvana Studios. He was going to let the other party do the live accompaniment for the opening of Xianxia's flagship store in Beijing. Originally, Lucien had contracted these businesses to Flying Stone Records, but this time, he didn't have much work. In addition, Wang Jing borrowed money from him last time. It should be that Nirvana Studios had a problem with its operation, so he would help if he could. After all, the 2 sides used to cooperate very happily. As a result, the phone rang a dozen times, but no one answered, and then it went to voicemail. Lucien didn't care and called Wang Chongqing again. The other party turned off his phone. This time, Lucien was a little puzzled. Although it was only the 6th day of the first lunar month, it was impossible for Nirvana Studios not to have opened yet. It should be known that the first lunar month was often the best time for music production units. He thought about it and simply went straight to Nirvana Studios. It was in the same park, and it was only a 10-minute walk from here to there. When he arrived at the floor where Nirvana was located, as soon as the elevator door opened, Lu Chen saw a scene of chaos. The door of the studio was open, and various tables, chairs, benches, and cardboard boxes were piled up in the doorway. Inside, people in blue work uniforms were busy, as if they were moving. Wang Jing, Wang Hui, and the 3 members of the Nirvana band were standing in the corner of the door. They were either holding instruments or big boxes in their hands, and all of them looked lost. Seeing such a scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly walked over and asked, Wang Jing, Wang Hui, what happened to your studio? Are you going to move? Brother Lu Chen, Wang Hui squeezed out an ugly smile and said, our studio is over. Over? Lu Chen was stunned. He knew that Nirvana Studios' business had not been very good, but it was barely able to keep going. Moreover, this studio was the culmination of Wang Chongqing's family's efforts. How could it end just like that? Wang Jing's face was pale. She twisted her hands and said in a low voice, Lu Chen, I owe you money, let's not talk about this. Lu Chen interrupted her, tell me what's going on. When he was working on the album You Who Sat Next to Me, he worked at Nirvana Studios for a long time and had a good relationship with Wang Jing and Wang Hui. Later, he ended the cooperation because he needed to improve the quality of his work. The equipment and foundation of Nirvana Studios were still lacking. However, during that collaboration, Lu Chen learned a lot from Wang Jing and got along well with his peers. They were young, enthusiastic, full of drive and enthusiasm, full of expectations for the future. So now that he heard that Nirvana Studios was over, Lu Chen also felt uncomfortable and uneasy and wanted to ask what was going on. Wang Hui glanced at his sister timidly and then explained the reason to Lu Chen. It turned out that a month ago, Wang Chongqing received a big contract, the kind that was quite profitable. If done well, the studio could last for a year, but the initial investment was relatively large. In order to get this contract, he raised money everywhere without discussing it with Wang Hui and Wang Jing. He even mortgaged his studio's equipment to raise 700,000 yuan to invest in the project. As a result, he never expected that the other party turned out to be a group of swindlers who set a trap for Wang Chongqing. All the investments were naturally wasted, and the creditors came to the door again. Suffering such a heavy blow, Wang Chongqing fell ill directly and was still in the hospital. And Nirvana Studios naturally could not be kept. It was not enough to pay off all the assets to others. Such a thing actually happened. Lu Chen didn't know what to say. The business world was like a battlefield. A little carelessness could lead to total annihilation. After all, Wang Chongqing was not experienced enough to be cheated, but these swindlers were really hateful. He asked, have you called the police? Wang Hui nodded and said, yes, we are not the only studio that was cheated. The police have filed a case, but the people have long run away. The money in the bank account has been transferred, and it is difficult to recover the loss. He looked sad. The money can be transferred again, but my father, Lu Chen reached out and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. You are here, is there anyone taking care of Uncle Wang? Wang Hui said, my mother is with him. He is fine, but he is mainly worried. At this time, Wang Jing interrupted and said, Lu Chen, I will find a way to pay you back the money I owe you as soon as possible. Her expression was very determined, the kind that would not be happy until she got it back. Wang Hui's face turned red. Sister, let's pay it back together. Lu Chen thought about it and said, if you want to pay me back as soon as possible, I have a way. Wang Jing opened her eyes wide. What way? Lu Chen smiled and said, come to my studio. I will give you a base salary of 10,000 yuan plus performance rewards. It will be paid back soon. Wang Jing graduated from the composition department of Beijing Conservatory of Music and has some work experience. All the arrangements of the album You Who Sat Next to Me were basically done by her. Her talent and strength are quite excellent. Lu Chen always felt that she was buried in Nirvana Studios. In the past, Lu Chen had no idea of poaching at all, but now Nirvana Studios is a thing of the past. Ah. Wang Jing whispered. She didn't expect Lu Chen to invite her to work in his studio. Lu Chen turned his head and said to Wang Hui, how about you and the Nirvana band come and help me? The treatment will be good, and I can build you another recording studio, a real professional recording studio. He has long had the idea of forming his own band and building a recording studio. Although outsourcing saves money and trouble, after all, he can't complete his own music ideas at will on other people's territory. In fact, it's a matter of money. It costs at least millions to build a professional recording studio, which ordinary small companies can't afford. But for the current Lu Chen, it's really not a problem. His proposal now is tantamount to merging all the people of Nirvana Studios. Wang Hui was overjoyed. Lu Chen, do you really want to invite us? Lu Chen said with a smile, of course it's true, and to build a recording studio, I will give you a 5 million equipment budget. Wang Hui's saliva came down. 5 million equipment budget. He is a typical technical geek and has an obsession with audio-electronic equipment that others can't understand. The 5 million equipment budget is enough for him to build a studio of his dreams. It should be known that the equipment budget does not include the cost of the studio decoration, which is also an amazing expense. Lu Chen asked the other 3 members of the Nirvana band, what do you think? The 3 looked at each other and then looked at Wang Jing. Wang Jing bit her lip and didn't speak. She knows very well that for Nirvana Studios and the Nirvana band, joining Lu Chen's studio is the best result. Everyone doesn't have to disband and look for a new job, and they don't have to worry about maintaining their lives. If Lu Chen was just a small role in the entertainment circle half a year ago, then he has gradually grown into a towering tree and is someone who can really be relied on. Lu Chen said that he will give Wang Hui a 5 million equipment budget, which is certainly not a discount. He has such strength. The eyes of the 3 members of the Nirvana band are all willing, but they respect Wang Jing's wishes. After a moment of silence, Wang Jing sighed secretly in her heart and nodded with a smile. Hooray! Wang Hui was the first to shout. The haze on the faces of the Nirvana band members was swept away and they were all very excited. If possible, they don't want to be separated. Now the way out is really great, Lu Chen said. I should have gone to see Uncle Wang, but now I have a work that needs to be arranged. It will be performed live tomorrow night, accompanied by a live band. Can you help me? He stared at Wang Jing, who nodded again. Wang Hui has an opinion, Brother Lu Chen, but most of our instruments are also locked. Several members of the Nirvana band smiled bitterly. They could only bring out 2 guitars and a bass. They were all personal equipment that they had bought before. The Nirvana band has a total of 4 members, lead singer/guitarist Wang Jing, bassist Ouyang He, keyboardist Wen Yuan and drummer Yan Xiaoyi. They are all around 23 or 24 years old, which is a very young team. But the professional level of this band is good, and they have done a very good job of accompanying Lu Chen's works before. Otherwise, Lu Chen would not have invited them to join him with great sincerity. In fact, it is a matter of course for a singer-songwriter like him to form a band, and a live band and an accompaniment are 2 completely different things, giving the audience a completely different feeling. With Lu Chen's current status and fame in the circle, it is not a problem to recruit a stronger lineup than the Nirvana band, but stronger is not necessarily better. And the Nirvana band is young enough and has unlimited growth potential, he smiled and said, it's simple. We'll go buy it now and buy whatever we lack. Now no one has anything to say. With limited time, Lu Chen acted quickly. He asked Wang Hui to report to his studio first, and then drove the Nirvana band to buy musical instruments and equipment. Choose what you need. With Lu Chen's backing, it didn't take too much time to buy musical instruments. Including Wang Jing, the members of the Nirvana band picked out their favorite equipment. Lu Chen also asked his sister to rent a temporary business car to facilitate the moving of musical instruments and personnel. That night, he and Wang Jing completed the arrangement of the new work together. Time is too tight to do it very carefully, but there is no problem in dealing with tomorrow's endorsement event. February 14th, Valentine's Day, the members of the reformed and renamed new Nirvana band, no one cared about this romantic holiday. Everyone began to rehearse Lu Chen's new song. New team, new members, new works and new instruments, but the first cooperation went surprisingly smoothly. At 3 p.m., the Nirvana band set off for the scene. Lovers are happiest. Happy Valentine's Day. Among the festivals spread from abroad to China, Christmas and Valentine's Day are undoubtedly the most accepted by young people. Of course, this is due to the vigorous advocacy of businesses. After their long-term and unremitting efforts, Valentine's Day has been rendered into a romantic day, and they have happily harvested the money in the wallets of men and women. Therefore, shopping malls and entertainment venues in the city are particularly rich in activities on Valentine's Day. Many brands use this special day to promote and market. Xianxia's flagship store in Beijing was chosen to open on February 14. This newly rising clothing brand is ambitious and very willing to invest in advertising. Some time ago, they signed an endorsement contract with Lu Chen with a value of up to 1 million yuan. This time, the opening of the flagship store naturally includes Lu Chen. The address of Xianxia's flagship store is located on the east side of People's Square, which is a prime location within the second ring road of Beijing. Because Valentine's Day coincided with Sunday, and many companies and units had not yet opened for business, there were a lot of people in People's Square. Most of them were couples, and from time to time, little girls selling roses shuttled among them. It was a bustling and noisy scene. On the huge LED screen on the east side of the square, Xianxia's Valentine's Day advertisement has been displayed, as well as a performance notice. The stage of the opening ceremony was set up near the advertising screen, only a few dozen steps away from Xianxia's flagship store with a rainbow arch. Many staff members have been busy setting up speakers, curtains, flower baskets, and so on. Although there were still a few hours before the official start of the opening ceremony, many audiences have appeared around the stage, asking the staff about something. They are basically Lu Chen's fans. Xianxia's publicity offensive has been launched early. The LED screen in the square has the name of the male lead of Autumn in My Heart, and it has also crowned Lu Chen with the title of Prince of Music. His stills in the TV series can be seen clearly from a long distance. Taking advantage of the popularity of Autumn in My Heart, Xianxia, who has been endorsed by Lu Chen, has earned a wave of popularity. This time, the opening of the flagship store has been publicized with this golden signboard. Of course, they also have to pay Lu Chen additional advertising fees. But his peers in the industry were already envious to death. He got Lu Chen's endorsement for a year with a mere million. For Xianxia, it was a huge profit. Now, Lu Chen's net worth from endorsements was at least 4 or 5 million. If an artist really became popular, the fees for endorsements would skyrocket. Wang Jing stood on the stage, helping her partner put the drums, keyboards, and other new equipment in place. There was still a surreal feeling in her heart. Before the new year, when Wang Jing heard from her father, who seemed to have aged more than 10 years, that she had been cheated, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The pain in her heart was really indescribable. She couldn't blame her father for worrying about the studio. She could only resent the shamelessness of the liar. As a result, when it rains, it pours. Extreme guilt and sadness crushed Wang Chongqing, causing him to fall ill. Nirvana Studios was completely over, and the family didn't even have the money to treat Wang Chongqing's illness. In desperation, Wang Jing asked Lu Chen for help. After the new year, creditors came to the door, Nirvana Studios was powerless to recover, and the Nirvana band faced the situation of disbandment. No matter how reluctant Wang Jing was, she couldn't change this fact. However, Lu Chen appeared, yesterday morning. She, her brother, and her friends were like stray dogs. Today, they appeared on the stage and will perform for countless audiences. They no longer need to worry about their future and fate. Next month, they will also participate in the 72H Music Festival. It was like Nirvana rebirth, Nirvana was changed to Nirvana. The meaning and pronunciation have not changed, but it is a new beginning. Wang Jing took a deep breath and secretly told herself to work hard. She can't let down Lu Chen's trust and help. At the same time, she also hid the thoughts buried deep in her heart in a deeper corner, letting time wear them away. "Sister, come here and help me take a look." Wang Hui's call woke Wang Jing up, and she immediately walked in the direction of her brother. Her footsteps were light. The pace of time was equally light, and in the blink of an eye, it was sunset and dusk. The sky gradually darkened, and the street lamps arranged in the People's Square and the lights on the stage were lit up. More and more people appeared in the square. They were attracted by the scene here and slowly gathered around. In the middle of the crowd, there were many young men and women holding fluorescent signs. The signs showed the words Lu Chen, Chen Chen, and so on. The red and green signs were particularly eye-catching. Autumn in My Heart has gathered a lot of popularity for Lu Chen. His current number of fans on Wave's blog has exceeded 15 million. The opening event of Xianxia flagship store tonight was announced in advance on the blog, so it attracted many real fans to cheer. The security personnel at the scene isolated them outside the safety line in time. Since the Hangzhou incident, now there are celebrity endorsements, and the security forces have been strengthened a lot. At this moment, Lu Chen was in the lobby of the Xianxia flagship store, which had not yet opened, holding his mobile phone and interacting with Xianxia through QQ. It's Valentine's Day, but the two lovers can't spend this sweet festival together. It's a pity, but it's completely normal in the entertainment industry. Many star artists often don't fall in love in their career, not only because they are afraid of affecting their popularity, but also because their emotional life and work are too easy to conflict, and not many partners can last long. Xianxia also has a very important endorsement event today, and her place is only 2 streets away from the People's Square. After a few words, Lu Chen told Xianxia about his recruitment to form the Nirvana band. There's also the preparation of a recording studio. Xianxia was very happy and said that she wouldn't have to go to others to record songs in the future, and that she could complete all the work here at Lu Chen's place. She said, "If you want to do it well. I'll join in." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I'll be the boss, and you'll be the lady boss." Xianxia returned a smile and a sweet kiss. She said, "I'm so bored here. I really want to go and see you at the scene." Lu Chen looked at it and asked tentatively, "Why don't we meet again after it's over?" Xianxia returned a helpless expression, "Believe it or not, there will be a bunch of paparazzi following me?" Lu Chen thought about that picture and was really a little drunk. "Okay." Xianxia gave another sweet kiss, "I'll make it up to you later." The two were intimate for more than half an hour, and the opening ceremony of Xianxia flagship store finally began. People's Square was located in a superior location, surrounded by bustling commercial areas. Usually, except for the bad weather of wind and rain, there were many citizens who came for a walk at night. Today was Valentine's Day, and the couples in the streets and alleys were dazzling. People's Square naturally became a good place for lovers. After a warm and romantic dinner, they would go out for a walk, which made the people gathering here more and more vigorous. The opening ceremony of Xianxia's flagship store naturally attracted the attention of a large number of passers-by. In particular, the video content in the nearby large LED billboard made many young men and women excited, and they gathered around to watch the fun. The national average ratings of Autumn in My Heart of more than 2% made this TV series a phenomenal existence with countless fans. Knowing that the hero was about to appear here, even non-fans wanted to watch the fun. The time advanced to 6:30, and the opening ceremony officially began. As usual, the host went on stage first and said a lot of words, and then quickly entered the model show segment. Handsome men and beautiful women in couples' clothes walked on the stage, showing the new spring clothes of Xianxia brand. The crowd of onlookers was getting denser and denser. Many fans held up fluorescent signs and shouted the name of Lu Chen. They didn't come to see the opening of the flagship store, nor did they like the model show. They came for Lu Chen. The most important thing was that there was the finale of Autumn in My Heart tonight. Even if the broadcast time was wisely delayed by Haijin satellite TV to 9:30, everyone hoped that after watching Lu Chen live, they could go home early to watch the live broadcast on TV or on the internet. The cheers were getting stronger and stronger, and the host, who came on stage again after the show, couldn't resist it. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, the host on the scene had a quick wit. He laughed and said loudly, "It seems that everyone likes Mr. Lu Chen, the spokesperson of our Xianxia, very much. Well, let's count down together to welcome him to perform for us on the stage. What do you think?" "Okay." Screams rose and fell one after another, and many female fans jumped up and shouted excitedly. The host said, "Then I'll start counting down, 10, 9, 8. There was no such segment in the original arrangement of the ceremony. Lu Chen would only appear in half an hour, but no one could say that there was anything wrong with the host's decision. Instead, they had to praise him for his quick-wittedness. The organizers still underestimated Lu Chen's popularity and influence. The crowd gathered around the stage was so dense that there was no end in sight. Hundreds of waving fluorescent signs were enough to show the number of his fans. Lu Chen Studio had never hired professional fans. These fans were the real hardcore fans. If they delayed any longer and caused chaos, the organizers would have to bear the consequences. Now that the countdown began, the fans immediately calmed down. They followed the host and shouted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The spotlight instantly shone on the stairs leading to the stage, and Lu Chen walked up with a smile on his face. He was at the back of the temporary stage, and he was just making an early appearance. As soon as he appeared, the fans at the scene immediately shouted and screamed excitedly, "Lu Chen, I love you." There was also someone who called Xianxia, which was a blue fan. Lu Chen wore a set of custom-made casual clothes and sneakers from Xianxia today. He looked not only handsome but also full of vitality while holding a guitar. Coupled with a hearty smile and a free and easy pace, he instantly fascinated a large number of female fans. Ah. It's so handsome. Big Lu Chen has always been so handsome, but today he is especially handsome. On Valentine's Day, Big Lu Chen is also single. Single is glorious, long life single. I really want to go to the scene, but the capital is too far away. Haha, I'm at the scene. There are too many people in the People's Square. I don't know what song Lu Chen will sing tonight. Lu Chen's endorsement event at the opening ceremony of Xianxia's flagship store was also broadcast live on Whale TV. He has long been the #1 anchor in this live broadcasting platform. Although the time of the live broadcast was big, and most of them were not live anchors, his popularity has always been maintained in a very high position. On the evening of Valentine's Day, the number of online users in Lu Chen's live broadcast room exceeded 2 million. Even if it was announced in advance, people still have to sigh at the strength of the single dog group. Li Feiyu was still in charge of the live broadcast, but the equipment for the live broadcast had long been upgraded. It was equipped with a professional recording system, coupled with the high-speed 4G plus network, so that the fans sitting in front of the computer could see the clearest picture. They saw Lu Chen standing in front of the microphone and said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone, I'm Lu Chen." After that, he bowed deeply to the audience. The screams at the scene instantly rose a lot, almost breaking through the sky. Straightening up, Lu Chen continued, "Today is a very special day. Seeing all of you loving each other, I really feel that I have suffered a ton of damage. You are so cruel." He deliberately showed an exaggerated sad expression. The same picture was not only transmitted to the network space in real time, but also synchronized on the giant LED screen in People's Square, so that thousands of people present could see Lu Chen and hear his voice. For the opening ceremony of this flagship store, Xianxia spent a lot of money, and the effect on the scene was really good. Laughter and applause sounded at the same time. Although they knew that Lu Chen was joking, the couples present still had a feeling of schadenfreude. "Ah, a big star is also a single dog," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Originally, I wanted to sing a single love song for all single people, including myself, but I didn't expect there to be so many couples present, so the minority obeys the majority. The first song is a new song, which I wrote especially for you." The sound of applause exploded in an instant. Who knew Lu Chen and didn't know his talent in music creation? Being able to hear his new work was undoubtedly the biggest surprise tonight, and the fans were really happy. Especially recently, Lu Chen has been busy shooting TV series and has not produced any works. Lu Chen leaned over and said, "In addition, I would also like to recommend a band to you here. Its name is Nirvana, the Nirvana of Phoenix Nirvana, and it is also my personal live band. First of all, I would like to introduce the guitarist of the Nirvana band, Wang Jing. The Nirvana band has been on the stage for a long time. The accompaniment music for the previous model show was played by them. Everyone did not expect that this team was actually Lu Chen's personal band, and they all applauded warmly. Wang Jing, whose name was called, quickly got up and bowed to the audience to thank them, and the camera's lens swept over. Wow. Beautiful guitarist. Wang Jing? This name feels familiar. Yes, I also have an impression. Let me tell you, Wang Jing is the arranger of the album You Who Sat Next to Me. I remember it very clearly. Handsome. Big Lu Chen finally has a band. Reward and support. Oh, it's a pity that I didn't go to the scene. Compared with the scene in the People's Square, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is really much more lively and noisy. The quality of a live band is much higher than that of an accompaniment. Having a personal band is also a symbol of a singer's strength and status. Originally, many people were worried that Lu Chen would not focus on movies and TV series in the future, but now this worry has disappeared. Forming a band will certainly not give up music. For a time, the fishballs in the live broadcast room were like rain, and aircraft carriers passed by one after another. Bass player Ouyang, keyboardist Wen Yuan, drummer Xianxia. Lu Chen introduced the members of the Nirvana band to everyone one by one. This is the first appearance of the new Nirvana band in the public, and of course, it will not be the last. If there is no accident, this band will accompany his music career, being cheered by thousands of people. Ouyang and others showed an excited look. After introducing the Nirvana band, Lu Chen put down his guitar and said, "Now I'll give you a few numbers. Would you please help me shout them out?" "Thank you." He opened his hands and 10 fingers forward, only his left thumb bent against the palm of his hand. "How many is this?" Many of the audience didn't respond and were stunned, but some fans immediately shouted, 9. Lu Chen smiled, his left hand remained motionless, and he retracted his right hand. At this time everyone shouted in unison, 4. Then Lu Chen retracted his left hand, raised his right hand again, and stretched out his index and middle fingers. 2. The next moment, he retracted his middle finger, raised his right hand high, and pointed his index finger to the sky. 1. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, now please read these 4 numbers together." 9421. The smart people reacted instantly, "I love you." Everyone came to a sudden realization and shouted, "Yes, I love you." Lu Chen said with a smile, "The name of the following new song is I Love You. I hope you like it." As soon as his voice fell, the Nirvana band played the prelude. All the applause, laughter, cheers, and shouts quickly subsided, and everyone stared intently at Lu Chen standing on the stage, listening to his new song. Only the fluorescent card was still swaying, drawing a residual light in the crowd. "I've always wanted to say to you that you give me unexpected happiness, like an oasis to a desert. Say that you will accompany me forever, be my root, my wings, let me fly and have a nest to go back to. I'm willing, I can give everything, and I won't regret it. Just be together, watch the passage of time, remember the way we love each other. I love you, there's sadness and happiness, with you, there's meaning. I love you, sweet and reassuring, that feeling is you." Note, I Love You lyrics, doll/composer. Taozhe Lu Chen's previous works are mostly folk songs and light rock songs, focusing on nostalgia and hot blood. But he will not finalize his style. This year, he will develop towards a wider range of genres. The first choice, Just Love You, which was launched on Valentine's Day, is a typical love song. In pop music, love songs have the largest audience and are one of the most popular types. Over the past few decades, countless classics have been born at home and abroad, and there has never been a decline. Because love is one of the most beautiful emotions of human beings, this song, Just Loving You, has a beautiful melody, the lyrics are catchy, and there are not too many complicated ways of expression. Lu Chen sings it slowly, soothing and affectionate like a lover's whisper, making people who listen to it feel sweet in their hearts. "I have always wanted to say to you, you give me unexpected happiness, like an oasis to a desert. Say, you will always be with me, be my root, my wings, let me fly, and have a nest to go back to. I am willing, really willing, to give everything, to protect you. Oh, together, time continues to pass, please remember how much I love you. Oh, love you, never abandon you, don't care how much wind and rain there are along the way, just love you, put it in your palm. Give you all the brilliant happiness, oh love you, I am willing, just love you, want us to be together." At this moment, the couples in the People's Square looked and listened, all smiling. They snuggled up to each other, feeling each other's temperature in this cold night, and reminiscing the bits and pieces of love in Lu Chen's singing. Time passes, time is ruthless, or one day in the future, feelings will be worn away by time, and lovers will go their separate ways, but I believe that no one will forget the beauty and touching they have experienced in such a night in the crowded crowd. Just love you, want us to be together. This is the best blessing for Valentine's Day. When Lu Chen finished singing Just Love You affectionately, the whole audience applauded, especially the couples clapped desperately. Lu Chen put down his guitar and bowed with the Nirvana band to thank them. "Thank you, everyone. May all the lovers in the world get married." The applause became even louder. Suddenly, there was a small commotion below the stage. Soon, a little girl in a white gauze dress walked up to Lu Chen with a bouquet of roses in her hand. The little girl was at most 5 or 6 years old. She was as cute as a doll. She tried her best to stand on her tiptoes to present flowers to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. He quickly squatted down and took the flowers. "Thank you. May I know your name?" He remembered that the ceremony in the evening did not have a flower delivery segment, so it should be an accident. The little girl said in a childish voice, "My name is Xianxia. Brother Lu Chen, happy Valentine's Day." Lu Chen sighed and said, "Brother Lu Chen doesn't have a lover yet. What should I do?" The little girl frowned and thought for a while, then said happily, "Then I'll give Yaya's sister to you. She's very greedy and always steals my things." The audience roared with laughter. The little girl was too cute. Lu Chen smiled and reached out to hug the little girl, then took her off the stage. Of course, the little girl had a family, and it was a big family. She had several sisters. Back in front of the microphone, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Thank you, Yaya. Thank you for the flowers, and my sister." Everyone couldn't help laughing again. Lu Chen continued, "For the second song, I want to invite an audience member to the stage and let her sing with me. I think you should be familiar with this song. It is, Your Eyes." Without waiting for Lu Chen to say the name of the song, the fans under the stage helped him make up for it. Your Eyes was the theme song of Autumn in My Heart. It was a love song sung by Lu Chen and Chen Feier. With the rising ratings of Autumn in My Heart, the song had become a well-known pop song and had become a must-listen for many couples when they went to KTV. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, it's Your Eyes. Who would like to sing with me on the stage?" As soon as his voice fell, the audience below the stage raised their arms in unison. Many girls even jumped up and shouted excitedly, "Me, me." Lu Chen smiled and said, "So many people want to sing? Then I'll choose one. I'll choose you." He pointed to the audience below the stage and said, "It's the audience member in the red down jacket." "Thank you." The girl who was pointed out by Lu Chen had a look of surprise on her face. The other fans around her cast envious eyes on her, and at the same time, made way for her. "Hello, what's your name?" Lu Chen asked the girl who had just come on the stage in a friendly manner. She was about 20 years old and had a delicate appearance. The girl blushed and said, "My name is Lin Yu. I'm your fan." In the evening, she went out to play with her classmates. When she passed by the People's Square and saw the advertisement screen, she knew that Lu Chen was going to perform here, so she stayed to watch the live show. She didn't expect to be chosen by Lu Chen to sing a love song on the stage. "It's just like a dream," Lu Chen said with a smile, "Then let's sing Your Eyes together." The music sounded again. Your Eyes is a work that everyone is familiar with. The difficulty of singing this song is not low, but the performance of the girl named Lin Yu is quite excellent. Apart from being a little flustered at the beginning and not being able to keep up with the rhythm, her singing later is remarkable, and she cooperates quite well with Lu Chen. There are too many tears that don't stop. I love you every step of the hardships of love. The dreams of suffering are especially sincere. After a love song was sung, the audience still responded with warm applause. "Thank you, Lin Yu." Lu Chen sent the female fan off the stage, and the staff gave her a beautiful gift. After singing 2 songs, Lu Chen's performance time was over. In the evening, it was the opening ceremony of Xianxia's flagship store, not his personal music live. There were still many programs behind, so he and Nirvana said goodbye to everyone. At this time, the fans at the scene did not agree. No one knew who started it, but everyone shouted together, "Sing one more song." Again. Their shouts quickly formed a huge sound wave, surging in the People's Square, washing away the coldness of the winter night and making people's blood surge. Lu Chen stood on the stage with his guitar in his arms, full of emotion and warmth. Although there was no lover to accompany him, Valentine's Day 2016 is worth commemorating for him, because so many people like him and need him. A subway stopped steadily on the platform of Dongyan Station. The passengers crowded in the carriage got off one after another, but the gap they left behind was filled by new passengers in the blink of an eye. Then the subway train rumbled into the dark tunnel. In Beijing, a super metropolis with a population of more than 30 million, the subway system was the first way for people to travel. Every day, countless citizens took the subway to and from work. The latest line had already been extended to the 7th Ring Road, which was still under planning. Lin Yu and her female companions followed the crowd and took the escalator to the exit. She was holding a huge cartoon rabbit in her arms, which made her the focus of many people's attention, but this girl didn't care about the strange gazes of others. Her pretty face was still flushed with excitement. Today was Valentine's Day, February 14th. It was a very special day. Lin Yu did not have a boyfriend, so she wanted to hide in her dormitory and spend this romantic night online. However, she could not resist the encouragement of her female companions, so she went to the city center to go shopping. Now, she was extremely grateful to her companions. If not for their persistence, she might not have had the chance to see Lu Chen in person, and she even sang a love song with Lu Chen on stage. Recalling the scene at that time, Lin Yu's heart jumped like a deer. She liked Lu Chen because of the TV series Autumn in My Heart. Although she was not a fanatic fan, among all the celebrities she liked, Lu Chen was firmly in the top 3. Now he was number 1. Let's go quickly, one of her female companions urged. The finale of Autumn in My Heart is about to begin. The other 2 female companions could not help but speed up. One of them said, Xiaoyu's luck is too good. I also raised my hand at that time. Why didn't you choose me? The female companion in front laughed and said, with your tone-deaf voice, you will be thrown off the stage if you go up. Well, you actually dare to laugh at me. Take this. The 2 female companions played along the road, and their bell-like laughter spread far and wide on the street. Lin Yu could not help but smile and hugged the cartoon rabbit in her arms even tighter. Lin Yu was from Jiangqing. After finishing college in Beijing, she chose to stay here to work. Currently, she was a clerk in a company. Her 3 female companions were her colleagues, and they lived together in an apartment outside the 5th Ring Road. As an introverted girl, Lin Yu did not have many hobbies. She spent most of her free time on literature, music, and movies, especially watching all kinds of TV series. As an introverted girl, Lin Yu did not have many hobbies. She spent most of her time on literature, music, and movies. For this reason, she used her first month's salary to buy an LCD TV and put it in the small living room of the apartment. She used to watch it alone, but later, her female companions were influenced by her and also watched it with her. Everyone watched TV together, laughed and cursed at the plot together, and their relationship became exceptionally good. This experience was that they could only by watching TV could be of their own. And now, what the 4 women liked and pursued the most was Autumn in My Heart, starring Lu Chen. Tonight was the finale of Autumn in My Heart, then they arrived at the ring of Bye Bye Bye. All of them of them. Of them of the same time. By them. The TV was turned on immediately. It's starting. What do you mean it's starting? They're still playing the commercials. We finally made it in time. My feet are sore from running. Who's going to give me a massage? 5 yuan for a massage. Go to hell. Lin Yu sat on the sofa with the big rabbit in her arms. She buried her chin into the soft fur and stared at the TV without blinking, thinking about the ending of the story that was about to be played tonight. Since they chose to broadcast the finale of Bye 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 on Valentine's Day, Hygiene TV deliberately delayed the broadcast of the last episode to 9:30 p.m. to ensure the ratings. Lin Yu and her female companions were not too late. After the 5-minute commercial ended, the familiar opening music played in the small living room. The 20th episode of Bye 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 began. Hui often endured the pain in order to spend the remaining time with Xianxia happily. This made Xianxia even sadder. Hui began to vomit blood. Her condition worsened day by day. She began to take photos to secretly prepare for her funeral. Hui happened to find the medicine that Xianxia had secretly prepared for her in Xianxia's room. She understood Xianxia's thoughts and forced Xianxia to promise not to die for her. Xianxia agreed with tears in his eyes. In the end, the 2 of them went to the beach where they used to play as children. Hui listened to Xianxia's childhood stories. The living room was terrifyingly quiet when they saw this, and the 4 women all turned pale. Although they knew very well that the ending of Bye 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 was likely to be a tragedy, everyone hoped that there would be a reversal in the end, and the male and female leads would end up happily together. But when the scene of life and death really happened, they all burst into tears. Lin Yu's eyes were misty with tears, and her heart was clenched to the extreme. She tried not to cry out loud as she watched Eunhui stop breathing on Xianxia's back. She watched the latter stagger forward on the beach while carrying the woman he loved all his life. Then, she burst into tears. Why did it turn out like this? One of her female companions asked in a low voice, constantly wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a tissue. Lin Yu also wanted to ask this question. She felt that Lu Chen was too cruel. Why did the two of them have to be separated by death in the end? Why couldn't two people who truly loved each other be together? The story in the television wasn't over yet. Eunhui quietly lived out her life. After settling the funeral matters, Xianxia entrusted Taehi to scatter Eunhui's ashes into the sea, and he went alone to the country road that he had walked with Eunhui when he was young. The scenes of his childhood games with Eunhui flashed before his eyes. A loading and unloading truck sped along the road. When Xianxia was about to rush to the front of the truck, he remembered his promise to Eunhui and continued to live bravely. So, Lu Chen made some changes to it. Many times, it also required great courage to live. The story ended here, and the theme song Your Eyes played, drawing a sad end to the TV series. After watching it, Lin Yu and her companions were speechless for a long time. Lin Yu returned to her room, but she didn't feel sleepy at all. She couldn't help but turn on her computer and log on to the internet. The internet was in an uproar, as the winner of the domestic TV series ratings at the end of 2015 and the beginning of 2016, Bye 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 already had a large number of fans. The TV drama-related blogs, Tieba, and forums were all places for these fans to discuss the plot and the characters in the TV series. When the finale of Bye 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 was broadcasted, these places seemed to have been carpet-bombed by a heavy bomb. It was simply a scene of mourning. Is it really good to see such a sad ending on Valentine's Day? My eyes are swollen from crying. When I watched it in my room, my mom thought that something had happened to me. Don't mention it. I'll be depressed for at least a week or two. I strongly protest. Give me back my Eunhui. Although I already knew the ending and it wasn't unexpected, I still feel very sad. I'm a man, and I also cried watching it. I cried watching it +1. On Waves's blog, Lu Chen's blog was about to explode. It was rare for him to be scolded by so many people. It was too cruel, too heart-wrenching. Even many artists in the entertainment industry also posted on their blogs, saying that they were depressed by the ending of the TV series. Whether they were really fans of the series or just riding on the limelight, it was enough to show the influence that Bye 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 had currently had in and out of the industry. Now that the TV series had finally come to an end, it might be a great thing for the competitors, but for the thousands of viewers, there were really too many nostalgia and regrets. At 11:00 in the evening, Lu Chen received a call from Chen Fei-er. You have to compensate me. On the phone, Chen Fei-er's voice was slightly hoarse, and it had lost its heavenly sweetness. Lu Chen was stunned. Compensate for what? Chen Fei-er said, I watched the finale and shed a lot of tears. It made me so sad. Don't you want to compensate me? Lu Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haven't you already seen it? Other than himself, Chen Fei-er was the first to know the ending. Moreover, after filming, she had also seen the original unedited film, so she didn't feel much sadness at that time. Moreover, she was the heroine herself. After watching it tonight, the feeling is really different. It's as if I really experienced this tragedy, Chen Fei-er softly narrated her sadness on the phone. Lu Chen was a little amused and very touched. Then I'll come over to accompany you now. No need. After pouring out her heart, Chen Fei-er's mood seemed to be a lot better. It's late, you should rest early. Lu Chen's heart moved and he said, after 10 minutes, you can read my blog. Ah? Chen Fei-er was surprised. What do you want to say? Lu Chen smiled. You'll know in 10 minutes. Pretending to be mysterious. Chen Fei-er said coquettishly, then I'll wait for 10 minutes and see what tricks you play. After ending the call with Chen Fei-er, Lu Chen turned on the computer and logged into his Waves blog account. He quickly browsed the comment section of the latest blog post and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hygiene Satellite TV chose to broadcast the finale of Autumn in My Heart today. They had earned enough ratings and topics, but they had pushed themselves into the fire pit. After thinking about it, Lu Chen clicked on the blog post edit page and typed 9 words in the title column. The furthest distance in the world. The furthest distance in the world is not the distance between life and death. It's that I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I love you. The furthest distance in the world is not that I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I love you. It's that I'm obsessed with you, but I can't say that I love you. The furthest distance in the world is not that I can't say that I love you. It's that I want you to feel heart-wrenching pain, but you can only bury it deep in your heart. The furthest distance in the world is not that I can't say that I miss you. It's that we love each other, but we can't be together. The furthest distance in the world is not that we love each other, but we can't be together. It's that we clearly love each other, but we pretend that we don't care. The furthest distance in the world is the distance between a bird and a fish. One soars in the sky, the other dives deep into the sea. February 14, 2016, Valentine's Day, 11:17 p.m. Lu Chen wrote a poem on his blog. The poem was called The Furthest Distance in the World. At the end of this blog post, he wrote, "I dedicate this poem to all the fans of Autumn in my heart. I wish all the lovers in the world can be together, and true love will not be separated by distance." Due to the finale of Autumn in My Heart, Lu Chen's blog became the focus of countless people that night. Therefore, when he posted this poem blog post, it immediately attracted a lot of clicks, comments, and forwards. To this day, no one could doubt Lu Chen's talent in music. Not only did he sing, but he also composed and wrote lyrics. All of his works were written by himself, and he never lent them to others. Autumn in My Heart has let everyone see his strength in literary creation and performance. As a rising star in the circle, Lu Chen's rise and popularity is really convincing. Romance in my heart, but critics will always exist, whether they are jealous, or have ulterior motives. There is no shortage of voices criticizing Lu Chen on blogs, and the main firepower hit his serialized novel Autumn in My Heart. Romance in my heart, what melodramatic, hypocritical, deliberately sensational. There were so-called literati who disdained Lu Chen's novels. Lu Chen never responded to these voices of doubt and criticism. If he remained unknown, then no one would criticize him at all. Since he had stepped into the entertainment industry, wanting to be liked by everyone was undoubtedly a fool's dream. He did his own things seriously and worked hard to manage his own business. The Furthest Distance in the World was Lu Chen's first real poem. In his dream world, there were many stories to this poem. The original creator had many different opinions, and then after it was spread on the internet, it derived many versions, becoming a classic that countless people were familiar with. Lu Chen used this song to complete the final promotion of Autumn in My Heart. It was a remembrance and a memorial. There was a distance in the world that was even more distant than life and death. It was not a distance that spanned the past and the present in time, nor was it a distance that encompassed the universe and space. Instead, it was a distance that was the hardest to cross, the distance between hearts. Life and death was a distance that could never be merged. Although they were close at hand, they were like strangers. This was the distance between the heart of an unrequited lover and the person he loved. Love but could not get along. Lovers could not get married. This was an eternal regret. The distance between lovers, obviously in love but pretending not to care, was contradictory and painful. It was a distance that defied the sincerity. Even further than this was the indifference of the heart. It was the contempt for love. In the face of the person who loved you, you resolutely dug a ditch that could not be crossed, and rejected love far away from the furthest distance in the world. Distance could produce beauty, but the furthest distance in the world was painful. Lu Chen wanted this TV series and this poem to let people understand how precious and rare it was to be able to be together and love each other. Cherish what you have, so that you would not regret after losing it. He wanted this Valentine's Day to have a different meaning because of his existence. The reputation of a good poem needed time to ferment. But for the fans, especially the true fans, the furthest distance in the world had undoubtedly given them the most special feeling. It had instantly struck them in the heart. Especially after they just watched the finale of Autumn in My Heart. The feeling was especially deep. The furthest distance in the world is when I am standing in front of you, but you do not know that I love you. Xiaolan, I love you. I really want to cry. Big Lu Chen, you are so bad. Why did you do this? This is the saddest Valentine's Day I have ever had. I think the meaning of this poem is to let us cherish the people around us, and understand that true love is hard to find. Good poem doesn't need to explain. Many fans left comments under Lu Chen's poem. The number of comments, likes, and forwards kept rising. Some bloggers who did not listen to Lu Chen's songs and had not seen Autumn in My Heart had deep feelings when they saw The Furthest Distance in the World forwarded by others. In today's era, poets were a very different existence, even the object of ridicule. Especially modern poetry, in the eyes of many people, was a particularly niche and boring thing. It belonged to the self-entertainment of a small group of literati. So much so that some people said that as long as you knew how to hit enter, you could write poetry. The era of poetry had long gone. A great variety of entertainment filled the lives of modern people. Their spiritual needs no longer needed to be satisfied through poetry. And really good poetry, poetry that could touch people's hearts, was also on the verge of extinction. Lu Chen's The Furthest Distance in the World was undoubtedly able to make people's eyes light up. It was meaningful and profound. For those who understood poetry, it was simply deafening. However, good poetry was a necessity. So other than Lu Chen's fans, other people's evaluation was still brewing. But the influence had already been produced, and it was spreading at an alarming speed. After posting this poem blog post, Lu Chen did not continue to pay attention to his blog. He turned off his computer and cooked some supper to appease his hunger. Then he went to the bathroom to take a hot shower. Valentine's Day 2016, just like that. Pa. Just as he was about to lie in bed to rest, there was a sudden knock on his door. Who could it be so late? Lu Chen did not think about it and went straight to open the door. The next moment, a delicate figure suddenly jumped into his arms. A familiar fragrance rushed into his nose. Lu Chen instinctively hugged this uninvited guest, only to hear an intoxicating whisper in his ear. I love you. Hearing this voice, Lu Chen felt as if he had the whole world in his hands. There was nothing else to ask for. Note, the original creator of The Furthest Distance in the World is said to be Tagore and Zhang Xiaoxian. The latter has published works as proof, and there is also Qing Dongwu's adaptation. This article chose one of the versions. Early morning. The stubborn biological clock made Lu Chen wake up from his sleep on time. He had a good night's dream. When he woke up from the dream, the feeling was very different from usual. A fragrant and graceful female body was quietly curled up in his arms, snuggling tightly against each other in the warm blanket. This ecstasy made Lu Chen's desire stir again. The beauty in his arms felt the pressure from him. She turned her head and opened her eyes with a soft moan. Good morning, Lu Chen greeted his girlfriend with a smile. Unlike many female artists who had to carefully make up before they could meet people, the singer in Lu Chen's arms was a real natural beauty. She was still bright and charming even without any makeup. Unlike many female artists who have to carefully make up before they can see people, the heavenly queen of the singing world, who is curled up in Lu Chen's arms, is a real natural beauty. She is still bright and moving without any makeup. Lu Chen's self-control was getting worse and worse. Taking advantage of the fact that she was not fully awake, he directly pressed her under his body and took liberties with her. Chen Feier passionately catered to him, making the atmosphere in the bedroom more and more charming. But at the most critical time, Lu Chen suddenly stopped moving. Chen Feier giggled and kissed him on the cheek in a comforting way. She said, in the future, there will be a chance. Last night, when she saw Lu Chen's The Furthest Distance in the World on his blog, she was instantly moved by this poem. Unable to suppress the fire of passion in her heart, she ran to Lu Chen's rented apartment. Everything should have happened naturally, but Chen Feier happened to come to visit her relatives. As a result, Lu Chen was in a dilemma. Later, it was Chen Feier who used a little trick to help him solve it. Lu Chen kissed her hard and sat up with great willpower. Do you want me to send you back? Last night, it was Ah Xian who sent Chen Feier over. After sending him to the destination, Chen Feier asked his bodyguards to go back first. For the first time, he stayed in Lu Chen's single apartment. Chen Feier shook his head and said, I told Xian that she will pick me up here after noon. That meant they had to stay here for another half a day. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Then I'll go buy breakfast. For a celebrity like Chen Feier, it was not easy for him to spend half a day with him, especially since it was still the first month of the lunar calendar. It was supposed to be the busiest time of the year, with all kinds of endorsements flying around. Chen Feier hugged him and asked, "Do you have any ingredients here?" "Just make enough for breakfast." Lu Chen nodded and said, "There are some in the kitchen and the refrigerator." He rented this single apartment. His sister, Lu Shi, would come over to help him clean up the house and fill the refrigerator with some ingredients so that he could make some food for himself. "That's all right. I'll make breakfast," Chen Feier smiled and said, "Go out and exercise. Don't delay it because of me. You can come back in time for breakfast." She knew that Lu Chen insisted on practicing martial arts every day, so his body was so good. This good habit must be maintained. Lu Chen had nothing to say. His heart was full of sweetness. He kissed Chen Feier goodbye and ran out to do morning exercises. By the time he came back from a run outside, Chen Feier had already prepared breakfast. A pot of fragrant white rice porridge, with plump golden fried dumplings, accompanied by refreshing pickled vegetables and spicy fermented bean curd, was placed on the table, which made Lu Chen's appetite whet. "I'm back!" He shouted and impatiently picked up a fried dumpling with his hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed it. He didn't expect that frozen dumplings could be so delicious. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Feier could cook, and her cooking skills seemed to be quite good. Virtuous, Lu Chen was beaming with joy as he ate. Chen Feier poked her head out of the kitchen and saw Lu Chen secretly eating the fried dumplings. She immediately said angrily, "Why are you holding it with your hands? It's so dirty. Go wash your hands and eat after washing." Lu Chen swallowed the dumpling in his mouth and squeezed into the small kitchen. He hugged Chen Feier's slender waist. The heavenly queen found an apron from somewhere and put it on. She tied up her long hair and held a kitchen spatula in her hand. She looked like a housewife, which made Lu Chen's heart burn. This was the real way to live. He lowered his head and rested his chin on Chen Feier's shoulder. He greedily inhaled the fragrance of the latter's body. His heart was happy and peaceful. He only wished that time would freeze at this moment forever. Unfortunately, Chen Feier did not cooperate. She stepped on his foot with her heel and said, "Stop it. The fried eggs are burnt." Lu Chen smiled and reluctantly let go of the beauty and washed his hands in the sink. When he sat back at the dining table, Chen Feier brought out the fried eggs. This breakfast was very heartwarming. However, Chen Feier had some objections. "This house is too small. The kitchen can't even turn around. You should change to a bigger house. Buy one in Beijing." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you have any good recommendations?" He was currently renting a single apartment. The kitchen and bathroom were complete, but the area was very compact. The advantage was that it was very close to the studio and it was very convenient to go to work. However, the current Lu Chen was not the same as before. He was getting more and more famous. It was really not suitable to continue living here. Even Lu Shi had mentioned this matter to him. Therefore, even if Chen Feier did not mention it, buying a house was also in Lu Chen's plan. More than half a year ago, Lu Chen, who was still working at Forget Worries Bar, did not even dare to dream of such a thing. The housing prices in Beijing had been rising particularly fiercely in recent years. The houses outside the Fifth Ring Road were priced at 20,000 to 30,000 per square meter. The houses in the high-end residential areas in the city center were often more than 100,000. It was simply not something that ordinary people could afford. Even now, if it was not for the popularity of Autumn in My Heart, which could make a lot of profits from this IP, Lu Chen, who had just paid off his family's debt and redeemed his villa, would not be able to take out the money to buy a property in Beijing. It was really too expensive. Of course, what he wanted to buy must be a good house. "You're right to ask me." Chen Feier proudly raised her chin and said, "I have a property in Xianxia, 300 square meters, 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. This lady can sell it to you at a lower price." "Xianxia?" Lu Chen was stunned and asked, "Your house? Where is it located?" Xianxia was located in a high-end residential area near the Second Ring Road in Beijing. It was opened for sale in 2007 and was handed over in 2009. Its developer was the famous Capital Bandung. Xianxia's house was booked in 2007. The 17 to 18 floors were very good. However, after buying it, she had never lived in it or rented it out to others. It was just left there waiting for its value to increase. When she left her agency and set up her own studio, most of the money she earned was used to invest in apartments and shops. This house in Xianxia was one of the properties under her name. In the circle, Xianxia was famous for her love of buying properties. There were even developers who took the initiative to promote their properties to her, using her fame to promote their properties. This kind of single investment method also made her assets multiply several times in a few years. She could be called a real rich woman. In 2007, I bought this house with fine decoration for only 6 million yuan, Xianxia said proudly. Now it can be sold for at least 30 million yuan. Lu Chen only had one big word: "You're amazing, but I can't afford it." Xianxia laughed and said, "If you can't afford it, just owe it first. Anyway, you're going to buy a house. It's better for me to take advantage of it than others. I allow you to pay it back slowly. One day, you'll be able to pay it back." Lu Chen laughed and said, "Can I pay it back with my body?" "Yes." Xianxia was not afraid of his teasing. She decided on the spot and said, "Let's sign a contract first. In the future, you'll work for me alone. I'll take care of your food and accommodation. I'll also give you 100 yuan a day as pocket money. How about it?" Lu Chen sighed and said, "The conditions are really good. I'm tempted just thinking about it. But isn't 100 yuan too much?" Xianxia couldn't help but laugh and rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. The two sweetly and affectionately finished breakfast. It was already past 9 in the morning. Lu Chen called his sister and then turned off his phone. He didn't care about his career and work. He and Xianxia enjoyed the rare time together in the apartment. They sat on the sofa and said endless words of love. At noon, Lu Chen turned on the computer and logged into the official website of New Vision. Last night, the last episode of Autumn in My Heart was broadcast on Hygiene Satellite TV. He and Xianxia wanted to see how the episode's ratings were. The ratings on the homepage of New Vision's official website were updated at 12 o'clock sharp. Autumn in My Heart, 3.04%, it broke 3%, although they had predicted it long ago and had some expectations in their hearts. When the ratings for the finale of Autumn in My Heart came out, both of them felt extremely happy. If they remembered correctly, the ratings for domestic TV dramas had never exceeded 3% in recent years. Autumn in My Heart had undoubtedly created a miracle. Medium to small-scale investment plus new cast plus second or third-rate production company plus non-mainstream theme, a super phenomenal ratings. If this wasn't a miracle, what else was? Xianxia couldn't help but kiss Lu Chen's face. That's great. This ratings record not only represented honor and fame, but also real benefits. Lu Chen Studio, Xianxia Studio, and Xianda Brothers Pictures had signed a VAM agreement with Hygiene Satellite TV. As long as the average domestic ratings for Autumn in My Heart exceeded 0.25% for every 0.10% increase, the buyout price for one episode would be increased by 100,000 yuan. Now that the average ratings for 20 episodes were over 2%, Hygiene Satellite TV would have to pay 30 to 40 million yuan more. With this result as a foundation, it would be easy for Lu Chen's next TV series to double its income. Those who wanted to invest in it would definitely break through the threshold. Xianxia beamed. Go to the blog and take a look. Lu Chen logged into Waves's blog and saw that Hygiene Satellite TV had posted a blog post celebrating the successful ending of Autumn in My Heart and the ratings breaking 3%. They also tagged himself and Xianxia at the same time. The ratings of the finale of Autumn in My Heart broke 3%. The most excited and the most disappointed were Hygiene Satellite TV. The reason for their excitement was naturally needless to say. With the help of this low-budget 20-episode urban romance drama, Hygiene Satellite TV, which was originally just playing a supporting role, finally shook its peers and shined for 2 months. Even if they had to pay the bonus of the VAM agreement, they still made a lot of money. The disappointment was naturally that after the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart, Hygiene Satellite TV would return to its original trajectory. A variety show without strength and a lack of competitive episodes, the original Hygiene satellite TV was not as good as the second and third channels of Beijing television station, which made them lose face. Now that they had finally managed to hold on to this cash cow, how could Hygiene satellite TV let it go so easily? Autumn in My Heart was over, but the creator and the lead actor were still there. If they didn't seize it, when would they? Therefore, in this celebratory blog post, Hygiene satellite TV vigorously praised and even flattered Lu Chen, and incidentally included Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't stop laughing. At the same time, Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV jumped out, unwilling to be left out. The official V of the two TV stations announced at the same time that they would replay Autumn in My Heart this week. The replay rights of Autumn in My Heart had long been sold, shared by Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV. Seeing Hygiene satellite TV eating a big piece of meat, they couldn't bear it anymore. A phenomenal TV series, the ratings of the replay would certainly not be low. Moreover, Autumn in My Heart did not have much publicity in the early stage, and the ratings of the first few episodes were not high, so there must be a large number of viewers and fans who want to watch it again. Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV naturally wanted to strike while the iron was hot. Lu Chen had little interest in the hype of these satellite TV stations. He went back to his blog and looked at the comment area of the blog post The Furthest Distance in the World. After a period of fermentation, The Furthest Distance in the World has been on the hot search list on the homepage of Wave's blog and became a hot topic of discussion today. There were more than 1 million related comments, and the number of transfers was hundreds of thousands. It was really hot. In many comments, most netizens appreciated and praised the song written by Lu Chen, which could be seen from the number of likes. However, there was no lack of criticism or even questioning voices, and many of them were from these people. Xianxia, who was standing beside Lu Chen, was very angry when he saw these comments. You only know how to make sarcastic remarks. If you have the ability, write a good poem for everyone to judge. She had been in the industry for more than 10 years and had long been accustomed to the ups and downs of public opinion. Whether it was praise or criticism, she could take it calmly. However, when it came to Lu Chen, she couldn't bear it. She just can't bear to see others doing well. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He truly felt Xianxia's concern for him. After some thought, he clicked on the blog post edit page and prepared to post a new blog post. Xianxia thought that he was going to fight back against the critics, so he said, "Ignore these people. The more you fight back, the happier they will be. They are just using you to create hype." This kind of trick was an old trick in the entertainment industry, and it was even more common in the blogosphere. If Lu Chen followed suit, he would be at a disadvantage. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with them. I am going to make a statement and announce one thing." He had thought about it for a long time, and now it was time to announce it. Through the Waves blog, Lu Chen announced his important decision to everyone. He would donate 10 million from the proceeds of Autumn in My Heart to register a charity fund, which would be used to help patients with leukemia who had no financial means to treat it. This idea came into being when he was writing Autumn in My Heart, but the conditions were not ripe at that time. Now was the right time, and he also had the ability to complete this idea. As soon as this blog post was posted, it immediately received a lot of enthusiastic responses. Strongly support. Good people will be rewarded. Support Lu Chen, big. The entertainment industry needs positive energy. Please allow me to say, well done. Do you accept donations? I am willing to donate a month's salary. It's really touching. If all stars can be like Lu Chen, then the world will become a better place. I can donate all my New Year's money. Touched. At this time, all the voices of doubt and criticism disappeared without a trace. It was not news for stars to do charity, but it was really rare for Lu Chen to take out 10 million to set up a special fund. No one doubted the kindness and sincerity of Lu Chen, because he made a public statement on the Waves blog. Thousands of people could be witnesses. If he broke his promise, it would be equivalent to destroying his own future. Seeing Lu Chen's statement, Xianxia was stunned at first, then she grabbed the laptop from Lu Chen's hand, logged out of the latter's account, and logged into her own. Just a few minutes after Lu Chen's statement was released, Xianxia followed suit with a similar blog post. She announced that she would also donate 10 million and inject it into this special charity fund, a charity project that had not yet been registered, and did not even have an official name, had its total capital doubled to 20 million in the blink of an eye. It immediately caused a sensation on the Waves blog. In fact, 20 million was really nothing in charity. The scale of such a fund was really very small, and it could not be compared with those foundations that easily had hundreds of millions or billions. However, the identities of the founders and donors were very unusual, and their influence was magnified exponentially. Ah, they really are the best couple in the entertainment industry. Support Xianxia, support our Eunhui. Yeah, Xianxia and Eunhui. Haha, is this considered a husband and wife following each other? I like it. Don't say anything else. Just because of this, I announce that I will be a fan from now on. Oh, they really are a couple. Do you think the scandal between Lu Chen and Xianxia is true? Whether it's true or not, those who do good deeds are good people. Lu Chen and Xianxia had more than 30 million fans on the Waves blog. Although there were definitely a large number of overlaps, it was still a very terrifying number. The blog post of the two was reposted everywhere, and it received countless support and praise. As a result, in just half an hour, many celebrities and artists in the industry followed suit and said that they would also donate money to join this charity project. The amount of donations ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Among them were Lu Chen and Xianxia's mutual friends Tan Hong, Liao Jia, Sister Li, Tian Tian. Originally, it was just Lu Chen's personal idea and decision, but now it seemed to have the momentum of the entertainment industry participating together. This was something that Lu Chen himself did not expect. This time, it was too big. The entertainment industry was a large circle that accommodated countless people of all kinds. However, the people in this circle were often inextricably linked to each other. Completely independent individuals did not exist at all. Some people praised, some people criticized, some people praised, and some people scolded. It was bizarre and complicated. The only belief was profit. Lu Chen launched a leukemia charity fund on Waves blog. Xianxia's support for him went without saying. Tan Hong, Liao Jia, Sister Li, and others were friends. It was normal for friends in the circle to support each other. However, those who knew or didn't know each other took the initiative to join, and most of them had ulterior motives. But no matter what their motives were, as the saying goes, everyone adds firewood, the momentum on the internet suddenly soared. Lu Chen really didn't expect to play so big. He quickly posted a new blog post on his blog, expressing his gratitude to all the supporters, saying that he would complete the registration of the foundation as soon as possible. According to domestic laws and regulations, individuals and private individuals could not carry out charity fundraising activities, and the approval and registration of a charity foundation was very strict. It required very high qualifications to be approved. However, since Lu Chen had made a decision, his will would not waver. In addition to his own efforts, the status, fame, and money he had today mainly came from the memories in the dream world. Lu Chen had never thought of squandering this rich wealth of memories to spend his life. He was grateful for the gift and was willing to benefit many people in need of help. Establishing a charity foundation was Lu Chen's first step. How far a person could go depended on how broad his mind was. Xianxia asked, "Who are you going to let manage this foundation?" The manager is very important. There were many charity foundations in China, and there had always been the problem of good and bad. Some foundations had a bad reputation because of the chaotic management and became a tool to accumulate money. For a star artist like Lu Chen, he certainly did not have the time and energy to manage a charity foundation, but the reputation and credibility of the foundation were closely related to his reputation. If there were management problems or other scandals, it would have a great impact on Lu Chen. Therefore, the manager of the foundation was very important. Lu Chen scratched his head. Sister. The people he trusted the most were, of course, his family members. He could rest assured if Lu Shi was in charge. Xianxia smiled and said, "Sister Lu Shi doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Do you think she can handle so many things?" Lu Chen seemed to have seen himself being sprayed with dog blood by his sister. As he became more and more famous, Lu Shi, as the manager and agent of Lu Chen's studio, became busier and busier. In the past, he said that he would let her realize her dream of getting a master's degree in the capital, but now she didn't even have time to review her lessons. Study for further studies? Hee. If the heavy burden of the charity foundation was placed on them, Lucien wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Do you have any good suggestions or candidates to recommend? Xianxia said, if you want me to recommend someone, I will recommend Sisterly. There is no other suitable candidate. Sisterly? Lucian's eyes suddenly lit up. Will she be willing? Sisterly was well known in the circle, and she was willing to do charity. She had just said on her blog that she would donate 500,000 yuan to Lucian's charity project. The most important thing was that she was smart and capable, and she had a wide range of contacts both inside and outside the circle. This was very important. In contrast, Lucy was really far behind. If Sisterly came to the foundation, then Lucien really had nothing to worry about. The problem was that Sisterly had her own career. Her agency had always been doing well, and she was usually very busy. Xianxia smiled and said, let me ask first. It shouldn't be a big problem. Lucien couldn't help but hold her in his arms and praised, if it weren't for you, what would I do? The mushy words of love, which could give others goosebumps, made Xianxia's pretty face faintly bashful. She coquettishly rolled her eyes at Lucien and said, glib tongue. I have to go back. Xian sent me a message. Lucien looked at the time and said, oh, let's go for lunch together. It was already 1 o'clock. Xianxia said, it's too late. I have a job in the afternoon. You go eat by yourself. She kissed Lucien comfortingly and said, Xian is downstairs. You don't need to send me. Wonderful time always passed too fast. Lucien had no choice but to send Xianxia out of the door with a mask and sunglasses. He thought that he should buy a new house. It was really inconvenient to continue to live here. After Xianxia left, Lucien didn't stay in the apartment for long. He casually ate something and rushed to the studio. However, as soon as he arrived at the studio, he was called to the room by his sister and scolded. The phones of Lu Shi and the studio were blown up. There were some important things that needed Lucian's approval. However, his phone was turned off. If Lucien hadn't contacted him in the morning, he would have thought that he had disappeared. And you didn't discuss such a big thing as setting up a charity foundation with me first, Lu Shi said angrily. I don't have the energy or ability to help you. Lucien explained, I have discussed this matter with Fei and she recommended Sisterly to me. Lu Shi was stunned and suddenly said, you were with Fei this morning, weren't you? No wonder you turned off your phone. She said sourly, now you really have a wife and forget your sister. Lucien smiled bitterly. Life was already so difficult. Why did he have to expose some things? Lu Shi didn't want to talk to him anymore. The latest work and business are on my computer. You deal with it yourself. I'm going to the hospital now. Lucien was stunned. What are you going to the hospital for? Lu Shi said, I'm going to visit manager Wang. You brought his studio here. You have to visit him, right? You don't have to go. I'll go as a representative to express my condolences. Lucien couldn't help blushing. All the members of Nirvana Studios were now recruited by him. He had known that Wang Chongqing was hospitalized for a long time, but he had been too busy these 2 days and didn't think of visiting the hospital. His sister was so careful. Although it was a small matter, she could take care of the feelings of Wang Jing and Wang Hui. Seeing that Lu Shi was about to leave, Lucien hurriedly said, Sister. Lu Shi stopped at the door of the room and turned her head. What's wrong? Lucien said sincerely, thank you. Lu Shi snorted, but her eyes became much softer. After his sister left, Lucien sat in her seat and opened the work documents on the computer. First was the publication of the novel version of Autumn in My Heart. Because the ratings of this TV series had set a record in recent years, coupled with the serialized updates on Lucian's blog some time ago, the novel version was very popular. There were more than a dozen publishing houses contacted by phone or directly sent people to seek cooperation, among which the most powerful were Shanghai Publishing House, Group News Publishing House, and Beijing Publishing House. So far, the private Shanghai Publishing House offered the most attractive conditions, 15% royalties and a minimum guarantee of 500,000 the royalties of domestic writers were usually between 8% and 12%, and newcomers were even as low as 5%. A novel priced at 20 yuan with 150,000 words could only earn 1 yuan, and the first printing would only be 10,000 to 20,000 copies. In the field of literary publishing, Lu Chen was definitely a newcomer. He had never published any works before. But the influence of Autumn in My Heart made it impossible for any publishing house to treat him as a newcomer. But even so, the price offered by Shanghai Publishing House was far beyond the normal range. 15% royalties was the treatment of a top famous writer, and the guaranteed print run of 500,000 was even more expensive. As long as Lu Chen signed the contract, the 1.5 million remuneration would immediately be transferred to the studio's account. If more copies were sold later, the royalty share would be further increased. And such conditions were something that the state-owned Group News Publishing House and Beijing Publishing House could not offer. Therefore, Lu Shi's suggestion was to sign with Shanghai Publishing House. Lu Chen had no objection to this. He would sell to whoever paid more. There was nothing to hesitate about. In addition, the copyright of the comic book Autumn in My Heart also had some progress. The final offer given by the Color Impression Comics Publishing House was 1.2 million. Lu Chen also gave his approval. Then there was a clothing company that hoped to obtain the brand license for Autumn in My Heart, and 2 film and television companies wanted to cooperate with the studio to adapt the movie. Lu Chen glanced down. There were more than 10 pieces of content related to the IP copyright of Autumn in My Heart. If all of them were licensed out, it could at least bring an additional profit of nearly 10 million to the studio. This made Lu Chen sigh at the power of IP. The value of a popular IP was really immeasurable. And the entire copyright of Autumn in My Heart had always been firmly in the hands of Lu Chen. Chen Fei'er and Qianda Pictures only got a share of the profits from the TV series. Lu Chen had a feeling that his hands were cramping from counting money. But then he thought about how Chen Fei'er's house cost 30 million, and he felt that he was not much different from the poor. It was not even enough to buy a house. As he was thinking about the money problem, someone knocked on the door. Lu Chen coughed and said, "Please come in." It was Wang Hui who came to find Lu Chen. He asked a little awkwardly, "Brother Lu Chen, I want to ask, when are we going to build the recording studio?" Lu Chen was surprised. "Didn't I ask you to work out the budget first? You can choose the 5 million. Wang Hui asked with a bitter face, "But where are we going to build the recording studio? This place is too small." Lu Chen thought about it and realized that it was really a problem. Originally, when he rented the studio, he had never considered building a recording studio. Now that Nirvana Studios had merged, the scale was going to expand big, and the current place was really too small. If he wanted to make the studio bigger and stronger, it was imperative to move. The area of the new place had to be at least 3 or 4 times larger, which would require a high investment. Lu Chen was already seriously considering selling himself to Chen Fei'er. Rome wasn't built in a day, and the recording studio wasn't built in a day either. There was no need to mention moving the studio. Although Beijing was very big, it wasn't easy to find a suitable place. Of course, Lu Chen still patted his chest and assured Wang Hui, telling him to choose the equipment first. Actually, for Lu Chen, the most important thing at the moment was neither selling the copyright of Autumn in My Heart, nor moving the studio, nor setting up a charity foundation. It was the Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony that would be held on February 18th. The Asian Chinese Music Chart was created by CCTV and CCTV in conjunction with the major TV and radio stations in the country. It had been held for 15 years so far, and it was one of the most influential and authoritative pop music awards in the country. Most importantly, it could be confirmed that this year's Asian Chinese Music Chart would be the last one. It would merge with the China Original Music Chart and be upgraded to the Global Chinese Music Chart. At that time, the brand new, Global Chinese Original Songs Chart, will become the premier pop music festival in China, easily crushing Xianxia Satellite TV's Chinese Music Chart, and becoming the wind benchmark of the pop music world. As for the last Asian Chinese Music Chart, it had also received a lot of attention from both inside and outside the industry. A large number of well-known singers, artists, musicians, and people in related industries had been invited. The list of guests printed out was estimated to be a few meters long. Lu Chen was also among the invited guests, and he had also received 4 important nominations for Best Newcomer, Best Composition, Best Lyrics, and Best Album. Best Newcomer, nominated, Best Composition I Love You China, nominated, Best Lyrics I Love You China, nominated, Best Album You Who Sat Next to Me, nominated. The panel of judges for the Asian Chinese music chart was made up of professionals. There were members of the Music Association, well-known seniors in the circle, professors of music academies, famous music critics, and so on. The total number of members was more than 100. There was no audience voting that could be easily cheated, and the organizer was an authoritative organization. Therefore, the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart was very valuable, and the list of nominees for the 21 awards was also very eye-catching. Lu Chen was able to win these 4 important nominations, and his position in the circle immediately improved. The adverse impact of his lack of revenue in the selection of Xianxia satellite TV's Chinese music chart was instantly eliminated, and in turn, he slapped the latter in the face. However, Chen Feier had analyzed for Lu Chen that he was most likely to win the Best New Artist award and the least likely to win the Best Album award. As for the Best Composition and Lyrics award, the phenomenon of seniority in the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart had always existed. Lu Chen was still too young. In this regard, Lu Chen was not angry. His middle school years had long passed. He knew that there was no real fairness in the world. The members of the panel of judges of the Asian Chinese music chart were not robots. As long as it was a person of flesh and blood, they would always have their own selfish thoughts and perceptions. Lu Chen was satisfied to win the Best New Artist award. After dealing with the backlog of work, he called Li Mubai and asked where the other party was. Li Mubai was actually upstairs in Mukin's company. This surprised Lu Chen, because according to custom, most private companies officially started work on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Li Mubai actually appeared in the company on the first day of work. He was simply diligent. Without asking much, Lu Chen ran straight upstairs to find third young master Li. After selling most of Mukin crowdfunding shares to Li Mushi, he rarely appeared in Mukin's company and basically did not participate in the company's business affairs. He was an invisible founding shareholder. He hadn't seen Li Mubai for some time. "Oh, no wonder I heard the magpies singing on the branches in the morning." As soon as he saw Lu Chen, Li Mubai said in a mocking tone, "Sure enough, there's a happy event. A big star has graced my small place with his presence." He hadn't seen him for a while, and the young master hadn't changed much. Lu Chen sat down opposite him and said with a smile, "Don't talk nonsense. I have something important to talk to you about." Li Mubai smiled, sat up straight and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Chen said straightforwardly, "I want to register a charity foundation and ask you for help." In the early years, there were quite a lot of domestic charity foundations or similar organizations, and many things happened, which caused considerable negative impact. Therefore, the relevant government departments strengthened management, especially in the approval link, and the application process was also very long. Therefore, after Lu Chen made up his mind, the first person he thought of to ask for help was Li Mubai. As the saying goes, having someone in the court makes things easier. If the Li family came forward, things would become much simpler. Lu Chen didn't have mental and moral misophobia, and what he wanted to do was to do good deeds. If the charity foundation could be established one day earlier, he might be able to save more patients in urgent need. He understood Li Mubai's character, and he knew that polite words would hurt the other party's feelings. According to the words of the Li family's third young master, being polite was not a real brother. As expected, Li Mubai fell for it. He agreed without hesitation, "Your business is my business. I'll ask my brother what procedures are needed first, and then I'll tell you. If there's any trouble, I'll help you solve it." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you. I'll treat you to a drink in 2 days. Drinking is fine, but I also have something." Li Mubai showed a rare look of embarrassment. "I need your help." Lu Chen was curious, "What's the matter? Writing songs? That's easy." Li Mubai was also a fan of pop music, and he had a band, which was quite stylish. Lu Chen had sent 2 works to Li Mubai before. It had been a long time. He thought that Li Mubai wanted a few new songs to entertain himself, or to release an album. Unexpectedly, Li Mubai shook his head and explained, "It's Fanny." She likes the TV series you've filmed. If you film a new TV series, can you arrange a role for her? Fanny, Lu Chen remembered. Isn't it the girl that Li Mubai has been pursuing? He remembered that he had seen Fanny once. She was very beautiful and had a good temperament. He heard that she was a returnee. Li Mubai undoubtedly wanted to use this to please her. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. No problem. Isn't it just a role? That's not a big deal at all. But Li Mubai had another request. The role can't have sex scenes, kissing scenes, it's best not to hold hands. Lu Chen was convinced. Looking back at domestic pop music in 2015, there were very few things worth writing home about. The mainstream of the market was still occupied by fast songs and catchy songs. Although those famous singers had released a lot of new albums, few of them could lead the trend or cause a sensation. The new generation of artists made their debut through endless talent shows and still walked the old road that had been stepped on by countless people. This once made the author feel worried. Where would domestic pop music go? Would it continue to fall into the abyss in plagiarism, imitation, and following the trend, or would it stagger forward in difficulty, exploration, and struggle? But the emergence of a young singer blew a fresh wind to the pop music world that had been depressed for too long. The main theme was nostalgic folk songs and light rock songs that had experienced the vicissitudes of life but did not lose their passion. His original works made people's eyes light up, as if there was endless melody inspiration, like the dawn, bringing hope and light. Many people should have guessed the name of this young singer. On the eve of the 2016 Asian Chinese Songs Chart Award ceremony, the author sincerely hoped that more support and honor could be given to those young people with real talent, so that there would be hope for the future of pop music. The above content came from Donghu Lu's Cultivator, a well-known blogger in the Waves blog. His main job was an editor of a fashion magazine, and his part-time job was as a writer, film critic, and music critic. He had a high level of professionalism. His blog fans exceeded 2 million, and his articles were very popular with blog netizens. Donghu Lu's Cultivator had a unique view of domestic pop music. On the eve of the Asian Chinese Songs Chart Award ceremony every year, he would post a retrospective blog post to talk about his thoughts. In addition, it must be pointed out that Donghu Lu's Cultivator was also a member of the judging panel of the Asian Chinese Songs Chart Award ceremony. His blog post caused a lot of repercussions in the circle. The young singer that Donghu Lu's Cultivator specially pointed out in the blog post was undoubtedly Lu Chen. In the pop music world of 2015, there was no newcomer more dazzling than Lu Chen. His edge surpassed many well-known predecessors. He also brought the campus folk style, and all the works of his debut album were on the original music chart. And Donghu Lu's Cultivator's public praise for Lu Chen made people wonder. Everyone knew that Lu Chen had won 4 important nominations for the Asian Chinese Songs chart. Would he create another miracle, for example, winning multiple awards? Of course, Lu Chen's fans were very excited about it. They said that Lu Chen deserved the award and that there was no doubt that he would win it. However, the fans of his competitor had a different view. Therefore, the two sides fought fiercely on blogs, Tieba, forums, and other places. On the internet, the atmosphere of the Asian Chinese Music Chart Award ceremony was hyped up in advance, attracting more people's attention. On the evening of February 18, at the National Grand Theatre. This magnificent landmark was located on the south side of Chang'an Avenue, covering an area of 18 hectares, with a total construction area of more than 200,000 square meters, and a total investment of 3.5 billion yuan. The main building consisted of an external steel shell, a main hall with 5,000 seats, a concert hall with 2,200 seats, a drama hall with 1,000 seats, a public hall and supporting rooms. The most special thing was that the roof of the National Grand Theatre was semi-oval and covered with soft colors and luster of titanium metal. There were 2 similar triangular glass curtain walls on the front and back sides. The entire building floated on the artificial water surface. The audience needed to enter the performance hall through a 100-meter-long underwater passage. The shape of the entire theater was novel, avant-garde, and unique. It was a combination of tradition and modernity, romance and reality. Therefore, it was called the theater in the city in the theater. The 2016 Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony was held in the main hall of the National Grand Theatre. The sky had just darkened, and the leisure square outside the National Grand Theatre was noisy. A long red carpet extended from the center of the square to the entrance of the underwater passage, which was blocked by a huge signature wall. Both sides of the red carpet were separated by security fences. All kinds of media reporters with long cameras and short cannons squatted inside, and outside were heavily armed security personnel. Tens of thousands of onlookers could only try their best to raise their height. Otherwise, except for those in the front row, those in the back could only see heads. On the east side of the leisure square, adjacent to the parking lot, there was a separate area for idlers. All kinds of celebrities and other invited guests arrived, waiting for the start of the red carpet ceremony. Compared with the Chinese Music Chart award ceremony held by Shonan TV in Xianxia not long ago, the Asian Chinese Music Chart, jointly organized by CCTV and CCTV, was far better in terms of scale and style. Renting the National Grand Theatre alone was enough to overshadow all similar parties in China. Moreover, CCTV's 3 variety channel and 15 music channel would broadcast the grand ceremony live. Lu Chen was also among the celebrity guests who were about to walk the red carpet. He saw a lot of acquaintances here. Most of the faces were not unfamiliar, and there were also several people he really knew, such as Tan Hong, Liao Jia, Qin Hanyong, and even the 3 beautiful girls of MSN. MSN was nominated for the Best New Group on the Golden Music Chart. In fact, they debuted too late. The nomination was mainly the result of the strong public relations of Flying Stone Records. Of course, MSN's debut album sold well and was barely qualified. They were all people in the circle. No matter if they knew each other or not, no matter which family they came from, everyone politely greeted each other, socialized, and passed the boring time of waiting by the way. Looking around, it was really a group of bright stars. Any one of them had millions of fans on the Waves blog. Lu Chen, who was mixed in the crowd, undoubtedly became one of the focuses. First of all, his height was big beyond average, coupled with a hand-cut suit and high face value. He was so handsome that many female stars frequently paid attention to him, making it impossible for people to ignore his existence. Secondly, Autumn in My Heart brought great popularity to Lu Chen. Few people present didn't know him. And Lu Chen, who debuted in mid-2015, had a talent in music that was obvious to all. It was difficult for a newcomer like him, who had a combination of good looks, strength, and popularity, not to be noticed. Of course, the star artists present respected their identity. Even if they wanted to chat with Lu Chen, they would not approach him eagerly. Even so, Lu Chen was introduced to a lot of people by Tan Hong and Liao Jia. His 2 elder brothers regarded Lu Chen as a little brother and took good care of him. After this circle, Lu Chen's network expanded a little, and he could talk and laugh wittily in front of those people who were previously unreachable. Until the appearance of Chen Fei'er. "Ah, sister-in-law is here." Liao Jia, who had a big mouth, directly teased, "Come on, Lu Chen is yours." In fact, a lot of people in the circle knew about the relationship between Lu Chen and Chen Fei'er. The news in the entertainment circle spread extremely fast, and many things could not be hidden at all. But the two did not officially disclose their relationship. Unless there was an ulterior motive, no one would talk about it to the outside world. This was the tacit rule in the circle, and everyone followed it for themselves. Only a carefree and stubborn person like Liao Jia would dare to make fun of the 2 of them in public. He could not take it seriously. Chen Fei'er glared at Liao Jia angrily and ignored him. Then, he chatted with Tan Hong. The relationship between Tan Hong and Chen Fei'er was well known in the circle. The former was the latter's teacher and trustworthy brother. Without Tan Hong's care, Chen Fei'er's career would not have developed so smoothly. However, unlike Chen Fei'er, who was in the process of transformation, Tan Hong, who was far from retirement age, had gradually faded out of the entertainment circle and the singing circle. He put more energy and time on his family and other careers. He could only be seen on important occasions such as the Asian Chinese Music Chart or the Chinese Music Chart award ceremony. Tan Hong chatted with Chen Fei'er for a while and then pulled Lu Chen over. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 7 o'clock. The red carpet ceremony officially began. The celebrity guests stepped on the red carpet in pairs according to the predetermined order under the arrangement of the MC, which represented their identity and honor, enjoying the attention of tens of millions of people and the baptism of flashing lights. The organizing committee of the Asian Chinese Music Chart arranged for Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er to walk on the red carpet together. Chen Fei-er wore a gorgeous white dress that night. After being carefully dressed up, she looked very beautiful. She gracefully took Lu Chen's arm, and the two walked side by side with tacit understanding. When a large number of flashing lights lit up, heart-wrenching shouts came from the crowd, "Eun-hee! Jun-hee!" Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er looked at each other and smiled. They stopped at the same time, turned left and right, and posed so that the media reporters and the fans at the scene could take pictures. The entertainment reporters at the side of the red carpet pressed the shutter as hard as they could to capture the photo of the two people in the camera. The reporters present were all experienced and knowledgeable. There were countless handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment circle. They had seen too many of them. However, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er, who appeared in front of the public tonight, were too tacky to say that they were a golden couple. They deserved to be the best couple of the year. One was tall and handsome, and the other was beautiful and charming. They were the male and female leads of popular dramas who had been involved in scandals. Such a combination was simply the perfect material. It would definitely attract a lot of attention and clicks on the entertainment section. Unfortunately, unlike the celebrities who couldn't wait to crawl on the red carpet like snails, Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er only stopped for a few seconds and continued to move forward, which made the reporters who didn't get a good shot feel regretful. The two walked to the end of the red carpet, and then left their names on the signature wall. Finally, they walked along the underwater passage and entered the National Center for the Performing Arts. In the main hall, which could accommodate 5,000 people, the guests and audience had already taken their seats. A grand ceremony was about to begin. At 7:25 p.m., the main hall of the National Grand Theater was brightly lit. With the entrance of the celebrity guests, the auditorium was full. Lu Chen and Chen Fei-er's seats were in the fifth row, and they were next to each other. On the left side of Lu Chen was Chen Fei-er, on the right side was Li Mubai, and then Fanny and Lu Shi. Lu Chen received 4 nominations for the Asian Chinese Music Chart, and the organizing committee gave him 4 invitations. In addition to himself, he could bring 3 other people to attend the ceremony. Of the 3 places, Lu Chen gave 1 to Lu Shi, and the other 2 to Li Mubai. With Li Mubai's family background, it was not a problem for him to get a place here, but the invitation given by Lu Chen was different. Li Mubai happily accepted the favor and took the opportunity to invite Fanny. Lu Chen, hello. Fanny took the initiative to greet Lu Chen, looking very gentle and beautiful. Although she was not as good as Chen Fei-er, she was also an outstanding beauty. No wonder Li Mubai was fascinated by her. Lu Chen nodded and said with a smile, hello. He introduced Li Mubai and Fanny to Chen Fei-er respectively. Fanny was actually a fan of Chen Fei-er. While they were talking, the Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony officially began. The opening was a gorgeous and wonderful large-scale dance program. The Central Television, which held various large-scale parties every year, had incomparable experience in this regard. The use of various music, dance, sound, and light had reached the acme of perfection. After the opening performance, the 4 hosts appeared on the stage. They were all famous figures. They first reviewed the glorious history of the Asian Chinese Music Chart, and then presented the leader's congratulatory speech. More than 10 minutes passed. Then, the famous host of CCTV, Xianxia, said in his unique powerful voice, before the official announcement of the 21 awards, let's announce the special Golden Melody Chart Lifetime Achievement Award for this year's Asian Chinese Music Chart. Then, who is the winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award as determined by the panel of judges of the Asian Chinese Music Chart? Xianxia revealed a smile that the entire nation's audience was extremely familiar with. Let us invite the famous musician Fang Xinghai to reveal the answer to us. The audience immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. The guests were a little surprised because most of them did not know about the existence of this award beforehand. Including this year, the Asian Chinese Top Songs Chart had been held for 15 years. The first award was 17, and later increased to 21. However, there had never been a Lifetime Achievement Award. This year was the last year of the Asian Chinese Top Songs Chart, which meant that the Lifetime Achievement Award was unique. One could only imagine its weight, no one expected that the award ceremony would have such a big suspense at the beginning. Amidst the tide-like applause, a silver-haired old man walked onto the stage and took the envelope containing the list of winners from Xiaojun. Fang Xinghai was a very famous musician in China. Not only was he engaged in the creation of classical and traditional music, but he also studied modern pop music. In the 1990s, he had also written several popular works. In front of him, all the guests present were considered juniors. Fang Xinghai, who was already over 80 years old, was still very healthy. He was hale and hearty, and his face was ruddy. He tore open the envelope and took out a card from it. Then, he said loudly into the microphone, "The winner of the 16th Asian Chinese Top Songs Chart Lifetime Achievement Award is..." Everyone's heart was instantly lifted, and the hall of the theater was completely silent. Tan Hong. As the Lifetime Achievement Award was a temporary award, there was no nomination list. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew who the candidates were, let alone the winner. Therefore, when Fang Xinghai said the name of the winner, the guests and the audience did not immediately react, but the loud applause suddenly burst out like thunder, instantly spreading to the entire hall. Lu Chen clapped hard and was the first to stand up, to send the most sincere congratulations to Tan Hong. On the road of Lu Chen's music, Tan Hong had given him a lot of help and support, unconditionally. Lu Chen had never forgotten this deep favor, but unfortunately, he had never had the chance to repay it. Then, it was Chen Feier, and the other star artists. Tan Hong was born in the 1970s, and it had been 25 years since his debut. He had a total of 17 original albums, among which, his album Soaring Pigeon sold more than 5 million copies in 1999, writing the final glory of pop music record sales, and the total sales of his albums ranked in the top 3 among all singers. Soaring Pigeon, After the Rain, The Prodigal Son, Memories Often, Love. These classic works were still sung to this day. In addition to his talent in music, Tan Hong's character was also first class. He had almost never had a scandal since his debut, and was recognized as a good husband and father inside and outside the circle. Moreover, Tan Hong also liked to help new singers. There were countless singers who had received his guidance and help, the most famous of which was Chen Feier. The friendship between the two had always been a good story in the circle. Just like when he helped Lu Chen, he helped people without asking for anything in return, so he had friends all over the world in the circle. In terms of qualifications and achievements, there were definitely big stars in the music circle who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tan Hong, but in terms of character and popularity, he definitely deserved to win this Lifetime Achievement Award. The applause was like a tidal wave, each wave louder than the one before. Tan Hong stood up from his seat, cupped his hands to his left and right to express his gratitude, and then strode onto the stage. He did not immediately take the glittering Golden Lark Award from Fang Xinghai. Instead, he bowed deeply to the musician from a distance of 2 steps. Fang Xinghai was Tan Hong's teacher, so it was not without reason that the Golden Melody Chart Committee chose him to award the award to Tan Hong. Fang Xinghai went forward to help Tan Hong up and stuffed the award into his hands, his face full of a gratified smile. Holding the Golden Lark Award, Tan Hong stood in front of the microphone. There was a faint flash of tears in his eyes, and this old man in his 40s revealed his true feelings. "Thank you, thank my teacher Fang Xinghai, thank CCTV and CCTV, thank you to the Golden Melody Chart Committee, thank you to everyone." He bowed deeply again. The 5,000 audience members all stood up and applauded in unison. At this moment, many people had a vague feeling that this was Tan Hong bidding farewell to everyone. This big star in the music industry had chosen to retire without any reluctance, leaving the stage that had once given him supreme glory. The era that belonged to him had truly come to an end. After Tan Hong won the only Lifetime Achievement Award in the Asian Chinese Music Chart, the award ceremony continued. The Media Recommendation Award, Best Music Video, Best Arrangement and other awards were won one by one. Next is the Best Newcomer Award in the Asian Chinese Music Chart. The excited voice of CCTV host Xia Jun echoed in the ears of the 5,000 audience at the scene, "Please look at the big screen." On the giant LED display that served as the background of the stage, a picture that was cut vertically into 4 pieces instantly appeared. The photos of the 4 candidates for the Best Newcomer Award appeared at the same time, with their respective representative works shining below. The first candidate is Zhou Bei, with her representative work, Blooming Flower! Zhou Bei's beautiful voice immediately came out of the top-notch sound system arranged around the hall. Zhou Bei was the winner of the 2015 deep-sea satellite TV's ace variety show, National Idol. After signing a contract with Starlight Media, she released her debut album, Blooming Flower. She is about the same age as Lu Chen. She has an outstanding appearance, good singing ability, and a reputation as a talented woman in music. Therefore, she was strongly supported by Starlight Media. She received a lot of announcements and endorsements, and has more than 5 million fans in Wave's blog. It is worth mentioning that Zhou Bei is the star spokesperson of Starlight Show. Every time she opens a live broadcast, the number of viewers exceeds 1 million, faintly forming a tit-for-tat trend with Lu Chen, who signed a contract with Whale TV. The contest between the two was not just once. The earliest was their debut album, Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me album and her Blooming Flower, which were only a few days apart from each other on QQ Music Online. However, in terms of sales, You Who Sat Next to Me completely beat Blooming Flower. In addition, the last time shown on TV, Chinese music chart, Zhou Bei was also nominated for Best Newcomer. It's just that both lost to Cui Jingji. When her name was called, Zhou Bei stood up from her seat with a smile on her face and bowed to the applauding audience to express her gratitude. She was sitting in the row behind Lu Chen, and the distance between the two was no more than 10 meters. Lu Chen clapped his hands and turned his head curiously, only to meet Zhou Bei's eyes. The latter's eyes narrowed and nodded to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. In fact, this was the first time the two of them had met face to face, and they were competitors. The second candidate is Lin Chuxian. His masterpiece is Night's Passion. Lin Chuxian was a popular new singer in 2015. His family background was extraordinary. His father was a professor at a music academy, and his mother was a dancer. After graduating from junior high school, he was sent abroad to study music. He returned to China in 2014 and debuted at the end of the year, releasing his debut album in March 2015. His masterpiece, Night's Passion, sold quite well. The style of the work had strong European and American pop elements, so it was very popular with many young people. The title song of the album, Dark Night, once topped the original music chart for 2 consecutive weeks. Among the 4 nominees, Lin Chuxian was the biggest threat to Lu Chen. He was talented and capable, and his parents had a lot of connections in the industry. He would definitely be able to influence some of the judges. However, Lin Chuxian also had a weakness. He was arrogant and hot-tempered. He once scolded a blogger who talked about his height on his blog, and it caused a lot of uproar. Lin Chuxian's height was 1.65 meters, and some people said that his real height was no more than 1.60 meters. The third candidate is Lu Chen. His masterpiece is You Who Sat Next to Me. Lu Chen, who was called, stood up and thanked him. The fourth candidate is Xiao Bingbing. Her masterpiece is If I Can Love Again. Xiao Bingbing was also a new singer who debuted last year. She was signed by the media giant Jiehua Entertainment, but she had not released an album yet. She only released a few singles, and If I Can Love Again was her masterpiece that was on the original music chart. Compared to Zhou Bei, Lin Chuxian, and Lu Chen, Xiao Bingbing was much worse in all aspects. Her only strength was probably her looks. She was young and beautiful, had a sexy body, and was good at dancing. It was widely believed in the industry that she was nominated for Best Newcomer on the Asian Chinese music chart because Jiehua Entertainment's public relations ability was too strong. It was basically impossible for her to win the award. CCTV was not shown on satellite TV. They had a higher moral index and rarely did things that could cause an uproar in public opinion. Therefore, the Golden Lark Award would only fall into the hands of one of Zhou Bei, Lin Chuxian, or Lu Chen. Lin Chuxian and Lu Chen had the highest chances of winning the award. After the nomination list was announced, Xia Jun said loudly, "Next, let us invite the famous singer, Miss Xianxia, to announce the winner of the Asian Chinese Music Chart's Best Newcomer Award." As soon as he finished speaking, a bright beam of light instantly shone on the seat next to Lu Chen. Xianxia revealed a charming smile. She lifted her skirt with one hand and left her seat. She walked onto the stage amidst the warm applause of the audience and took the envelope from another CCTV host. The main hall instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Feier. Apart from the Lifetime Achievement Award that was added at the last minute, the Best Newcomer Award was undoubtedly the first really important award, especially the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart. Since the beginning of the new century, the domestic entertainment industry had developed rapidly and the scale of the industry had been expanding. However, the overall quality of the pop music industry, where there were more and more singers and artists, showed a trend of decline. Chinese pop music was greatly influenced by Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea. Many entertainment record companies were eager for quick success and did not pay attention to original works. Covers, imitations, and even plagiarized foreign works became a trend. There were fewer and fewer original songs that people praised. Many insightful people in the industry were worried and cried out, which also attracted the attention of the government. As the official representative, the Asian Chinese music chart led by CCTV and CCTV naturally had to promote the correct value orientation and enhance the value of the award. For example, the Best Newcomer Award, which was not valued in the past, had a lot of weight in recent years. The most direct manifestation was that since 2010, all the singers who won the Best Newcomer Award would be qualified to participate in the song and dance program of next year's Spring Festival Gala. CCTV's Spring Festival Gala was the strongest program with a ratings of more than 85% for decades. Many artists became famous through the Spring Festival Gala and embarked on the road to become a big shot in the industry. Therefore, even if it was just the qualification to participate in the program, it was enough to make people break their heads and beg for it. The Asian Chinese Music Chart's Best Newcomer Award was related to the Spring Festival Gala, so its weight could be imagined. And 3 of the previous 5 Best Newcomer Award winners had really stepped onto the stage of the Spring Festival Gala and became famous overnight. The next moment, as Chen Feier opened the envelope and took out the card with the award winner's name, the fierce accompaniment suddenly sounded, like a storm pounding on people's hearts. Even Lu Chen's heart was in his throat. He saw Chen Feier open the card, and then his eyes widened in surprise as if it was incredible. The drumming suddenly stopped. The heavenly queen of the singing industry's expression became serious. She looked ahead and said into the microphone, "The winner of the 16th Asian Chinese Music Chart's Best Newcomer Award is..." Chen Feier's lips curved into a soul-stirring and beautiful smile. Lu Chen. Lu Chen, it had only been more than half a year since his official debut. Lu Chen, who had not signed any entertainment agency and had miraculously risen in the pop music industry, had won an important award in his music career. The 16th Asian Chinese Music Chart's Best Newcomer Award. When Lu Chen heard his name coming out of Chen Feier's mouth, although he had expected and prepared for it in advance, he still felt a rush of blood rushing to his head, making his face blush, and he couldn't help showing an excited expression. After going all the way to the present, he finally got the honor that he deserved. Chen Feier smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lu Chen." The audience burst into thunderous applause. Except for a few people, most of the guests and audience were not surprised that Lu Chen won the Best Newcomer Award. Their congratulations were warm and sincere. Looking back to 2015, Lu Chen's rise in the pop music industry was really a bright spot in the industry. So far, he had created more than 20 works, each of which was excellent, and there was no lack of classics. Such talent, such high yield, and so dazzling, it could be said that because of Lu Chen, Chinese pop music in the second half of 2015 had vitality. His success also encouraged the new generation of originality to a great extent, especially the campus folk style brought by him, which made people like this kind of nostalgic work and washed away a lot of impetuous atmosphere in the music industry. Based on his contribution to music alone, Lu Chen was fully qualified to win this award. Who could be better than him? Zhou Bei couldn't, Lin Chuxian couldn't, and Xiao Bingbing couldn't. The only shortcoming of Lu Chen was that his foundation in the circle was too poor. He did not sign a contract with a powerful agency or entertainment company, but chose the difficult road of opening his own studio. Previously, he was suppressed by Shonan TV in the Chinese music chart, and this was the main reason. But in turn, it also proved the strength of Lu Chen. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still think about tomorrow? The music sounded, and it was Lu Chen's "You" who sat next to me. The spotlight shone on him, accompanying him to the big stage that was in the limelight. At this moment, on the VIP seats, as a defeated competitor, Zhou Bei bit her lip and clapped. She lost to Lu Chen again. She was unwilling, but she could still maintain her demeanor. In contrast, Lin Chuxuan's face was a lot worse. He clapped his hands casually and put them down. As for Xiao Bingbing, she probably knew that she had no chance. She laughed heartlessly, and her reaction was the most enthusiastic. Outside the venue, on the internet, and among the audience watching the Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony, countless people congratulated Lu Chen. CCTV's Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony was originally a big event in the domestic pop music industry. It was broadcast live on 2 satellite channels, plus a large number of stars, so the ratings were naturally very high. For Lu Chen's fans, the 4 nominations Lu Chen had won were undoubtedly the best reason for them to watch the live broadcast of the party on TV or the internet. At the beginning of the year, shown non-satellite TV's Chinese music chart disappointed and angered everyone once, so they had more expectations for the authoritative and more valuable Golden Melody chart. Tian, for nominations, he should win one, right? The result did not disappoint everyone. The first and most likely Best Newcomer award went to Lu Chen. The internet was suddenly boiling, especially in Lu Chen's live broadcast room on Whale TV, where Lu Jiejun had been defending. From beginning to end, it was Lu Chen's most solid support, which played an irreplaceable role in gathering popularity and fan loyalty. Tonight's Asian Chinese Music Chart Awards ceremony could not be directly promoted by Whale TV due to copyright reasons. However, the news of Lu Chen's nomination had been posted early, so when Lu Chen's live broadcast room broadcast the party, the number of online viewers broke a new high. Oh yeah, Best Newcomer Award. Big Lu Chen is mighty. Oh, as expected. Besides our Lu Chen, who else is qualified for this award? Ha ha ha, I also opened a bet with others. I bet that Lu Chen could win 2 awards. He got one. Best Newcomer and Best Composition. 2 awards are not a problem. Don't think the Best Composition is too simple. It really needs seniority. I don't think he can get it. Seniority again. I hate this kind of thing the most. We have to believe in Big Lu Chen. The Best Newcomer award is just the beginning. There will be bigger awards later. Hooray, he finally won the award. Due to the large number of people online, the live broadcast room was slightly lagging. As for the bullet screen and GIFs, it was needless to say. If the special effects of GIFs were not set up and blocked, the scene would be unwatchable. On blogs and forums, there were countless posts celebrating Lu Chen's first Newcomer award. Central TV is still more reliable. Lu Chen should have won the Newcomer award a long time ago. Shonan TV's attitude. Hee, now they've been slapped in the face, right? I'm not afraid of being slapped in the face. Shonan TV's skin is as thick as a city wall. You won't be able to penetrate it even if you practice the iron palm. My thoughts are finally clear now. Last time I was so depressed. Sigh, I don't want to talk about it. The bitterness is over and the sweetness is here. Congratulations, on the brilliant and dazzling main hall stage of the National Grand Theatre, Lu Chen received the award from Xianxia. The main body of the Asian Chinese songs chart was a lifelike lark with a musical note in its mouth. It was made of pure copper and had a gilded surface. The shape was very exquisite, and of course, it was not light. Their eyes met. Although they did not say anything, the look in each other's eyes was enough to explain everything. With a charming smile, Xianxia suddenly opened her arms and hugged Lu Chen. She said softly, "Congratulations." Lu Chen naturally accepted her hug and congratulations. The two of them openly and secretly showed their love in front of hundreds of millions of people. This scene immediately caused an uproar at the scene. The audience laughed and applauded at the same time. The love between Lu Chen and Xianxia was gradually moving from the underground to the sunshine. Step by step, it was like the spring rain moistening the soil. Those who understood would naturally understand, and those who did not understand would gradually understand. Accompanied by flashes of light, this scene was captured by the reporters and photographers at the scene in time. It was believed that it would become one of the best pictures in related entertainment news reports. Of course, showing their love couldn't be too excessive, especially under the eyes of the public. In order to avoid killing the single dogs, Lu Chen and Xianxia let go of each other at the same time. The latter smiled and stepped aside. Now the main character was Lu Chen. Holding the heavy award in his hand, Lu Chen took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said to the microphone, "Thank you, everyone, thanks CCTV and CCTV. Thank you to the Golden Songs Charts judging panel for giving me this important award. It gave me the biggest surprise of this year." Applause sounded again. Lu Chen continued, "Embarking on the road of music was an accident, but it was precisely this accident that let me find the most important goal in life. Along the way to this day, I need to thank a lot of people, like Brother Tan Hong, like Miss Xianxia, and many fans who support me. Without you, there would be no present and no future for me. And the person I am most grateful to is my mother. I think at this moment, she must be sitting in front of the TV. I want to tell her that I will always be her pride. Thank you." Lu Chen took a step back, bowed deeply, and saluted to express his gratitude. The live applause suddenly sounded like a storm in the main hall of the National Center for the Performing Arts. One by one, the guests stood up and gave sincere congratulations to Lu Chen. After a full 10 seconds, Lu Chen straightened up again. He raised the award in his hand and waved it twice, then returned to his seat with Xianxia. The award ceremony of the Asian Chinese Music Chart was far from over. The next awards were the Best Producer and the Best Lyrics Award. The former had nothing to do with Lu Chen, while the latter was nominated by Lu Chen. However, unlike the Best Newcomer Award, the other three nominees for the Lyrics Award were all well-known top writers in the industry. In terms of lyrics, they were far more experienced and famous than Lu Chen. Therefore, although Lu Chen's nominated work, I Love You China, was sung all over the country in 2015, he still had no chance of winning this award. In the end, it was won by the famous songwriter Wang Guangzong. Wang Guangzong was a senior in the circle. He had been in the industry for decades and had cooperated with many famous singers. He had won many awards, so he behaved very calmly. After saying a few words of thanks, he left the stage. After the Best Lyrics Award, it was the Best Composition Award, which was also a very important award. Lu Chen also got nominated with I Love You China, but unfortunately, his competitors were the same as before. They were all famous figures in the industry, Dong Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia. In terms of experience, fame, and connections, Lu Chen was at least a few streets behind these three gods. His only advantage was that Dong Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia did not have any very classic works in 2015. Their nominated works were not as popular as I Love You China. However, even so, except for Lu Chen's fans, not many people were optimistic that he could win this award. Since his debut in 2015, Lu Chen's fans have increased at an astonishing rate, especially the fans in Wave's blog. In just over half a year, it has soared from tens of thousands to more than 15 million. But the core of his fan support group has always been Lu Jiajun, which was established by Li Mubai. So far, Lu Jiajun has more than 500,000 members, which is the backbone of Lu Chen's support. The number of QQ groups has reached 200 plus. With Whale TV, Lu Chen Live Room, Wave's blog, Lu Chen Fan Group Official V, and Lu Chen Bar as the base, it has formed a considerable scale. On the evening of February 18, 2016, the Asian Chinese Music Chart award ceremony, organized by CCTV and broadcast live, received the attention of thousands of fans because Lu Chen had 4 nominations. There are many fans watching TV or live video while discussing with others in blogs and Tieba. There are new posts in Lu Chen Bar every second, and the PV traffic has set a record. These fans don't like Whale TV, nor do they like the style of the blog. They stay in Tieba all year round and post. Once there is any activity, they often attack together, so they are often called Water Army. There are 2 kinds of Water Army, one is mineral water, and the other is tap water. The former costs money, and the latter is free. In Lu Chen Bar, it's basically all tap water, therefore, when Lu Chen won the best award, the Tieba was boiling, and countless congratulatory posts gushed out like magma that had been pierced through the Earth's crust, brushing the front page red. However, this hot atmosphere did not last long. As the award ceremony continued, it gradually calmed down. Especially when Lu Chen lost the Best Lyrics Award, the Tieba was full of lamentation. The Best Lyrics Award is really out of the question, as expected. Don't say I'm ignorant. Who are these people? I really don't know them. You don't know Wang Guangzhou? Haven't heard of Spring Dawn, The Moon Illuminates My Hometown, and The End of the Road? Don't say any more. Wang Guangzhou is still very powerful. He's a real big shot. It's normal for Lu Chen to lose. What do you mean by normal? Even if he was very good in the past, I've never heard of his current award-winning work. Who hasn't heard of Lu Chen's I Love You China? The awards are not based on the popularity of the songs. The fans of Lu Chen's forum expressed their regret and indignation over Lu Chen's failure to win the Best Lyricist award. However, they were still able to accept it. There were not many extreme comments or people shouting that Central TV was involved in shady dealings. Compared to Lu Chen's cold reception on the Chinese music chart, the honor he had received now made it impossible for people to criticize Central TV's integrity. At least they could guarantee fairness. Of course, there were also many optimists on Tieba. Someone posted, "Don't panic, everyone. There's still the Best Composition and Best Album awards." His post was immediately echoed by other fans. Yes, the Best Composition award has begun. Lu Chen has a chance. However, not everyone supported his view. A friend with the ID heavy metal element replied, "He doesn't even have a chance for the Best Lyricist award. How can he have a chance for the Best Composition award? Dream on? I Love You China is just SOSO. It's just because it's a theme song. Otherwise, it wouldn't even have a nomination." To put it bluntly, Lu Chen is being praised too highly. Lin Chuxian is not any worse than him among the newcomers. Heavy metal element was obviously a passerby. His fan value in Lu Chen's forum was 0. Therefore, this reply immediately angered his friends. In the blink of an eye, there was a long line of attacks. Where did this black person come from? Get lost as far as your thoughts can go. Hee, I'm jealous again. I'm so jealous. Speaking of which, are you a fan of Lin Chuxian? Everyone, don't be fooled. This guy is deliberately picking a fight. It's best to ignore him. Faced with the attacks of many fans, Heavy Metal Element replied again, Lu Chen's fans are all like this? I'll say it here today. If he can win the Best Composition award, I'll eat this custom-made magic keyboard in front of me. This taunt was so powerful that it instantly attracted a lot of hatred and angered even more friends. Betting on eating keyboards was a common trick used by netizens in Tieba and forums. There were also people betting on eating sh*t. Of course, that was not within the scope of discussion. There was actually someone who would eat a keyboard if they lost, a chocolate keyboard. Because it was a trick, no one would take it seriously. It was just that Heavy Metal Element's attitude was too infuriating. He insulted all the fans in the forum. In addition, the custom-made magic keyboard was also a very subtle taunt. The magic keyboard was the aristocrat of keyboards. The normal mass-produced version started at $1,000. The custom-made version was very common and ordinary people couldn't afford it. And the netizens in Tieba were basically ordinary people. But many fans remained silent about Heavy Metal Element's taunt. Because to be honest, the possibility of Lu Chen winning the Best Composition award was really very low. The Best Composition award was a lot more important than the Best Lyrics award and the Best Newcomer award. In the history of the Asian Chinese songs chart, no one had ever won the Best Newcomer award and the Best Composition award at the same time. Most importantly, Lu Chen's competitors were too strong, Dong Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Generally speaking, the popularity of a songwriter was big and weaker than that of a singer. The two were not on the same level at all. People would only remember who the original singer of a good song was and rarely care about the author, unless the author was the singer himself. No matter how high the songwriter's status in the circle was, it couldn't change this phenomenon. Dong Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia were all famous composers whose names were remembered by many fans. That was why Heavy Metal Element dared to taunt the group in Lu Chen's Tieba so unscrupulously. Then what was the use of taunting him? The result would only make him more proud. While the war was raging in the Tieba, the winner of the Best Composition award was about to be announced in the National Grand Theatre. Li Xing was in charge of announcing the winner. Li Xing, 32 years old, was one of the rare 3 superstars in the country. She had debuted for 17 years, published more then a dozen albums, starred in many movies and TV series, and achieved great achievements in all aspects. In terms of status in the circle, she was a level higher than Chen Fei-er, but now Chen Fei-er had the momentum of catching up with the popular Autumn in My Heart. Li Xing was wearing a sapphire blue deep V-neck evening gown that night. Under the spotlight, half of her breasts were exposed, and her mature charm couldn't be hidden. She gracefully tore open the sealed envelope, took out the card from inside, and opened it. The next moment, Heavenly Queen Li showed a surprised expression, as if she had seen something incredible. Her expression was also displayed on the big LED screen behind her, and it was seen by hundreds of millions of viewers at the same time. But everyone had seen many award ceremonies and knew that the guest presenters loved to play this kind of expression trick. They pretended to be in suspense, but often there wasn't much suspense, and it was just to create a little dramatic effect. The guests at the scene were even more used to it, and quietly waited for her to reveal the mystery. However, Li Xing opened her red lips and spat out 2 words. Lu Chen. Lu Chen. Lu Chen? How could it be Lu Chen? The audience was stunned. It was as if a supporting role had suddenly become the main character. It was too unbelievable, but the music that instantly sounded in the main hall let everyone know that they did not hear wrongly. A lark flies across the blue sky. I love you China, I love you China, I love you China, I love you vigorous seedlings in spring, I love you golden fruits in autumn. That's right, it was Lu Chen, and it was his I love you China. With this work that was already a household name, Lu Chen won the Best Composition crown of the 16th Asian Chinese Top Songs chart, winning his second Golden Lark Award. And it was an even more important one. Li Xing smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lu Chen." The spotlight instantly shone on Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not expect that after losing the Best Lyrics Award, he could actually win the Best Composition Award. He was really caught off guard and could not help but look stunned. Of course, his reaction was normal. He was not a robot, and it would be strange if he did not react. Chen Fei-er gently pushed him, turned around, and said with a smile, "Congratulations." She was the first to clap her hands. The audience seemed to wake up from a dream, and at the same time, there was a hubbub of applause. Who would have thought that Central TV would release such a big bomb? It was estimated that tomorrow's entertainment news would be torn apart. In fact, strictly speaking, Lu Chen deserved to win the Best Composition Award. The song he nominated, I Love You China, had a good combination of pop elements and main melody style. It could be said that it was the best work of the same genre in recent years, and it was the most popular song that was most appreciated by the public. The reason why everyone was not optimistic about Lu Chen before was that his competitors were too strong. The most criticized thing about the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart, which had been held for more than a dozen years, was that there was a phenomenon of seniority. Most of the important awards would not be awarded to young people who had just debuted. As a result, in the last session, there was a big news. However, people with discerning eyes could see that Central TV was not deliberately playing to the gallery, but deliberately encouraged and supported the new power of pop music, so that young musicians could have more opportunities to stand out. This was a good thing for the domestic pop music industry, and people could not help but look forward to the global Chinese Top Songs chart, which would be held on December 31st this year, by the merger of the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart and the China Original Music chart. Therefore, while everyone was surprised, they also gave a warm applause to Lu Chen, who had walked onto the stage. This was his glorious moment. It was an accident, an absolute accident. The Best Composition Award in the Asian Chinese Music chart was undoubtedly the first dark horse of the night. The fans who witnessed Lu Chen's reappearance on the stage to receive the award went crazy. In Lu Chen's bar, Heavy Metal Element, who had bet half a minute ago that he would eat a keyboard, was immediately ridiculed by countless fans. The replies were extremely sarcastic. Haha, someone is going to eat a keyboard, a custom-made magic keyboard. I believe the taste must be very good. Remember to do a live broadcast when you eat it, otherwise everyone won't recognize it. Lu Chen is big and mighty, the haters will eat sh*t. I really didn't expect this. This is the biggest surprise of the night, right? What a tragedy for this guy who eats a keyboard. Hurry up and eat. Everyone is waiting. Don't pretend to be a turtle. In fact, since Li Xing announced the winner of the Best Composition Award, heavy metal element really pretended to be a turtle. He shrank his head and did not say a word no matter how his friends ridiculed and scolded him, as if nothing had happened. As for the bet to eat a keyboard, if you were serious, you would lose. However, the majority of friends in the bar were very unhappy. Although they had miraculously succeeded in slapping him in the face, it was very helpless for someone to pretend to be a turtle. They could not penetrate the screen and pull him out through the network cable to beat him up, could they? However, when a star had a lot of fans, there would naturally be all kinds of people. Some people might look no different from ordinary people on the internet, but their actual combat power and action might be instantly off the charts. Immediately, fans who had mastered special skills used the legendary god-level trick on the ID heavy metal element, human flesh search. They wanted to see what kind of person this hater was. If they didn't skin him alive, they would never give up. While people were celebrating and ridiculing on the internet, on the stage of the National Grand Theatre, Lu Chen received the Golden Lark Award from Li Xing. Congratulations. Li Xing showed a bright smile and opened her arms to give Lu Chen a hug. Of course, it was purely out of courtesy. She met Lu Chen at the opening ceremony of the Hangzhou Shizi Cultural Festival last year. At that time, there was a big storm because of the sulfuric acid incident. Li Xing appreciated Lu Chen's bravery and fearlessness. Moreover, Li Xing was from Hangzhou City. She and Lu Chen could be considered to be from the same hometown, so they had to be more intimate. 2 heavyweight awards before and after, and 2 heavenly queens of the singing world presented the awards. It really made people feel envious and jealous of Lu Chen. Tonight, the limelight of the Asian Chinese music chart was all stolen by him. Thank you. Lu Chen said into the microphone, I'm really surprised, because in my opinion, compared to teacher Dong Zhen, teacher Xianxia, and teacher Xianxia, I have too much to learn. At this time, under the direction of the director, the lighting technician shone the spotlights on the 3 composers. At the same time, a close-up shot. These 3 seniors were still very graceful. Although they lost to a newcomer like Lu Chen, they were not excited or dissatisfied. They were still smiling and looking calm. I Love You China was a work that could win the Best Composition award. The choice of the judges was not wrong. Lu Chen continued, I'm very grateful to CCTV and CCTV for giving me such a high honor. I also want to thank my mentors in life and career. They are Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fang Mingyi. Without them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Lu Chen did not expect to win the Best Composition award, so he did not prepare a speech. He did not repeat what he said before, so he took this opportunity to say what he had been suppressing in his heart. Without that bizarre dream, without these 3 people in the dream, no matter how hard Lu Chen worked, he would not be standing here. He thanked God for the luck bestowed upon him, and also thanked Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fang Mingyi. It was hard to tell whether it was a dream or reality. Remember your original intention and never forget to be grateful. Thank you again. Lu Chen bowed deeply to all the guests for the 2nd time, and at the same time, he also expressed his gratitude to the 3 people in his memory. Amidst the waves of applause, he returned to his seat. After sitting down again, Lu Chen still felt a little unreal. He could not help but clench the award in his hand. The award was very real. Awesome. Li Mubai, who was sitting next to him, quietly gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen. He also played music before, and he knew how difficult it was for Lu Chen to win this award. It was like he was using a cheat. Lu Chen smiled faintly and felt quite emotional in his heart. Unknowingly, he had reached this step so quickly, and he had won 2 big prizes. Li Mubai's eyes lit up and he said, there's still the Best Album award. He obviously hoped that Lu Chen could win again. But Lu Chen knew very well that it was all for him tonight. It was impossible for him to win the Best Album award. If such a heaven-defying thing really happened, then he must write the word big to CCTV. In fact, after winning the Best Composition award, Lu Chen already had a whole new level of respect for CCTV. The Best Album of the Year on the Golden Melody chart was announced after the Best Group. Previously, MSN was nominated for the Best New Group, but in the end, they lost to another boy group, July Heaven. They lost for real and were a little unconvinced. MSN's debut album, Not Yet Lovers, had a sales result that completely crushed its opponents. As for the Best Album award, Lu Chen lost very naturally. CCTV and the Golden Melody Chart judges panel had given him enough glory. It was impossible to let him be complacent until the end. In this regard, even the fans who watched the live broadcast on the internet accepted it calmly. They had long been satisfied. There were only 21 awards in the Asian Chinese music chart. In terms of weight, in addition to the best male and female singer, it was the best album, which was a very high honor in the industry. In addition, Xianxia was nominated for the best female singer, but the crown was taken away by Zhang Lingji. Zhang Lingji was also a domestic A-list female singer. Although Xianxia was greater than her in both fame and status, she did not release a solo album in 2015. Several songs written by Lu Chen for her were not officially released on the market, so her influence last year was weaker than that of Zhang Lingji, who was very active. Xianxia was a little regretful, but he still sincerely wished Zhang Lingji well. As for the best male singer, it was won by Hu Gong, who was also a domestic A-list singer. After more than 2 hours of ceremony, the 16th and final Asian Chinese music chart officially came to an end at the National Grand Theatre in Beijing. This very important domestic pop music award had come to an end and was about to welcome new glory. After the end of the party, Lu Chen accepted an interview with CCTV Music Channel. As the first heavyweight award ceremony of the pan-entertainment industry in 2016, the end of the 16th Asian Chinese Songs Chart was undoubtedly a major event in the entertainment industry, especially in the pop music industry. The next day, February 19, the headlines of major entertainment newspapers and websites were basically occupied by the content related to the award ceremony. All kinds of gossip and commentary articles flooded the media to bid farewell to the authoritative music awards that had lasted for more than a decade. After 10 years of hard work, Zhang Lingji finally won the title of Best Female Singer on the Chinese Songs Chart. Xianxia lost to Zhang Lingji and faces a difficult transition. The end of an era. Tan Hong left the pop music industry with the Chinese Songs Chart. Lu Chen lived up to expectations and won the Best Newcomer award on the Golden Songs Chart. First won the Best Newcomer, then won the Best Composition. The music genius Lu Chen shocked the Chinese Songs Chart. In the morning, Lu Shi deliberately emptied the file cabinet in the office and solemnly put the 2 Golden Lark Awards in it. She also inserted the glass of the cabinet door so that it could be seen more clearly. This was the first time that Lu Chen had won a music award, and it was 2 very valuable awards. Her sister wanted to treasure this honor of his as a memento forever. In addition, she also posted the video clip of Lu Chen's interview with CCTV's 15th Music Channel on Lu Chen Studios blog. Like many star artists, there were currently 3 accounts related to Lu Chen on Waves's blog. The first was Lu Chen's own account, Lu Chen FMX, which had more than 15 million fans. It was a celebrity's personal blog, and most of its blog posts were about life and entertainment. The second was the official account of Lu Chen Studio, which was registered 2 months ago, with more than 3 million fans. It mainly published news related to Lu Chen, such as he was going to release a new song or participate in a certain endorsement event. The last one was Lu Chen's fan club, Lu Jiajun, with more than 5 million fans. The first 2 blogs were mainly managed by Lu Shi, especially the official V of Lu Chen Studio. Her sister personally completed the daily content updates. The situation of the last support group was relatively more complicated. There were several managers, including Li Mubai. With the continuous appearance of Lu Chen's music and film works, his fame grew, and his influence on the internet and in real life also grew. In less than a year since his debut, he had faintly become an A-list celebrity. Of course, the world was so big and complicated. It was impossible for any celebrity idol to be liked and worshipped by everyone. Just as there was light, there was darkness. There were real fans, but there were also haters. There were people who supported them, but there were also people who sold them. On the entertainment channel of one of the largest portals in China, the headline of the day was, Best Composition on the Chinese Golden Songs Chart, the biggest upset or the biggest shady deal? Among the 4 major portals in China, the EasyNet had always been famous for its boldness. It often stirred up sensitive controversial topics in advance to earn more traffic and attention. Many national and current affairs, entertainment gossip, military and economic news headlines were extremely eye-catching. The editors were often unscrupulous with their personal opinions, which made a lot of jokes. Therefore, many netizens jokingly called it Pig Farm. For example, when reporting the Asian Chinese Golden Songs chart, the EasyNet Entertainment Channel was obviously not willing to be the same as other media, so it directly set up Lu Chen as a target. The article attacked him by innuendo, and the title was quite shocking. In this article, the editor first mentioned the other 3 composers who were nominated for the Best Composition Award, introduced the identity, qualifications, and works of Dong Zhen, Xianxia, and Xianxia respectively, and then downplayed Lu Chen. In this way, if readers who did not know the truth read it, they would feel that the first 3 were better than Lu Chen. How could Lu Chen win the Best Composition Award? Was there really a shady deal? The article would not tell readers that in 2015, Lu Chen's works, whether in quantity or quality, had steadily surpassed the 3 competitors. It also did not clearly tell readers that Lu Chen won the award because of the popular song I Love You, China. Attacking CCTV, attacking Lu Chen, and at the same time provoking the relationship between Lu Chen and the seniors in the circle, the headline of the EasyNet Entertainment Channel almost made Lu Shi, who had just seen the news online, explode with anger. "I'm going to sue them," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Ignore them. The more you ignore them, the more fun they will make." It was a very profound knowledge for stars and artists to deal with the media. Some stars were discredited by the media, while some stars were doted on by the media. How to put it, was it because there was a huge difference in the character and morality of the two? The answer was completely no. Those entertainment agencies had a public relations department, which was responsible for dealing with the media. Agents of stars also had this responsibility, which was a very important daily work. For ordinary entertainment reporters who came to interview, it was necessary to give them a red packet. For large media, sending some benefits was equivalent to paying a protection fee. In case of any scandal of a star artist, how to deal with the emergency public relations was actually very important. Lu Chen's rise was too fast, so Lu Chen Studio really lacked a lot of experience and network accumulation in this aspect. Even if they wanted to spend money, they had to spend it in the right place. Otherwise, they would only be treated as a fool. The headline of the EasyNet Entertainment Channel was actually a wake-up call for him. Of course, as Lu Chen said, there was no need to pay attention to this matter at all. The more he defended and refuted, the easier it was to be discredited. As for the lawsuit, it was purely Lu Shi's angry words. Lu Chen was really not angry. The dignified EasyNet came to discredit him, which showed that he had a bit of influence. EasyNet was too lazy to waste its space on Tom, Dick, and Harry. Lu Shi also understood. In fact, they were jealous and retaliating. "Our album wasn't released on EasyNet before, and our TV series weren't broadcasted by them. EasyNet owns EasyNet Games, EasyNet Music, EasyNet Video, EasyNet Live Broadcast, EasyNet YY, and so on." When Lu Chen's album You Who Sat Next to Me was released online, EasyNet Music also took the initiative to contact it, and the online premiere rights of Autumn in My Heart were also contacted by EasyNet Video. But Lu Chen chose the more powerful QQ Music and QQ Video. It would be strange if EasyNet didn't have any grudges. Even Xianxia, which Lu Chen's spokesperson, advertised on the QQ portal. If the album release of You Who Sat Next to Me was a mosquito's leg, but Autumn in My Heart was simply a big piece of fat meat. So far, the total number of views of this 20-episode TV series on QQ Video has exceeded 3.5 billion, setting the highest average number of views of a series. Relying solely on video advertising and new members, QQ Video has made a lot of money, which made many peers envious, jealous, and hateful. EasyNet Video was undoubtedly one of them. Now, it was normal for EasyNet to discredit Lu Chen. Of course, the moral integrity of this kind of media is basically negative. If Lu Chen sells the online premiere rights of his new TV series to EasyNet Video, he will definitely be praised to the sky immediately. Lu Shi said thoughtfully, "We need to hire a professional media public relations." As mentioned earlier, Lu Chen's rise was too fast, and Lu Chen Studio couldn't keep up at all. So far, there were only 2 or 3 members. Not to mention that Lu Shi had to work hard herself. She also had no scruples in many aspects. It was imperative to hire more professionals to join. Only in this way could Lu Chen be better supported. Lu Chen agreed. "Then let's recruit people, and our studio will also have to change places. Not only should the number of people be increased, but the scale of the studio should also be expanded. Lu Chen has already talked to Lu Shi about the establishment of the recording studio, and Lu Shi also agreed. The key to determining the superstructure was the foundation. With a strong team and its own foundation, it would not be easily controlled by others. The only question now was, where would the new studio be opened? In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, coupled with the need to build a recording studio, the new studio must have a large area of space, as well as the potential and space for follow-up development. In the capital, where every inch of land was expensive, such a place was not easy to find, unless they moved to the outer suburbs. Lu Shi said, I have asked Director Lin to help me see if I can find a place in the art park. The New Era Art Center was established in 2001. It was located between Haidian Park and Beijing University. It covered an area of nearly 700 mu. It was one of the key construction projects of Beijing's art and culture. After more than 10 years of development, the New Era Art Park gathered a large number of well-known domestic film and television, music, literature, and art production units. Big and small companies and studios were as many as thousands. It could be called a place where people gathered. For Lu Chen Studio, there was no place more suitable for development than the art park. But the problem was that the place was too good. There was no vacant space at all, unless other companies withdrew. This required luck and connections. Otherwise, even if there was a place to rent, it might not be a turn. Lu Chen felt a headache thinking about it. He had promised Wang Hui to build the recording studio as soon as possible. I'll ask Sister Feier again. She should know someone who knows about it. Compared with Lin Jijia of Flying Stone Records, Chen Feier's connections in the circle were undoubtedly stronger. Tap. Tap. At this time, the door of the manager's office was gently knocked on. Lu Shi and Lu Chen turned their heads at the same time and saw Lu Shi's assistant, Chen Xian, appear at the door and said, Sister Lu Shi, Brother Lu Chen, Miss Chen Feier is here. Chen Feier, Lu Shi and Lu Chen looked at each other in dismay. Speak of the devil and he will come. Lu Chen immediately jumped up from his seat. I'll go and greet him. Previously, Chen Feier called Lu Chen and knew that he was in the studio, but he didn't expect her to come directly now. Then she must have something important to do. Lu Chen's studio naturally welcomed the arrival of the diva of the singing world. Today, Chen Feier changed into a Chanel spring dress. Obviously, she liked this brand very much. She had been endorsing Chanel's brand all the time, and she was surrounded by a lot of people. Under normal circumstances, there would be at least 5 or 6 people by her side. As for the number of people behind the scenes, it was at least 4 or 5 times more. In fact, it was not the first time for Chen Feier to come to Lu Chen's studio. She had been here twice before. Of course, it was business. This time was no exception, because her new album had been waiting for too long, and it could not be delayed any longer. As early as last year, the news was released that Chen Feier's new album would be her transformational work, so it attracted the attention of the outside world. Feier's fans were also eagerly looking forward to the release of this new album. According to the original plan, her album should be released around December last year. However, because of the shooting of Autumn in My Heart, there had been no news until now. Many fans went to her blog to complain. Naturally, Chen Feier couldn't sit still. She had great expectations for her new album. She invited 3 works from Lu Chen. Plus the theme song of Autumn in My Heart, Your Eyes. There were currently 4 songs. Write me another song, enough for half of the album. The diva of the singing world begged Lu Chen softly in Lu Shi's manager's office, which made the latter's resistance infinitely drop to 0. Well, give me some time. I'll write another song for you. A charming smile suddenly appeared on Chen Feier's pretty face. She held Lu Chen's hand and said, Thank you. Ahem. Lu Shi couldn't help coughing and said, Shall I go out first? She really couldn't stand the closeness between them. Fortunately, she closed the door just now, otherwise it would be bad if others saw it. Chen Feier pursed her lips and said with a smile, I still have a contract. I need Sister Shi to help Lu Chen read it. Lu Shi was curious. What contract? Chen Feier took out a document from her bag and handed it to Lu Chen. It's for you. Lu Chen took it and looked at it, and was immediately stunned. This was a house transfer contract. Chen Feier transferred the property of room 1701 of Building 7 of Zicheng Garden District under her name to Lu Chen. The transfer price was 30 million, without interest, and it would be paid in 5 years. Lu Chen is now renting a single apartment not far from the studio. The location is not bad, and the rent is very cheap, but it is no longer suitable for him to live in. Because Lu Chen's fame is getting bigger and bigger, and his public influence is getting higher and higher, the environment he enters and exits is very important, otherwise it will cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Not to mention anything else, Chen Feier sneaked over to meet him privately, and that small apartment was very awkward and inconvenient. Therefore, Lu Chen already had the idea of buying a house in the capital. Chen Feier was very supportive of his idea. He even recommended the property in the 300 square meter high-class residential area under his name to him. After all, one should not let the fertile water fall into an outsider's field. However, Lu Chen really couldn't fork out more than 30 million yuan. Chen Feier was a very smart woman. She had a good understanding of Lu Chen's character. She knew that the latter would not accept such an expensive gift from her for nothing. Therefore, she took the opportunity to talk about the album and took out such a contract for Lu Chen. He definitely had to pay for the house. There was a discount according to the market price, but it wasn't much cheaper. Considering Lu Chen's actual situation, they offered him a favorable treatment of paying in installments. Of course, there were conditions. Chen Feier smiled slyly, like a fox that had just stolen a hen. I don't want your interest, but I won't give you the money for these 5 songs. This way, I can avoid taxes. Paying taxes according to the law is glorious, Lu Chen said with a wry smile. It seems that I have to sign it. Chen Feier really knew him. She knew that he was a little male chauvinist, so she carefully made this contract. He felt warm and touched in his heart. Let me see, Lu Chen's expression made Lu Shi suspicious. She immediately grabbed the contract from the former's hand. She was also stunned. After a while, her sister asked with a faint smile, "Are you two planning to live together?" This deceiving contract, even if it was worth 30 million yuan, was nothing in Lu Shi's eyes. With Lu Chen's current speed of making money, he didn't need 5 years at all. It would be enough to make a blockbuster TV series. What was really interesting was Chen Feier's thoughts. Chen Feier's pretty face turned red. She took Lu Shi's hand and said, "Sister Shi, this is for your family." This house was a double story, with a total of 5 rooms, which was enough for Lu Chen's family to live in. Lu Shi giggled and said, "I won't live here, and my mother won't live in the capital. But Lu Chen needs a good house, so I'll let him sign this contract." If at the beginning, Lu Shi still had a little repulsion for Chen Feier, then now she really regarded the latter as her sister-in-law, so she naturally wouldn't interfere with the couple's happy life. Chen Feier smiled happily. What she was most afraid of was that Lu Chen would lose his temper and abandon her intentions. Now she didn't have to worry about it. After all, this house was for 2 people to live in. Lu Chen raised his hands in surrender. "Well, I'll sign it. Let's get down to business." Speaking of business, Chen Feier also had something to say. "Let's go to Flying Stone Records. Big brother Lin wants to meet with us and talk about how to do my new album." Chen Feier's new album was produced by Flying Stone Records, supervised by Lin Jijie himself, and invited many well-known songwriters and arrangers in the circle to join in order to create a successful transformational work. This album was very important to Chen Feier, and Flying Stone Records did not dare to neglect it in the slightest. If it was done badly, it would really smash their own brand. Therefore, the lineup behind the scenes was quite strong. But for both sides, the key to this album was not only Chen Feier, but also Lu Chen. Chen Feier's ambition was very big. Success in sales alone could not satisfy her. What she expected was to create a real classic and complete a gorgeous turn. In this way, the 3 songs originally invited to Lu Chen were not enough, and she needed more fine works. It should be known that all the songs in Lu Chen's album You Who Sat Next to Me have been on the original music chart, except for Lu Chen. I'm afraid no one else can help Chen Feier fulfill her wish. Because of the recording studio, Lu Chen wanted to talk to Lin Jijie, and now it was just the right time. "Let's go." So the two left Lu Chen's studio together and drove to Flying Stone Records. After the 8th day of the first lunar month, big and small companies in Beijing have opened for business. Of course, Flying Stone Records was no exception, but the Celebrate the Spring Festival banner was still hung on the porch on the ground floor of the building. A row of long red lanterns still exuded the festive atmosphere of the new year, and the ground was still red from the explosion of firecrackers. Lu Chen and Chen Fei came together, and Lin Jijie and a vice president of Flying Stone Records greeted them at the door in person. Such a courtesy made Lu Chen secretly feel strange. He and Chen Fei and Lin Jijie were friends. The two sides often came to Flying Stone Records and were very familiar with each other. Moreover, it wasn't the first or second time that they came to Flying Stone Records. Even if Lu Chen's status has improved a lot now, there's no need to be so formal and grand, right? Must there be a request for courtesy? Lu Chen thought in his heart, and asked with a smile, Big Brother Lin, why are you so polite? I'll be embarrassed to visit next time. Chen Fei also said with a smile, yes, Big Brother Lin is too polite. Lin Jijie laughed and said, you're welcome, you're welcome. You two are the first group of distinguished guests this year. Of course, it should be grand. I haven't congratulated Lu Chen on winning the Best Newcomer and Best Composition awards. It's a pity that it's not now. As the music director of Flying Stone Records, Lin Jijie was of course eligible to participate in the Asian Chinese Music Chart award ceremony, but he just came back from abroad yesterday, so he couldn't catch up with the party. Of course, it was not too late to send congratulations now. Lu Chen said with a smile, thank you. The group of people chatted and laughed and came to the conference room of Flying Stone Records. Because Chen Fei had been notified in advance, Flying Stone Records was already ready. Many of the key members of the record company were already sitting in the conference room, and the LCD TV on the wall also showed the words Chen Fei's new album Woman Flower production seminar. Seeing Lu Chen, Chen Fei and others coming in, these elites of Flying Stone Records got up to greet them. Flying Stone Records attaches great importance to Chen Fei's transformational work and strives to make a good start in 2016. Therefore, they have formed a capable force headed by Lin Jijie to be responsible for the production and distribution of the new album. Woman Flower was the name of the new album. This song was tailor-made by Lu Chen for Chen Fei, and it was also the title song of the album. According to the plan, the music video would be shot next week for pre-promotion. Today's small meeting was to discuss the production, publicity, and other work of the album. Because Chen Fei has his own independent studio, and the new album was outsourced to Flying Stone Records, there must be a lot of cooperation problems. In addition, Lu Chen had joined the team, so all aspects needed to be coordinated. In addition to Lu Chen, Chen Fei and Lin Jijie, there were also the producers, songwriters, arrangers, recording studio, publicity, and so on of Flying Stone Records. The meeting lasted for almost 2 hours before it ended, and the atmosphere was friendly and warm. Lu Chen didn't speak much, but no one dared to ignore his existence. He alone was responsible for the creation of half of the album, and he was also responsible for the co-arrangement and supervision, which was even more important than Lin Jijie. After the meeting, Lin Jijie took Lu Chen and Chen Fei to his office. The music director of Flying Stone Records personally made coffee for the two of them. The coffee he used was excellent, with a rich and mellow taste. The strange thing was that there was not much bitterness, and it tasted particularly smooth. Although Lu Chen was not an expert in tasting coffee, he could taste the extraordinariness. In contrast, Chen Fei was more knowledgeable. After taking a few sips, she was quite moved. Big Brother Lin, is this authentic Blue Mountain coffee? Lin Jijie said with a smile, yes, I just brought back Blue Mountain coffee from Japan. There are only 2 pounds. If you like it, take 1 pound back when you leave. Blue Mountain Coffee was one of the best coffee in the world, but it was also the most counterfeited coffee brand. In China, it was ruined like pearl milk tea. In any city, you could casually walk into a coffee shop, and you could order a cup of so-called Blue Mountain coffee that cost dozens of yuan. In fact, the annual output of this kind of coffee from Blue Mountain in Jamaica does not exceed 100 tons, and most of it is supplied to European and American countries, and there are very few domestic imports. Because the Japanese have invested a lot in the industrial chain of Blue Mountain coffee, they have obtained a lot of market share, so authentic Blue Mountain coffee can still be bought in Japan, but the price has been hyped very much. £1? Chen Feier pursed her lips and said with a smile, Big Brother Lin is too polite. If you have something to say, just say it. As smart as she was, how could she not see that Lin Jijia had something to ask of her, so she was extraordinarily polite. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Feier, Lin Jijia was not embarrassed to be seen through. He said with a smile, in fact, it's not my business. I just want to ask Lu Chen, do you have any plans to shoot a new TV series this year? Lu Chen suddenly understood that Flying Stone Records was also eyeing his new play. The great success of Autumn in My Heart made Lu Chen a hot figure in the film and television circle in just a few months. The 20-episode urban romance drama premiered on Hygiene Satellite TV and created the highest ratings record of the same type of TV series in recent years, and made many newcomers, including Lu Chen himself, popular. For example, Hu Yang, who played the first male supporting role of Han Taishi, and Zhang Liwei, who played the first female supporting role of Cui Xinai, were both artists who had debuted for a long time. But before the broadcast of Autumn in My Heart, how many people had heard of the names of these two? Now Hu Yang's commercial performance started at 200,000 yuan, and the brand endorsement was at least 3 million yuan. His value had skyrocketed dozens of times, and he was busy with advertisements, which made many of his peers envious and jealous. There were also Zhang Juanji and Yi Mingmei, who played the role of Juanqi and Eunhee when they were young, who also became famous overnight. As for Chanda Brothers Pictures, which invested in the filming of Autumn in My Heart, it was even more prosperous. The success of Autumn in My Heart was really a miracle. It had a great influence in and out of the circle, and the ratings of the first episode of the replay on Beijing television and Zhejiang satellite TV both exceeded 1%, which was enough to prove that the popularity of the show had not diminished. Under such circumstances, Lu Chen's new play this year has become one of the focuses of attention in the circle. Many people in the industry think that Lu Chen is likely to shoot the second part of Autumn in My Heart. After the new year, the phones of Lu Shi and Lu Chen Studio were almost blown up by people. There was an endless stream of people who came to the door to seek cooperation and recommend artists. Even many stars also inquired about the news through various channels. Even Chen Feier was harassed a lot because of this. Her relationship with Lu Chen was not a secret in the circle. It was normal for Flying Stone Records to also come to join in the fun. Lu Chen said, Big Brother Lin, since you want to ask me, shouldn't this coffee be given to me? Of course, Lu Chen was joking. As a result, Lin Jijie gave him a mocking look. Is there any difference between giving it to Chen Feier and giving it to you? Is there? Well, there is no difference, Lu Chen sighed and said, the plan is to start preparing next month. If everything goes well, filming will probably start in April. Lin Jijie's eyes suddenly lit up. Is it the second part of Autumn in My Heart ? Lu Chen shook his head. No, I won't make a sequel to this play. I have an idea for a new play. Even Chen Feier was interested. What's the content of the story? Lu Chen told her about the new play, but it didn't involve specific things, such as the outline of the story. Lu Chen said with a smile, it's a secret for the time being, but the play will not be a tragedy again. You are still the heroine. Chen Feier gave him a white look, but her heart was sweet and happy. Due to unforeseen consequences, Lu Chen and Chen Feier haven't made their relationship public for the time being, but they don't intend to hide it for a long time. The best way is to let fans accept their relationship through this subtle influence. Tian, that's right. After Autumn in My Heart was broadcasted, in the eyes of many fans, the two were the best CP combination. Your career is getting bigger and bigger, Lin Jijie sighed heartily. As one of the 4 judges of Singing China, he could be said to have watched Lu Chen become famous all the way to the present. The music director of Flying Stone Records said, your sister told me that you intend to change the studio's location? Lu Chen replied frankly, yes, I merged a music studio and am going to build a high-specification recording studio. The place I rented now is too small. If there is a suitable place here, it would be best. A man who makes music should have his own recording studio. Lin Jijie said with a smile, that's what my mentor once told me. I really envy you. You're also very lucky. I know a friend who has opened a large art studio here. Now he intends to transfer half of the site. The sublease fee is not cheap, but it's enough to accommodate your new studio. Is this good news? Lu Chen was surprised, really? He didn't expect to be able to take root in the art park. The property here was too popular, and there was no spare space at all, so even if he shared it with others, it would be lucky. Lin Jijie is a professional. If he says it's enough, it must be enough. Lin Jijie nodded, of course it's true. It's also a coincidence that my friend needs money recently. Otherwise, he would never be willing to divide half of his territory. There's no time like the present. Since you're here today, I'll bring you over to talk to him now. Lu Chen was grateful, thank you, big brother Lin. I really troubled you. He was secretly admiring in his heart. Lin Jijie just asked him if he had any plans to shoot a new drama. After asking, he no longer said what he thought, but first proposed to help. In this way, once the matchmaking was successful, he would owe him a favor. Lin Jijie's way of dealing with people was very quiet, which was worth learning. Of course, Lu Chen himself was also very happy, and deeply felt the importance of networking. Without Lin Jijie, if others wanted to sublease the venue, he wouldn't even get the news, let alone talk about it. Lin Jijie's friend, Yu Jizhong, opened an art studio in the New Era Art Park. Yu Jizhong's studio was not far from the headquarters of Flying Stone Records, and it was only a 5-minute walk away. It was located in a unique building composed of large areas of glass and steel frames, separated by a green belt and an art square. The buildings in the New Era Art Park were very distinctive. There were basically no high-rise buildings here. Most of the buildings were only 2 or 3 stories high, and Yu Jizhong's studio was no exception. On the first floor, except for the front desk, most of the space was given over to the exhibition hall for displaying art. The main exhibits included oil paintings, small sculptures, photographic works and modern art. Upstairs, the second floor, was the art workshop, including a painting room, a sculpture room, an office, and so on. Lu Chen met Yu Jizhong in the painting room. The artist appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. He wore a set of work clothes stained with oil paint. He was stocky, with a large face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. He had the typical messy hair and beard of an artist. Lin Jijie introduced him to the two. Lu Chen, this is Yu Jizhong, teacher Yu, a real artist. Lu Chen immediately reached out and said, hello, teacher Yu, I've heard a lot about you. In fact, he didn't know the other party at all, nor had he heard of this person's name. It was nothing more than a polite greeting. This is Lu Chen, a musician, who has his own studio. Chen Feier had gone back early, so only Lu Chen came with Lin Jijie. Yu Jizhong probably didn't watch entertainment news. He looked at Lu Chen calmly, and probably didn't know Lu Chen. He shook hands with the latter indifferently and said, hello. Lin Jijie said with a smile, old Yu, Lu Chen wants to rent your land. You have to give me some face. Yu Jizhong's face finally showed a smile, let's talk in my office. With Lin Jijie's matchmaking, Yu Jizhong still gave him quite a lot of face. He changed into a clean set of clothes and asked his assistant to bring him tea. They chatted like friends in the office. The building occupied by Yu Jizhong's studio alone had a usable area of about 1,800 square meters. Yu Jizhong could at most allocate 1,000 square meters of space to make it a shared rental. Of course, the subletting fee was not small. According to the artist, as long as he released the news, there would be people willing to rent it at a high price. This location was considered very good in the entire art park. Since Lu Chen was Lin Jijie's friend, he was willing to give Lu Chen priority, but there was a condition. If you're involved in music, you can't disturb us. Otherwise, we won't be able to negotiate no matter how high the price is. Lu Chen smiled and said, that's easy. When I redecorate the place, I promise to make sure that it's soundproof. The soundproofing of the recording studio was the best, and there was no noise problem. The only trouble was the practice room, but as long as the decoration was in place, it would definitely not affect the neighbors. The office was also afraid of noise. Yu Jizhong's words proved that this matter was basically not a big problem. As for the subletting price, it needed to be discussed by both sides again. It couldn't be settled in a few words. In general, it was very smooth. The communication between both sides was quite pleasant. Yu Jizhong didn't have the strange temper of an artist. But when it was time to say goodbye, he suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, Lu Chen, did you write a song called Blue Lotus? Lu Chen was stunned. Yes. Yu Jizhong nodded and said, I've heard it. It's a very good song. When Lu Chen returned to the studio, it was almost dark. It was already off work, and there was no one in the office, but the manager's room was still lit. He went to have a look and found that Lu Shi was still working in front of the computer, and her fingers were typing quickly on the keyboard. Lu Chen said, Sister, it's late. Let's go to dinner together. Lu Shi turned her head and asked, Where's Feier? Lu Chen said, She has other things to do. By the way, the new studio has been found. I went to see it in the afternoon. It's very suitable. You have to go and talk to them about the rent tomorrow. Lu Shi was surprised. So fast? Did Director Lin help? Lu Chen nodded. Yes, she really helped a lot this time. I owe her a big favor. He said, Let's go. We'll talk while eating. Don't worry, Lu Shi held the mouse and opened a web page and said, Take a look at this first. What? Lu Chen walked over curiously and found that Lu Shi had opened his personal Tieba. Although his Tieba was established by fans and netizens, Lu Chen's studio also had management rights after passing the qualification certification. Therefore, it was semi-official, and it was also within the scope of Lu Shi's work. In the future, when Lu Chen's studio moved and expanded, the work in this area would definitely be separated and handled by someone else. In his Tieba, the top page was marked in red, and it was a post about someone who had been skinned. Lu Chen quickly browsed through the post and found that the person who was skinned was a guy with the ID Heavy Metal Element. This person was not a fan member of Lu Chen's Tieba, but he had made many comments in the Tieba. The posts of Heavy Metal Element were basically attacks. It was very common for some people to like and dislike stars and idols. This reflected on the internet. If there were real fans, there would naturally be haters. The Tieba would not be full of praises. Under normal circumstances, as long as there were no bad situations, such as slanderous words, personal attacks, or rumors, the Tieba administrator would not randomly delete posts and retain a certain amount of dissident voices. But last night, when Lu Chen won the Best Newcomer award and the fans in the Tieba celebrated, this Heavy Metal Element jumped out and said strange things. He also bet with others that Lu Chen could not win the Best Composition award. In the end, after being slapped in the face, he pretended to be dead, which completely angered many fans. Therefore, some experienced and skilled fans started to track down Heavy Metal Element, wanting to find out his true identity. By tracking the traces left by Heavy Metal Element in the Tieba, they really did find something. This Heavy Metal Element's true identity turned out to be Ling Xiaoxiao's assistant. Ling Xiaoxiao could be considered Lu Chen's old enemy. The grudge between the two could be traced back to when Lu Chen had just debuted. However, at that time, the two could be said to be on the same starting line. Now, they were on completely different levels. Ling Xiaoxiao's assistant actually ran to Lu Chen's Tieba to stir up trouble. It was both surprising and not that unbelievable. The technical fans found a very complete chain of evidence, and the final direction was clear and unmistakable. It could be considered a very successful human flesh operation, so it was published on the Tieba to denounce it. In this pinned post, someone also pointed out that it was very likely that Ling Xiaoxiao used his assistant's account to scold Lu Chen. What a clown! After reading the post, Lu Chen could not help but shake his head, feeling that it was very funny. He said, Don't worry about it, let's go eat. In Lu Chen's heart, this trivial matter was really not as important as him eating with his sister. Ling Xiaoxiao? He had almost forgotten this name. Lu Chen's fan group was first established when he was a host of Whale TV. Most of the groups that like to watch live broadcasts on the internet are otaku. Although the general public opinion of otaku is not high, they are young, single, like games, have been on the internet for a long time, lack of social work experience, and so on. But there are also strong otaku, and that is technical otaku. Perhaps in reality, technical otaku do not even have the ability to kill a chicken, but in the internet world, there is no shortage of people who can call the wind and summon the rain. Heavy Metal Element obviously underestimated the power of Lu Chen's fan group. He thought that no one would recognize him with a sock puppet. As a result, his true identity was found out. The real name of Heavy Metal Element is Gavin Gavin. He is Ling Xiaoxiao's latest assistant. Techno geeks follow the vine to the melon through various internet clues and dig out his identity and origin. With conclusive evidence, Lu Chen's fans immediately bombarded Ling Xiaoxiao's blog and post bar. Some people even made human flesh pictures and posted them on the internet. They took screenshots of all the remarks of heavy metal element that ridiculed and attacked Lu Chen and used them as a weapon to slap Ling Xiaoxiao's face. Our Lu Chen won 2 big awards. Someone must be so jealous that his teeth fell off, right? Gee, I'm so jealous of him. There are so many villains in the entertainment industry. If you have the guts, come with me. What's the use of your assistant's sock puppet? Filthy, and shameless. I hate this kind of sissy who backstabs people the most. People drifting in Jianghu, how can they not be stabbed? Fighting in the circle is simply commonplace. There are many star artists who fight each other on the internet, but few people like Ling Xiaoxiao run to Lu Chen's post bar to say sour words. Tien, not bad. That's right. Although the ID belongs to Ling Xiaoxiao's assistant Gavin, most people believe that it was Ling Xiaoxiao who posted it himself. They also listed the evidence, common words in the post, writing habits, and so on. Originally, it was not a big deal to use a sock puppet to make sarcastic remarks. Even saints would ridicule them. However, it would be very awkward to be exposed. When Lu Chen and Lu Shi went to eat, the latter also received several interview calls from the media. The noses of the entertainment reporters were extremely sensitive. When the storm started to blow up on the internet, they acted immediately. They wanted to ask for Lu Chen's opinion. It would be best if they could fiercely rebuke Ling Xiaoxiao. That way, the gossip would be easy to write. Celebrities quarreling had always been entertainment reporters' favorite. What's more, one side was the current hot Lu Chen. Unfortunately, Lu Shi didn't give them a chance. No matter which website or newspaper reporter called, she politely replied to them. Never heard of such a thing. No comment. Lu Chen is busy with work. After being Lu Chen's agent for more than half a year, Lu Shi was really trained. She handled these reporters skillfully and easily on the phone, not revealing the slightest bit of information. Of course, if the reporters insisted on writing nonsense, there was nothing they could do about it. Their low moral integrity could make people dumbfounded. It wasn't until they sat down in a small private room in the restaurant that Lu Shi's phone finally stopped ringing. Lu Chen flipped through the menu and asked his sister, "What do you want to eat tonight? Do you want a filet mignon?" "I don't want to eat meat," Lu Shi said with lingering fear. "I've gained a few pounds." "Let's have a pot of paella. The food here is pretty good." Lu Chen really wanted to say that paella was also very nutritious, but after thinking about it, he didn't want to pressure his sister. In the end, he had just picked 2 dishes when Lu Shi's phone rang again. Lu Chen was annoyed. "It's dinner time. Turn off your phone." Any success had a price. The price of being a star idol was losing a lot of ordinary people's happiness. Life and work were basically inseparable, and there was not much free time and space. He was still fine. He had already changed his mobile phone, and only his family and friends could be contacted. Lu Shi was miserable. She was on the phone all day long, and she couldn't even have a peaceful meal. This was something that couldn't be helped. If no one really called, it could only mean that she was completely out of luck. Even so, those fly-like entertainment reporters were still very annoying. "Hello, Lu Chen Studio." Lu Shi put the phone to her ear and raised her right index finger to Lu Chen, indicating that she would take the last call. She said a few words to the person on the phone, and her expression became serious. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but put down the menu in his hand. After chatting with the other party for a while, Lu Shi ended the call. She shook her phone and asked with a smile, "Guess who called us?" Lu Chen sweated. "How can I guess? It should be a good thing." He knew it just by looking at Lu Shi's expression. She even said things like "welcome" and "see you tomorrow" to the other party. It was most likely a good thing had come knocking. Lu Shi smiled and said, "The representative of Korea's SPG Entertainment Company in China. He wants to buy the copyright of Autumn in My Heart." Koreans? Lu Chen was surprised. That was really a good thing. The domestic entertainment industry began to develop rapidly at the end of the last century. Foreign media and entertainment companies had their eyes on this huge market, and a large number of cultural products such as movies, TV series, music, and so on were imported, forming a great impact. Especially in Korea, which was a close neighbor of the mainland, the promotion of the cultural industry was great. The Korean wave formed by Korean dramas and groups swept through most of China, leaving a deep mark in the domestic entertainment industry. For example, the popular little fresh meats in the entertainment industry were Korean pop idols. There was also the trainee system, the manager system, and so on. Many of them copied the routines and rules of Korea. In recent years, many domestic artists had gone to Korea for training, and a large number of Korean stars came to China to make money. Faced with such a situation, the insightful people in the industry were shouting loudly, and even proposed to boycott the Korean wave. In general, the peak of the Korean wave was basically over. The domestic entertainment industry's ability to imitate and learn was extremely strong. After learning from others, they would naturally have to show off their skills and not let the benefits flow out for nothing. However, that could only be regarded as consolidating the domestic base. Domestic stars had very little influence in Korea, and it was difficult for domestic movies and TV series to be introduced to Korea. The latter market was narrow and closed, with a strong sense of xenophobia. The imported films that had decent ratings in Korea were basically well-produced documentaries and historical films. SPG Entertainment was a large artist planning and management company in South Korea. It was one of the top 3 companies in the industry in terms of scale and strength. It had promoted its HOP, SC, and other groups to China and had many master-level songwriters and choreographers. Speaking of SPG Entertainment, there was no one in the domestic entertainment industry who did not know of it. Its representative in China actually came to visit in person, wanting to buy the copyright of Autumn in My Heart. If the news got out, it would not be a problem for it to make the entertainment headlines. Returning to Japan and Korea was the dream of many people in the industry. When Luchin first created Autumn in My Heart, he had considered the possibility of the series being exported to Korea in advance. That was because in his dream world, the original Autumn was one of the most classic Korean dramas. That was why he did not even change the names of the characters in the series, and that was the hidden ambition. He did not talk about principles, nor did he talk about winning glory for the country. If Autumn in My Heart could enter the Korean market, then he could use this springboard to export it to Japan, and then enter the Southeast Asian market. In other words, the Korean market was the best touchstone. Once it was successful, it would represent vast benefits. Therefore, when he heard this news, Luchin was really happy. SPG, KG, and Hany, the 3 major Korean entertainment companies, all had offices in Beijing. SPG Entertainment was the first to come knocking. If it did not come, then Luchin could only consider using Chen Fei-er's connections to contact Korea's KGS TV station. But in this way, he would be in a passive position in the negotiations. Asking for help and being asked were 2 completely different things. Lucy smiled and said, I have already made an appointment with them. They will come over at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Luchin nodded and said, let's talk about it. After dinner, Luchin sent Lucy back to her place, and then returned to his apartment. He called Chen Fei-er. Chen Fei-er was one of the few celebrities in China who had a certain level of fame and influence in Korea. She had participated in many Sino-Korean music festivals organized by KGS TV station, and knew a lot about the situation there. As expected, when Luchin mentioned SPG, Chen Fei-er immediately smiled and said, I know. SPG's representative in China is Park Kyung-ho. He has been in China for almost 10 years, and is a real China expert. Luchin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, what's his personality like? Tomorrow's meeting would definitely involve specific negotiations. Although he really hoped to be able to broadcast Autumn in My Heart in Korea, he would not sign a contract that could only be described as humiliating. In the past, in order to promote their works in Japan and Korea, the contracts they signed were almost free, and they even proudly promoted their works in foreign markets. In the end, it was exposed, and they lost face. Autumn in My Heart had to be sold, and not sold cheaply, Chen Fei-er said, I have dealt with him a few times, and I have heard some things. This park representative is very familiar with the situation in our country. He has a strong personality, and he can stand his ground and not waver. After listening to Chen Feier's description, Lu Chen felt a little troubled. That person was obviously not an easy person to negotiate with. Chen Feier said again, Park Young-ho has a very good eye, otherwise he wouldn't have been in this position for so many years. Since he has his eyes on our TV series, we can still negotiate. Good luck, young man. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He put aside the topic and continued to talk sweet words to Chen Feier for more than 10 minutes. In the end, Chen Feier was so moved that she almost ran over. Pu Jinghao's visit was very low-key. The representative of South Korea's SPG Entertainment Company in China only brought one assistant, and he came directly to visit. He was about 40 years old, slender, and solemn. A pair of narrow eyes hidden behind black-rimmed glasses seemed to flash when he blinked, giving people the impression that he was shrewd and strong. A very difficult person to talk to, combined with the information he heard from Chen Feier last night, Lu Chen made an intuitive judgment in his heart. Of course, on the surface, he was very polite and enthusiastic. Hello, Mr. Park. Welcome to my studio. Pu Jinghao held Lu Chen's hand, and a faint smile appeared on his serious face. I've heard a lot about Mr. Lu Chen. Please forgive me for disturbing you. His Chinese was perfect. Apart from being a little stiff, it was hard to tell that he was Korean. Lu Shi smiled and said, Mr. Park is too polite. Please come in and talk. This is? Pu Jinghao was a little surprised, and his eyes fell on Lu Shi. Lu Chen introduced, this is my agent and my sister, Lu Shi. It's Miss Lu Shi. Pu Jinghao suddenly understood. He waved to the assistant next to him, and the latter immediately handed over a beautifully packaged box. It's our first time meeting. This is a small gift. Please accept it, Miss Lu Shi. Lu Shi was stunned, but she still accepted the gift. Thank you. Both parties sat down in the reception room, and Xiaomei served the guests the tea that had been brewed. Pu Jinghao was not in a hurry to get down to business. Instead, he chatted with Lu Chen and Lu Shi. This was actually a negotiation technique. Through small talk, one could make people relax their vigilance, and then judge the other party's temper and even hobbies. Then, one could use a targeted negotiation strategy. Although Pu Jinghao looked serious when he came in, he talked about the interesting anecdotes in the entertainment industry. He also praised Lu Chen's original talent and thought that Lu Chen deserved to win the Best Newcomer and Best Composer of the Asian Chinese Top Songs chart. Pu Jinghao also attended the award ceremony of the Asian Chinese Music Chart and saw Lu Chen go on the stage to receive the award. Through this exchange, the two parties went from strangers to familiarizing themselves with each other. The atmosphere of the conversation was relaxed and warm. Although Lu Chen had always been wary of Pu Young-ho, he had to admit that this middle-aged Korean was quite capable. His speech and mannerisms were impeccable. After talking about the Golden Melody Awards ceremony, Pu Jinghao talked about Autumn in My Heart. This is the best TV series I've seen this year. The representative from South Korea's SPG Entertainment was not stingy with his praises. Whether it's the plot, the graphics, or the soundtrack, they are all top-notch. I really hope that this drama can be imported to South Korea and be seen by our domestic audience. That's why I'm here. Speaking of this, Pu Jinghao looked extremely confident. Our SPG Entertainment has a good cooperative relationship with KBS and MBC. KBS and MBC were the number 1 and number 2 TV stations in South Korea. No matter which TV station Autumn in My Heart appeared on, it would be a great success. Different from China, South Korean audiences like to watch variety shows and TV series the most. Moreover, their young people were also used to watching these two shows on TV, unlike China, which had two major markets, the internet and the screen. South Korea's national TV series were phenomenal TV series. The ratings could even reach more than 50%, which was unimaginable in China now. It was about the same 20 to 30 years ago. To be honest, Pu Jinghao's attitude surprised Lu Chen and Lu Shi. As the saying goes, the buyer is the one who dislikes the goods. During negotiations, it was most common to deliberately lower the evaluation of the other party's goods. Very few people would praise the other party first. However, when it came to the specific terms, both of them realized that they were too naive. Pu Jinghao's copyright fee for Autumn in My Heart was 800 million won. It sounded like a huge sum, but in fact, it was less than 5 million in domestic currency. As an imported TV series, SPG Entertainment was a middleman. They would definitely make a profit if they sold it to the TV station. Considering the difficulty of entering the South Korean market, this price was really not bad. In the past, there was a large domestic film and television company that invested over 100 million to shoot a 45-episode historical drama. It was sold to South Korea for only 500 million won. Later, it was revealed that the middleman's rebate was as high as 200 million. Autumn in My Heart only had 20 episodes. Even if it was very popular in China, it was definitely worth publicizing to be able to sell it to South Korea at such a price. However, there were conditions. Pu Jinghao also had his eyes on Lu Chen's new TV series this year and made a request to invest. His appetite was not small. Logically speaking, it was a good thing to have investment, but it also depended on the situation. The super high ratings of Autumn in My Heart and the impact it has caused in the domestic film and TV market have made Lu Chen's new drama a hot cake in the eyes of countless people. There are a lot of people rushing to send money, and there is no worry about investors at all. With Autumn in My Heart as the bottom, as long as the new TV series wasn't too bad, with just Lu Chen as the main character, profits were inevitable. There was no need to worry about losing money at all. Moreover, once they could invest in it, they would have the right to speak about the actors' roles, which was also a great benefit. SPG Entertainment also trained artists in China and had also participated in the production of many films and variety shows. They deeply understood the doorway. Today, they sent Pu Jinghao to Lu Chen's studio to discuss the introduction of Autumn in My Heart. The drunkard had ulterior motives. Regarding Pu Jinghao's request, Lu Chen and Lu Shi looked at each other. They couldn't agree to such a condition. With the success of Autumn in My Heart, Lu Chen was now full of confidence. He didn't mind bringing in investors in the new TV series, but SPG Entertainment wasn't a good choice. Lu Chen knew very well that compared to a big company like SPG Entertainment, even if it was a foreign company, his own studio was at a clear disadvantage. Once they brought in the other party's investment, it was very likely that they would be held back. Most importantly, his current development was first and foremost based in China. It was good to be able to open up the Korean market, but it would be stupid if he lost his own interests because of this. After thinking about it, Lu Chen said to Pu Jinghao, "Mr. Park, I'm sorry, but I can't agree to this condition." Lu Chen's straightforward refusal made Pu Jinghao unable to help, revealing a look of astonishment. He came full of confidence, believing that he would definitely be able to convince Lu Chen. SPG's investment and the temptation of bringing in Korea, who could resist it? In the end, he never expected Lu Chen to refuse so decisively. End of chapter 312. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.